Chapter 1. Carb Kate. Where on earth have you been, you rascal? A furious roar echoed from afar, startling a familiar figure sleeping atop the treetops, causing them to tumble down with a heavy thud. Ouch! Ouch! Kate, who had landed headfirst, was clutching the bump on his head. The commotion immediately caught Carp's attention. In a blink, his fist, enveloped in a faint layer of armed hockey, descended directly upon Kate's head. By the time Kate realized what was happening, it was already too late for him to evade. At this moment, Kate's head throbbed painfully, making him wish he could roll on the ground. Normally, a fall from a tree would only sting for a bit. However, being struck by Carp's fist was an entirely different matter. It was imbued with advanced armed hockey. Seeing Carp preparing to strike again, Kate quickly exclaimed, "Ah, old man, have you lost your mind? Who is a child with hockey?" As Carp's merciless fist loomed closer, Kate promptly surrendered. "I was wrong. I swear I won't do it again." Carp shouted angrily, "Kate, you little brat. Your assurances are worth less than a penny. First, you'll taste my iron fist of love before we continue." Kate, observing Carp's fierce demeanor, pleaded, wait. Old man, we'll go back, all right?" Carp instantly altered his expression, patting Kate on the shoulder and chuckling. "Ha ha, Kate, you truly are my most favored grandson. Come, let us head to Marineford at once. I must show Sengoku just how exceptional my grandson, poor Gasti Kate, has become." Carp's evident pride left Kate speechless. Internally, he thought, Hey, are you really certain that all these abilities of mine are your doing? Could you perhaps not be so shameless? And must you keep patting my shoulder? That hurts, you old fool." Unfortunately, Carp lacked telepathy otherwise. Kate would surely receive another iron fist of love. Kate rose to his feet, reaching into his system space to retrieve a Zanpakuto. Carp had long since become accustomed to Kate's ability to conjure items from thin air. Initially, he had suspected it was Kate's devil fruit power. However, he later discovered that Kate was not only unafraid of seawater, but could even play with sea prism stone. Though Carp harbored doubts about Kate's abilities, he chose to keep this matter concealed to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ding! Task completed. Task reward. Kid has been granted. As soon as Kate drew his Zanpakuto, the voice of the system resonated within him. Kate felt a warm current flow through his body. This energy was specifically designed to activate Kid. All techniques and chants related to Kid were inscribed within his mind. Before Kate's eyes, an interface illuminated, visible only to him. In the taskbar of this interface, the training of observation hockey to an intermediate level was marked with A. Kate glanced at his next task. Please proceed to Marineford and become the new admiral. As expected, Kate mused inwardly. This marked the third system task since his arrival in this world of pirates. His first two tasks included joining the Navy and mastering the 6 forms of the Navy perfectly, earning rewards corresponding to the Shinigami system's punches and steps, namely Shuinpa and Sonido. The second task, which he had just completed, involved enhancing his 3-color hockey. Kate had successfully completed it and obtained Kid. Now, adding to that was the Zanpakuto he acquired from the newbie gift pack upon his arrival. Rarishka. This Zanpakuto was the most formidable among the fire-type Zanpakuto. During his time in this new world, Kate had thoroughly mastered the Rarishka and could even utilize its Bankai. This meant that Kate's strength had already reached the first-tier level, and he was brimming with confidence to complete the task of becoming an admiral. As Kate made his way to Marineford, chaos erupted within the Navy headquarters. The reason was simple. Carp had submitted a candidate list for the position of admiral, boldly claiming that his grandson, Port Gasti Kate, possessed the strength to fulfill the role. In the Navy headquarters conference room, Akainu slammed the table in anger, saying, "What nonsense is this? That brat is barely of age. How could he possibly be qualified to serve as an admiral?" "Sakazuki, don't be hasty. If Carp believes his grandson is capable of the admiral position, then his strength must have earned Carp's approval." Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, spoke calmly. Sitting below, Tsuru expressed her intrigue. "Carp's grandson, Kate, huh? I wonder what his abilities are like." Next to Tsuru, Smoker disdainfully remarked while perusing the documents, "I don't have high hopes for Kate. The records indicate he is only 17 years old. He can't possibly be anything more than a rookie." At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, "You all shouldn't underestimate this kid, Kate. He spent some time under Zifa, who praised him highly. Sengoku, you must be aware of this." Sengoku pushed up his frog-eye glasses and nodded. Whether it's Zifa or Carp, those two have been singing this kid's praises. It's hard not to take notice. To be honest, even Sengoku was curious to meet Kate in person, considering he was someone who could garner such high regard from those two old friends. Before Sengoku could speak further, Akainu interjected, "Oomph. Becoming an admiral is no easy feat. I will take charge of assessing this kid's combat abilities. I trust you all have no objections?" The conference room fell into a temporary silence, and Sengoku frowned as he spoke. That responsibility should fall to Kazan. Before Sengoku could finish, Akaino's gaze landed on the drowsy Akiji. In an authoritative tone, Akainu declared, "Hey, Kazan, leave the assessment of Kate's strength to me." Akiji lazily stretched and glanced at the fierce Akainu, responding with his characteristic nonchalance. "What a hassle. Fine, you can handle it. I could use more time to sleep." Hey. Who gave you the right to arbitrarily change my decision? Do you not regard me as your fleet admiral?" Sengoku said, displeased. At that moment, Kazuo, who had been slacking off, chimed in, "Speaking of which, given the time, Carp should be arriving soon, right?" All present were elite members of the Navy. Following Kazar's reminder, everyone focused their observation haki towards the harbor. They soon spotted a dog-headed warship docked at the port, with an elderly man and a young one disembarking at a leisurely pace. The elder wore a dog-headed hat and munched on sunbae, while the younger one had a sword at his waist, hands behind his head, curiously surveying the entire Navy headquarters. Akainu squinted, vanishing from the conference room in an instant. As Kate headed towards the headquarters fortress, he was caught off guard by a palpable sense of hostility directed at him. Standing beside Kate, Carp nonchalantly picked his nose, saying, "Oh, is that Sakazuki? Why the fierce demeanor?" Quickly, Akainu appeared before Kate and Carp. "You must be Kate, right?" Akainu looked down disdainfully at Kate, clearly equating him with weakness from the moment their eyes met. Kate curiously examined the legendary Admiral Akainu before him. The man's appearance aligned closely with Kate's mental image, adorned with a corsage, clad in a dark red suit, wearing a naval cap, black leather gloves, and draped in the admiral's coat. However, the expression Akainu wore struck Kate as inexplicably irksome. Without realizing it, Kate's hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Carp, dissatisfied, remarked, "Sakazuki, why are you here instead of at headquarters?" Akainu shot a glance at the unreliable Carp, but chose not to respond to his question. It was well known that Akainu and Carp had been at odds for quite some time. Akainu adhered to the principle of absolute justice, ruthlessly eradicating all forms of evil. In contrast, Carp's son was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, branded as the world's most notorious criminal. This underlying logic meant that even though Carp was hailed as a hero of the Navy, Akainu would invariably hold a grudge against him. Akainu's vehement opposition to Kate's aspiration to become an admiral stemmed from more than just the previously mentioned factors. In Akainu's view, if Kate were to ascend to the rank of admiral, and a situation akin to Dragon's defection from the Navy were to arise again, the Navy's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Thus, in the face of Kate, Akainu was adamant about preventing him from becoming an admiral. Moreover, he believed that even if Kate had been trained by Carp himself, his strength could at most be at the level of a quasi-admiral. This was precisely why Akainu sought to evaluate Kate's strength himself. What Akainu was unaware of, however, was that Akiji had already crossed swords with Kate long ago and was well aware of his true capabilities. If possible, he himself wished to avoid a confrontation with Kate. Suddenly, Akainu emerged, cheerfully delegating the assessment task to his opponent. In the distance, Akiji observed Akainu successfully intercepting Kate, a slight curve of amusement gracing his lips. This scene did not escape the notice of Kizaru, who leaned closer to the drowsy Akiji and inquired, "Kazan, have you known this Kate for quite some time?" Upon hearing Kizaru's question, both Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, along with the other rear admirals who had accompanied them, turned their attention toward Akiji. Akiji nodded in disbelief, affirming the inquiry. With this confirmation, Kizaru's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he asked Akiji, "Since you are acquainted with this lad, you must be aware of his capabilities, correct? How formidable is he?" Everyone silently heightened their observation haki, eager to hear Akiji's evaluation of Kate's strength. Akiji's expression darkened. He glanced at Kizaru, seemingly recalling something ominous. He spoke in a grave tone. "Kate's strength is terrifying. Furthermore, during our previous brief encounter, I felt I could not best him. The fleet admiral? Vice Admiral Tsuru? Other rear admirals?" Kizaru displayed a look of exaggerated astonishment as he gazed at Kate, who stood confronting Akainu in the distance, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the youth of today are indeed formidable." No one had anticipated Akiji would express that he felt incapable of defeating Kate. This revelation compelled them to regard the distant figure of Kate with newfound seriousness. Before long, among the three figures in the distance, Garp continued towards Sengoku, leaving only Kate and Akainu behind. Though Garp, the old fox, appeared nonchalant, he had already surmised certain implications. He chose to leave the arena to the two, believing that this confrontation was inevitable. Moreover, he held great faith in Kate's abilities. Kate regarded the imposing admiral before him with a smile, unperturbed by the powerful aura emanating from his opponent. This was a testament to his own formidable strength. It was Kate who first broke the silence, asking, "Akainu, do you have any guidance for me as you stand in my way?" This lad, Akainu thought, as he perceived the burning fighting spirit in Kate's eyes. The significant age difference between them made Akainu feel somewhat belittled. Akainu replied, "Listen here, I shall evaluate your current strength. If you are lacking, I advise you to abandon your aspirations of becoming an admiral." Oh, Kate was somewhat taken aback, as prior to arriving at Marine Ford, Garp had indicated that Akiji would be the one assessing his strength. Why had it inexplicably changed to Akainu? Nevertheless, the identity of his opponent mattered little to Kate. His sole focus was to fulfill the task assigned by the system. "Are you certain you wish to be my opponent? It is worth noting that only that Kazan could possibly restrain my abilities." Kate slowly drew his Zanpakuto from his waist. "Enough with the trivialities. Are you underestimating my strength?" With that, Akainu launched a fierce attack toward Kate. Faced with Akainu's molten punch, Kate's expression remained unchanged. Just as the searing magma was about to make contact with Kate, Zanpakuto, enveloped in armament haki, interposed itself before him. Akainu's gaze sharpened. After all, Kate was a pupil of Garp. He believed that, no matter how lacking Kate might be, he should at least be able to withstand such a straightforward assault. Shuinpa, Kate's figure appeared beside Akainu, his Zanpakuto, imbued with potent haki, aimed at the admiral's right arm. So swift, Akainu thought, and in the same instant, his right arm swiftly elementalized, evading Kate's strike. In the distance, Sengoku and the others failed to catch sight of how Kate had maneuvered beside Akainu. Sengoku's bulging eyes glimmered with intrigue as he turned to his old comrade Garp, asking what just transpired with Kate's speed. It was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive his movement. Garp, who had discreetly procured a bag of donuts, munched away nonchalantly, replying, "To be honest, old man, I'm not quite sure. I heard Kate mention that he created this short-distance movement technique by combining shave. This method of movement ignited excitement among the upper echelons of the Navy. Just this single technique had already earned Kate the recognition of some. Great eruption. Akainu grew more serious, no longer holding back, launching a rapid and precise strike aimed at Kate's vital points. That scoundrel! Kate seethed inwardly. As he could not evade this attack, behind him loomed the very dog-headed warship he had just boarded. Should Kate evade this strike, the soldiers aboard the dog-headed warship would surely suffer the consequences. Binding Technique 81. Break the Void. Akainu's great eruption collided with an invisible wall of air, the searing magma scattering to either side of Kate. "Is that fellow Akainu devoid of intelligence?" Sengoku scolded furiously, lamenting that had Katakuri not just blocked the attack, the toll on the Marines would have been catastrophic. The mere thought filled him with dread. Meanwhile, Kakuri's expression darkened. The opponent was wagering on whether he would safeguard Carp's warship and the Marines aboard it. Regardless of the outcome, Akainu would not be the one to suffer. Katakuri barked sternly. Everyone, swiftly vacate the square. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. With that, he instantly appeared before Akainu, his right fist imbued with haki, sending Akainu hurtling into the very center of Marineford Square. Carp, displaying a pained expression, turned to Akiji and exclaimed, Kazan, that guy Kakuri is furious. You must freeze the square immediately. The gathered Marines were puzzled by Carp's request for Akiji's action. Akiji, his demeanor serious, complied with Carp's command, aware that Katakuri was about to get serious. In an instant, the entire Marine Square transformed into a pristine realm of ice and snow. Akainu, enveloped in writhing magma, crashed into the square's center. Damn it, he cursed, the recent brutal punch from Katakuri causing a sharp pain in his chest. If he wasn't mistaken, he realized that several of his ribs must be broken. Katakuri's figure soon materialized at the square's center. Confronting the Marine Admiral, he swung his blade, unleashing a tremendous slash. Akainu swiftly elementalized to evade the strike. Leveraging the momentum to extend his arm rapidly, launching a Hellhound attack at Katakuri. Unfazed, Katakuri effortlessly sliced the Hellhound in two. Facing Akainu, Katakuri arrogantly declared, Originally, I intended to hold back, aiming for a stalemate to preserve everyone's dignity. But now, I've changed my mind. The upcoming strike may very well leave you scorched. So, Admiral Akainu, are you prepared? Upon hearing this, Akainu angrily retorted, You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm a magma man, having consumed the magma fruit. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Hellhound Red Lotus, the dark red magma roiled, forming a colossal red hound. Akainu unleashed the Hellhound Red Lotus towards Katakuri, targeting his arms wielding the blade. Fiery flames erupted from Katakuri, engulfing both him and his sword. From a distance, Kizuru widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Oh dear, what a fearsome little brat. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Akiji, with a pained expression, understood the terrifying heat enveloping the square, a consequence of maintaining his own devil fruit powers. All things shall return to ash, flowing blade, like fire. In response to this assault, Katakuri chose to activate his flowing blade. Like fire, endless flames and searing heat enveloped the entire square. The deep purple hilt of the flowing blade was entwined with abundant flames. The intense heat radiating from the flames swiftly vaporized the ice covering the square. Castle Flame Rising. The flames released from the blade enveloped Akainu's Hellhound Red Lotus like a giant hand. Akainu sensed an ominous premonition, retracting the continuously unleashed Hellhound Red Lotus. Once the flames engulfed the Red Lotus, it was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Akainu's pupils constricted. Had he not evaded moments ago, he feared he might have been utterly consumed by Katakuri's flames. Torch. Katakuri swiftly drew his blade, unleashing a tornado of flames directed at the retreating Akainu. Akainu bellowed, Great fire. A massive molten fist shattered the fiery tornado before him. Unbeknownst to him, Kakuri had appeared behind Akainu, his flowing blade, like fire, slashing upward. The scorching strike inflicted a wound on Akainu's back. Akainu elementalized instantly, evading Katakuri's pursuit. He felt fortunate he had not chosen to engage in close combat with Katakuri. Subsequently, he swiftly conjured a massive magma fireball, measuring a meter in diameter, hurling it towards Katakuri. Incinerating everything in its path, Katakuri stood firm, raising his blade high that he shouted, Scorching hell! Dozens of towering flames converged, propelling the molten fireball towards the sea and detonating it. A powerful shockwave triggered a tsunami that surged towards Marine headquarters. To prevent the headquarters from being engulfed by the sea, Akiji once again utilized Ice Age to freeze the entire tsunami. What a terrifying ability! Kizuru raised his arm to shield his eyes. He did not wish to be blinded. Sengoku, feeling a pang of sympathy for Marineford Square, knew that after this battle, the square would be utterly devastated. Akiji's expression grew grave. He understood that the might of that recent strike, had it landed on the ocean, would have easily boiled the waters. Akainu glanced at the scene with a serious demeanor, realizing that if his magma fruit powers were thwarted by the opponent, he would soon find himself at a disadvantage. Katakuri charged forward, instantly appearing before Akainu. He wielded the flowing blade, like fire, and with each swing, a wave of searing flames followed. Akainu swiftly elementalized to evade Katakuri's attacks, opting for a strategy of delay, believing that with Whitebeard's stamina, he could not endure such prolonged combat. However, Katakuri offered no opportunity. He suddenly appeared at Akainu's side, his flowing blade, like fire, radiating terrifying heat as it sliced through Akainu's form. Great fire! Akainu, enduring the pain, unleashed a colossal molten fist, sending Katakuri crashing. Katakuri landed heavily at the square's center, fortunate that he had raised his blade to shield himself, or he would have sustained grievous injuries. From afar, Sengoku observed, "Hey, Carp, that grandson of yours, the flames he unleashed shouldn't be from a devil fruit ability, right?" It was evident he had discerned something. "Huh, Sengoku, what are you saying? The noise from these two brats battling is too loud. I can't hear you." Carp feigned ignorance. Sengoku recognized that the other was shielding his grandson and chose not to press the matter further. Had Katakuri heard Sengoku's earlier words, he would have reflected on the wisdom of the renowned naval strategist, who, in such a short time, deduced that his powers did not stem from a devil fruit. The battlefield's new developments drew everyone's attention back. Sengoku's expression shifted, and he furiously shouted towards Akainu, "Sakazuki, you fool. Do you intend to destroy Marineford?" On the battlefield, Akainu appeared thoroughly disheveled, his body riddled with countless cuts and burns. The Marines drawn to the confrontation were left dumbfounded. What were they witnessing? The esteemed Marine Admiral was being outmatched by a mere rookie. Who would believe such a tale? It was evident to discerning eyes that Akainu could not overcome Katakuri. From the very beginning, he had been on the back foot, while he had the ability to retaliate. He could not inflict any harm on Katakuri. After such a protracted battle, Akainu had undoubtedly come to this realization. Yet, he refused to concede. He remained convinced that Katakuri posed a significant threat. His reasoning stemmed from the fact that Monkey D. Dragon, Carp's son, had defected from the Marines to become the world's most notorious criminal. Now, with Katakuri's emergence, who was also Carp's so-called grandson, he could not help but regard him with utmost suspicion. That a frenzied thought surged through his mind. His expression hardened as thick magma began to flow from his sides. Observing Akainu's transformation, Katakuri's expression shifted slightly. Although he had spent considerable time in this world, he vividly remembered Akainu's notorious technique. Katakuri straightened his posture, addressing Akainu. Hey, you can't be serious, right? The Marine headquarters is right behind me. Have you considered the consequences of using that technique?" Akainu scoffed. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? What nonsense is this? I have never feared a rabid dog like you." Katakuri retorted with an exceptionally arrogant tone. Then, in a hushed tone audible only to the two on the battlefield, Katakuri added, "And you think you can stop me from becoming a Marine Admiral because you're afraid I might defect like Dragon in the future?" In truth, Katakuri was not dim-witted. He simply preferred to avoid overthinking. From the moment Akainu targeted him, Katakuri had surmised his intentions. However, he failed to realize his exceedingly reckless habit of speaking without restraint. It was uncertain whether his words provoked Akainu, but he bellowed in fury, "You seek death." Meteor volcano. Countless magma projectiles soared towards Katakuri like cannonballs. "What the hell? You're serious?" Faced with such a widespread assault, Katakuri began to feel a headache coming on. However, his body still executed the necessary movements. The flames enveloping Kate and the surroundings swiftly converged into the blade he held, known as the flowing blade of fire. He declared, "Bankai, remnant fire greatsword." In an instant, the weapon in Kate's grasp appeared as a katana charred by flames, with wisps of smoke rising from its scorched blade. Carp, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed loudly, "Oh no." Sengoku, Kazan, quickly saved Sakazuki. With that, Carp charged into the battlefield, enveloping himself in a thick layer of haki to shield against Kate's flames. Sengoku and Kazan, upon hearing Carp's urgent words, followed suit, as they had intended to thwart the multitude of magma launched by Akainu to prevent the Marine headquarters from being utterly destroyed. Now, hearing Carp's anxious remarks, they sensed that the situation was far from simple and adjusted their focus towards Akainu. Kate's gaze towards Akainu turned icy, primarily due to the latter's extreme mindset. Kate surmised that Akainu had interpreted his earlier statement as a definitive indication that he would one day betray the Marines. With the opponent's unwavering commitment to absolute justice, it was evident that he was intent on eliminating him here and now. "I hope you can withstand the impending assault," Kate thought to himself. With that, he slightly turned his body, swiftly unleashing a long-distance, rapid slashing strike with the flowing blade of fire held before his chest. Remnant Fire Greatsword. North, ashes of heaven and earth. Any magma that came into contact with this slash instantly transformed into fine ash. Akainu faced this strike, a wave of death washing over him. He elementalized his entire being in a desperate attempt to evade the impending damage. However, Kate ultimately showed mercy. The attack known as Ashes of Heaven and Earth merely diminished Akainu's elemental form by half, at the cost of leaving him significantly weakened for the next several months. The visual impact of Kate's technique was so staggering that onlookers believed Akainu would surely perish from it. Absurd! A commanding voice boomed from the rear of the headquarters that a robust figure with sun-kissed skin and hair resembling a mountain's crest suddenly appeared before Akainu, in the face of Kate's diminished Ashes of Heaven and Earth. The newcomer effortlessly deflected it with his bare hands. Kate's mouth fell agape, astonished at the sight before him, particularly the man's exaggerated muscles and the scar stitched below his left eye. Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Kate mentally scoffed. Shouldn't this old man be working for the world government? Why is he here in Marineford? However, the next moment, he was met with Carp's fist, infused with hockey, striking him squarely on the head, driving him into the ground. What the heck is going on? Wasn't Admiral Sakazuki just nearly killed? How could this be possible? The opponent is merely a young Marine. Surely he can only inflict minor injuries on Admiral Sakazuki. Wangdefa, who is that young man? I've heard from those aboard the ship that he seems to be Carp's grandson. Hiss, you mean to tell me that young Marine who blocked the attack is not the fleet admiral? As events unfolded, the outcome exceeded everyone's expectations. The Marines gathered nearby, witnessing the battle, began to murmur in disbelief. The strongest force of the Navy was seemingly at a disadvantage. No, it should be said that this young Marine completely overwhelmed Admiral Sakazuki. Steelbone Kong glared at the approaching Carp and Sengoku, demanding, what on earth is going on with these two? Do they wish to dismantle the Marine headquarters? After his words, Steelbone Kong's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the two men. Finally, Sengoku lowered his head and spoke. I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that their battle would draw your attention at that moment. Kate suddenly pulled his head up from the square, shouting at Carp. Old man, do you have any idea how painful this is? Carp promptly grasped Kate by the neck and delivered another punch to his head. Steelbone Kong coldly remarked to Carp, what does this little rascal have to do with you? Ah. Carp chuckled awkwardly while repeatedly striking Kate's head, his intention clear. He simply wished to silence Kate, knowing his grandson had a tendency to speak out of turn. With this thought, Carp unconsciously increased the force of his blows. Oh dear, that Vice Admiral Carp is going to choke Kate to death. Kazan, standing nearby, couldn't help but remind Carp that by this point, Kate was foaming at the mouth, his complexion turning a shade of blue, clearly on the brink of asphyxiation. Observing Carp's reckless behavior, Sengoku could only shake his head in exasperation and proceeded to explain Kate's identity to Steelbone Kong. After a moment of contemplation, Steelbone Kong glanced at the two men, declaring, Sengoku, Carp, follow me. With that, he turned and strode towards the headquarters building. Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances before hastily following suit, while Kate, having succumbed to unconsciousness from choking, was unceremoniously discarded by Carp, left in the care of Ms. Thru. Inside Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office at the Marine headquarters, Steelbone Kong plopped down into his chair. While Sengoku and Carp stood before his desk, Steelbone Kong regarded the two men, his tone authoritative yet calm as he inquired, tell me about the situation regarding Sakazuki and that young man. Carp and Sengoku fell silent for a moment before Sengoku began, with Carp providing supplementary details to clarify Kate's situation. Steelbone Kong expressed mild surprise at the relationship between Kate and Carp. He turned to Carp, saying, I hadn't anticipated you had such an outstanding grandson. Indeed, my family has always produced natural-born Marines, Carp replied sheepishly, his laughter betraying a hint of pride. Steelbone Kong had just endured Kate's incredibly high-temperature strike. Thus his understanding of Kate's prowess was quite cleared at this juncture. Sengoku added, Kate's strength surpasses that of Akainu, and it is only natural that he is on the list of candidates for the position of admiral. Suddenly, Carp interjected, wait a moment, Sengoku, what do you mean by naturally on the list of candidates? My grandson's strength is already sufficient for him to serve as an admiral. How can he settle for merely being a candidate? Carp, you old fool, Sengoku expressed his dissatisfaction with Carp's sudden interruption. That I acknowledge Kate's strength. But do you think it is so simple to become an admiral? Being a candidate requires extensive evaluation of one's military experience, capabilities, influence, and potential. Although Kate is exceptional, he still lacks the experience necessary to become an admiral. Moreover, being a candidate merely provides him with a path for advancement. Whether he ultimately becomes an admiral depends on his performance. Sengoku's words left Carp at a loss for words. While he desperately wished for Kate to be promoted to admiral immediately, Sengoku's reasoning was undeniably valid. Thus, Carp sought a different angle, saying, "But Kate's abilities are evident. Everyone can see this. Sengoku, if you don't secure an admiral position for him, what happens if this boy decides to resign?" In that moment, Sengoku recalled Carp's son and realized this was indeed a complex issue. He glanced at the composed Steelbone Kong, ultimately shrewdly passing the matter on to him. "Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, what are your thoughts on Kate?" Sengoku inquired. Steelbone Kong pondered briefly before responding. "His strength is formidable, and his potential immense. He may even surpass you in the future. However," Steelbone Kong shifted his tone, "he is too young and somewhat impulsive. He requires further tempering." Sengoku's eyes narrowed as he quietly asked, "So, you do not support Kate becoming an admiral at this time?" Carp's expression slightly darkened, fearing that the prospect of Kate becoming an admiral was slipping away. "No, I believe this position is suitable for Kate. After all, his strength is indeed extraordinary. A single admiral position is nothing the Marines cannot afford," Steelbone Kong said firmly. "But you just said the boy is young and impulsive, needing experience," Sengoku asked. Astonished at this moment, Carp could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Hey, Sengoku, what do you mean? You don't want my grandson to become an admiral of the headquarters?" Sengoku cleared his throat and shot Carp a glare. Ignoring his impending outburst, he fixed his intense gaze on Steelbone Kong, awaiting his verdict. At that moment, Steelbone Kong spoke up. "Indeed, Kate needs more experience, but who says that once he becomes a general of our division, he cannot gain further experience? Have you not considered the remarkable qualities possessed by this young lad?" Observing the perplexed expression on Sengoku's face, Steelbone Kong shook his head and remarked, "Are you not blinded by a single leaf? Such a prodigious talent is truly unparalleled. Even when casting one's gaze across the vast ocean," he then spread his palm, revealing a charred mark that stood out vividly before Sengoku, Carp, and the others. Continuing, Steelbone Kong stated, "At such a tender age, how many can claim to have inflicted harm upon my physical form? Although he is young, he already possesses the strength befitting a general. Moreover, can you find another talent like him within the Navy?" Sengoku. Finally, Steelbone Kong posed a rather pragmatic question that he rose from his seat and crossed the desk to pat Sengoku on the shoulder, saying, "Do not forget, this lad is still young, and his potential for growth is immense. By the time his abilities reach new heights, will he still aspire to the position of general? Heaven forbid he becomes enamored with the allure of the great treasure or is swayed away by Carp's son, leaving you to regret it." With that, Steelbone Kong departed from Sengoku's office. As the door closed, a voice echoed in the office, "By the way, Carp, isn't your son the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Does he know of Kate's existence?" Kate doesn't. Kong. As for that incident with Dragon, it was merely an accident." Sengoku. Carp found himself at a loss for words. After hearing Steelbone Kong's remarks, Sengoku momentarily stood in stunned silence, before succumbing to a deep contemplation lasting several minutes. Carp, knowing his old comrade well, understood that he should not interrupt during this period of reflection. Thus, he could only resort to munching on a bag of sunbae on the nearby sofa. Sengoku could not deny the validity of Steelbone Kong's words. After all, Kate was only 17 years old. If he could secure Kate's allegiance to the Navy, how many years of service would he provide until retirement? With this thought, Sengoku's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Perhaps Kate's strength could further increase. It was conceivable that he might even suppress the 4 emperors of the seas. The more Sengoku imagined, the more excited he became. He suddenly felt that Kate was indeed worthy of the position of general. Crunch, crunch. Although Carp attempted to respect Sengoku's contemplation, the sound of him incessantly munching on sunbae was somewhat grating. Ultimately, Sengoku's thoughts were interrupted by Carp's noise. "Carp, could you refrain from being so loud?" Sengoku glared at Carp, who was still chewing on the sunbae. With remnants of the snack adorning his mouth, Carp chuckled heartily. Ah, Sengoku, have you made up your mind? Care for some sunbae? He then offered the entire bag of sunbae to the irate Sengoku. Without hesitation, Sengoku snatched the sunbae from Carp's hands and emptied the contents into his mouth. Ah, Sengoku, you rascal, leave some for me. That was the last bag, Carp lamented in pain. Nevertheless, this did not prevent Sengoku from devouring every last morsel. My sunbae. Carp sighed helplessly. After finishing the snack, Sengoku rose, ignoring Carp, and headed towards the conference room. Old man, you'll be the death of me. In the Navy headquarters conference room, Kate suddenly awoke, springing up from the corner sofa. The senior Navy officers waiting for Sengoku, and the others all turned to gaze at the suddenly exuberant Kate. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why are all these people staring at me? After a brief silence, Kate awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. Well, what a splendid day it is, you see. I'm still growing, so I might be a bit calcium deficient. Yes, I need to go outside to soak up some sun for my calcium. As he spoke, Kate awkwardly shuffled towards the door. Clearly, his embarrassment was overwhelming, and he wished he could simply disappear into a crack in the ground. Vice Admiral Crane smiled warmly at the energetic young man. She had not heard of this side of Kate from Carp or Zephyr. With a grin, she addressed him. Kate, why don't you find a seat and make yourself comfortable? Kate's body froze in place at the words of such a respected figure. Overwhelmed, he felt a surge of emotions, unable to decide whether to stay or leave. Ultimately, he acquiesced and turned to face everyone in the conference room. Aside from Akainu, who is recovering, all the other admirals and 2 vice admirals are present. After surveying the room, Kate noticed that apart from the main seat occupied by Sengoku, the only other vacant position was next to Vice Admiral Crane. He strode confidently forward, and everyone anticipated that Kate would sit beside Crane. But instead, he ignored everyone and continued onward. As Kate moved forward, a single thought echoed in everyone's mind. No way. Moments later, Kate stopped, pulled out a chair, and sat directly beside Akiji and Kazu. You brat. Get up. That's Admiral Sakazuki's seat. The man who stood up to chastise Kate wore a helmet adorned with a double-headed dragon emblem. His expression fierce. He was none other than Vice Admiral Spider. Whitefar glanced at him disdainfully, knowing that this Vice Admiral was notoriously cruel, often disregarding the well-being of his subordinates during missions. Kate calmly replied, What? Am I unworthy of sitting here? You certainly are not worthy. You little brat. Before he could finish, a formidable pressure descended upon Vice Admiral Spider, nearly causing him to stumble. That he glared incredulously at Kate, unable to fathom that this young man dared to confront him in front of so many. Sit down. An invisible wave emanated from Kate, and a red glint flashed in his eyes. In an instant, Vice Admiral Spider felt an irresistible force compelling him back into his seat. Hiss! Someone in the small conference room inhaled sharply. Conqueror's hockey, and of a notably high caliber. All the admirals thought to themselves, did this kid start training in the womb? How is he so formidable? However, recalling Kate's identity as Carp's grandson, they found it unsurprising. Of course, aside from Vice Admiral Spider, only Crane, Akiji, Kizuru, and the 2 vice admirals recognized that Whitefar's Conqueror's hockey was intertwined with other elements, though they could not discern precisely what. In truth, Kate's Conqueror's hockey had merely reached an intermediate level, insufficient to suppress Vice Admiral Spider entirely. However, aside from his hockey, Kate also wielded the spiritual pressure of the Shinigami system. Even if his intermediate Conqueror's hockey could not overpower Spider, it was essential to note that Kate was capable of wielding the strongest fire-type Bankai, Ryūjin Jakka. The spiritual pressure he emitted was the most terrifying aspect. Nevertheless, Kate did not wish to overtly showcase this power. So he blended his spiritual pressure with his hockey for its application. Just as Vice Admiral Spider was on the verge of exhaustion, Akiji, seated beside Kate, suddenly interjected, All right, Kate, let Spider be. Upon hearing this, Kate relented, withdrawing the force he had exerted on Vice Admiral Spider. However, once the commotion settled, Kate began to speak again. He turned to Akiji and said, Kazan, it's been quite a while since I last saw you. How about we have a match? No, I refuse, Akiji responded without a moment's hesitation. Yet, an ominous thought crept into his mind. Recalling the reason for their previous encounter at that moment, Kate suddenly remarked, By the way, have you not yet changed your habit of sleeping too much? Why are you still wearing that hideous eye mask? Is your fondness for long naps due to kidney deficiency, requiring sleep to recuperate? In an instant, the temperature in the entire conference room plummeted by several degrees. Kate immediately sensed the shift and promptly ceased his teasing of Akiji. Akiji found himself momentarily speechless, regretting allowing Whitefar to sit beside him. Outside the conference room, footsteps echoed, drawing everyone's attention toward the entrance. Sengoku pushed the door open and entered, followed closely by Carp, who was still grumbling. Upon stepping inside, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Kate seated in Akainu's chair. But no one in the conference room protested that he allowed Kate to occupy that position without protest. That old fool. Just now, he nearly choked me to death. The moment Kate caught sight of Carp, she unsheathed her Zanpakuto and swung it towards him. You little brat. How dare you wield a blade against your grandfather? Carp's speed surpassed hers. As soon as the sword was drawn from Kate's waist, he had already appeared behind her, swiftly executing a chokehold and pinning her head back. Kate felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation and desperately battered Carp's arm, signaling him to release her at once. The onlookers regarded the two spirited individuals with a silent bemusement. Sengoku, unable to tolerate the farce any longer, delivered a firm blow to both Carp and Kate's heads, finally bringing the situation to a close. Taking his seat at the head of the table, Sengoku, who had convened this meeting specifically concerning Kate, wasted no time and declared, "An announcement is hereby made. The headquarters intends to create an additional admiral position, to be filled by the newly selected candidate, Portgas D. Kate." The room fell into a hushed silence, save for Carp, who boisterously proclaimed to Vice Admiral Tsuru, "Ha! Little Tsuru, did you see that? My grandson has become an admiral at the tender age of 17. Undoubtedly, this news elicited mixed reactions. For instance, Chavel and Peach Rabbit, who had long aspired to the rank of admiral, were taken aback by the sudden emergence of a rival who had leapfrogged them to the position. Yet, since they were both mentored by Carp and acknowledged Kate's superior strength, they refrained from voicing any objections. "That I oppose this kid's sudden ascension to the chair," exclaimed the irritable Ghost Spider, the most vociferous of the dissenters. Along with those mid-ranking officers aligned with Akainu, Kate shot them a fierce glare, mentally noting their names as obstacles to his system tasks, vowing that when the day came, they would learn what it truly meant to be a villain. Sengoku, disregarding the mid-ranking officers' protests, maintained his authority as fleet admiral, asserting that their opinions were inconsequential. With that, the Navy meeting concluded, and the news of Kate's successful promotion to admiral began to spread throughout Marineford. At the World Economic News Agency, Morgan sat leisurely in his office chair, reviewing reports from various regions presented by his subordinates. President, a significant event has occurred." Suddenly, a figure burst into Morgan's office, the one and only Photo King. Morgans, displeased, glanced at the intruder and said, "What on earth? Why the commotion?" The Photo King, breathless, exclaimed, "News from the Navy headquarters. A 17-year-old brat has become an admiral. The inauguration ceremony is set for tomorrow morning." Morgans was momentarily stunned, then sprang from his chair, hastily scribbling on a piece of paper. This was no trivial matter. The position of admiral represented the pinnacle of the world government's military might. The fact that this admiral was a mere 17 years old was bound to shatter records. Excitement surged within Morgans as he realized he had stumbled upon a groundbreaking story. Such monumental news was a rarity. He quickly instructed the Photo King, "Hurry, find out the name of that 17-year-old admiral." The Photo King, taken aback, nodded vigorously, "Of course, no problem." Morgans, now brimming with anticipation, understood the gravity of such information. An independent news agency, being the first to report on this monumental event, was a tremendous opportunity. Within minutes, the Photo King returned with the name of the newly appointed admiral. "President, the name of the admiral is Portgas D. Kate," he declared excitedly. Morgans furrowed his brow, scribbling on the paper. This name seemed unfamiliar. His usual focus was on the major events surrounding the 4 emperors, the admirals, and the 7 warlords of the sea. Individuals like Portgas D. Kate, who lacked notoriety, typically escaped his attention, given the hundreds of rear admirals under the world government's banner. A sense of hesitation gripped Morgans, knowing that many obscured figures existed in this world. Yet, Kate's ascension to the rank of admiral implied exceptional abilities. After all, admirals represented the highest military strength of the world government. Without exception, ultimately, Morgan's resolved to personally travel to Marineford to cover this story. His instincts told him that this newly appointed admiral was no ordinary individual. Thus, Morgan's instructed the Photo King, "Prepare. This news must be flawless. I will personally go to Marineford to follow this story." The Photo King nodded seriously yes. As Morgan's passed by him, he whispered, "Investigate this new admiral's background and ensure this information remains confidential." With that, Morgan set off for Marineford. At the peak of the Red Earth continent, in the holy land of Mariehua, the 5 elders wielding the highest authority within the world government convened in a spacious chamber. One elder, marked by a distinctive birthmark, remarked, "Is Sengoku being excessively lenient? The position of admiral is no trifling matter, allowing a 17-year-old brat to assume it." Another elder, gripping his sword, countered, "This young one possesses formidable strength. He effortlessly defeated Sakazuki, proving his capability for the admiral position." A third elder, lounging on a sofa with crossed legs, added, "Yet, this brat is also the grandson of that troublesome carp." A moment of silence ensued among them. The elder propped on a cane spoke. "Sora supports this young one's appointment as admiral, citing a straightforward rationale, securing the Navy's allegiance through this position." The final elder remarked, "This kid's potential is immense, and his abilities are peculiar. If he were to be swayed by Carp's son, the world government could face a formidable adversary in the future." Thus, the discourse among the 5 elders remained fixated on the impending ascension of Kate. Ultimately, they did not oppose his promotion to admiral. The following day, with the Navy headquarters' robust logistical support, the square, previously devastated by the clash between Kate and Akainu, was swiftly restored. All soldiers of Marineford gathered in the square, having been informed by their superiors of the young fighter who had battled Admiral Sakazuki and was now to become the 4th admiral of the Navy headquarters at the age of just 17. And the grandson of Vice Admiral Carp. The square erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Although many soldiers who had witnessed the previous day's battle harbored mixed feelings regarding Kate's promotion. "Hey, did you hear? The battle yesterday was interrupted by the fleet admiral himself," exclaimed a young recruit. "That I can attest to that. I was right there watching. It was my first time seeing the fleet admiral in person." Chimed in another. That a clearly inexperienced recruit remarked, "The young man standing among the 3 admirals must be the newly appointed Admiral Kate, right? I heard he's Carp's grandson, so his father must be—" "Shut up. Do not discuss this topic. Is this something you should be talking about?" A colonel barked at the energetic soldiers. With the colonel's outburst, silence fell upon the crowd. Meanwhile, a warship adorned with the prominent flag of the world government sailed into the harbor. As the warship docked in the harbor, 5 figures descended sequentially from the side of the vessel. One was clad in a deep green suit, bald on top, sporting 2 curled mustaches, with a notable birthmark on his forehead. Another wore a deep red suit, lacking a bow tie, with golden hair and a matching beard, and bore a scar across his chest. The third figure was attired in a deep blue suit, possessing long, straight white hair and an impressively long beard. The fourth donned a black suit, had curly white hair, a bushy white beard, and wore a flat cap, with a scar gracing his left cheek. The most peculiar among them was dressed in a white robe, bald, and wearing glasses, eschewing the formal attire and facial hair of the others, while brandishing a katana. A few sailors observed this quintet, murmuring amongst themselves, "Who are these 5 individuals? Their aura is remarkably powerful. Are they here for Admiral Kate's inauguration ceremony? Keep your voices down. These 5 are the 5 elders of the world government. Each of them wields immense power and authority." Vice Admiral Wushu had already been awaiting them at the harbor. "Welcome to Marineford. I am Vice Admiral Wushu," he proclaimed as he approached the 5 elders and saluted. The elders did not return the gesture, merely casting a dispassionate glance at Vice Admiral Wushu. The one in the deep green suit, the bald figure with the curled mustaches, spoke. "We have come to attend the inauguration ceremony of the Admiral. Lead the way." Vice Admiral Wushu guided the 5 elders toward the square. Where the crowd caught sight of them, that a sense of trepidation arose within Kate. He had not anticipated the presence of the 5 elders. It was well known that they had shown disdain towards the now Admiral Akainu. Now, at his own inauguration ceremony, Kate wondered if there was some ulterior motive behind their appearance. The most excited among them was Morgan's. He initially saw it merely a sensational story about a 17-year-old becoming an admiral. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. With the 5 highest authorities of the world government attending Kate's ceremony, he sensed an opportunity to craft a sensational headline. Naturally, due to the presence of the five elders, he would temper his reporting somewhat. Cough, cough. At that moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku cleared his throat, and the previously bustling square fell into silence. His serious gaze swept across the assembly before he spoke slowly. Today is a momentous occasion. The young man beside me, Portgas D. Kate, is about to become the youngest admiral in history. At this announcement, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd, with Kate becoming the center of attention. While some may have felt discomfort due to his age, his exceptional abilities commanded respect. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice resonated throughout the square, each word distinctly reaching every ear present. Portgas D. Kate, through his remarkable strength and wisdom, along with his unwavering belief in fairness and justice, has earned this honor. Today, in your presence, he will officially become the Admiral of the Navy. As Sengoku's words concluded, thunderous applause and cheers filled the square. All the sailors expressed their respect and congratulations for the newly appointed admiral in their own ways. Standing beside Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Kate wore a subtle smile, nodding toward the crowd with a determined gaze. As if to proclaim his readiness, that moment, the elder with the birthmark addressed Kate. Kate, are you prepared? He held a coat emblazoned with the insignia of an admiral, awaiting Kate's ascent to the platform for the ceremonial draping. Kate replied, I am ready. Then stepped forward, the elder said impassively. As Kate approached the platform, he immediately sensed an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. Indeed, he thought to himself that he had long suspected that the elders were up to something. Now it was clear they were directly testing his strength. Thus, Kate fixed his gaze upon the elder with the birthmark and provocatively remarked, Is that all? The previously indifferent attention of the five elders shifted entirely to Kate. The elder with the birthmark snorted softly, as he was the one exerting pressure upon Kate. As Kate continued to ascend the stairs, the elder silently intensified the weight of his oppressive aura. The intention unmistakable. This little brat, Sengoku, standing nearby, heard Kate's almost taunting words clearly. However, there was little he could do. After all, Kate would soon fall under his command. Karp chuckled at Vice Admiral Tsuru, saying, Look at that. Little Tsuru. Kate is indeed my grandson. Daring to provoke those five fellows. Vice Admiral Tsuru covered her face with her hand, but still expressed her concern. I hope nothing happens to Kate up there. It seems the elders are targeting him. Karp laughed heartily. Don't worry. Kate's strength is far beyond what appears on the surface. Meanwhile, Kate maintained an air of nonchalance, and with each step he took, the pressure around him intensified. When he was halfway up the stairs, the entire staircase finally succumbed to the strain, crumbling into various fragments beneath his feet. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, as Kate had not utilized his moonwalk. Instead, he seemed to walk on air, continuing his ascent to the platform as if the steps still existed. Only Morgans, camera in hand, incessantly clicked away, exclaiming internally, This is big news. Akainu, witnessing this scene, seethed with anger. That brat is hiding his strength. For someone as proud as he, it was nothing short of an insult. Moreover, the revelation spurred Akainu's desire to enhance his own power. Below, Kizaru could not help but scoff. Hey, the prowess of the younger generation is becoming increasingly unfathomable. During this moment of varied thoughts among the onlookers, Kate successfully ascended the platform. Humph! Despite his myriad of grievances, the elder with the birthmark ultimately withdrew the oppressive aura he had been exerting on Kate. A smile crept onto Kate's lips, a sight that was particularly irksome to the elder. Soon after, the five elders draped the naval coat over Kate before departing without further ado them. The test had been conducted. Although they had not fully gauged his strength, they had gleaned enough insight. Thus, the ensuing events were no longer of their concern. Following the elder's exit, amid the jubilant cheers, Kate officially became the fourth admiral of the Navy. As for his title, Kate had long contemplated it. He would be known as Purple Blade. Initially, he had preferred Red Blade, but since Akainu had already claimed the red designation, Kate combined the color of the blade with its name to arrive at this title. Ding! Task completed. Task reward. Hollow mask awarded. Kate was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated receiving such an important hollow mask from the Shinigami. This implied a significant boost to his power. However, he was aware that donning the mask could be a double-edged sword. If he failed to master the powers of the hollow, he risked losing control entirely. Upon returning to his designated admiral's quarters, Kate eagerly retrieved the hollow mask from the system's space. Soon, He held in his hand a mask resembling bone. Irregular in shape, with jagged edges imparting an unsettling and terrifying impression. The surface of the mask featured various protrusions and indentations, enhancing its menacing appearance. The eye sockets were deeply hollow, devoid of pupils or whites. Adding to the mask's air of mystery and dread, the mouth was a wide gash, revealing sharp teeth, evoking a sense of cruelty and bloodlust. Typically, the mask bore elongated protrusions on either side, possibly resembling ears, horns, or other shapes. These protrusions are often irregularly shaped, rendering the entire mask even more eerie and terrifying. As Kate held the mask, he could distinctly sense a faint connection between it and himself. At that moment, Kate suddenly inquired, "System, if I don this mask, will I face the risk of losing control?" A voice, rich and mechanical, resonated beside Kate's ear. "Rest assured, host. The virtual mask produced by the system will not subject the host to the risk of losing control." Upon hearing this, Kate felt a sigh of relief wash over him. However, the system continued, nonetheless, as the host must independently master the power of the virtual until the host fully grasps the mask's capabilities. There exists a probability of a significant personality shift upon wearing it. Fortunately, Kate had feared there might be some bizarre limitations, yet a mere alteration in personality was something he could accept. Redirecting his gaze back to the virtual mask in hand, and with no lingering worries, he was eager to explore what transformations might occur should he wear it. Theo, be cautious. Kate decided to escort both Sengoku and Carp out of the office. After all, the system had warned him that until he fully mastered the mask, wearing it could lead to a change in character that he thought that should he wish to undertake any undesirable actions. Having Sengoku and Carp present would allow for timely intervention. However, due to Kate's recent promotion to Admiral, many eyes were upon him. Upon hearing that Admiral Kate intended to test the newfound power he had developed, numerous individuals flocked to the square, eager to witness the spectacle. Among them were 2 vice admirals and 3 admirals from headquarters. When Sengoku was brought to the square by Kate, his displeasure was evident. He complained, "Kate, are you unaware of how busy my work is? If you wish to test your new powers, why not seek out Carp instead?" Kate, subjected to Sengoku's reprimand, scratched his head in embarrassment that he hastily explained. "Commander Sengoku, please understand. You know how unreliable old man Carp can be, that if something were to go awry, it would be catastrophic." Sengoku glanced at Carp, who was munching on a donut while strolling beside them, and ultimately chose to remain. Carp, still enjoying his donut, chuckled, "Don't worry, Kate. With us watching, you'll be just fine." Suddenly, Carp inexplicably fell asleep on the spot. Kate had grown accustomed to such occurrences, having previously witnessed the scene of Carp dozing off while confronting Luffy. He shot Sengoku a glance, as if to say, "Look how unreliable he is." Kate then extended his hand, and the virtual mask manifested within it. Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they gazed at the bone-like mask in Kate's grasp. Puzzled as to how he had procured such an item, without hesitation, Kate donned the virtual mask upon his face. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze, and all eyes were fixated on Kate. Anticipating the imminent transformation, a powerful aura and a deep crimson light erupted from Kate, emanating an essence filled with malevolence, ferocity, and a desire for destruction. Sengoku and the recently slumbering Carp instantly became alert. As Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru suddenly appeared nearby, subtly encircling the seemingly perilous Kate, he felt as if his body had established a wondrous connection with the mask. It was an experience unlike any he had known before. He sensed his power gradually being unleashed under the mask's guidance, his gaze sharpening and his agility increasing. He perceived himself transforming into a ferocious beast, poised to pounce on anyone daring enough to challenge him. Is this the power of the virtual mask? Kate pondered internally. His thoughts became clearer, and his decisions more resolute. He felt as if he had become the sovereign of this world, with everything within his grasp. However, before Kate could contemplate further, Carp suddenly leaned in closely, his face nearly touching Kate's. Accustomed to being schooled by Carp's so-called iron fist of love, Kate, despite the fearlessness bestowed by the mask, felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly distanced himself and exclaimed, "You old geezer, are you trying to scare me to death by getting so close?" Yet, Kate's voice had taken on a deep and raspy tone, unsettling everyone present. Carp laughed heartily. Still that familiar flavor. It seems this kid's mentality remains unchanged. Upon hearing Carp's remark, Kate suddenly realized that his personality had, in fact, remained largely unaffected, as Carp had suggested that moment. Sengoku interjected, Kate, you claim this is a new power you've developed. What is your current strength? Kate fell into contemplation, glancing at Akainu before replying, I should be capable of easily defeating several Sakazuki-level adversaries. Akiji muttered to himself, this kid's tongue remains as sharp as ever. You little brat, Akainu bellowed, taken aback by Kate's comparison to him, which incited his irritation. Kate feigned innocence, saying, Hey, don't disbelieve me. Just watch my move. With that, Kate unsheathed his Zanpakuto, pointing it towards the sea. Channeling all his virtual power into the blade's tip, a devastating blast of virtual energy shot forth from Kate's hand. Boom! In an instant, all gazes were blinded by the brilliance of the virtual flash. And as their vision returned, they were left agape, at a loss for words. In the waters surrounding Marine Ford, a substantial portion of the sea had been obliterated by Kate's virtual flash, measuring approximately half the size of a typical island. With surrounding waters rushing into the newly formed void, Kizaru exclaimed dramatically, This kid is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Akainu fell into a profound silence upon witnessing such an attack. Akiji, perceiving the situation with the ocean, hastened towards the port to avert a potential tsunami. As for Kate, he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained after his first use of this ability. He had failed to control it properly, nearly exhausting all his strength. Observing Kate sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, Sengoku mused, It seems this kid's power can only be utilized once in such a manner. Fortunately, after a significant period of rest, Kate struggled to rise from the ground. However, as he stood, his gaze fell upon the distant figure of Peach Rabbit. Unbeknownst to him, merely seeing her caused his heart to race. Before Sengoku and Carp could react, Kate's form vanished from sight. Sengoku? Carp? In the next moment, Kate suddenly materialized before Peach Rabbit, who appeared both beautiful and enigmatic, akin to a celestial being beneath the moonlight. Startled by Kate's sudden appearance, Peach Rabbit gasped and instinctively took a step back. As Kate beheld her flustered demeanor, an unfamiliar emotion surged within him. He felt an urge to protect her, to ensure her safety. Peach Rabbit, are you all right? Kate's voice was deep and tender, his eyes brimming with concern and affection. Yet, due to the virtual mask, his voice retained a deep, gravelly quality, slightly detracting from the intended charm. Nevertheless, Peach Rabbit felt a wave of shyness wash over her, as Kate's eyes, now blackened by the mask, seemed to convey something profound. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. I am fine, she stammered, her voice quivering with uncertainty and bashfulness. Confused, she wondered why Kate had never acted this way before. And embarrassed by the intensity of his gaze, she felt compelled to shy away. Observing Peach Rabbit's reaction, Kate's heart raced, filled with emotions he had never experienced before. Gion, I like you, he declared, his voice low and resolute, his eyes radiating affection. What? You can't like. The first to react was Vice Admiral Chibuta, who had long harbored feelings for Peach Rabbit, having confessed to her over 100 times. Yet, before he could finish, Kate shot a cold glare at him, a silent warning to refrain from interfering. Chibuta, sensing the murderous intent in Kate's gaze and recalling the recent display of power, ultimately relented. Choosing silence, he could instinctively tell that Kate's current state was anything but normal. Should he dare to speak, he felt a visceral certainty that Kate would indeed act against him. Peach Rabbit, taken aback by Kate's declaration, lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, her heart overflowing with surprise and confusion. What did you say? The voice of Taudu trembled slightly, her heart still brimming with uncertainty regarding Kate's affections for her. Observing Taudu's demeanor, Kate realized he had been too abrupt. He needed to grant her some time to come to terms with his feelings. I apologize for my suddenness. Kate spoke with a hint of regret. He then continued, in order to earn your forgiveness for my rudeness, may I take it upon myself to prepare dinner for us this evening? Under the gaze of the onlookers, the figures of Kate and Taudu gradually faded from sight, leaving behind the stunned expressions of Sengoku, Carp, and the others. That moment, Sengoku furrowed his brow and addressed Carp. What on earth is happening with that kid, Kate? Why has he changed so much? For a brief moment, Sengoku struggled to find the words to describe Kate's transformation. Carp, too, found himself at a loss. Unable to comprehend why Kate had suddenly declared his love for Tao. The situation was so unexpected that even he had not reacted in time. Standing beside Sengoku was Admiral Tsuru, who calmly analyzed the situation. Yesterday, Kate met with Gion, yet he did not exhibit such behavior. This may be the influence of the mask he wears. Sengoku responded, perhaps this is why Kate requested us to observe him. But is this situation ultimately favorable or unfavorable? Should we not intervene? Admiral Tsuru replied nonchalantly. As for the specifics, we cannot ascertain, we can only observe how things unfold. Although she appeared remarkably composed, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her true sentiments. Sengoku, glancing at the indignant Chafund, shook his head in resignation. Young people's affairs are not for us old-timers to meddle in. Carp then laughed heartily. It seems there are no issues on Kate's end. Come, little Tsuru, let us go to Sengoku's office for some tea. I know this old rascal has been hoarding some fine tea lately. You scoundrel, Carp, Sengoku protested loudly in exasperation as everyone gradually drifted away. Only Akainu and Kizaru remained. Finally, Kizaru patted Akainu on the shoulder, leaving the entire square deserted save for Akainu, who gazed intently at the distant sea, now frozen over, lost in profound contemplation. Meanwhile, in a corner of the port, Morgan's was brimming with excitement. He had secretly taken numerous photographs. One anticipated that after Kate's award ceremony, the president of the World Economic News would still be lingering in Marineford. Although he had yet to return to the newspaper office, his mind was already teeming with various headlines waiting for him to develop upon his return. The following morning, newsbirds across the pirate world took flight, and all islands, nations, and ships sailing upon the vast sea were stunned to behold the freshly printed newspapers in their hands. No one expected that the Navy had suddenly welcomed a new admiral, and even more astonishing was the fact that this newly appointed admiral was strikingly young. Notorious pirates upon the seas began to rub their hands together in anticipation, for they believed that such a youthful admiral must be lacking in strength. Eagerly, they sought to claim Kate's head, hoping to use it to elevate the notoriety of their pirate crews on an island in the East Sea. Captain, wake up. Lachi Lu, holding a piece of meat, shook Shanks, who was nursing a hangover. Lachi, please stop. I'm really tired. Shanks groaned as he struggled. Lachi, shaking his head in resignation, finally spread the newspaper before Shanks, declaring, the Navy has just announced its 4th admiral. And this fellow is someone we know. With bleary eyes, Shanks squinted at the newspaper laid out on the ground, and in an instant, he became fully alert. Wow, this kid seems to be Luffy's brother. Doesn't he? Shanks sat up and examined the white paper intently. He soon came across a photograph of Kate utilizing his virtual flash, along with an image of the sea being blasted into a semicircle. Just then, Ben Beckman returned and noticed the newspaper in Shanks' hands, saying, it seems you've heard that the kid Kate has become the 4th Navy admiral. Shanks laughed heartily. Indeed, I never expected this little rascal would actually become an admiral. It will be quite entertaining when Luffy and Ace encounter Kate. On the other hand, Jack from Onigashima scoffed at the newspaper in his hands. What on earth is the Navy thinking, allowing a mere child to rise to the rank of admiral? Kaido, his face flushed, snatched the newspaper from Jack's hands after finishing an entire jug of liquor. He looked at the image of Kate and burst into boisterous laughter. Boss? Jack inquired, puzzled. Kaido laughed heartily. What a young brat. I wonder how strong he truly is. Can he kill me? Kaido seized the jug of liquor from Jack, taking a hearty swig as he exclaimed, refreshing. One day, I'll visit the Navy headquarters to test this kid's strength. On Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin gazed at the newspaper featuring Kate with keen interest, her saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth and eroding the ground below, aboard the Moby Dick. Old man, today's newspaper carries quite an intriguing story, Marco remarked as he handed the paper to Whitebeard. Whitebeard glanced at the image of Kate, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before erupting into his characteristic laughter. This little brat is quite interesting, that I wonder how strong he really is, Whitebeard mused. Marco sighed. Old man, he's just a kid. How powerful could he possibly be? Whitebeard replied, you don't understand. An admiral represents the Navy's face. If he weren't strong enough, it wouldn't be so easy for this brat to ascend so quickly. Curious, Marco asked. So, you're saying this kid is quite strong? Whitebeard stated, becoming an admiral at just 17 years of age. Such a feat has never been seen in the history of the Grand Line. I fear the entire ocean will soon become lively. The Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon gazed silently at the newspaper in his hands. Contemplating Kate, the nominal grandson of Carp, he had long been aware of his existence. Just as Sengoku and the others had speculated, Dragon had harbored thoughts of persuading Kate to join the Revolutionary Army. However, Carp had been overly protective of Kate, leaving Dragon without the opportunity to approach him to prevent Kate's whereabouts from being exposed. Carp had even hidden him away. The intent was clear: to cultivate Kate into a competent marine. This very action had resulted in Kate being known to only a select few within the Navy. Had Kate revealed his brilliance early on, it is likely that no one within the Navy would have opposed his ascent to admiral. Meanwhile, Kate himself pondered deeply, gazing at the mask in his hands. After a night of rest at his dwelling, he slowly recalled the events of the previous evening. Kate knew that he had displayed his culinary skills, honed over years of solitude, preparing an elaborate feast to share with Taudu. However, due to his mask, he was unable to partake in the meal. The moment he removed the mask, he felt a rush of clarity. He had dined in a daze, ultimately losing track of how he returned to his residence. During the dinner, Taudu had keenly sensed the subtle changes in Kate after he took off his mask, and she had long understood that the inexplicable affection he harbored for her stemmed from the removal of that very mask, which left her feeling inexplicably disheartened. Thus, she transformed her inner turmoil into appetite, devouring the dishes Kate had prepared. Once he had reflected sufficiently, Kate shook his head with a wry smile and carefully stored away the mask. Subsequently, he opened his attribute panel. Name: Kate. Weapon: flowing blade. Like fire. Initial release. Unlocked. Final release. Unlocked skills: intermediate 3-color hockey, perfect mastery of 6 styles, swordsmanship of great swordsman level, Shuinpa special item, mask, not mastered. As Kate surveyed the words displayed on the attribute panel, he exhaled deeply. He realized that he had unknowingly spent 17 years in this world, accompanied by this peculiar system throughout that time. Initially, Kate had believed he had been reborn into an ordinary world, until the tragic day his parents were murdered. At merely 2 years of age, he was brought to his aunt Portgas. In that instant, Kate comprehended that he had traversed into the world of One Piece. Furthermore, the era of great pirates had already commenced, ignited by Joel D. Rogers' final words before his demise. Upon realizing Rogue's identity and observing her noticeably pregnant belly, Kate was overwhelmed with a sense of confusion. Even with a system at his disposal, the 2-year-old version of himself was rather powerless. Subsequently, the appearance of Garp allowed him to successfully become the grandson of the latter, due to matters concerning Rogue. Garp decided to have Kate live in Windmill Village for a while. Naturally, this period was marked by his eventual acquaintance with Luffy and his 2 brothers. One day, when Garp visited Windmill Village to see his 3 grandsons, he discovered Kate's remarkable talent, as well as the blade in his hand, the flowing blade of fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Garp took Kate away to initiate systematic training within the Navy. As Kate's thoughts wandered, he shifted his gaze toward the system panel. To be frank, this system had been with him for quite some time. Aside from issuing 1 or 2 long-term tasks and the corresponding rewards, it boasted no additional functionalities. Moreover, this system was quite aloof. It remained silent most of the time, only responding when prompted with system-related inquiries. Its most peculiar trait was that it would never disclose the rewards of a task until it was completed. Due to the rewards consistently relating to the Grim Reaper, Kate had assumed he was bound to a system affiliated with that anime. However, this rarely vocal system had refuted such a notion, declaring that it merely provided rewards suited for his use. Kate understood this to mean that upon completing the tasks assigned by the system, he could potentially acquire items or skills unrelated to the Grim Reaper anime. Reflecting upon this, Kate directed his gaze to the taskbar. This time, his mission was to eliminate God Enel and seize the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit. How should one describe this task? In essence, it entailed defeating Enel, and given Kate's current strength, killing an opponent who solely relied on observation hockey as a natural-type devil fruit user seemed exceedingly effortless. Moreover, he was quite eager to acquire such a potent natural-type devil fruit ability. However, the challenging aspect lay in how to reach Sky Island. There were, indeed, 2 known methods to access it. The first was through a conventional route from the top of the West Blue, encountering several Sky Islands along the way, ensuring that with diligent searching, one would eventually arrive at Angel Island. The second method involved riding the so-called monster current to reach it directly, albeit with a significantly low survival rate. Kate could utilize his spiritual pressure to remain suspended in the air for a while, thus alleviating concerns about survival rates. However, the same could not be said for others. After careful consideration, Kate resolved to set off from the top of the West Blue. By seeking a permanent pointer to Gaia Island, he was confident that he would soon arrive at the divine island of Appiato. Nonetheless, the quest for the divine path would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Would Sengoku permit him to be away for such an extended period? That remained uncertain, prompting Kate to decide to visit Sengoku and gauge the situation. Thus, he tidied his attribute panel, adjusted his attire, and proceeded towards Sengoku's office. As he traversed the corridor, Kate encountered numerous Navy soldiers, all casting curious and respectful glances in his direction. Although Kate had gained fame within the Navy somewhat belatedly, his prowess and demeanor commanded undeniable respect. Upon reaching Sengoku's office door, Kate knocked gently and then entered. Sengoku was seated at his desk, engrossed in paperwork. Upon noticing Kate's entrance, he looked up, a hint of surprise gracing his features. "Kate, what brings you here?" Sengoku inquired. Approaching Sengoku, Kate replied, "Admiral, I have some important matters I wish to discuss with you." Sengoku set down the documents in his hand, gesturing for Kate to take a seat. "What is it? Please, go ahead." After organizing his thoughts, Kate spoke, "I wish to request the allocation of a warship to embark on a journey to Sky Island from the top of the West Blue." Sengoku furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Kate desired to visit Sky Island. High above the sea, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Kate found himself aboard a foolproof airship crafted by Visalia. Floating above the White Sea, nearly half a year had elapsed since Kate departed from Navy headquarters. As a newly appointed admiral, Sengoku had numerous tasks requiring Kate's attention. However, Kate evidently had his own plans. Negotiating the timeline for this expedition to Sky Island in exchange for all his future holidays. Initially, he had intended to travel to the top of the West Blue to reach the White Sea. Yet, as an admiral of the Navy, Sengoku could not simply permit him to traverse such a distance. Sengoku leveraged his connections to arrange for Visalia's assistance. After a series of negotiations, Kate successfully reached the vicinity of Angel Island with Visalia's help. The moment the airship docked at the shore, an overwhelming sense of excitement surged within Kate. He had finally arrived at Angel Island, meaning he was now quite close to the so-called God's realm. Disembarking the airship, he gazed upward to behold a stunning beach, with a veil of soft mist hovering above the waters. Breathing in deeply, he felt the gentle sea breeze caress his cheeks, bringing him immense comfort and tranquility. This must be Angel Beach, Kate mused. A faint melody, akin to the strumming of a harp, wafted into Kate's ears, prompting him to follow the sound's source. Soon, he beheld a woman adorned with wings, gracefully playing a harp. She had flowing golden hair arranged in 2 braids, donned a high-necked, ultra-short dress, and was barefoot, with a small fox nestled upon her toes. Perhaps sensing Kate's approach, the little fox stood, gazing in his direction. Konis, the woman, perceived the fox's movement and inquired, "What's the matter, Shushu?" The fox offered no notable reaction, continuing to fixate on Kate. Following the fox's gaze, Konis spotted a young man clad in a Navy uniform. A white cape draped across his shoulders, making his way toward her. Observing this young man, Konis felt a twinge of surprise. She had never encountered him before, yet it was evident from his attire and presence that he was no ordinary individual. As Kate approached Konis, he bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "Greetings. My name is Kate, hailing from the Blue Sea. I mean no offense. I merely wish to learn about this place." Reassured by his words, Konis replied, "You are on Angel Island. I am Konis, a resident here." Upon hearing her response, Kate felt a surge of delight. Gazing at the youthful woman before him, he realized he had indeed arrived at the right place. Confirming he had found the entrance to the God's Island, he looked at Konis earnestly and inquired, "Could you please inform me how to reach God's Island?" A flicker of surprise crossed Konis' eyes at the question. She had not anticipated that this young man was aware of the existence of the divine realm. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "God's Island is not easily accessible. You must undergo a series of trials to reach it." "What trials?" Kate asked eagerly. "It is a challenging journey, fraught with various dangers and difficulties. You will need both formidable strength and wisdom to pass the trials," Konis elucidated, listening intently. Kate surmised that this must pertain to the 4 trials devised by Enel's subordinates. Amused, he chuckled, "I understand what you mean, so there's no need for concern." Konis, still apprehensive, remarked, "If you are aware of this, why do you still wish to go there?" At that moment, a few figures began to crawl toward them, clad in white berets and dressed in blue or purple uniforms. Observing their peculiar gait, Kate's lips twitched, while Konis promptly identified, "It's the White Beret Brigade." The brigade's leader, McKinley, stood upright, placing his right hand behind his waist. Extending his left hand with the index and pinky fingers raised, and recited toward Konis, "Hasso." He then turned to Kate and stated, "We have received notification of an illegal entrant at the beach of Angel Island. You must be the one." Kate was momentarily taken aback, failing to respond to the inquiry. He had not anticipated that his landing on Angel Island would be discovered so swiftly. However, he recalled Enel's observation haki, which was augmented by his devil fruit powers. Kate could not help but curl her lip, feeling that this self-proclaimed god was indeed quite the fool, utterly bored to the point of absurdity. Perhaps the other party's observation haki was still watching from this side. Under the gaze of Cornus, McKinley, and others, Kate lifted her head towards the sky and declared, "Enel, is it? Soon, I shall pay you a visit on God's Island for some fun." What a lowly peasant. Enel, seated on his throne while munching on an apple, was infuriated by Kate's arrogant words. He felt that his dignity as a god had been trampled upon. Enel hurled the apple to the ground, rising from his throne, determined to teach this audacious fool a lesson. Suddenly, a thunderous crack resounded above Kate's head, and a bolt of lightning descended. The 81st binding technique, break the void, an invisible barrier shielded Kate's head, effortlessly blocking Enel's attack. Everyone present, except for Kate, Cornus, and the White Beret Brigade, stood in stunned silence, witnessing the extraordinary events unfold. In their understanding, the god of God's Island was an omnipotent and omnipresent force. Yet, here was Kate, managing to withstand the attack from this god. Enel, utilizing his mind network, also witnessed this scene. Honestly, it was the first time he encountered someone capable of withstanding his assault. Kate, the intruder on Angel Island, emanated a profound sense of threat to him. However, he felt more exhilaration. He believed Kate was the first individual capable of challenging him. Enel glanced at his 4 attendants below and commanded, "Go to the island and keep watch. An enemy approaches." After blocking the lightning attack, Kate pondered whether Enel would continue to assault him. Yet, after waiting for a while, he received no further attacks. Thus, he redirected his gaze towards Cornus and the others. "Intruder, what do you want?" McKinley nervously shielded Cornus behind him, fearing the other party might indeed intend to do something. Kate looked at McKinley and said, "Do not worry. I merely wish to inquire about directions. Which way to God's Island?" Clearly, McKinley did not believe Kate's words. Therefore, he refrained from indicating the direction of God's Island. Left with no choice, Kate turned to Cornus and asked, "Miss Cornus, could you please tell me which direction God's Island is located?" McKinley attempted to prevent Cornus from answering, but Kate's spiritual pressure intimidated him into silence. Cornus pointed towards a certain direction in the White Sea and said, "Just keep going that way, and you will soon see God's Island." Kate nodded in gratitude, and then, utilizing moonwalk in conjunction with his spiritual pressure, soared toward the direction Cornus indicated. Soon, Cornus and the others could no longer see Kate's figure. As for Kate, despite following the direction Cornus had pointed out, he realized that the White Sea lacked any reference points. Unbeknownst to him, he had veered off course from God's Island. Boom! While soaring through the air, Kate heard the sound of a cannon being fired. When he looked down, a cannonball was hurtling towards him at high speed. The 4th destruction technique, White Thunder, a streak of lightning shot from Kate's hand, instantly obliterating the cannonball. However, the sound of more cannonballs being fired echoed around him, prompting Kate to exclaim, "How infuriating!" The 58th destruction technique, Dark Gale. Kate unleashed a whirlwind from his hand, ensnaring the incoming cannonballs, which erupted in an even more violent explosion. "Damn it! Where did the others go?" A tall, muscular man with a mohawk and braided hairstyle shouted angrily. "Are you looking for me?" Kate asked ominously, standing behind Wapple. "Wapple, duck!" A cannonball hurtled towards Kate's face. "Tsh." Kate disdainfully gazed at the incoming cannonball, swiftly drawing his Zanpakuto and slicing it into smithereens. "Die, intruder!" Wapple shouted, raising a burning cannon towards Kate and pulling the trigger. A bluish-white flame shot straight towards Kate, resulting in a violent explosion that created a deep crater where he had been standing. However, at the moment of the attack, Kate had already instantaneously stepped away from his original position. Now, he looked at the Sandio warriors attacking him with a perplexed expression and said helplessly, "If you insist on attacking, then I shall respond in kind." Unfortunately for Kate, he was facing Wapol. The most it is evident that Sengoku's fury was at its peak. At that moment, Carp's voice resonated. "Ha! Sengoku, do not be angry. Kate did not mean it." Sengoku retorted angrily, "You bastard Carp, Kate's current state is all you're doing." Consequently, Sengoku turned his ire towards Kate. "You brat. How much longer do you intend to remain absent?" After a brief contemplation, Kate replied, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to obtain what I desire on Sky Island today." The communication on the other end momentarily ceased. As Sengoku was unaware of what Kate sought atop Sky Island, one thing was certain. Kate assured that once he found what he needed, his strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. He would not fear confronting an Emperor-level pirate crew alone. Ultimately, after Kate's repeated assurances, Sengoku temporarily relented as for the matters Kate needed to attend to. He could only rely on Carp to manage in his stead. Kate tucked the transponder snail back into his pocket. He was now quite close to God's Island, and from his elevated position, he could vaguely glimpse the entirety of the island. The smile crept onto Kate's lips as he sensed the shift in his surroundings. He felt as though he was being watched by unseen eyes. With a powerful kick, Kate propelled himself into the jungle of God's Island. Thunder roared suddenly from the sky, striking the very spot where he had stood. "Oh, temperamental, aren't we? So eager to greet me," Kate scoffed. Yet, this also indirectly attested to the might of the rumble fruit. Even from a great distance, Inaru could easily unleash his powers to attack him. After a prolonged wait, with no further attacks from his opponent, Kate charged towards the heart of the forest, leisurely making his way toward Inaru's location. By the time Kate had entered God's Island, the warriors of the Shandians had already reached its outskirts. Wapol, without hesitation, ascended and, like Kate, rushed towards the island's core. Soon, Wapol and his companions encountered one of Inaru's 4 priests, Shured. In an instant, the sound of cannon fire echoed incessantly, even reaching Kate's position. Upon hearing the gunfire, Kate realized that Wapol and his group had engaged one of Inaru's 4 priests. However, Kate's focus was solely on Inaru himself. He had no interest in the skirmishes of others at this moment. Kate stood at the entrance to the 4 trials, gazing at the scenes within the forest. He then stepped forward to the grand door of the Iron Trial. Shortly after, while progressing, Kate sensed a creature rapidly approaching his direction. Spotting a large dog that was drooling profusely, Kate swiftly kicked it with a fierce strike, sending the creature flying. However, that kick had been executed with a degree of restraint. He had no intention of killing the dog. Compassion should not be equated with weakness. Just then, a commanding shout reverberated through the air. Kate turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a bald man with sunglasses descending from above. He wielded a cloud sword, his bald head gleaming, and his physique was robust, exuding explosive strength. His right arm bore distinctive circular markings, giving him a unique appearance. "Congratulations on choosing the Iron Trial with a survival rate of 0. Your trial journey ends here." Kate chuckled, replying, "How do you know my journey ends here?" "Of course I do." Before he could finish, swung his cloud sword towards Kate's chest, observing the sword's sudden elongation. Kate whimsically pondered, "I wonder if anyone would appreciate receiving this cloud sword as a gift? Iron block. Change." Kate couldn't be bothered to utilize his haki. His opponent was simply too weak. Such feeble attacks posed no threat to him if he chose to disregard them. Bewildered, stared at the unscathed Kate, believing his assault would have at least left him gravely injured. Yet, the reality? You are quite pathetic." With that, Kate vanished from sight. He reappeared beside delivering a precise thrust that pierced through the man's heart. "How could this be?" Gasped his final words. As his life slipped away, Kate regarded the fallen with little remorse. In the world of pirates, strength reigns supreme. Without it, one is destined for elimination or even death. Observing lifeless body, Kate collected the cloud sword into his system space. As for the still unconscious large dog, Kate opted to leave it to fend for itself in the forest, feeling that time was still on his side. He contemplated whether to explore other areas. After dealing with Kate embarked on another trial path, having resolved to seek out the other priests for some amusement. After all, it was Inaru who had summoned thunder to strike him. Draped in a white headscarf and bared from the waist up, Inaru reclined in a rocking chair, his previously relaxed demeanor abruptly stiffening. Ohm's connection had been severed. What? No way. The surrounding priests gaped in disbelief. Their eyes wide with astonishment. One priest, stunned, lifted his head, his lips trembling as he said, "The survival rate of Lord Ohm's iron trial is 0. How could he lose? Indeed, how could that blue sea dweller possess such power?" In an instant, all the priests felt an indescribable sense of oppression and suffocation. They could not fathom how the most challenging iron trial had been so swiftly defeated. This was beyond their imagination. Inaru rose, letting out a cold snort. The priests fell silent, not daring to utter a word. In a flash of electric sparks, Inaru vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Kate, having locked onto a presence with his observation hockey, proceeded in that direction. After some time, the first thing that caught Kate's eye was a bizarre creature that resembled neither horse nor bird, instantly recognizing it as the mount of the former ruler of God's Island. Gone for, Kate was approached by an elderly man clad in silver-gray armor, holding a spear and adorned with a blue cape. He had 3 wisps of mustache by his mouth and emerged from behind a tree. "Young man, you must be a blue sea dweller from below the White Sea. This place is currently very dangerous." Kate regarded the old man before him and replied, "No, no, no. The most dangerous being on this island is me." Gonfor scrutinized Kate for a moment before saying, "Well, I cannot discern your strength, but I must advise you, leave this island at once if that fellow discovers your presence." Kate shrugged, replying, "If he discovers me, so be it. I actually hope he comes to find me sooner. That way I can save some time on my journey." Observing Kate's demeanor, Gonfor chose not to press further. He had already given his warning. Any further entanglement would only waste breath. Kate disregarded the old man and continued on his path. However, before departing, he remarked, "I suggest you stay put. It's best to avoid meddling in the affairs of this island. Don't end up bringing trouble upon yourself." Gonfor sighed as he watched Kate's retreating figure. He believed Kate was walking into danger, but he was powerless to stop him. He could only hope for Kate's safe return. Though he held little hope for that. Soon, Kate encountered another one of the 4 priests. Who? A distinctive laughter reached Kate's ears. In no time, a spherical object appeared before him, so peculiar that one might almost mistake it for a mere object if not observed closely. Shandian looked at Kate and said, "I never expected a blue sea dweller to venture here. I am the priest in charge of the ball trial with a survival rate of 10. Are you ready to meet your demise?" Kate's observation hockey clearly sensed that the nearby cloud balls contained items akin to explosives. Baked number 4, white lightning. Before the other could react, Kate extended his index finger and detonated all the cloud balls. Shandian, witnessing Kate obliterating his painstakingly constructed explosive clouds, furiously charged toward him, intending to unleash a concussion wave. Kate casually remarked, "Why the rush?" Baked number 90, black coffined in an instant. A black cube enveloped Shandian's body, and faintly, Kate could hear the anguished screams emanating from within the black coffin. Moments later, the coffin dissipated. Shandian lay on the ground, barely conscious and unable to move, just as Kate was about to deliver the final blow. A wave of heat surged toward him. When Kate looked up, he found himself engulfed in flames. "Shandian is still alive, it seems." A rugged voice resonated from the direction of the flames. Soon after, a man clad in a safety helmet and mounted on a colossal bird descended before Shadeli. Behind him, shadows of others flitted about that in no time. The warriors of Sandia converged, surrounding their adversaries. Shura gazed at the barely conscious Shadeli, who seemed to be on the brink of uttering something. "Hurry up." Unfortunately, just as he leaned in to listen closely, Shadeli succumbed, exhaling his last breath. Shura, in a state of urgency, implored, Hey, don't die just yet. What did you want to tell me?" At that moment, from behind him, the blazing inferno spoke. "He wanted to tell you to run." Instantly, Shura's pupils dilated as he warily eyed the flames, perplexed as to why they had not yet been extinguished. Kate raised his right hand and swept it diagonally upward, and the flames clinging to him were snuffed out in an instant. With a glance around, Kate remarked with a grin, "Oh, so you Sandians have come as well?" Meanwhile, Wappa glared at Kate with evident displeasure, and the Sandian warriors he commanded refrained from engaging with Kate. Realizing the lack of amusement, Kate turned his attention to Shura, slowly stating, "Just in time. I had just dealt with the second priest. And here you are, saving me the trouble of coming to find you. Qinghai person, Your doom has arrived. Feeling the impending threat, Shura acted preemptively that he leaped, flames erupting forth. Boom. The fire pillar pierced through the ground. The velocity of the flames was astonishing, consuming Kate's form in an instant. Haha. Shanghai person, taste the power of fire. Shura's maniacal laughter echoed through the forest, a sharp sound of a blade being drawn pierced the air. Abruptly silencing Shura's laughter, the flames that were supposed to ignite obediently encircled Kate. No. Impossible. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Shura was instantly filled with trepidation. No longer shooting flames, he instead leaped onto the back of the colossal bird. Gripping his spear tightly as he charged towards Kate below. Die, brat. With Shura's roar, the remaining colossal bird seemed invigorated, charging faster toward Kate. Some Sandians instinctively prepared to fire artillery to assist Kate. But just as Shura's spear was about to pierce Kate, he raised his blade, unleashing a massive slash that cleaved both the priest and the colossal bird in two. Wappa and the others stared in shock at the direction Kate had struck. The slash, unyielding in its momentum, obliterated every tree within hundreds of meters. However, none of this mattered. Kate's serious gaze was fixed upon the sky, his eyes shimmering with excitement. There appeared a man adorned with a white headscarf. His upper body bare, his earlobes were elongated, adorned with golden earrings, and he bore a thunder drum on his back, golden rings on his hands, and held a golden staff. His lower half was clad in baggy pants. His feet bare, with rings on his toes. This individual was none other than Enel, the ruler of God's island. Glancing at the corpses of Shura and Shadeli, Enel scoffed, "Tisish, a bunch of useless fools." He then turned to Bai Yuan, who stood still, saying, "Shanghai person, I now grant you an opportunity. Submit to me and become my subordinate, and I shall spare your life." Kate regarded him with an expression of incredulity, as though observing a fool. "Big earlobes, you actually think of yourself as a god? Big earlobes?" Clearly, Enel relished this moniker, as Kate perceived it. "Die, Enel." At that moment, Wappa suddenly aimed his burning cannon skyward at Enel. Kate shot a scathing glance at Wappa, muttering a curse under his breath. This attack was effortlessly evaded by Enel, primarily because the intent was glaringly obvious, allowing Enel's observation haki to detect it well in advance. Provoked by Kate's taunts and Wappa's sudden assault, Enel could no longer restrain his foul temper. Divine judgment. Enel raised his wrist. A flash of lightning struck as a colossal pillar of thunder cascaded towards Wappa, who was not far away. Wappa! The warriors of Sandia gasped in alarm. Alas, this was of little consequence, for aside from Kate, none could withstand Enel's strike. Kate himself had no desire to assist this Sandian who had attacked him. The storm of lightning flashed and vanished, leaving Wappa charred and lifeless on the ground. Yet, through his observation haki, Kate could sense the tenacity of Wappa's life force, silently lamenting that had he not sought trouble, he would not have met such an end. That Kate's primary target had always been Enel. Had Wappa remained subdued, such events would not have transpired. After dealing with Wappa, Enel refocused his attention on Kate, tauntingly declaring, "So, boy, did you see that? This is the power of a god. Only I possess such formidable strength. So, will you become my subordinate or not?" Kate, exasperated, observed the excessively dramatic Enel and his foul demeanor. Akin to a petulant child, without hesitation, he replied, "No." Enel's expression darkened, and electric sparks flickered ominously around him. Observing how easily Enel was provoked, Kate smirked. "What? You think your meager abilities can compel me to become your subordinate? You must be dreaming." Enel, detecting the disdain in Kate's voice, was incensed, his usual haughty demeanor shaken. He roared at Kate, "You insolent wretch! It is an honor for you to serve as my subordinate, since you are so ungrateful. You shall accompany that fellow to hell." Divine judgment. Enel raised his hand again, unleashing another descending bolt toward Kate. In the aftermath of this strike, only a smoldering pit remained, devoid of Kate's presence. However, Kate had swiftly utilized his Shuinpa to position himself behind Enel, his right hand reaching forward, enveloped in haki, aiming for the nape of Enel's neck. Enel sensed a terrifying danger approaching from behind. His instincts alerted him to Kate's presence as he instinctively elementalized. Dodging the imminent strike, frustrated by his failure, Kate muttered, "Tisish, you've got decent observation haki. I was so close to catching you. You rascal, what did you just do? Why did I feel you could touch my body?" Enel growled, his tone still brimming with malice. "Kate, with a mocking expression, replied, "Heh, why should I tell a dying man like you anything? Big earlobes. I am known as the Thunder God, not some big earlobe. Die?" Enel crackled with electricity. Charging at Kate. Kate dodged Enel's attack with agility, reappearing behind him, delivering a powerful punch to Enel's back. Enel was sent sprawling forward, collapsing to the ground in disarray. "You insolent Qinghai person, what is happening? Why can you harm a god?" Enel bellowed in rage. Hearing Enel's furious outburst, Kate turned, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. "Harm you? You're overestimating things. I'm here to kill you." Enel, upon realizing Kate's lethal intent, felt a pang of regret. Had he known Kate was this formidable, he would not have acted so impulsively. "You bastard! You bastard!" Enel screeched. Kate, amused by Enel's expression, chuckled. "All right, enough of this nonsense. Surrender quietly. Someone of your caliber expects me to be your subordinate. You truly underestimate me," Kate reiterated. Enel, perceiving the sarcasm in Kate's words, roared in fury, "I will not let you go. I will not let you go. Then bring it on. Let me witness the prowess of this so-called Thunder God." Kate continued to taunt at this moment. Excitement bubbled within him as he eagerly anticipated a proper duel with this so-called deity. "Damn it! Behold my 30 million volts, Thunderbird." In the face of Keter's audacious provocation, Enel struck the taiko drum on his right shoulder, unleashing bolts of lightning he had conjured, which then transformed into a phoenix-shaped lightning bird soaring swiftly towards Keter. Wherever the lightning bird made contact, the ground was instantly scorched. Keter employed a Shuanpa to distance himself from the bird. However, the creature was ultimately under Enel's command, no matter how Keter attempted to evade it. The lightning bird relentlessly pursued him. "Tisish." Keter glanced at Enel, whose expression betrayed a hint of smugness, and he drew his Zanpakuto anew, delivering a powerful slash infused with his domineering will towards the lightning bird. "What?" Enel gasped in astonishment as his lightning bird was cleaved in two and dissipated. Under Enel's regained composure, the surroundings crackled with thunder. This maneuver successfully thwarted Keter's attempt to close the distance. 30 million volts, lightning beast. Enel struck the taiko drum on his left shoulder, summoning another bolt of lightning that morphed into a wolf-like lightning beast that charged towards Keter, observing the approaching creature. Keter shouted to the watching Shandians and the distant Gonfer, "You must flee this forest and escape the island at once. The ensuing battle could prove fatal for you." Upon uttering these words, Keter redirected his focus to the charging lightning beast that at present, Keter was unable to approach due to the surrounding electricity conjured by Enel. Therefore, he resolved to unleash his true prowess. All things shall return to ash. Flowing blade like fire, as Keter liberated his Zanpakuto, flames erupted, igniting the entire forest, devouring the nearby trees and underbrush in a fierce blaze. The lightning beast was soon engulfed by the flames, emitting a chilling howl before breaking free from the inferno. Cleave. Keter concentrated his spiritual pressure into a rapid vertical slash, slicing the lightning beast in half with blinding speed. Enel's eyes widened in shock as he beheld Keter, surrounded by roaring flames. He had not anticipated Keter's ability to wield a power akin to his own. He mistakenly assumed Keter's technique was a manifestation of a similar devil fruit power. Regrettably, such a notion was erroneous, yet it did not deter his fanciful thoughts in his mind. Enel had come to regard Keter as an equal. He suddenly felt his divine status profoundly threatened. As Keter initiated his release, the nearby Shandians began to flee toward the outskirts of God's Island. They understood that the forthcoming conflict was beyond their capacity to partake in, and their only objective was to vacate the area as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Gonfor, witnessing this scene from afar, felt a twinge of shock as the flames intensified. He too hastened his departure from God's Island. 60 million volts, lightning dragon. Upon witnessing Keter effortlessly dispatch the lightning beast, Enel swiftly raised his golden staff, striking both shoulders of the taiko drum, conjuring a colossal lightning dragon that surged toward Keter. Searing hell, Keter brandished his flowing blade like fire, unleashing numerous towering pillars of flame that ensnared the lightning dragon. As Keter detonated these fire pillars, the trapped lightning dragon was instantly obliterated. "This is impossible," Enel exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Keter stood firm, donning a devilishly charming smile as he taunted, "Is this truly your strength, Enel? To me, it appears somewhat lacking." Your divine power seems rather overrated, does it not? You insolent fool, how dare you show such disrespect to a god? In that moment, Enel's face darkened, his gaze icy and murderous intent palpable. City flames ascend. Kaido denied Enel any opportunity for contemplation, as the flames emanating from his flowing blade like fire surged forth. Enveloping Enel's position, faced with such an onslaught, Enel had no choice but to elementalize and escape the area. However, this played directly into Kaido's hands. Once freed from the electric barrier, Kaido found it exceedingly simple to confront Enel. As Enel reemerged from his elemental form, Kaido instantaneously shunped behind him. Cleave. Kaido infused his domineering will into his Zanpakuto and struck at Enel's back. Lightning metallurgy. Enel instantaneously melted his golden staff, transforming it into a golden shield behind him. Yet, despite the shield's presence, Kaido's strike was no trivial matter. The shield merely delayed the blow, while Enel's back suffered a grievous wound from Kaido's flowing blade like fire. However, the injury did not bleed. Instead, the wound appeared seared by Kaido's Zanpakuto. Enel's rage ignited. Foolish mortal, I shall make you comprehend the wrath of a god. Lightning surged past Kaido's side. Kaido effortlessly blocked Enel's reformed golden staff with his Zanpakuto. Simultaneously coating his right foot in Haki, he then launched a sudden kick towards Enel's abdomen. Caught off guard, Enel was sent flying, crashing through several trees before finally halting. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. As he had not anticipated sustaining such a severe injury, Torch, Kaido leaped into the air, executing a tornado-like flame slash towards Enel. Enel elementalized once more to evade, but this time he had learned his lesson, not daring to approach Kaido again. Instead, he incessantly struck the taiko drum behind him, summoning numerous lightning dragons to assault Kaido. In response to this underhanded tactic, Kaido unleashed searing hell once more, obliterating all the lightning dragons. Kaido disdainfully addressed the still evading Enel. Enel, are you not a god? I would advise you to submit to me, lest you embarrass yourself further in the future. You, dream on. I am a god. I shall never yield to you, Enel roared in fury. In an instant, the lightning coursing through him surged uncontrollably, as if it had gone berserk. Kaido raised an eyebrow at this spectacle. He had not anticipated that his earlier remarks would provoke this delusional individual. Enel glared at Kaido, declaring, a mere mortal dares to insult this deity. I had only just mastered this technique, but now you shall be its recipient. Boom! 200 million volts. Thunder God. Enel unleashed the full measure of his lightning power, surrounding himself with an overwhelming 200 million volts. Transforming into a colossal thunder god, Enel's form swelled, his skin becoming translucent and shimmering with a silvery glow. Kaido regarded this scene with a serious expression. For Enel's technique posed a genuine threat, endangering his very life. This compelled Kaido to adopt a more earnest demeanor. He lowered his Zanpakuto before him, drawing all the scattered flames in the forest back into his flowing blade like fire. He softly murmured, Bankai, remnant fire Taicho. Kaido's flowing blade like fire rapidly turned charred, wisps of black smoke emanating from its blade. Dai, Qinghai Man, divine judgment. Enel gathered the lightning power into his palm, launching an even thicker lightning bolt towards Kaido. Remnant fire Taicho, north, heaven and earth turned to ash. This time, Kaido unleashed a long-range strike, unlike the one he had employed against Akainu. This was a full-force attack, and if Enel failed to withstand it, he would be annihilated on the spot. Enel, clearly aware of the peril, understood that Kaido's strike not only had to counter his divine judgment, but was also sapping his energy as it advanced towards him. Enel did not dare to underestimate this. His lightning clashed with Kaido's blade in midair, producing a deafening roar. The two forces collided, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. All the residents of Angel Island and the Shandian warriors watched anxiously in the direction of God's Island. The commotion from Kaido and Enel's battle made them feel as though the apocalypse had arrived. Kaido's gaze sharpened, for he realized that his earlier strike was on the verge of being consumed by Enel's power. At last, Enel truly managed to deflect the attack. Once more, Enel gathered his lightning energy, preparing to launch his counteroffensive. He inhaled deeply, and the electric energy coursing through his body began to converge, as if to illuminate the entire sky. Kate, undeterred, fixed his gaze intently upon Enelu. Bracing himself for the impending assault, a resolute glimmer sparkled in his eyes, suggesting that no force could waver his determination. The two locked eyes in the air. an invisible spark flickering between them. They both understood that this battle would determine their very fates. Enelu swung his thunder god's hammer with ferocity, bolts of lightning intertwining in the air, crashing down violently towards Kate. The power of the thunder reverberated throughout the sky, as if seeking to engulf the entire world. Kate did not flinch. Instead, he charged directly towards Enelu's attack. Facing Enelu's onslaught, he chose not to evade but to meet the assault head-on. His blade, flowing blade like fire, slashed through the air, the black flames trailing behind as if to rend the heavens asunder. The collision of their strikes produced a deafening roar, causing the surrounding air to tremble. As if the very fabric of space were about to tear apart. Enelu's hammer, forged from his gathered energy, was cleaved in two by Kate's flowing blade like fire, while his lightning power was neutralized by Kate's armed haki. Witnessing this, a flicker of despair surged within him. He had not anticipated that his attack would be so effortlessly thwarted. Simultaneously, Kate was astonished by the ferocity of Enelu's strike. Had it not been for the strength of his armed haki, he might have been pierced through. He marveled at Enelu's extraordinary power. Their gazes met once more, and this time, Enelu no longer held his previous air of superiority. He realized he must swiftly eliminate Kate. Otherwise, he would find himself in peril once his energy was exhausted. Lightning erupted from Enelu, illuminating the sky, as he launched another assault. Kate did not evade. He charged forward, his flowing blade like fire once again unleashing black flames that seemed to tear the sky apart. The clash of their attacks resonated with an earth-shattering sound. The forces they unleashed caused the very heavens to tremble. The air around them quivered under the weight of their might, as if threatening to rend the entire space asunder. The entire island of gods was engulfed in flames. The power radiating from the island made all who stood witness tremble. The battle between Kate and Enelu was perceived by the Sandia and Angel Island inhabitants as akin to an apocalyptic confrontation. However, even Kate had to concede the formidable combat prowess bestowed upon Enelu by the Rumble fruit. If Enelu could systematically learn the three types of haki, his strength would undoubtedly surge to a level comparable to that of a Yonko's top commander. Yet, at best, he would only attain that level, for Enelu's physical resilience, combat skills, and battle awareness were woefully inadequate. This was not only his Achilles heel, but a significant limitation to further developing his fruit's abilities. Though Enelu's technique, the 200 million volt thunder god, appeared impressive, the moment his lightning energy was depleted by Kate, his demise would be imminent. At that moment, Kate had separated from Enelu after their recent confrontation. Observing that Enelu's energy had dimmed considerably, his thunder god form had shrunk by about a third. Enelu, however, was unconcerned with Kate's considerations. Thunder god's whip, he conjured a Z-shaped weapon in his hand and hurled it towards Kate. Flowing blade like fire, eastern, rising sunblade. Kate concentrated all the heat of his flames at the tip of his blade, neither igniting nor releasing explosive fire. With a mere flick, he erased everything in his path. Flowing blade like fire, western, setting sun's shroud. After neutralizing Enelu's attack, Kate transformed his spiritual pressure into flames of 15 million degrees, wrapping himself and his blade in a radiant inferno. In a flash, he appeared directly before Enelu. His flowing blade like fire aimed to cleave downwards, seeking death. Enelu roared, raising his massive right hand to strike forward in fury. It was at this moment that the disparity between one who wielded haki and one who did not became starkly evident. The flowing blade like fire in Kate's hand, imbued with immense heat and armed haki, effortlessly sliced through Enelu's right palm. The blade shimmered, and the slash, infused with haki, severed Enelu's energy-laden right arm. How could this be? As his arm fell, Enelu's thunder god form diminished further. Following this successful strike, Kate, his expression impassive, declared, "Well then, after toying with you for so long, it's time to conclude this." Enelu shouted in outrage. "You bastard! Do you consider this battle with me to be mere child's play?" Kate nodded earnestly. "What else could it be? You are simply too weak. Bastard." Enelu cursed again to that moment. Kate raised his left hand and retrieved a mask from the void. Donning it upon his face, an intense and palpable aura of malevolence erupted forth. Enelu's eyes widened in alarm. The moment Kate donned that mask, he felt an overwhelming certainty that he could no longer triumph over his adversary. A shadow of death loomed over him, and inexplicably, he felt an intense urge to flee. Yet, his pitiful pride as a self-proclaimed god forbade him from retreating. Kate, his voice now deep and gravelly, intoned, just so happens. I haven't yet tested thee on a person, so do be a dear and serve as my little guinea pig. Enelu was bewildered by Kate's words, but he was certain that Kate's forthcoming move would be anything but simple. As Enelu pondered, Kate raised the tip of his Zanpakuto towards him. An intangible energy began to condense rapidly, forming a black sphere at the blade's tip. With his heart net, Enelu sensed the energy emanating from the blade. A thread of despair coursed through him. He understood that he could not withstand this next attack. The black sphere at the tip of Kate's Zanpakuto erupted instantaneously. It shot towards Enelu at a speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Enelu summoned the remaining lightning energy within him, conjuring a shield of lightning before him in a desperate attempt to block Kate's assault. Boom! In an instant, smoke billowed, and chaos ensued. A colossal mushroom cloud rose above the island of gods. 3/4 of the island's vegetation was utterly obliterated, and a semicircular crater emerged at the island's center. Kate descended slowly from the air towards the center of the crater, where a shadow lay prone within. As Kate gazed upon the charred remains of Enelu, he was astonished by the latter's tenacity. After enduring he had remarkably survived. After scanning Enelu with his observation haki, an expression of realization crossed Kate's face. He had not expected that Enelu was still secretly employing electrotherapy, using electric energy to massage his heart, reigniting its rhythm. Kate spoke slowly. Why bother? I told you, today you are undoubtedly destined to die. Enelu, straining, opened his singed eyelids. From the corner of his eye, he glanced towards Kate, as if pleading for mercy. Without further ado, Kate retrieved an apple freshly plucked from the island from his system space. He surmised that this task was likely interconnected with the system rewards. Thus, this task's reward could very well be the rumble fruit. Kate had long coveted Enelu's powers, yet what if the system's reward was not the rumble fruit? As such, he prepared for both eventualities. Should the system's reward not be the rumble fruit, then upon Enelu's demise, the power of the devil fruit within him would seek a new vessel. The apple in Kate's hand perfectly met the criteria for such a vessel. Kate fixed his gaze upon Enelu, and with a decisive stroke, he ended the latter's life. As Enelu's head fell, Kate unhesitatingly brought the apple close to Enelu's form, awaiting the outcome. Would the apple transform into the rumble fruit? Ding! System. Task completed. Reward granted. As the electronic voice resonated, Kate successfully fulfilled the system's task after more than 6 months. Concurrently, as the electronic notification faded, the apple in Kate's hand began to undergo a transformation. Its color deepening and its surface becoming uneven as if a mysterious force were surging forth from within. An uncanny ripple began to manifest around the apple, as though some unknown energy were coalescing. This fleeting phenomenon left a profound impression on Kate. Holding the devil fruit in his hand, he scrutinized it through his hollow visage, attempting to discern whether it was indeed the thunder fruit he so desired. Alas, no matter how intently he examined it, he could glean no clarity. With no other recourse, Kate resolved to set this matter aside for the moment and to explore what rewards awaited him in his system space. Prior to opening his space, he had surmised that the system reward would likely be some sort of item. If it were a skill akin to the way of the ghost, he would have sensed it immediately. Upon accessing his system space, his expression stiffened in disbelief as he beheld the rewards therein. The first item was the complete version of the Arc Penance. Indeed, the first reward was none other than the full Arc Penance itself. Due to the early hour, Enel's Arc Penance had yet to be completed. However, this was fortuitous, as it meant Kate could pilot the Arc Penance back to Marineford without undue hassle. The second reward soon followed. As Kate retrieved the item from his system space, revealing a devil fruit identical to the one in his left hand, Kate examined the 2 devil fruits closely, a question forming in his mind. Was there a glitch in his system? How could there be 2 identical devil fruits? One thing was certain. The devil fruit he extracted from the system space was indeed the thunder fruit, and an upgraded version at that. This meant that upon consuming the thunder fruit, Kate would not only gain enhanced strength, but would also be free from the typical vulnerabilities associated with such fruits. Naturally, in his musings, Kate hoped that the devil fruit produced by the system would also be impervious to the limitations of haki. If the system could speak at that moment, it would undoubtedly utter, "What are you thinking?" Setting aside his fanciful thoughts, Kate placed the thunder fruit in his system space, as for whether he would retrieve this devil fruit in the future. That remained to be seen. After a final inspection of the thunder fruit provided by the system, Kate unhesitatingly opened his mouth wide and consumed the entire fruit. A foul, nauseating taste erupted in his mouth. Ugh! Kate clamped his hand over his mouth, struggling to suppress the wave of nausea as he forced the thunder fruit down his throat. Once the queasiness subsided, he collapsed to the ground, displaying an expression of utter defeat. After a considerable time, Kate retrieved a water pouch from his system space and rinsed his mouth, still lingering with the foul taste. Once he had freshened up, he reopened his attribute panel. Name: Kate ability, Thunderfruit 15, unawakened, weapon, flowing blade of fire, initial release unlocked. Final release unlocked, skills, intermediate 3-color hockey, complete mastery of 6 styles, basic mastery of Kaido, swordsmanship at great swordsman level, complete mastery of Shuinpa special items, hollow mask, unmastered, complete arc penance. Kate directed his gaze towards the ability section, particularly the 15 and the unawakened status. According to his conjecture, once that percentage reached 100, his Thunderfruit ability would awaken. However, awakening the abilities of a Logia-type fruit was no simple feat. It required significant development of the Thunderfruit's powers. As for the next task, Kate's expression stiffened once more upon glancing at the taskbar. His next mission was to single-handedly challenge one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, with no time or location constraints. At this moment, Kate felt a slight headache, for the system had not provided a clear boundary regarding the task. He was uncertain of the extent to which he needed to go to fulfill the system's requirements. Just as he contemplated removing his hollow mask, his hand paused at the mask's edge. He then transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards a certain location on God's Island, as if drawn by some unseen force. Outside God's Island, the Sandia warriors and Gonfuers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the nearly destroyed island, the Grand Line. As Kate surveyed the Arc Penance's deck, he was struck by the towering piles of gleaming gold. In that moment, he fell into deep contemplation. Since leaving the White Sea and arriving in the Grand Line, it was nearly midnight. His reverie had a purpose, as he recalled what he had done before removing the hollow mask. Now, even his system space was stuffed to the brim. Earlier, before he had taken off the mask, Kate's mind had sparked with the notion of exploring the Golden City upon his arrival. The very word gold had triggered something within him. Driven by desire, he had ventured into Skypiea to collect gold. During this endeavor, he had encountered an attack from the Lord of the Skies, which he had easily dispatched. After gathering the gold, Kate, still wearing the mask, piloted the Arc Penance back to Marine headquarters, counting and polishing the gold on the deck. It seemed the side effect of the hollow mask had amplified his greed, as he had taken a considerable amount of gold from Skypiea. Were it not for the Arc Penance's weight capacity, there would likely have been even more gold on deck. With his memories now recounted, the pressing question remained: how to deal with all this gold on the deck? Kate certainly could not take all of it back to Marineford. He would find himself at a loss for words when Fleet Admiral Sengoku inquired about it. Kate was not so arrogant as to believe his intellect could rival that of the renowned strategist Sengoku. Deceiving him would undoubtedly be futile. With no other option, Kate decided to change his destination. He had only 2 viable options for quickly disposing of the gold. One was the Celestial Dragon's Garden, Sabaody Archipelago. The other was the dreadnought controlled by the so-called Golden Emperor, Gillette Tesoro. Finding the dreadnought would not happen swiftly. Thus, Kate set his sights on the Sabaody Archipelago. Without hesitation, he urged the Ark towards his target. Sabaody Archipelago, between the 5059th tree. This was the shipyard and coating area of Sabaody Archipelago, where various pirate ships of all sizes were docked. The coating worker hanging from a ship's mast gaped in astonishment at a flying ship slowly descending toward the port. He shouted, "Everyone, come quick! There's a flying ship." Someone retorted, "Stop joking. How can a ship fly? But I'm not mistaken. That ship has already entered the port." Everyone turned to look, and they were met with the same stunned expressions as the first person who spotted the Arc Penance. All gazing in awe at the floating ship as it glided toward the port. A young coating worker stammered, "A ship. A flying ship." All the pirates and coating workers were transfixed, their eyes glued to the slowly approaching vessel. However, when the Arc Penance finally settled into the port, they recognized its form. With a splash, the ship sliced into the water, and all the docked pirates and coating workers snapped back to reality. In their line of sight, a young boy clad in a navy uniform and draped in a stylish white coat leapt down from the ship. At that moment, someone murmured, "How strange. How can such a large ship only have one little kid aboard?" Meanwhile, a group of pirates surrounded Kate. There was no escaping their attention, as the gold on the deck was simply too dazzling to ignore. A scarred pirate with a somewhat rough appearance stepped forward, exuding a mix of arrogance and greed as he addressed Kate. "Kid, the gold on your ship and this flying vessel belong to Captain Dom. I trust you have no objections." His crew joined in, clamoring in agreement. To all appearances, Kate seemed to be the weaker party, while the shipwrights and coding workers stood frozen in fear, clearly recognizing this group of pirates. Kate looked at the pirates before him and shook his head in exasperation. "You fools, do you not know who I am?" At this, Dom inquired with confusion. "Who? Are you famous, little boy?" Kate nearly lost his composure at that remark. After all, his current appearance was quite striking, with a sharp hairstyle complementing his handsome features. Although he may not be the most strikingly handsome man, he undoubtedly possesses an extraordinarily pleasing presence, coupled with his purple blazer and the conspicuously eye-catching white naval coat draped over his shoulders. His aura has been elevated several notches. Yet, to what end? The pirate captain from the Sabati archipelago failed to recognize him. Moreover, he intended to rob him. A nervous crew member rushed to Dom's side and whispered, "Captain, it seems the opponent is a Marine admiral. Purple Blade." "What? This little brat," Dom exclaimed loudly. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Some had already recognized Kate as the newly appointed Marine admiral from half a year ago. What an intriguing young man. Among them, an elderly man with white hair observed Kate, encircled by pirates, with keen interest. Thanks to Kate having consumed the thunder fruit, his observation hockey had reached an exceptionally high level. The moment the white-haired old man spoke, Kate immediately detected the presence of the bespectacled elder. "Silvers Rayleigh? I didn't expect to encounter him so easily." Kate murmured to himself at that moment. The pirate captain, named Dom, bellowed, "Humph, so what if this brat is a Marine admiral? His strength at such a young age must be lacking. Everyone listen, slay this brat, and seize all the gold on his ship." One cannot help but marvel at the foolishness of these pirates. They should know that Marine admirals represent the pinnacle of military power within the Navy. Even among pirates, they are figures of dominance. Yet these individuals thought they could kill Kate for the gold aboard his ship. All based on Dom's few words. Even Rayleigh, not far away, would be mourning for them. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously above the shipyard. Divine judgment. Countless sparks of electricity surged forth as Kate unleashed a massive high-voltage thunderbolt from his wrist, striking the group of pirates and creating a thunderous explosion. All the dock workers and those hidden among the pirates stood in awe at this devastating attack. Even Rayleigh's expression turned grave upon witnessing it. In his mind, he had already categorized Kate as one of the most troublesome individuals. He then subtly rose to his feet, hoping to slip away unnoticed while everyone's attention was focused on Kate. However, Kate would not allow this to happen. In an instant, he appeared right before Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at Kate, feeling a sense of foreboding. Yet, he managed to smile and said, "Is there something you need, young Marine?" Kate fixed his gaze upon Rayleigh, his eyes filled with hostility, and replied, "Silvers Rayleigh, I didn't expect to meet you on this island so soon." Rayleigh rubbed his nose and said, "What Rayleigh? I'm just a retired old man." Kate rolled his eyes and retorted, "Oh, please, don't pretend. Your bounty poster is still hanging in my grandfather Garp's room." That Rayleigh's expression stiffened for a moment. Then he slowly said to Kate, "So, young Marine, are you planning to take this old man back to the Navy?" As time was of the essence, and Kate still had to deal with the gold on his ship, he retrieved some gold from his system space, and, right before Rayleigh's eyes, used lightning metallurgy to transform it into coins, placing them into a bag and tossing it to him. With a puzzled expression, Rayleigh received the coins as Kate said, "Please watch over the ship for me. This is your reward. Once I finish my business, we can discuss other matters." Despite accepting the coins, Rayleigh's expression revealed a desire to decline. Before he could voice his refusal, Kate interjected, "I believe you are quite familiar with the surname Portgas, aren't you?" Upon hearing that surname, Rayleigh's expression momentarily froze, clearly recalling something. However, Kate had already moved away from Rayleigh, heading towards another part of the Sabati archipelago. Watching Kate fade into the distance, Rayleigh could only shake his head in resignation. muttering, young people these days. Nevertheless, Kate's surname had indeed piqued Rayleigh's interest. Thus, he chose to remain at the shipyard, keeping an eye on the Ark Maxim. Meanwhile, Kate swiftly located the largest celestial dragon bank on the Sabedi archipelago, which also happened to be the largest bank in the pirate world. It was said that the headquarters of this bank was in the Holy Land Mary Joa, and its owner was likely one of the 5 elders. Using his position to his advantage, Kate promptly exchanged all the gold in his system for berries, storing it in his system space. Of course, he had no intention of exchanging the gold on the Ark's deck for berries. After completing his tasks, Kate began making his way back to Dock 5059. As he walked through the sightseeing and specialty area of Dock 4049, he found himself face-to-face with the very people he least wanted to encounter. Before him, a crowd of people knelt with their heads bowed. Among them, a pair of arrogant figures approached, spotting the plump, thick-lipped celestial dragon with curly black hair, clad in their distinctive attire and adorned with resin bubbles. Kate recognized St. Charlos from the Roswald family. Standing in their path, Kate felt out of place. Upon noticing Kate, St. Charlos exclaimed, "Huh, why is this person not kneeling?" This, however, did not deter him from drawing his pistol and aiming it at Kate. As the gunshot rang out, Kate's figure suddenly vanished. St. Charlos was left stunned, as he had clearly aimed at Kate's head. How could he have disappeared? In an instant, Kate reappeared beside St. Charlos, holding the bullet that had just been fired between his fingers. Looking at Kate, St. Charlos laughed heartily. Good, good. It seems you will make a splendid slave. Someone quickly put a collar on him. Veins throbbed on Kate's temples. He had seen foolishness before, but never to this extent. To his astonishment, one of the celestial dragon's guards produced a collar, intending to place it around Kate's neck. Lightning punishment. Bolts of lightning erupted from Kate, incinerating the blind guards surrounding St. Charlos, his eyes now filled with murderous intent. Kate focused on St. Charlos. The latter's face turned pale with fear as he stammered, "What do you want?" "I am a celestial dragon. You, a mere commoner, dare to lay a hand on me. This is close to Marine headquarters. Do you not fear the admirals?" Upon hearing this, Kate's fury surged, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. With a smile, he retorted, "Do you not realize that the one you just shot at is a Marine admiral? Fat pig. I am a celestial dragon. Who are you calling a fat pig?" The focus of St. Charlos's ire was oddly misplaced. At such a life-threatening moment, he still found time to be offended by the term fat pig. After uttering this, he raised his gun again, firing several rounds at Kate, clearly intent on killing him. At this moment, Kate's mind was consumed by a singular thought. The pirates lurking near the shipyard suddenly found themselves besieged by bolts of frenzied lightning. Within moments, nearly 100 of them lay dead, their demise serving as an outlet for Kate's rage. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, who was watching over the ship, muttered, "What a hot-headed young lad." As for Kate, after St. Charlos had exhausted the bullets in his gun, he pulled out his transponder snail and dialed Sengoku. The phone rang before connecting, and Sengoku's voice came through. "Kate, what is it?" Kate cheerfully replied, "Marshal, I do indeed have a matter to discuss with you." Sensing something amiss in Kate's tone, Sengoku's demeanor shifted. He pondered briefly before asking, "Kid, is something wrong?" Kate replied with a grin, "Well, not much, just that a foolish celestial dragon shot at me several times, and he is still here, making a ruckus." As he spoke, the skies above the Sabedi archipelago darkened, with countless bolts of lightning swirling ominously. Sengoku's heart raced as he processed Kate's words, urgently asking through the transponder snail, "Kate, you haven't harmed that guy, have you?" Kate shook his head and replied, "No, but his guards attempted to put a slave collar on me, and I killed them all." After listening, Sengoku felt a slight sense of relief. As long as Kaido did not publicly attack the celestial dragons, there remained some room for negotiation. Moreover, Sengoku's mind was racing, for he understood that this incident was instigated by the celestial dragons. Thus, he had already devised a strategy to secure some advantages for the Navy in this matter. Kaido, being a clever individual himself, sensed the silence on the other end of the call and deduced that Sengoku had formulated a plan. At that moment, St. Charlos, unbeknownst to anyone, had snatched a handgun from the lifeless body of a fallen guard and began to fire angrily at him once more. Initially, Kaido had not been overly concerned. However, this time the bullets were made of sea stone. Although the thunder fruit awarded by the system had rendered him immune to the effects of sea stone, It merely prevented him from experiencing fatigue upon contact, allowing him to continue utilizing his devil fruit abilities. Nevertheless, weapons or bullets crafted from sea stone could still inflict harm upon Kaido. Fortunately, his observation haki had been elevated to a high tier due to the thunder fruit. The instant St. Charlos fired, he recognized the bullets were composed of sea stone. Kaido swiftly unsheathed his Zanpakuto and effortlessly deflected all the bullets aimed at him. Heh! The desire to eliminate this foolish celestial dragon intensified within Kaido. The surrounding environment shifted in tandem with his escalating emotions as countless bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, sending the terrified ordinary citizens fleeing in every direction. Kaido turned his gaze towards the oblivious celestial dragon. And even St. Charlos, despite his stupidity, sensed that something was amiss, particularly when Kaido directed his attention towards him. He nearly lost control of his bladder in sheer fright. Kaido's appearance had undergone a drastic transformation. His once handsome visage now appeared sinister, his sclera turned black, and his pupils glowed a menacing red. Flecks of powder began to gather on his face, forming a glimpse of a mask. Sengoku, observing the phone bug in his hand, gasped for breath as if confronted by something terrifying. Kaido, he urged, desperate for a response. Sengoku was genuinely afraid that Kaido might act recklessly. Report. Emergency. Something has occurred on Sabaody Archipelago. A marine burst into Sengoku's office, delivering the news succinctly and swiftly. You idiot. Can't you see I'm busy? Sengoku initially scolded, but quickly regained his composure. Speak. What has happened on Sabaody Archipelago? The marine, visibly anxious, replied. The environment on Sabaody Archipelago has changed. It appears to have come under attack by a devil fruit user. Sengoku's expression grew grave. All right. You may leave and inform Akiji to head to Sabaody Archipelago. Yes. The marine hastily exited Sengoku's office. Sengoku then addressed the phone bug again. Kaido, are you there? Respond quickly. All right. I'm here. Kaido's voice finally came through. Sengoku spoke sternly. Young man, be honest. Is that celestial dragon injured? As he posed this question, an unsettling premonition loomed in Sengoku's heart. Kaido glanced at the charred figure before him, and, with a twitch of his lips, slowly replied. Well, Commander, do you really believe I did this on purpose? A few minutes prior, St. Charlos had summoned an audacity from who knows where and had drawn a diamond-encrusted dagger to attack Kaido. The consequence was that not only did the blade fail to injure Kaido, but due to the proximity, the lightning enveloping Kaido had also scorched the attacker. What is his condition now? Sengoku inquired urgently. Kaido nonchalantly replied, not dead yet, but he's in pretty bad shape. Damn it, Sengoku groaned. Akiji has already gone to Sabaody Archipelago. You stay put and wait for the Celestial Dragon's people to retrieve him. Understood, Commander. Kaido responded with a hint of respect. After a brief silence, Sengoku spoke again. Kaido, your actions this time have been somewhat excessive. However, Kaido interjected, I know, but I assure you, I never initiated the attack. The two exchanged no further words. And Sengoku quickly hung up the phone, likely to consult with the elders. Before long, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. Ah, Kaido, you've really stirred up quite a mess this time. Upon seeing Akiji approach, Kaido shrugged and replied, You think I wanted this? Who knew I would encounter such a foolish individual? Akiji nodded in agreement. Indeed, encountering such people is quite unfortunate. Suddenly, a CP agent emerged from the shadows. Holding a phone bug, the agent approached Kaido and handed him the device. Tsich. What a hassle, Kaido remarked, recognizing the familiar mustachioed visage on the phone bug. Without hesitation, he connected the call, while the CP agent discreetly retreated to the shadows. The furious voice of the elder with the birthmark erupted from the phone bug. Kaido, you rascal. As a marine admiral, how dare you attack a celestial dragon? Kaido couldn't help but dig at his ear with his pinky, the elder's loud voice causing an itch. With a disdainful tone, Kaido replied, What? Did those CP agents fail to report that I never retaliated against that foolish pig? Having glared at the agents lurking in the corner, who now felt a chill run down their spines, Kaido continued, Is that celestial dragon not injured at your hands in the end? Kaido scoffed. He brought this upon himself. He clearly saw the lightning around me, yet still dared to stab me. You. The elder was momentarily stifled by Kaido's sarcasm. Fine. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Kaido, with a smirk, reached to disconnect the call. Wait. The voice from the other end grew anxious, evidently caught off guard by Kaido's audacity. Are you not going to provide an explanation for this incident? The elder inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Kaido's grin widened, and he brought the phone up again. Old man. With that, he placed his foot atop St. Charlos, exclaiming, You have no idea how I was inexplicably shot by this pig dozens of times, and in the end, he even tried to stab me. Throughout this ordeal, I have shown nothing but restraint. Do you believe I won't eliminate this celestial dragon right now? Then I could just defect from the Navy. Akiji's expression changed drastically. Hey. Kaido, this is no joking matter. However, Kaido was not jesting, were it not for the old man carp. He might very well have defected from the Navy. His menacing words left the elder momentarily speechless. At that moment, the elder's voice cut through the silence. Kid, are you not afraid of us destroying you? Hearing this, Kaido smirked disdainfully, and amidst Akiji's astonished gaze, a bolt of lightning shot from his wrist into the sky, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated above the harbor where his ship, the Ark Maxim, was docked. As thunder rumbled, dark clouds began to swirl ominously over the red line. Having completed this, Kaido spoke into the phone bug. Tell me, when countless bolts of lightning strike Mariwa, do you think you lofty celestial dragons can withstand it? You bastard, you little punk, what have you done? The elder's voice grew frantic upon realizing the anomalies above Mariwa. Kaido laughed, a bright and radiant expression on his face, and said to the phone bug, I consider myself a reasonable person. Reasonable? What do you mean by that? Do you dare to remove the storm clouds over Mariwa before speaking to us? The elder could only seethe in impotent rage. Kaido, blissfully unaware, continued, After all, this incident was instigated by you celestial dragons. Therefore, you might as well deposit some military funds into the Navy's account. I don't ask for much, just 50 to 60 billion berries. As compensation for my mental anguish, you are extorting us. Do you realize that? The elder ground out through clenched teeth. Well, you could interpret it that way. What? Does the illustrious celestial dragons lack the means to part with 50 to 60 billion berries? Kate remarked with a smile. The five elders, having exchanged glances with one another after casting a fleeting gaze at the sky above Mariwa, responded, I will provide. Now that's more like it. Why be so miserly? 50 to 60 billion pales in comparison to the gold in the heavens, doesn't it? To this moment, Kate still couldn't resist provoking them a little, before they could erupt in anger again. She boldly declared, All right, transfer the funds. Once the money is in, I will promptly disperse the thunderclouds over Mariwa. Meanwhile, Akiji stood beside Kate, drenched in sweat, having witnessed all her audacious maneuvers from start to finish. As for why Akiji didn't intervene to halt Kate's reckless behavior, he could only admit, I'm no match for her. Moments later, Sengoku called again. With a cheerful tone, Kate answered the snail phone, saying, Has the marshal received the funds? This question left Sengoku momentarily silent, prompting him to ask, Kate, have you done something? That was rather difficult to explain. However, given the circumstances, it was clear Sengoku must have received the berries. Thus, Kate unhesitatingly replied, Let Kazan explain the details to you that I have matters to attend to and 1T return to Marineford until tomorrow. With that, she hung up, seizing the moment before Sengoku could react. She disconnected the call and tossed the snail phone to the still-dazed Kazan. At that moment, one of the five elders said, Kid, now that the money has been received, can we remove that thing from the sky? Of course. In fact, Kate had already been controlling the thunderclouds to dissipate when Sengoku called. However, to completely clear them would take at least 10 more minutes, and Kate had no desire to endure any more of the five elders' ramblings. She decisively hung up the phone. Akiji then spoke up. Aren't you worried that the five elders will strip you of your admiral position with such reckless actions? Kate shot Akiji a glance and replied, As long as they are willing. Unfortunately, those old codgers will not so easily let go of someone like me, who poses a clear threat to the world government. Akiji nodded in understanding. He hadn't seen Kate for over 6 months. Yet he could still sense her strength had grown significantly since she first became an admiral. Moreover, if the five elders were to dismiss Kate from her position, resulting in Garp's premature retirement, it would truly escalate matters. After all, in the world of pirates, Marine hero Garp is universally recognized, and he is the very symbol of marine recruitment. If his grandson, whom he had painstakingly trained to become an admiral, were to be dismissed due to a celestial dragon, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar within the Marines. 10 minutes passed surprisingly quickly, given that Kate had only recently consumed the rumble fruit. Dispersing the thunderclouds proved somewhat taxing as for why she could already wield the fruit's power to threaten Mariewa so soon after consuming it. It could only be said that Enel had not fully developed the potential of the rumble fruit. After all, this fellow, who constantly claimed to be a god, lived solely in his own world. Huff. Done. Kate exhaled lightly. Akiji, puzzled, inquired, "What you just used was the power of a devil fruit, right?" As a natural-type devil fruit user himself, he was particularly attuned to the abilities Kate displayed. However, since Kate had previously used the flame blade technique and appeared to be a mere user of a devil fruit, Akiji couldn't immediately confirm Kate's lightning capabilities. At this moment, Kate playfully teased, "You'll understand when I return to Marineford tomorrow. After all, you will find out sooner or later." Upon hearing this, Akiji chose not to press further. Just then, the snail phone Kate had tossed to Akiji rang once more, and it was easy to guess who was calling. Without hesitation, Kate left the mess for Akiji to handle and made her exit. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the Arkansas. Upon her arrival, she found Rayleigh lounging on a deck chair, seemingly having found a way to nap. Descending from the air, Kate utilized her lightning metallurgy to transform the gold on the deck into gold bricks while addressing Rayleigh. "Is this how you're keeping watch over my ship?" Rayleigh lifted the newspaper covering his face and replied, "What can I do? Though I'm supposed to guard the ship, you've electrocuted all the pirates that boarded, leaving me with no work and nothing to do but sleep." "Humph, you make a fair point," Kate huffed displeasedly. Then, noticing something with her observation hockey, she advised Rayleigh, "You should head back to the bar. Several CP agents are approaching. It's best to avoid revealing your identity." Rayleigh perked up at this, realizing that Kate was aware of Shaki's bar. However, considering the trouble posed by the CP agents, he ultimately decided to leave Kate's ship ahead of time. After watching Rayleigh depart, Kate amplified her electrical output, converting all the gold on the deck into gold bricks in one fell swoop. She then stored all the gold bricks in her system's space to retrieve when needed later. Following that, Kate moved to the bow of the ship. As the CP agents drew near to Kate's arc, they discreetly concealed themselves, quietly monitoring her. Since Kate held no fondness for these agents, she decided to test a particular idea of hers. The agents would serve as her unwitting test subjects. Scanning for a suitable target, Kate locked onto one and propelled a coin toward them with the force of an electromagnetic cannon. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and the CP agent targeted by Kate miraculously survived. "Oh dear, it seems I misfired." Kate exaggeratedly feigned surprise. The CP agents looked at Kate as if she were a demon. In truth, Kate had indeed misfired. After all, this was her first time employing such a technique. To master this move flawlessly would require extensive practice. Indeed, what Kate had just executed was a technique inspired by a certain heroine's electromagnetic cannon. As for why Kate sought to learn this technique, the reason was straightforward. It was simple, yet devastatingly effective. Furthermore, given that Kate was already a user of the rumble fruit, she could mimic the electromagnetic force generated by her own lightning to correct the trajectory of the flying coins and accelerate them. Bestowing the coins with remarkable accuracy and destructive potential upon firing, in terms of actual destructive power, Kate had begun to glean numerous insights from her recent experiment. For instance, as the coins accelerated before striking their target, they could even leave afterimages in the air, orange beams resembling laser light. The power of this electromagnetic cannon was immense, capable of cleaving through the concrete surfaces along its trajectory, and the shockwaves alone could easily sweep others away. However, the drawback of this technique was its lack of precision in striking the intended target. Kate had utilized her enhanced observation hockey to continually adjust her aim, yet still failed to hit her mark. Not wishing to dwell further on it, she leapt off the ship and headed towards Shaki's bar, for the night had grown late, and the delay caused by the celestial dragons had pushed the time well into the evening. As for the CP agents, after being intimidated by Kate's display, they would at least refrain from continuing their surveillance. Before long, Kate arrived at her destination. She approached the tall, slender woman standing at the bar, one hand resting on the counter, and inquired, "Where's Rayleigh?" Shaki smiled warmly at Kate and replied, "This young man appears to be an admiral of the Navy, but I'm afraid there's no one named Rayleigh here." As an information broker, Shaki recognized Kate's identity with just a glance. Kate rolled her eyes and sat down at the bar, muttering, "That jerk. Why is he taking so long?" Shaki, noticing that Kate wouldn't leave until Rayleigh returned, cheerfully suggested, "How about a drink, handsome Navy officer?" Kate glanced at the liquor cabinet behind the bar and replied, "Bring me your finest drink. Do you have that?" Shaki's smile widened as she responded, "Of course, I have the best liquor from the entire Grand Line." Soon, Shaki prepared a drink for Kate, who took a sip and remarked, "By the way, what else are you hiding? Don't you want to chat with me?" At that moment, Rayleigh entered the bar through the front door and greeted Kate at the bar. "Oh, you're here." Kate cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "Have you been lurking by the door for so long? Fearing that I might drag you to the Navy headquarters? Haha, young man, you jest. I am no criminal, so there is no need for you to apprehend me, right?" Rayleigh chuckled in response. Kate, uninterested in continuing the banter, directly addressed Rayleigh, saying, "Enough with the jesting, let us discuss serious matters." He placed his wine glass upon the bar and inquired, "Are you familiar with a certain port gas de Rouge?" Although Rayleigh appeared puzzled, he nodded in acknowledgement. "If you know him, then this will be straightforward. That it's been nearly 2 years. I require your assistance in rescuing someone. That individual is Port Gas de Ace." Kate's gaze was intense as it bore into Rayleigh. Rayleigh laughed heartily. "Little brother, how can you be so certain that I will aid you in this rescue? Besides, I am already retired." Kate remained undeterred, asserting, "I am certain you will assist." Rayleigh's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he demanded, "Reason?" Kate responded earnestly, "That person is the son of your deceased captain, Gol. D. Roger." At this revelation, even Shaki, who had been leisurely observing, turned her attention to Kate with seriousness. Rayleigh, in a state of shock, stared at Kate. Struggling to grasp the words he had just heard, he shook his head in disbelief, asking, "You just said he is the son of Captain Roger?" Kate nodded, affirming, "Indeed, he is the son of Joel D. Roger." Rayleigh pressed, "Are you certain?" "I am absolutely certain." Kate replied with conviction. At this point, Kate surmised that Rayleigh indeed recognized Port Gas de Rouge, but was unaware that the captain had left behind a son. By disclosing Ace's identity to Rayleigh, Kate also aimed to protect Ace, as he was the only one in the world with whom he shared a blood connection. However, given his current position as a Marine Admiral, Kate could not directly intervene to save Ace. Thus, to safeguard against any unforeseen complications, he resolved to involve Rayleigh in this murky situation. After discussing certain details, Kate took his leave as for Rayleigh's suspicions regarding Ace's identity. With Shaki, the information broker, present, Kate was confident they would uncover the truth. Shortly thereafter, Kate returned to his ship. After a night of rest aboard, he set sail for Marineford the following day. Due to the considerable uproar caused by his actions in the Sabaody archipelago, the world government could not conceal the events, leading to reports by the World Economic News Agency. Morgan, ever the opportunist, profited immensely from Kate's exploits, while the world watched in amusement at the farcical situation involving the world government. More specifically, the Celestial Dragons. Meanwhile, in Sengoku's office, Garp was relishing a donut in front of Sengoku, while Vice Admiral Tsuru sat leisurely across from Garp, sipping her tea. Sengoku appeared far from his jovial comrades, his unkempt beard and bloodshot eyes indicating a lack of sleep. As Garp continued to munch on his donut, he laughed. "No wonder. Kate even managed to extort the Celestial Dragons." Tsuru chimed in, "Indeed, Sengoku. This must be giving you quite the headache." Sengoku, glancing at his two friends, sighed with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "The main reason I called you both here is to discuss how to downplay this incident. You must understand, Kate's actions have stirred quite a commotion." Garp shrugged, "Just enjoy it in secret. At least that kid secured you a substantial military budget." Although Garp had not been present, he had managed to piece together the events through his own channels. Tsuru nodded in agreement. "Indeed, while Kate's extortion of the Celestial Dragons has caused some trouble, it has also garnered significant funds for our Navy. This is ultimately beneficial for our development." Sengoku shook his head in resignation. "You both shouldn't simplify the situation. Kate's primary target in this extortion was the Gorosei, and the world government is extremely displeased with him." Garp, unfazed, retorted, "So what? That kid is an admiral of our Navy." Garp's nonchalant demeanor was enough to irritate Sengoku. Sengoku countered, "After all, this incident has indeed escalated quite a bit. Are you really not worried about Kate potentially losing his position as an admiral?" Through interjected. The Gorosei would never let someone of Kate's caliber slip through their fingers, but they will likely reassign him from Marineford for a cooling-off period. Soon, Sengoku's phone rang, and upon hanging up, he cast a peculiar glance at Tsuru. Indeed, that is the case. The transfer orders have just come through. However, the position to which Kate has been reassigned is rather undesirable. Garp asked, "Where has he been assigned?" Sengoku replied, "The orders state that Kate is to be stationed in the New World." Both Garp and Tsuru were taken aback, as the New World was within the territory of the Four Emperors. A true battleground. Garp inquired, "How did he end up in the New World?" Sengoku, looking perplexed, replied, "I am not sure what the higher-ups are thinking. Perhaps they want Kate to spend some time in the New World." Tsuru remarked, "While the New World is perilous, it is also rife with opportunities. For Kate, this assignment could serve as a valuable experience." Sengoku nodded in agreement. Indeed, and given that Kate is now an admiral, he requires more experience to fulfill his duties effectively. Garp voiced his concerns, but does it really warrant sending him to the New World? That place is the domain of the Four Emperors. It's no laughing matter. Sengoku retorted, "Garp, I understand your fondness for Kate, but you must recognize that he is now an admiral of our navy. He embodies our strength and reputation." Tsuru added, "Yes, Garp, we all have Kate's best interests at heart. Besides, do you truly believe that anyone in the New World could pose a threat to him given his current strength?" Garp sighed. "Fine, since both of you feel so strongly, I have nothing more to say. I just hope Kate performs well in the New World. Rest assured, old man, even without this transfer order, I intended to venture to the New World anyway." The one speaking was none other than Kate himself, as the Navy headquarters was indeed quite close to the Sabaody archipelago. Thus, it took little time for him to return to Marineford Haiti that moment. Sengoku tossed a report at Kate's face, exclaiming, "You brat. You return only to cause trouble." Kate casually caught the report and replied with a smile, "What do you mean, Marshal? This situation was not instigated by me." Garp, upon seeing Kate's arrival, laughed, "You little rascal. You've grown quite a bit since I last saw you." Indeed, it had been over half a year since Kate had last returned to Marineford, and he was at an age where he was rapidly growing taller. Garp immediately noticed the changes in him. Kate, unabashed, boasted, "Of course, just look at who I am." Observing the playful banter between the two, Sengoku felt a headache coming on and promptly shifted to the matter at hand, addressing Kate. "Now that you are aware of your reassignment to the New World, you will be stationed at the G5 base at O. G5? Kate murmured, recalling the figure of Virgo, the undercover agent sent by Doflamingo. "Is there a problem, Kate?" Sengoku asked, presuming Kate had further inquiries. Coming back to reality, Kate replied, "No, I'll go to G5." Garp interjected, "Sengoku, my grandson just returned to the headquarters. Can't he have a moment to rest? Why the rush to assign him work?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku's frustration bubbled over, and he snapped, "This kid has been on leave for over half a year. Now that he's back, is it not reasonable for me, as the marshal, to assign him some work?" At this moment, Tsuru chimed in, "Enough, Kapu, do not interrupt Sengoku's work." At this moment, Sengoku pondered something. He turned to Kate and asked, "Is the ability you previously threatened the Five Elders with a result of your journey to Sky Island 6 months ago?" Kate did not conceal the truth. He spread the fingers of his right hand. Delicate electric sparks erupted from his palm. "Is this what you meant, Marshal?" After saying this, Kate snapped his fingers towards the window, unleashing a stunning bolt of lightning that struck the center of the courtyard. Now, both Sengoku and Kapu, even Vice Admiral Tsuru, regarded Kate with astonished eyes. Indeed, Kate's display had startled many within the headquarters. Numerous heads peeked out to witness the unfolding events, yet apart from the scorched marks on the ground, nothing else seemed to have occurred. Kapu gazed at the electric sparks in Kate's hand, puzzled, and inquired, "You rascal, what peculiar ability have you conjured up now?" "Oh, it's nothing, just consumed a natural-type devil fruit," Kate casually replied. "Soga, so you've ingested a natural-type devil fruit." Kapu's right fist clenched. Resting it against his left hand at chest level, he exclaimed in realization, "Nanny." Kapu finally grasped the situation. Sengoku, recalling the events of the previous day, had already harbored some suspicions. However, he was still taken aback by Kate's revelation. Vice Admiral Tsuru was equally astonished, yet she quickly regained her composure and asked Kate, "So, Kate, does your fruit's power relate to lightning?" "Of course," Kate nodded at Tsuru. The name of the devil fruit I consumed is the thunderbolt fruit. Sengoku's gaze sharpened as he remarked. So, when you mentioned finding what you sought a couple of days ago, you were referring to the thunderbolt fruit, weren't you? Kate smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. This only served to strengthen Sengoku's suspicions that he continued to inquire. So how well have you developed the specific effects of this fruit's abilities? At this point, Kate became animated, eagerly stating, the thunderbolt fruit transforms my physique into electricity, rendering physical attacks, most energy attacks, and non-hockey attacks ineffective against me. I can freely unleash blue high-voltage currents for offensive maneuvers. Furthermore, I can enhance the range of my observation hockey with electric waves, utilize the fruit for teleportation, and wield terrifying destructive power. It also grants me electrotherapy capabilities, allowing me to massage my heart with electricity to revive its beating. I can move at lightning speed through conductors and air, discharge electricity for direct attacks, reaching voltages of up to 200 million volts. I can generate energy to power machines, produce high temperatures through electric heat, and stimulate thunderclouds to strike designated areas with lightning, among other abilities. Stop. The more Sengoku listened, the more astonished he became. He had not anticipated that Kate could develop so many functionalities from the thunderbolt fruit in such a short span of time. Kate, interrupted, felt no anger. His earlier exposition had greatly satisfied his vanity. He was like a child boasting about a new toy to his parents. However, Kapu noticed the lingering excitement on Kate's face. Without hesitation, he struck Kate's nape with a hockey-imbued hand. Taken by surprise, Kate nearly stumbled to the ground. An irate Kate retorted, "You old fool. Do you have any idea how heavy your hand is? I am a vice admiral now. Couldn't you go a little easier on me? Yo-ho, you little brat. Now that you've eaten a devil fruit, do you feel a bit powerful and start to float?" Kapu taunted, ready to unleash his iron fist of love. After saying this, Kapu cracked his knuckles, exuding a sense of eagerness. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Kate, regardless of the situation, immediately admitted fault in the face of Kapu. His shameless demeanor suggested he might as well kneel. Sengoku looked at these two clowns in exasperation, while Vice Admiral Tsuru chuckled, leisurely sipping her tea. "All right, you two, cease this nonsense." Sengoku's words abruptly interrupted the escalating tension between them. Kapu protested. "No way, Sengoku. Today needs to be a proper lesson for this little brat. You must remember, this scoundrel nearly took down that guy Kazan when he developed some technique." Kapu was referring to the earlier spar between Kate and Akiji. After hearing Kapu's words, Sengoku found them quite reasonable. After all, Kate had just threatened the five elders with the Thunderbolt Fruit's abilities yesterday. Subsequently, he posed a question to Kate. "Do you have any plans for G5? Ultimately, Sengoku decided to shift the topic. He was aware that if these two continued their antics, his office would surely suffer the consequences. Moreover, Sengoku had his reasons for asking this question, although he had had minimal interaction with Kate thus far. Past experiences led him to believe that, like Kapu, Kate was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, he needed to probe into Kate's intentions to prepare for any potential chaos in the future. Kate pondered for a moment, realizing that Sengoku's question had truly caught him off guard. After all, he had only just learned of his transfer to the G5 branch. Soon, he recalled the base commander of G5. Virgo. A chilling smile crept across his face. Sengoku felt an ominous sensation. He sensed that Kate was not harboring any benign thoughts. Kate turned to Sengoku and said, "Marshal, if I were to eliminate the base commander of G5, Virgo, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened as he replied, "Then you must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, there will be consequences to this point." Sengoku glanced at Kapu, who understood the implication and began cracking his knuckles again. If Kate's response was unsatisfactory, he would ensure that Kate experienced his love. An explanation? Quite simple. Because the other party is the original Corazon. Kate explained with a smile. Sengoku's pupils dilated, and a storm of emotions surged within him. He understood the significance of the name Corazon. Simultaneously, the image of Rosinante flashed through his mind. Vice Admiral Tsuru straightened slightly upon hearing this statement, as she realized the upcoming topic would involve her old adversary. "Don Quixote da Flamingo, what is Corazon, you ask?" At this moment, a bewildered Kapu interjected to assert his presence. Sengoku, however, disregarded him and solemnly asked Kate, Are you certain the other party is the original Corazon? Absolutely, Kate replied earnestly. What evidence do you have? Sengoku pressed further, as he would not blindly trust Kate's words. Kate chuckled. Hee. You can investigate this at your leisure. I trust the Navy's capabilities. It shouldn't be difficult to ascertain where Virgo was before joining the Navy. Oh, by the way, I also know that 6 months after Virgo was transferred to G5, while on a mission to Minion Island, he discovered Razanandi's identity as a spy. How do you know? Before Sengoku could finish, Kate rudely interrupted. You need not concern yourself with my sources. Just know that everything I say is true at this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked. Since you are certain the other party is an undercover agent sent by Doflamingo, why not keep him around for our benefit? This statement was evidently directed at Kate. After hearing this, Kate replied, the world government has tossed me into the New World SG5 branch. So I must engage the Yonko pirates thoroughly. At this point, Kate paused. Coincidentally, my target is one of the Yonko, Kaido. Therefore, Virgo must die. After all, I do not wish for my movements to be exposed to Doflamingo, who has close ties with Kaido. Huh. You little brat. You claim you're not getting carried away at Dio. You think the Yonko pirates are so easily dealt with. Before he could finish, Kapu pressed Kate's head down to the ground, rubbing it. Damn it, you old fool. You actually ambushed me. Let go of me. Kate struggled in protest. Meanwhile, Sengoku was in a state of turmoil, his mind racing that he was no longer focused on the playful squabble between Kate and Kapu. Although he was uncertain whether Kate's claims were true, he decided to place Virgo on the priority watch list. Vice Admiral Tsuru was also contemplating strategies. Upon learning that Virgo was the original Corazon, she considered whether to persuade Kate to spare Virgo's life. It serves as an excellent opportunity for Doflamingo to maneuver. Ultimately, both Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru decide to spare Virgo's life, since they have become aware of each other's roles as Doflamingo's spies. They perceive mutual value in one another. Naturally, to prevent Kaido from executing Virgo upon his ascension, Sengoku ultimately transfers Virgo to Punk Hazard. Unbeknownst to them, this inadvertently aligns with Doflamingo's intentions, as he is already scheming with Caesar regarding the artificial devil fruits. With Virgo providing cover, it facilitates their operations. However, this has no bearing on Kaido, as he remains oblivious to Virgo's relocation by Sengoku. For Kaido himself, he is indeed focused on confronting the Yonko Kaido, seeking to gauge his own strength against what is deemed the strongest creature in the world. While Kaido's combat prowess may not be overwhelming, his sheer resilience makes him a formidable opponent and a worthy challenge. Moreover, this confrontation allows him to fulfill the system's task of facing the Yonko pirate crew. Poor Kaido, still nursing a hangover on Onigashima, remains unaware that he has caught the attention of the newly appointed admiral. Soon enough, Kaido emerges from Sengoku's office, his face bearing bruises that reflect his recent ordeal. He mutters under his breath, that old man. His blows are particularly harsh, which grandfather enjoys beating his own grandson. Ah, Kaido, long time no see. At that moment, Kizaru leisurely approaches Kaido. It's Borsellino. Up to some mischief so early in the morning? Kaido quips mischievously. Kizaru momentarily falters, feeling as though his antics have been exposed. Haha, just kidding. A playful smile graces Kaido's lips. Kizaru, unfazed, acknowledges the truth in the jest. Thus, the two share a light-hearted exchange before parting ways to attend to their respective duties. Kaido, not in a rush to head to the New World, decides to linger in Marineford for a few days. Once back in his room, he activates his system panel. Name: Kaido ability, Thunderfruit 50, unawakened. Weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire, initial release unlocked. Final release unlocked. Skills, 3-color Haki, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Armament Haki Intermediate, Observation Haki Advanced, Spiritual Pressure, Mastered 6 powers, Fully Mastered Demon Arts, Break, Bind, Shallow Strike, Great Swordsman Level, Shuinpa, Fully Mastered Special Items, Hollow Mask, Unmastered. Complete Art Proverb. Since consuming the Thunder Fruit, 2 to 3 days have elapsed. Kaido's mastery of the fruit's abilities has escalated from an initial 15 to a remarkable 50, indicating a meteoric rise in proficiency. He speculates that this rapid advancement is due to his utilization of the Arc Proverb in Sabaody Archipelago. Following his dispersal of the thunderclouds enveloping the Red Line, he has distinctly felt an enhanced synergy with the fruit's powers. However, he anticipates that further improvement will not come easily. To challenge Kaido and the entirety of the Yonko pirate crew Kaido believes he must elevate his mastery of the Thunder Fruit to over 70. Otherwise, contending with such a formidable group may prove to be a daunting task. Once Kaido activates his final release, he would be a force to reckon with, drawing near only those of the caliber of Kaido or the Calamities. Any other adversary who encounters his blazing blade would be incinerated into ashes by the intense heat. Contemplating this, Kaido's gaze drifts outside the headquarters. His observation haki reaches out to the three admirals. His thoughts wandering. Of course, his unabashed scrutiny does not escape the notice of the three most formidable forces within the headquarters: Akainu, Akiji, and the recently encountered Kiza. Kaido's primary motivation in observing them lies in the hope of finding an excuse to spar with fellow Logia users. To rapidly enhance his compatibility with the Thunder Fruit, he believes that engaging in battle is the only viable means. However, given the unique dispositions of the three admirals, he doubts his aspirations will materialize. Akainu, having previously suffered a severe defeat at Kaido's hands, holds considerable prestige within the headquarters, making a sparring match improbable. Akiji, adhering to his doctrine of lazy justice, would likely prefer slumber over engaging in combat. As for Kizaru, Kaido sighs, recognizing that this habitual slacker would undoubtedly be disinterested in a fight. In the midst of his ruminations, a sudden knock at the door interrupts Kaido's thoughts. "Huh," he exclaims, puzzled, as his observation haki reveals the visitor to be Vice Admiral Momosaji. Without further ado, Kaido strides toward the door and opens it, only to be met with the sight of the beautiful Vice Admiral bearing an assortment of groceries. What's going on? Kaido, caught off guard, accepts the bags from Momosaji. Before he can react, she slips past him into his abode. Though somewhat bewildered by her sudden intrusion, Kaido promptly closes the door and places the ingredients in the kitchen. "By the way, Momosaji, what brings you here with all these supplies?" he queries, turning to find her comfortably seated on the couch. "Come on, Kaido, no need for the formalities. That I'm not that old," she deflects, shifting the subject. Noticing her hesitation, Kaido directly asks, "So, you didn't come here just to request a new way for me to address you, did you?" Momosaji realizes that Kaido is not easily swayed by such tactics. So she responds candidly, "Actually, I couldn't forget the flavors of the dishes you prepared last time." So, her voice trails off, but Kaido catches her words clearly. Is that it? I thought something serious was afoot." "Just say you want to enjoy my cooking next time," he replies with a grin. "What do you fancy? I'll whip it up for you right away." Before she can respond, Kaido turns and heads to the kitchen. Observing Kaido's broad back, Momosaji can't help but smile, thinking that if he were her partner, he would certainly be someone worthy of trust. A mere 10 minutes later, Kaido emerges from the kitchen with a plethora of dishes. Upon entering the living room, he notices that Momosaji has changed into a different outfit. Struck by her graceful figure, Kaido swallows hard, internally acknowledging, indeed, a beauty remains a beauty, no matter where she is, even among the Marines. She stands out. Having nearly reached adulthood, Kaido finds himself easily enamored by attractive women, both psychologically and physiologically. Realizing he has lost his composure, Kaido clears his throat and sets the dishes on the coffee table. Drawing upon his past experiences, he swiftly suppresses his flustered emotions. "All right, all set. Let us dig in." Momosaji, her appetite piqued by the array of dishes, eagerly picks up her chopsticks and begins to eat. Meanwhile, Kaido discreetly observes the room, catching glimpses of Garp, Tsuru, and a somewhat envious Chabwa, before calling out, "You all can come in. I've prepared meals for you as well." In no time, the door swings open, and Garp's hearty laughter fills the air. "Ha ha, Kaido, you know me well, making sure I get to enjoy your cooking. You even prepared extra portions for me." Kaido shoots Garp a sidelong glance and retorts without hesitation, "Enough of that, old man. This is for Momosaji and Tsuru. You're merely a bonus." Garp chuckles, scratching his head. "Ha, you little rascal. After all these years, you still give me no respect." Turning to Tsuru, he adds, Come, little Tsuru, you must savor Kaido's culinary skills, apart from his fighting prowess. This is the one skill I can vouch for." Kaido, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarks, "Why does your tone make it sound like you did the cooking?" Tsuru interjects, "My apologies for the intrusion, Kaido." Kaido laughs heartily. Not at all. In Kaido's home, the atmosphere becomes increasingly awkward for Chabod as he gazed at the scene before him. An inexplicable discomfort settled over him regarding the meal. Yet, for the sake of Taudu, He resolutely chose to indulge in the festivities surrounding the grand feast. Meanwhile, Tautu seemed uncharacteristically reserved after the arrival of General Crane. Her demeanor became increasingly bashful upon his seating opposite her, as though she had been caught in a compromising situation. After settling in, General Crane maintained a cheerful countenance while observing Tautu. The three gentlemen of the Kate family, however, remained oblivious to the subtle emotions of the two women. Once the meal concluded, General Crane complimented Kate, exclaiming, "Little Kate, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. That it is rare to encounter such innovative dishes." Hearing this praise, Kate couldn't help but smile, as it marked the first time anyone had lauded him in such a manner. In response, Carp scoffed, "Humph, little Crane, your words seem rather biased. Have you forgotten the old man's signature dish, braised lion's head?" Before General Crane could retort, Kate interjected, "Oh, come now. You old codger, stop inflating your own ego. That I still remember how your braised lion's head was ultimately ridiculed." Carp's expression stiffened, and he shot back at Kate. "You little brat, are you looking for a fight?" With a dismissive snort, Kate recalled the time when Carp had captured a lion, boasting about preparing braised lion's head for him to taste. The result had been a dish so unpalatable that it left Kate with no appetite for lion's head ever since. To prevent Carp from conjuring up any bizarre culinary experiments, Kate had begun to hone his own cooking skills, drawing from his past experiences. However, this prior knowledge only served to make Carp's palate increasingly discerning. Everyone at the table was quite satisfied with the meal, with the exception of Chahuan, who felt increasingly despondent in comparison to Kate. The more he measured himself against Kate, the more he realized the futility of his aspirations towards Tautu. After all, Kate was not only youthful and handsome, but also possessed an unparalleled strength at such a young age. Having even become his superior, it was evident that Tautu had indeed developed a fondness for Kate. With an air of unapproachable pride, Tautu's abilities were on par with a candidate for the rank of general. Among her peers, she need not ponder the strength of the three admirably powerful generals. As for Chahuan, being of the same candidate rank, he appeared far too aged. The other vice admirals elicited little more than a scoff from her. Now, with Kate's emergence, his strength, background, and appearance, compounded by the impression he made during the previous encounter, Tautu found herself increasingly drawn to this slightly younger boy. The more she observed him, the more she discerned that apart from his occasionally abrasive tongue, he was nearly devoid of flaws. That in her experience within the Navy, she had encountered a fair share of men, yet none had struck her as profoundly as Kate. After dinner, General Crane took Carp and coaxed him into bringing Chahuan along for a leisurely stroll, which they whimsically dubbed digesting their meal. Tautu eagerly began to tidy up the kitchen before approaching Kate, saying, Kate, if you have no other matters at hand, would you care to join me for a walk?" Observing the blush on Tautu's face, Kate, intrigued, inquired, "Sister Ryūjin, what seems to be the matter? You seem a bit off today." Tautu was momentarily taken aback by his question, pondering, how could he not notice? Does he harbor no feelings for me at all? Shaking her head to dismiss that thought, she replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to discuss your recent rapid progress and your future plans, perhaps due to his prolonged interactions with the monkey family." Kate had grown somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart. Maintaining his usual demeanor, he responded, "Well, I don't have any particular plans. Due to the world government's directives, I will be taking up my post at the G5 branch in a few days." "Does that mean you will be venturing into the New World?" Tautu was taken aback by this revelation. Kate smiled. "Indeed, the New World. Just thinking about it fills me with anticipation." Tautu, however, adopted a more serious tone. "That is the domain of the four emperors. You may find yourself targeted there." Hearing her concern, Kate smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. That I possess my own strength and strategies. I won't easily fall into danger. Moreover, I believe there will be many intriguing experiences awaiting me in the New World." Tautu gazed into Kate's steadfast eyes, feeling a surge of admiration for his courage and determination. She recognized him as a person of both strength and intellect, recalling the scene of his battle against Akainu. She mused that perhaps it was the pirates who should be worried about encountering Kate. Since their first meeting, he had yet to reveal his true capabilities. The following days at the Navy headquarters were marked by Kate's pleasant experiences. During this time, Tautu would find various excuses to spend time with him. Even Kate, usually oblivious, began to notice the shifts in Tautu's demeanor. Their relationship hovered in a space between friendship and something more romantic. Alas, Kate would inevitably depart from the Navy headquarters, leaving their nascent feelings hanging in uncertainty. Above the red soil continent, a vessel was setting sail towards the New World, the latter segment of the Grand Line. Aboard the ship were numerous sailors, all of whom had been requested by Kate from Sengoku. Most of them were seasoned sailors. Kate understood the situation at G5 well enough to know why he needed such a crew. The G5 branch, situated in the New World, had been established 2 years ago, alongside the G1 branch as one of the few Navy outposts in that region. The G5 was an anomalous entity within the Navy. Resembling more of a pirate crew than a military organization, they disregarded orders from the Navy headquarters and engaged in egregious acts, including the brutal slaughter of pirates, while Kate held no qualms about punishing pirates. He was nevertheless aware that he required the seasoned sailors' assistance to restore order within G5. He aspired to create a disciplined Navy base, rather than a chaotic assembly of unruly and insubordinate thugs. The emergence of such ruffians was undoubtedly linked to the previous base commander, Virgo, who had allowed his subordinates to run amok, resulting in G5's current state. Had Virgo still been present at G5, Kate would have been inclined to take drastic measures against him. Perhaps due to his musings, upon entering the New World, Kate soon found himself pursuing a G5 naval ship that was in hot pursuit of a pirate vessel. Due to the distance, the pirates failed to notice Kate's conspicuous ship hovering above them. Employing his observation hockey, Kate observed the G5 sailors closing in on the pirate ship, which was nearing an island. Interesting, I did not expect the G5 sailors to appear quite formidable, Kate muttered to himself. He then maneuvered his vessel closer to the island. Shortly thereafter, Kate arrived at the island, where he witnessed the G5 sailors engaged in the brutal slaughter of the pirates. However, this was not the crux of his discontent. Rather, it was the sailors' disregard for the island's inhabitants that incensed him. Some sailors were completely indifferent to the residents of the island, mercilessly slaying them even if the pirates held them hostage. Some sailors had even taken to piratical behavior themselves, committing acts of arson and murder against the innocent inhabitants. In response, Kate resolved to eradicate this disgraceful faction of the Navy alongside the pirates. 1,000,000 volts. The heavens have descended. Before his ship could reach the island, Kate utilized his observation hockey to lock onto the group of pirates and sailors alike. Countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, incinerating all sailors and pirates on the island, save for the civilians. Based on his past experiences, Kate had anticipated that even if G5 was in disarray, it could not be entirely beyond redemption. Unfortunately, perceptions are often misleading. The brutality of the pirate world is unfathomable to outsiders that eye in this world. Only the strong dictate the terms, while the weak are forever left to suffer. Even before he had set foot in G5, he had already encountered such a scene. How utterly deplorable must the conditions be within that branch? Taking out a transponder snail from his pocket, Kate quickly connected with Sengoku. Kate? Did you not just depart from headquarters? What has transpired? The calm voice of Admiral Sengoku resonated from the other end of the line. Kate inhaled deeply, then proceeded to recount everything she had just witnessed. Silence, an interminable silence. Kate could vividly envision the suppressed fury brewing within Sengoku. Given that the G5 branch was situated in the New World, it was often said that the Emperor is far from the skies, coupled with the inherent weakness of the branch members. Sengoku had grown indifferent to that area. However, it now appeared that the G5 branch was rotten to the core. Kate was calling him precisely to seek Sengoku's stance on the matter. Otherwise, should she mishandle this situation, the world government would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to hold her accountable. Understood. I will leave this matter entirely in your hands. Sengoku's voice, after a prolonged pause, emerged with a somber tone. Yes. Kate discerned the anger that Sengoku was struggling to contain and promptly responded with respect. Soon, she ended the call and continued her journey towards the G5 branch. Although the G5 branch had fallen into disarray, it represented the Navy's fate in the New World. Should the Navy truly abandon the G5 branch, it would be a significant blow to their authority in that region. Kate turned to the sailors accompanying her aboard the ship and spoke sternly. I trust you all heard my conversation with Admiral Sengoku clearly? All stood erect, their eyes fixed intently upon Kate. That I hope you will remember your identities and responsibilities, that we are the Navy, the guardians of justice, not embodiments of evil. Our duty is to uphold peace and order in the world. not to sow destruction and chaos, that I urge you to keep this in mind at all times and refrain from actions that betray your conscience and morals. That Kate's words plunged everyone into contemplation. They were the Navy, yet not all possessed the conviction and determination that Kate embodied. In a world rife with violence and bloodshed, many had long forgotten their original intentions in their pursuit of survival and power. Taking a deep breath, Kate continued, "Now, we shall proceed to the G5 branch, and I will deal with all those who have tainted the Navy's justice." He surveyed his surroundings before adding, "I ask you all to bear with me. The functioning of the G5 branch now rests upon your shoulders for a time." All stood tall, gazing resolutely at Kate. "Admiral Kate, rest assured, for the sake of justice, even if we face a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, we shall press forward." "Indeed, Admiral Kate, you have our unwavering support." In unison, the sailors aboard the ship echoed their agreement, but a smile graced Kate's lips. He knew their loyalty and courage were genuine. They were truly willing to sacrifice everything for justice and peace. Before long, the vessel reached the island housing the G5 branch. Upon disembarking, Kate's gaze fell upon the direction of the G5 base, and his brow furrowed slightly. The entire G5 branch exuded a sense of chaos. Some were engaged in brawls, others in gambling, and there were even individuals drunkenly staggering about in broad daylight. In stark contrast to the orderly environment of Marineford, one might easily mistake the sailors at G5 for pirates. On the outskirts of the G5 base, a drunken sailor lay sprawled against the wall, emptying the contents of his stomach. Squinting through bleary eyes, he looked up to see a flying ship approaching the G5 base. I must have drunk too much last night. Surely this is just a hallucination. How could a ship possibly fly?" He rubbed his eyes with his fingers, the cool sea breeze helping to dispel some of his inebriation. Just as he lowered his hands, Kate's ship docked before him. Startled, the sailor turned his gaze to the deck, where a young man donned in the cloak reserved for those of vice admiral rank and above regarded him with an icy demeanor. "You?" Boom! Just as the sailor opened his mouth, a thunderous roar erupted behind Kate. An invisible wave of energy emanated from him, enveloping all the sailors within the G5 base. In that instant, every member of the G5 branch felt as if they were being scrutinized by an overwhelming terror. Kate unleashed the immense spiritual pressure that radiated from him, ascending into the air as he entered the G5 base. After sensing that the time was right, Kate gradually reined in his spiritual pressure. A disorganized throng of undisciplined and filthy sailors surged forth from the base. Kate frowned slightly. These G5 naval personnel resembled a band of mercenaries, devoid of any semblance of organization or discipline. Almost indistinguishable from pirates. At that moment, a sailor clad only in pink underwear, wearing a G5 tank top and draped in a fur coat, dashed towards Kate. He was the current commander of the G5 base, known as Guatu. Upon reaching Kate, he bellowed in a gruff voice, "Who are you, sailor? Do you know this is the G5 base? Not just anyone can waltz in here. And was that pressure just now you're doing?" As he spoke, sailors began encircling Kate. While Guatu questioned him, Kate fixed his gaze upon him. He drew his Zanpakuto from his waist, thrusting the hilt into the ground before him. "Hey, our commander is asking you a question." "Are you deaf?" one sailor jeered. Yet upon seeing the hilt of Kate's sword and considering his age, Guato's eyes widened in realization. "Excuse me, are you the Marine Admiral Ryūjin?" "Indeed, I am Ryūjin." Upon uttering those words, sweat began to bead on Guato's forehead. "Send out a notification. Gather everyone in the base square." With an air of cold detachment, Kate issued his command, surveying his surroundings. The G5 base was engulfed in an absurd atmosphere, utterly disgraceful. Soon, at the behest of the G5 personnel, everyone assembled in the base square. In an instant, the Navy square became a cacophony of noise. Some sailors, roused from their slumber, began to complain to Kate. Ascending a podium, Kate's voice rang out. "I am Admiral Kate of the Marine Headquarters. From this day forth, I shall take control of all matters concerning the G5 branch." His tone was frigid, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd. As his words echoed, an uproar erupted. "Who do you think you are? Since when did the affairs of the G5 branch fall under your jurisdiction? What are you, an admiral? What a joke. A mere child cannot possibly take charge here. We do not welcome you at the G5 branch." A torrent of disdain and vitriol erupted from their lips. They were oblivious to Kate's identity and the reason for his sudden appearance at the G5 branch. All they grasped was that this unexpected youth dared to audaciously claim he would take command of the G5 branch. Such insolence was tantamount to courting death. Kate's gaze remained icy as he scrutinized the crowd. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he unleashed an invisible wave of spiritual pressure from his being, subduing everyone to the ground. That I have stated it clearly. Everything here is under my control. He scanned the area, finally addressing the G5 sailors, who were pinned to the ground. Among you wretches, how many have engaged in the heinous acts of harming civilians and plundering valuables, with the aid of his advanced observation haki and the thunder fruit? Nearly a third of the individuals were released from their bindings and cast out from the square. Those expelled were not truly guilty of the crimes Kate had mentioned. Rather, they were precisely the ones who had not committed such acts. Hence their release. As for the remaining individuals, Kate's smile morphed into a cruel grin, for under the scrutiny of his haki, it became evident that they were all guilty. Well then, since you have all sinned, your lives are now forfeit to me. Wait, Commander Guatu shouted, but alas, Kate's intentions were unimpeded. 80 million volts. Thunder Dragon. A dragon of crackling electricity erupted from Kate, and in an instant, all the ruffians pinned to the G5 square evaporated into thin air. In the G5 branch square, only Kate remained. He silently observed the Marines vanquished by the thunderous dragon, his heart devoid of any turmoil. The fates of these individuals were of no concern to him. He was acutely aware that they had sullied the honor of the Navy and must face the consequences. Subsequently, Kate directed his gaze downwards. At that moment, the startled Gutu stared at Kate in trepidation. Even when Kate had posed that question, he had sensed an undercurrent of something amiss. Yet, being a fellow member of the Navy, he had convinced himself that Kate would not take drastic action. Alas, he was gravely mistaken, utterly so. Kate addressed Gutu, saying, "And you? After all, having dealt with so many, there must be someone to take the blame." Although Gutu found himself subdued by Kate, he still managed to utter a response. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered, trembling. Kate revealed his seemingly harmless smile and replied, "Can you guess what my observation haki witnessed in the G5 dungeon?" Gutu's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Impossible! That cell is filled with a significant amount of sea prism stone. How could your observation haki possibly?" While Kate spoke with a charming smile, anyone who scrutinized his eyes would discern an utter lack of mirth. Instead, his gaze was chillingly frosty, as though capable of freezing one in place. Kate chuckled coldly. Indeed, even possessing advanced observation haki does not guarantee one can penetrate sea prism stone. However, mine can. With a sneer, Kate lifted his right foot and forcefully pressed it down upon Gutu's shoulder. With each step, Gutu groaned in agony, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. "Do you know what I saw?" Kate slowly inquired, his voice laced with frost. Gutu shook his head in torment, still hoping against hope that Kate had discovered nothing. "I saw the group of children locked away in that cell." A flicker of rage ignited in Kate's eyes. He could not tolerate those who would not spare even children. Gutu's complexion shifted. Terror etched on his face as he cast a fearful glance at Kate, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. "Why the silence? Are you feeling guilty?" Kate taunted. "You think your actions are flawless. But to me, you are merely a troop of buffoons." Indeed, Kate's observation haki had indeed glimpsed a multitude of children imprisoned within the G5 base's dungeon. If his assumptions were correct, these children were destined to be sent to the biscuit room in Punk Hazard. After contemplating for a while, Zhanghua ultimately resolved to entrust the matter to Kate. Upon hearing Zhanghua's decision, Kate displayed a satisfied smile. "Very well, Marshal, I shall attend to this matter post-haste," Kate declared. "Remember, do not cause me any trouble." Zhanghua warned sternly. "Rest assured, Marshal, I will exercise utmost caution," Kate assured him. Once the call was concluded, Kate glared at the remaining Marines in the G5 branch who had yet to be dealt with. Addressing the group, he stated, "You are fortunate, for I have discerned that none of you have committed acts contrary to justice in your hearts." Kate's words elicited a sigh of relief from the Marines, as they understood the true reason for their survival. "However, you must comprehend that as members of the Navy, your duty is to protect the populace and uphold justice. Should anyone dare to challenge this principle, I shall show no mercy," Kate proclaimed solemnly. To emphasize his resolve, Kate even summoned the Conqueror's haki that he believed this psychological shock would leave an indelible mark on their hearts. If anyone were to contemplate wrongdoing in the future, they would surely recall the events of today. The Marines nodded in acknowledgement, and Kate assigned the veterans he brought along to manage the unruly soldiers, ensuring the smooth operation of the G5 branch. After attending to the trifling matters within G5, Kate retrieved a peculiar-looking snail phone. Its most distinctive feature was its beak-like mouth. Subsequently, Kate dialed out. The recipient quickly answered, "Is this Admiral Ryūjin? It has been nearly 6 months since we last met. What prompts you to contact me today?" Indeed, on the other end was Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. Kate replied, "I believe you have your people positioned in the New World in Wano." "Correct?" Morgans, sensing the seriousness, responded, "May I inquire as to why you are asking these questions, Admiral Kate?" "I wish to present you with a significant piece of news." Kate stated directly that a glimmer of caution flickered in Morgan's eyes upon hearing this. He recognized Kate as a shrewd individual who evidently had intentions, though. "What significant news?" Morgans inquired. Kate smiled slightly and whispered, "Perhaps you are unaware that I have assumed command of the G5 branch in the New World. I must extend greetings to the 4C Emperors. I trust you understand my meaning." The revelation sent shockwaves through Morgan's mind, who internally screamed, "This is undoubtedly big news." After notifying Morgans, Kate directed his gaze toward Wano. "Let me stir the waters of the New World even further." With that thought, he vanished like a bolt of lightning from the spot, while G5 would take time to regain its former strength. Kate intended to address that upon his return. At Wano's Baiwu Blade Marshal Port, Kate addressed a man clad in samurai attire. "This must be the place, correct?" This man was one of the Navy's key personnel handling intelligence and procuring sea stone in Wano. His identity had become exposed when a shipment of sea stone was stolen from the Navy, leading to his imprisonment at the Rabbit Bowl Quarry, where he had remained until Kate's arrival. Unfortunately, due to Kate's somewhat ruthless methods in locating individuals, only prisoners remained in that area. "Indeed, Admiral, the Navy sea stone was stolen from here," the man confirmed. Kate smiled slightly. "Excellent. Lead me to it." In truth, Kate had already surmised who had stolen that batch of sea stone. However, much time had elapsed, and he would need to travel a considerable distance to retrieve it. Nevertheless, Kate was not so easily deterred from leaving Wano, especially since he had yet to fulfill his system mission. Unbeknownst to him, the commotion he had caused at the Rabbit Bowl had attracted the attention of Onigashima. Suddenly, a brontosaurus leaped down from above, its head aimed at Kate. This was one of the calamities. Plague Queen, who had fully transformed into his devil fruit form, using his head to strike Kate. The moment it made contact with the ground, the tremendous impact created a massive crater. "Did you arrive so swiftly?" Kate murmured. Before Kate stood a bald man, donning sunglasses, with purple lips, a golden braid atop his head, and a corpulent figure. His left arm was a mechanical prosthetic, adorned with 2 golden mustaches, while his right arm bore the words Queen and the emblem of the Beast's pirates in dark tattoos. He wore a black and white striped jumpsuit, 2 swords sheathed at his back, and a cigar clenched in his mouth. As Kate wreaked havoc at the Rabbit Bowl, he had been oblivious to Queen's presence, suspecting him to be at Onigashima. Hence, after dealing with the Kaido pirates at the Rabbit Bowl, he had left with his crew. "You are the Navy Admiral Kate, are you not?" Queen scrutinized Kate, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Given Kate's youth, Queen, one of the prominent figures in the Kaido pirates, looked down upon him. Kate smiled slightly. "Indeed, I am Kate." Queen scoffed. "I heard you indiscriminately killed even my subordinates at the Rabbit Bowl. It seems the Navy's judgment is lacking to send someone like you to confront me." Kate replied nonchalantly, "I was merely carrying out my duties. If you have any grievances, we can discuss them amicably." Queen burst into laughter. "Discuss? Do you think you have the standing to negotiate with me? I am Queen, one of the calamities. Furthermore, this is the territory of one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. What right do you have to be here? Now prepare to die." "Wedding feast hot fist," Queen exclaimed, igniting his mechanical arm and launching a scalding attack at Kate. As the attack drew near, Kate remained unfazed. He raised his right hand, enveloping it in armament hockey, and retaliated with a powerful right punch. A gust of wind erupted between their strikes, neither party gaining the upper hand. Only Queen understood that his previous punch had been delivered with all his might, while Kate had countered effectively. From a standpoint of strength, Queen did not believe he could outmatch Kate. Electrifying Queen, the seasoned warrior did not retreat. Instead, He elongated his neck and lunged at Kate's left side. Anticipating the move, Kate swiftly interposed the sheathed blade between Queen's jaws. Did you think this would thwart my attack? Such naivety. Queen taunted, unleashing a surge of high-voltage electricity against Kate's blade sheath. Huh. You think this feeble electricity could harm me? Kate chuckled as sparks crackled around him. Realizing something was amiss, Queen quickly distanced himself from Kate. You're not quite right. Could it be you are a cyborg? Is that why you are unperturbed by electricity? Kate replied leisurely, cyborg? Not quite. As he spoke, a surge of electricity even more potent than Queen's erupted from Kate's hand. 80 million volts. Thunder Dragon. A colossal lightning dragon manifested and charged towards Queen. Damn it. You are a devil fruit user. Queen realized that with his speed, he could not evade the attack. Resolutely, he fortified himself with armament hockey to shield his vital areas, bracing for the impact. Upon contact, Kate expected Queen to be gravely injured. However, aside from some singed skin, Queen emerged relatively unscathed. Tish, so your fully modified body is impervious to lightning, is it? Kate remarked, deducing the reason behind Queen's resilience. Haha. Did you not expect this? Kid, your devil fruit has no effect on me. Queen boasted triumphantly. Die, you little brat. Upon concluding his words, Quinn launched another assault towards Kate. A faint, cold smile graced Kate's lips. Was it merely a matter of augmenting one's own physique? If Kate so desired, he could effortlessly utilize his lightning metallurgy techniques to melt away the modified body of his opponent in an instant. Nevertheless, armored dragon serpent, Quinn connected his head and tail, propelling himself towards Kate. In the face of this fierce onslaught, Kate raised his right hand with an air of nonchalance. The delicate arc of electricity surged from his palm, enveloping Quinn. What? Quinn gasped in horror, as he felt an insurmountable force immobilizing him mid-air. Do you not comprehend the principle that electricity begets magnetism? Are you unaware that your entire being is composed of titanium alloy? You insolent brat. Damn it. What have you done? Release me at once. Quinn thrashed angrily, still unable to fathom how he had been ensnared by his adversary. Never mind. I shall take this opportunity to greet Kaido. With that, Kate splayed his fingers, unleashing an invisible wave that sent Quinn hurtling back towards Onigashima. That I hope I haven't miscalculated. Kate shielded his eyes with his hand, gazing in the direction where Quinn had soared away. At that moment, the samurai responsible for procuring sea prism stones approached Kate's side, respectfully inquiring, Sir Admiral, won't your actions alert the enemy? After all, you stand alone. Without turning, Kate replied, alert the enemy? What a ridiculous notion. I have already provoked them so brazenly. However, the samurai expressed concern, but they are numerous. Your actions seem perilously reckless. Kate turned to face the samurai, asking, what do you think of my strength? You possess immense power. Capable of fending off thousands of pirates single-handedly, the samurai stated without hesitation. Ha ha ha. You flatter me well, Kate replied with a laugh. The samurai sheepishly scratched his head, feeling as though he had flattered a horse's leg inadvertently. Well then, while we still have time, I advise you to depart swiftly. The impending battle will be exceedingly brutal, far beyond your capacity to endure. With that, Kate paid no further heed to him, striding towards the shore to observe the opposing Onigashima. Calculating the time, Quinn ought to be crashing into Onigashima soon, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, atop Onigashima, come, boss, the tribute from my men this time is truly exceptional. You must sample it, Jack exclaimed, presenting a barrel of liquor to Kaido. Is that so? I shall indulge thoroughly, Kaido responded, grasping the barrel and taking a few hearty swigs. Then, with a slightly flushed face, Kaido remarked, the flavor? Boss? Jack queried, concern creeping in, fearing the liquor might not suit Kaido's palate. Kaido grinned widely, patting the barrel. This liquor is splendid. Bring me more. Huh? Jack momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Kaido's somewhat dazed gaze fixed upon Jack, who felt a jolt of alarm. He was well aware of the state Kaido entered when completely inebriated. He certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of his boss's kanabo. All right, boss. Jack promptly turned to arrange for more drinks. Just as he did, the sound of a shattered wall echoed in his ears. Before Jack could react, he caught a glimpse of a massive orange figure crashing into him, sending him tumbling backward. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The sounds from the breached room reverberated. Above, a toothless wyvern soared through the sky, Hurtling towards Kaido's location at breakneck speed as it descended, its form shifted, transforming into that of a human. "Boss, are you all right?" The now half-beast Jin inquired anxiously about Kaido's condition. "Ah, I'm fine," Kaido replied, his expression darkening as he glared at the gaping hole created nearby. At that moment, Jack was hauling Quinn's body from the wreckage. "Quinn, you bastard! What happened?" Jin shouted in anger upon seeing Quinn's form. Cough, cough. Quinn coughed out the debris in his mouth, replying, "Bastard, I was sent flying by a naval brat from White Dance to here." "What a joke. Do you truly believe that statement?" Jin scolded. "Bastard, do you think I would jest about such a matter?" Quinn retorted, "At that juncture," Jack interjected, "I believe our elder brother would not make light of this." "So, Quinn, are you implying that you were indeed sent flying here by a naval brat?" Kaido's expression darkened further. One of the three prominent figures of the Beast's pirates dares to claim he was struck down by a naval brat. It is utterly ludicrous. Yet, this did not imply Kaido doubted Quinn's words, for he was acutely aware of his subordinates' capabilities. Even if the opponent were an admiral from the Navy headquarters, surely they could not be so formidable. "Boss, when I first clashed with that brat, I thought he was merely a devil fruit user capable of manipulating lightning. But then he mentioned something about electricity generating magnetism before tossing me back here." Quinn asserted vehemently. "Lightning? Magnetism?" Kaido asked, perplexed. "Precisely. It involves lightning strikes and magnetic forces. He is an ability user wielding lightning and magnetism." Quinn elucidated. "At this moment, Jin, one of the calamities, remarked, a young naval brat, who even possesses the strength to defeat you. That lad couldn't possibly be the newly appointed admiral from half a year ago, could he?" Yes, that's the brat," Quinn exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, Jin, you are familiar with him?" Kaido inquired. Jin responded, "Boss, have you forgotten? Jack presented you with the newspaper announcing his appointment." Jack mumbled to himself, "Did I hand the newspaper to the boss? I don't recall. Who else is the newly appointed naval admiral? Ah, which brat is it?" Although nearly half a year had passed, he retained some inkling of Kate's identity. After all, his next reckless plan involved a trip to the Navy headquarters, so he had left an impression of Kate. However, after this incident, he would never dare to recklessly venture to Marineford again. Kaido fixed his gaze upon Jin, stating, "Since you know the opponent, you shall retrieve the head of that naval brat?" "Yes, boss." With that, Jin transformed into a toothless wyvern, soaring towards White Dance. "Wait, I want to go too," Quinn interjected, stopping Jin. "What? Do you dislike being tossed about?" Jin taunted. Quinn angrily retorted, "Bastard, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on me?" Jin feigned ignorance, adopting an expression of "What do you think?" Although Quinn was furious, he nevertheless explained, "We still don't know how many men that brat has brought to Wano. If we scatter to search for him, we could easily be picked off one by one. Therefore, I must accompany you to White Dance." "Brother makes a valid point. I too shall join in teaching that naval brat a lesson," Jack chimed in. Jin glared at Quinn and Jack, yet he understood Quinn's concerns were justified. He could not afford to underestimate any potential threat, especially one that had already demonstrated the capability to defeat Quinn. "Then let us confront this naval brat together," Jin coldly declared, transforming into a massive, toothless wyvern. Taking flight into the sky, Quinn and Jack followed suit, also shifting into their beast forms, heading towards White Dance. Meanwhile, Kate stood quietly at the shore of White Dance, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Onigashima. It seemed he could foresee the approaching tempest, yet his countenance bore no trace of fear. Rather, it was suffused with anticipation. Three colossal beings suddenly emerged from the direction of Onigashima, advancing toward him. Kate smiled slightly, saying, "It appears our guests have arrived." With that, as the beings landed on the shores of White Dance, Kate surged forth like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the three massive beastly figures on Onigashima. Kaido observed Jin, Quinn, and Jack as they departed. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A naval brat. Heh, if the three of them cannot handle this, then I shall have to stretch my muscles myself. Above the White Dance, Kate gazed at the three foremost combatants of the Beast's pirates advancing towards him. He did not choose to flee. Instead, he boldly confronted them. "Navy brat, today marks your demise," Quinn roared. Launching the first attack against Kate, Jin and Jack flanked him from both sides, forming a triangular encirclement around Kate. Yet, in the face of their onslaught, Kate remained remarkably composed. He swiftly dodged Quinn's strike and retaliated with a thunderous punch aimed at Jean. Boom! Jean was sent flying by Kate's blow, crashing into a cluster of trees. At that moment, Jack had already made a sneak attack from behind. However, Kate seemed to have anticipated this. He executed a backflip to evade Jack's assault and then delivered a powerful kick to Jack's abdomen. Bang! Jack was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, Jean charged at Kate once more. Yet this time, fortune did not favor him. Kate's fist connected with his face, sending him sprawling. Hiss! A fragment of Jin's mask shattered. And he stared at Kate in disbelief. How could he be this strong? Kate coldly regarded Jean and remarked, "The beast's pirates are nothing but this. Bastard, what did you say?" Jack had risen from the ground, charging at Kate in fury. However, Kate had no intention of granting him the opportunity. He swiftly appeared beside Jack and landed a punch squarely on his chest. Bang! Jack's massive form was sent hurtling away. Truly weak, Kate held in contempt Jack, the brutish warrior who only knew how to charge recklessly. Had Jack not been in the ancient mammoth form of the Zozo no Mi, greatly enhancing his defenses, he would have been the first to be knocked down by Kate. Naturally, as Jack endured Kate's assault, he understood that he could not confront Kate in his human or hybrid form. Windblade fist. Quinn retracted his mechanical arm and the mechanical claws of his hair, rapidly swinging his arm towards Kate in an attempt to deliver a relentless barrage of strikes. Yes, I said, with your complete body modification. Your attacks are utterly useless. Kate turned and shot a fierce glare at Quinn, simultaneously extending his left hand in front of him. Quinn's rapidly approaching form was suddenly frozen in place. Quinn, what is the matter? Attack him now. Jean, who was rushing towards them, called out anxiously. Bastard, do you think I don't want to? But my body is completely immobilized. Quinn replied in desperation. You might as well stay out of it. After saying this, Kate clenched his fist, extending his index finger towards Quinn and casually rotating it. Quinn felt his body slipping from his control. His tail and head began to entwine with one another, rendering him unable to move. Bastard. Seeing this, Jean accelerated towards Kate once more. Dragon Bow Emperor. Utilizing his transformed pterosaur form, Jean dove forward in a swift descent, unfurling his wings to deliver a fierce strike against Kate. Kate narrowed his eyes slightly, relinquishing control over Quinn that he swiftly drew his Zanpakuto from his waist, blocking Jin's attack with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye in an instant. Countless sparks erupted from the collision between Kate's Zanpakuto and Jin's wings. The two adversaries seemed to engage in an unyielding stalemate, each caught in a cycle of offense and defense. An opportunity. At some point, Jack had circled around to Kate's rear, transforming into his ancient mammoth form. He charged at Kate from behind with his two exceptionally sharp tusks. Tch. Kate scoffed, aware that if he continued to engage with Jean, he would surely be struck by Jack's attack. Thus, without hesitation, he elementalized his entire body, evading both Jin's assault and Jack's charging tusks. Navy Brat, prepare to taste my ice demon. Upon finishing, Quinn, having liberated his body, aimed his launcher at the now elementalized Kate. Kate frowned slightly, for the timing of the attack was indeed impeccable. In his memories from a past life, he recalled that the bioweapon Quinn had just fired was a synthetic virus, which Quinn claimed to be his greatest masterpiece. Those infected would experience a chilling sensation that would spread throughout their entire body, rendering them as cold as a malevolent spirit. Without an antidote, they would perish within an hour. Infected individuals would lose control, attacking indiscriminately, and anyone who came into contact would instantly contract the virus. The afflicted would exhaust all their stamina and vitality in battle, resembling zombies. Upon being struck, Kate felt a chill seep into his body, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Even a hint of frost began to manifest at the point of impact. Ha! Navy Brat, you now understand my prowess, do you not? I eagerly await to see how you succumb to my greatest creation in an hour. Kate gazed at the inexplicably arrogant Quinn with silence. While he could not be sure if others could find an antidote to this attack, he himself was utterly unperturbed by such bioweapons. Raising his Zanpakuto, he pointed it at the three disasters and proclaimed, all things return to ash, flowing blade of fire. An inferno erupted in an instant, engulfing the battlefield shared by the three disasters and Kate. What? Quinn's eyes bulged from behind his glasses, for in his view, he witnessed Kate's body, previously frozen by the ice demon, revert to its original state. Meanwhile, Jean, the most formidable of the three disasters, also grew increasingly wary of Kate, sensing that he would soon become exceedingly difficult to contend with. Amongst the chaos, the one whose composure remained unshaken was Jack himself, still contemplating how to ambush Kate after his two older brothers. After unleashing his Zanpakuto, Kate directed his attention to Jean. Among those present, only this viceroyal-level powerhouse could offer him a decent challenge. As for Jack and Quinn, he regarded them as inconsequential. One was merely a reckless brute, easily subdued given the opportunity, while the other, Quinn, with his fully modified body, was easily manipulated by the magnetic powers of the Thunder fruit. Jean, you must strive harder. If you continue to hide your strength, I shall have no choice but to step over you to battle Kaido. Kate declared arrogantly. You little brat. Jean felt a surge of anger bubbling within him. Yet, sensing the aura emanating from Kate, he understood that if he did not take this seriously, there was a genuine risk that Kate would seek out his boss for a duel. Jean ceased to maintain his beastly form, drawing forth the colossal katana from his waist. The desolate aura enveloping him began to manifest, subtly aligning with Kate's own. Kate observed with keen interest this individual, whom Kaido referred to as his right hand, the foremost of the three disasters, known as Flame Disaster. The aura radiating from Jean ignited Kate's fighting spirit. Far away on Onigashima, Kaido, while indulging in drink, sensed the escalating energy from the direction of the white dance. Consequently, he smashed the jar in his hand and staggered towards the direction of the white dance, wielding a spiked club. Fire Dragon Emperor. Facing such a formidable opponent as Kate, he initiated the assault. Flames enveloped Jin's sword, projecting a dragon-shaped fire towards Kate. The searing flames, akin to molten lava, soared towards Kate in the blink of an eye. Oh, playing with fire before me. Kate's expression remained unchanged in the face of the ferocious strike. Scorching hell, he swung his flowing blade of fire, sending dozens of towering fire pillars skyward, shattering Jin's Fire Dragon Emperor. Bastard. Observing that his attack had failed, Jean cursed under his breath. This kid's displayed abilities were somewhat peculiar. We should strike together, Quinn whispered to Jean, positioning himself beside him. Jean shot Quinn a sidelong glance, uttering no further words. Meanwhile, Jack once again transformed fully into the ancient mammoth form and charged towards Kate. Jack possesses a clear understanding of his own positioning. Given his current strength, unless Kate reveals a significant flaw, it is nearly impossible for him to inflict any harm upon her. Therefore, he intends to use his resilient body as a means to restrain Kate. Facing the charging mammoth, a cold smile graces Kate's lips. City in flames. With a swift motion of her blade, flames erupt from its edge, enveloping Jack in an instant. Disaster strikes. Jack, you cannot withstand that assault. Jean, who shares the ability of flame, recognizes the gravity of Kate's maneuver. Regrettably, even as he attempts to warn Jack, it is too late. Kate taunts. Isn't it a bit late for a warning? Do you think this fool will be roasted into a charred lump by the heat within? Damn it, that brat, Jean exclaims in frustration. Quinn, hold her off for a moment, I will rescue Jack. With that, Jean transforms into a toothless dragon, ignoring the terrifying flames as he plunges into the inferno. But Quinn realizes he is firmly ensnared by Kate's power. Yet, thinking of his junior Jack in peril, he grits his teeth and raises his left hand, aiming a Gatling gun filled with plague bullets at Kate. Unbeknownst to her, Kate watches Jean rush into the flames. Remarking, truly, the Lunalaria tribe, to survive in flames exceeding 6,000 degrees and adapt so rapidly. As for Quinn's Gatling attack, Kate chooses to disregard it. The flames surrounding her seem to possess a consciousness of their own, forming a barrier that incinerates the incoming bullets along with the biochemical virus they carry into mere ash. Before long, Jean, in his dragon form, emerges from the fiery circle, clutching Jack's charred body. Jack. Quinn gasps in shock at the sight of Jack's grievous state. As an enthusiast of body modification, he immediately discerns the severity of Jack's injuries. Jean tosses Jack's body to his subordinates and, without a backward glance, re-enters the fiery battlefield. Hey, how serious are Jack's injuries? Will he survive? Quinn queries Jean anxiously, as he is most concerned for his junior's well-being among the beast pirates. Hey, perhaps you should worry about yourselves instead? Kate interjects. You bastard, Quinn retorts furiously. Jean then speaks up. Enough chatter. Let's deal with this brat first. Flame Emperor. Jean unleashes a fireball from the mysterious flames enveloping him, aimed at Kate in the distance that I've told you before. Fire attacks have no effect on me. Kate replies, shaking her head in resignation. Countless fireballs surge towards Kate, momentarily obstructing his view, allowing Jean and Quinn to split up and act. Once Kate effortlessly deflects the fireball assault, Quinn manages to reach Kate's side. "You brat, prepare to die." Black firelight. Quinn unleashes a laser beam from his mouth, resulting in a tremendous explosion at Kate's location. Quinn looks skyward. His observation haki reveals that Kate has leaped into the air to evade his attack. Jean sees the opportunity. Quinn shouts towards Kate's rear. Feeling a jolt of alarm, Kate pivots with a moonwalk, his gaze locking onto Jean, who has been waiting behind him for quite some time. Guardian Flame Dragon Emperor. Jean fires a larger fire dragon from his massive katana, a reinforced version of the Flame Dragon Emperor, showcasing a significant enhancement in power. How troublesome. Kate scoffs at the reinforced fire dragon. In response to the downward attack, Kate extends his left hand, declaring, 80 million volts. Thunder Dragon. A thunder dragon, equal in might to the enhanced fire dragon, erupts from Kate's hand. The two attacks collide in the sky, showering the battlefield with a cascade of sparks and flames. Have we succeeded? Quinn, standing on the ground, gazes intently at the sky, as Kate's figure is thrust away by the force of their clash, rendering him momentarily invisible. Jean, soaring above, spots Kate first. "Quinn, he's behind you." Upon hearing Jin's warning, Quinn senses a predatory gaze fixed on the back of his head. Kate's attire is tattered, having been caught in the aftermath of the two attacks, but remarkably, he bears no injuries, albeit lacking his previous radiance. Kate, now hovering behind Quinn, rests his blade on the sweating Quinn's shoulder, gritting his teeth as he hisses, "You fat fool. You're quite courageous. If you hadn't tricked me into the air, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Do you think I should take your head now?" At this, Quinn feels paralyzed with fear, as Kate once again uses magnetism to control his body. Seeing Quinn in danger, Jean disregards everything and charges at Kate. "Humph. Last time, I merely repelled you back to Onigashima. Now, I've changed my mind. I will treat you like an oversized coin and launch you away." With that, Kate's hand rests on Quinn. Countless arcs of electricity erupt from him. Quinn feels as though his body is no longer his own. His entire beastified form levitates before being propelled toward the Rabbit Bowl Mountain through the principles of an electromagnetic cannon. Whether Quinn will perish upon colliding with the mountain remains uncertain, but he is undoubtedly in dire straits. Jean, witnessing Quinn's predicament at Kate's hands, feels a surge of anger. Gripping his sword tightly, he lunges at Kate's head. "Almost forgot about you." Kate glances up, his gaze icy as it meets Jin's. Flame torch. Kate executes a swift draw, their blades clashing mid-air, producing a deafening metallic clang. Jean feels his arm go numb from the impact. Yet Kate's attack fails to inflict any harm upon him. "Humph. No wonder you are the strongest among the calamities. Your power is indeed extraordinary." Kate coldly regards Jean as his blade slices through the air, sending a torrent of crimson flames hurtling toward him. Jean, undeterred, swings his massive katana, unleashing a colossal fire scythe toward Kate. The two attacks collide in a thunderous explosion, shaking the very heavens as they clash. Both Jean and Kate retreat momentarily, fully aware that the battle has escalated to a fever pitch. Internally, Jean marvels, having recognized Kate's strength from their very first encounter. He also comprehends why Quinn was so effortlessly overpowered at the outset. It is unfathomable. Despite appearing to be under 20, Kate's strength likely rivals that of a Yonko. Jean realizes that to contend with such a formidable adversary, it is best to have his captain intervene. However, as the only member of the Beast Pirates nearing the level of an emperor, he is unwilling to concede defeat to Kate so easily. Regardless of Jin's thoughts, Kate shows no mercy. He is determined to swiftly conclude this battle. For within the range of his observation haki, he has sensed the approach of a formidable ally that if Kate does not act decisively, he will soon face a combined assault from a Yonka-level powerhouse and a near-Yonka-level adversary. Though Kate is confident in his ability to escape unscathed, the looming threat of failing his mission assessment is a risk he cannot afford. That a failed mission would mean his strength cannot progress further. Such consequences are intolerable to him. Dual Emperors of the Blade. Jin's mysterious flames erupt, and he rapidly flaps his wings, firing flame bullets from the inferno behind him. The sheer quantity and velocity of the projectiles resemble those of a machine gun. Kate adeptly employed the Shunpa technique, her form flickering amidst the fiery projectiles. With each disappearance and reappearance, she drew ever closer to the direction of Jin. Fujian. The spiritual pressure converging upon the blades surged forth with remarkable speed alongside Kate's strike. Jin raised his enormous katana, draping it with the armor of Haki to thwart the impending blow. The conflagration ignited by their clash instantly engulfed the entirety of Blade Harbor, armed with the flowing blade like fire. Kate engaged in a fierce and intricate duel with Jin. The white-haired abilities bestowed upon her by the system finally revealed their brilliance in this confrontation. Damn it, how can that bastard's swordsmanship be so formidable? A wave of vexation washed over Jin. He could not fathom how Kate possessed such extraordinary sword skills. Alas, Kate's prowess extended beyond mere swordsmanship. Her body swiftly elementalized, harnessing the unparalleled speed granted by the sound thunder fruit. She appeared behind Jin. Yokai fire. Kate thrust forward with the flowing blade like fire, the spiritual pressure at the blade's tip poised to pierce Jin's form upon contact, aware of the imminent threat behind him. Jin realized it was too late to turn and block. He swiftly unfurled his wings and soared forward, barely evading Kate's perilous assault. Kate felt a pang of regret as her strike missed its mark. It was inevitable. Anyone reaching the quasi-royal level had honed their observation Haki to perfection. Kate, not being the kind of assassin capable of concealing her presence, could not escape Jin's focus at that moment. Jin hovered in midair, having leveraged his flight ability. Given that Kate held the upper hand, there was no way she would let him off easily. Thus, she pursued Jin with her moonwalk technique, chasing him into the sky. Jin's gaze sharpened. Kate was not like him, able to maneuver freely in the air. How dare she pursue him aloft? This was akin to presenting a live target. Jiao Zizenhuang. Jin abruptly recoiled his head like a slingshot before releasing a powerful shockwave towards Kate. A flicker of crimson ignited in Kate's eyes, as if she had glimpsed something within her observation Haki. Binding Technique 81. Break Void. An invisible barrier manifested before Kate. Yet, the instant the barrier formed, it was shattered by Jin's onslaught. Kate raised her Zanpakuto, Haki enveloping the blade, dissipating the remnants of the attack. However, this blow sent Kate crashing back to the ground. She taunted Jin. What's the matter? Afraid to return to the ground? Is the noble quasi-royal frightened? Jin's expression behind the mask remained unchanged by Kate's mockery. Do you think such provocation can faze me? I have consumed the Zoan type. Dragon fruit. Ancient species. Pterosaur. In the skies, I am the king. Jiao Zizenhuang. Jin unleashed the same technique again. Faced with such a nearly unscrupulous yet potent attack, Kate could only utilize Shuanpa to vacate her position, now in a different locale. Kate's gaze turned icy as she glared at the sky, as if only he possessed the power of a devil fruit. Since you so relish being aloft, then taste the capability of the sound thunder fruit. Upon uttering this, arcs of electricity danced around Kate, and the heavens above, already influenced by her abilities, erupted with thunderous roars. 90 million volts, Thunder Beast. Kate raised the flowing blade like fire high, unleashing a surge of voltage from the blade's tip. An arc of electricity erupted from her weapon, transforming into a beast of lightning. Under Kate's command, the Thunder Beast charged toward Jin in a flash. Damn it, how is this possible? Jin's pupils constricted. Only then did he suddenly recall that his opponent could wield formidable electrical powers. It was no wonder Jin had overlooked Kate's thunderous capabilities. Primarily, she had not yet become accustomed to utilizing the sound thunder fruit in combat. As Jin sensed the power enveloping the beast of lightning, he realized it was likely beyond even his endurance. Now, while evading Kate's attack, he was compelled to fly at breakneck speed in midair. Thus, he found himself in a rather passive position. Had Kate lacked electrical abilities, Jin could have attacked recklessly, but now, with such power at her disposal, he dared not strike lightly. Boom! The Thunder Beast collided with Jin, producing a deafening explosion that reverberated across Blade Harbor. At that moment, Jin's body plummeted like a shattered arrow. Fury welled within him. He never anticipated being driven to such depths by his adversary. Damn that bastard. Enraged, Jin raised his katana, channeling his strength into a downward strike. Super Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. Jin unleashed a colossal fire dragon once more. 100 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Kate, unyielding, summoned a Thunder Dragon to counter. Boom! Their clash resulted in an even more violent explosion. Jin utilized the smoke generated by the blast to revert to his pterosaur form. Charging toward Kate's position, It seemed he intended to use his beak to strike at her. With his observation haki active, Kate naturally witnessed this unfolding scene. Binding Technique 37, Hanging Star. Kate conjured an enormous net of spiritual energy before her, effortlessly halting Jin's charge. A cruel smile crept across Kate's lips. Once ensnared by the hanging star, Jin struggled futilely. 150 million volts, divine punishment descends from the heavens. The long-accumulated thunderbolts transformed into a massive lightning column aimed at Jin's position. This is bad. Jin, gazing at the devastating attack, felt a sense of foreboding. Without time to ponder, he instinctively unfurled his wings to shield his body. As the lightning dissipated, all that remained before Kate was a charred form. Jin was defeated, and so thoroughly. Had he not rashly approached Kate, perhaps he could have compelled her to use her Bankai. Damn it, that wretched brat. It cannot be overstated how resilient the life force of a Zoan fruit user is. Despite enduring 150 million volts of electricity, Jin still found the strength to curse Kate. Kate approached Jin, a smile gracing her lips. You still have the energy to speak, but your life ends here. In the face of Jin's unwilling gaze, Kate unhesitatingly raised the flowing blade like fire to strike at his neck. Thunder roar 8 trigrams. A fierce shout erupted from behind Kate as the drunken Kaido, who had been ambling from a distance, suddenly appeared behind her. The lightning-wreathed Kanabo swung at remarkable speed toward her. Hiss, so swift, Kate abruptly altered the trajectory of her strike aimed at Jin's head, redirecting it to her side. The clang of metal echoed. The Kate who had stood before Kaido was now nowhere to be found. Cough cough. Boss. Upon witnessing Kaido's arrival, Jin attempted to rise. Kaido rested his Kanabo on his shoulder, looking at Jin and saying, "Rest well. I'll take care of that Navy brat." Meanwhile, Kate, caught off guard, was sent flying several miles by Kaido's thunder roar. In midair, Kate adjusted her posture before landing firmly on the ground. She gazed skyward, noting that the ominous clouds were beginning to dissipate. This was not good. Having expended too much of her sound Thunderfruit's power against Jin, she could no longer control the storm above. With no time to spare, Kate soared back toward Blade Harbor. As she drew nearer, she began to discern Kaido's true appearance. He was extraordinarily tall and robust, with long black hair cascading down, sporting a pair of long, horn-like protrusions, and a beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. His left arm bore a dragon scale tattoo. The upper half of his body was bare, marked with an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, while he donned a purple shirt fastened with 2 golden chains, complemented by loose, dark green trousers, adorned with a Shimenawa belt, and draped in a purple fur cloak, exuding an aura akin to that of a demon in the world. He carried a sake gourd emblazoned with the character heaven, and wielded a kanabo as his weapon. This portrayal was no different from what Kate had seen in the anime prior to her crossing over. However, witnessing him in person made Kaido appear even more formidable. His imposing presence was enough to instill a palpable fear. As Kate approached, Kaido regarded the young admiral who had effortlessly subdued his 3 most formidable subordinates. An invisible wave of Conqueror's haki emanated from him, directed squarely at Kate. "Huh. You think you can intimidate me right from the outset?" With that, Kate resolutely unleashed her own Conqueror's haki, and the 2 forces clashed, creating a moment of stalemate. In an instant, the heavens altered their hue, with even the storm clouds above being split apart by the might of their combined auras. Upon the white stage, all sentient beings were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming pressure. However, Kate's Conqueror's haki is merely of intermediate caliber, and at the outset, Kaido did not exert his full strength. The 2 were able to hold their ground against each other. Yet, as Kaido unleashed more of his Conqueror's haki, Kate found himself nearly overwhelmed. With no other option, he had to release his own spiritual pressure, resulting in a fierce stalemate between them. A deafening crack echoed through the void as Kaido and Kate ultimately failed to gain the upper hand in their clash of haki. Kate fixed his gaze upon Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, and slowly spoke. Such power, truly worthy of being called the strongest creature by those outside. Kaido's enormous spiked club slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward from his position. He chuckled, saying, "Navy brat, you are quite knowledgeable. You even recognize the title of the strongest creature. Do you think your strength allows you to challenge me?" Kate met his gaze defiantly, replying, "What? Do you believe my strength is insufficient to take you on?" A smirk crept across Kaido's lips. "Whether you can or cannot, I shall find out." As his words faded, Kaido charged towards Kate, His club, crackling with lightning, swung down with ferocity. Seeing the onslaught, Kate dared not hesitate. He raised his sword, Ryūjin, to clash with Kaido's club. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as Kate was sent flying by the sheer force of Kaido's strike. Kaido lifted his club, eyeing Kate, before leaping forward to bring it crashing down again. Fall before me. The intense shockwave struck Kate once more, propelling him away. In midair, Kate fought to steady himself, a flicker of anger flashing across his face. Meanwhile, Kaido, witnessing Kate withstand two of his assaults, felt a surge of irritation. Enveloped in crackling lightning, he transformed into a bolt of electricity, charging at his opponent. Still not finished. You truly believe I am merely a passive target? In response, Kate wielded Ryūjin and unleashed a massive fire slash towards Kaido's trajectory. The strike swiftly reached Kaido, but its effect was minimal, merely leaving a faint mark upon his body. Kate furrowed his brow, realizing Kaido possessed an extraordinary level of defense. He had not anticipated such a degree of resilience. No wonder he was dubbed the strongest creature. Is your attack merely a tickle? Kaido taunted as he unleashed his technique, Gunali Dragon Roar, wrapping his conqueror's haki around his iron club and launching rapid strikes in all directions towards Kate. This maneuver created an unavoidable space, and Kaido was confident it would cut off all of Kate's escape routes. However, Kate's observation haki had evolved to glimpse fragments of the future, and coupled with the extraordinary speed granted by his Shuinpa, he was able to evade all of Kaido's relentless attacks. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded on the battlefield. Amidst Kaido's impenetrable assaults, Kate's figure flickered and darted between the shadows of the club. His speed was so remarkable that it even appeared as if Kaido's club had passed through his form without contact. Impudent brat, do you think you can evade forever? Frustration welled within Kaido as he witnessed his proud attacks being so easily dodged. Realizing that this evasive strategy was not sustainable, Kate began to retreat from Kaido's range with calculated steps. Observing Kate's withdrawal, Kaido ceased his rapid strikes with the club. From his elevated position, Kate gazed down at Kaido as time passed, his fighting spirit ignited by the challenge. After all, encountering a formidable and resilient opponent was a rarity that I did not expect you, young one, to be lacking in power, yet so slippery in speed. Kaido remarked with dissatisfaction. Do you truly believe I possess such limited strength? Kate replied with a smile. Kaido scoffed. Then let me witness your true capabilities. Otherwise, how could a brat like you hold the rank of an admiral in the Navy? Is it that I seem to be underestimated? He said, raising Ryūjin as flames flickered ominously in the distance, as if drawn by some unseen force. Soon, the flames engulfing the entire Ryūjin port were absorbed into the blade in Kate's hand. Bankai, remnant fire great blade. Kaido's eyes narrowed as he observed the transformation of the surrounding environment. The moment all the flames were absorbed, he felt an undeniable threat emanating from Kate. Meanwhile, Jean, lying in the distance, widened his eyes at the unfolding spectacle. Familiar with the flames, he immediately recognized the abnormally charred Ryūjin. Understanding the terrifying temperature it now possessed. Unfortunately, due to his severe injuries, he could not muster the strength to warn Kaido. After activating his Bankai, Kate eagerly watched Kaido before him. It had been ages since he had wielded the full power of Ryūjin post-Bankai, even against formidable foes like Akainu or Enel. He had never truly unleashed the complete might of his remnant fire great blade. Now, facing Kaido, one of the four emperors, he felt no hesitation that on the other hand, Kaido was perplexed as to why he felt such a sense of danger after the flames vanished. Yet, respecting this change, he activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into his hybrid beast form. This form combined the agility of a human with the diverse natural attacks of a dragon, making it an exceptionally balanced form for combat, which Kaido often utilized when fighting seriously. Raising his club, Kaido observed Kate with vigilance. In an instant, Kate closed the distance, arriving before him. Remnant fire great blade, east, rising sun slash. Concentrating the heat of Ryūjin at the blade's tip, he struck at Kaido. Kaido's expression remained unchanged as he lifted his club to meet Kate's fiery assault. A tremendous explosion erupted from their clash, scattering flames in all directions, and in a mere exchange, Kaido's shoulder was seared by the explosion. Impossible, Kaido exclaimed, astonished that he had been injured by a single strike. Enraged, he swung his club towards Kate. Thunderous 8 trigrams. However, instead of dodging, Kate unleashed the remnant fire great blade once more. Remnant Fire Great Blade. West. Remnant Sun Prison Garb that he transformed his spiritual pressure into an inferno of 15 million degrees, enveloping himself and his blade in a searing blaze. Anyone approaching Kate unprepared would be instantaneously reduced to ashes. As the flames completely enveloped him, Kate surged forward like a blazing comet. Kaido was taken aback by the terrifying flames rushing towards him. While his fur ignited from the intense heat, the scorching temperature felt as if it could melt his very bones. And amidst the pain, a profound sense of peril surged within him. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he continued to swing his club at his adversary. Boom, the two forces collided once more, generating a powerful shockwave that engulfed the entirety of Ryūjin in flames. In that moment, Ryūjin had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Ruins littered the area, accompanied by the anguished cries of bewildered pirates. The scene had transformed into a hellish landscape. The two combatants stood their ground. Separated yet silent, a prolonged silence enveloped the battlefield. Finally, Kaido broke the stillness, saying, "Navy brat, I must admit, your strength is indeed impressive. Given time, you will undoubtedly become one of the mightiest beings in these seas." Kate did not allow Kaido's words to inflate his ego. He retorted with confidence, "I already know that without your affirmation." Kaido scoffed, "Humph, such arrogance for a mere child." Kate chuckled, "But I possess the capital to be arrogant." Kaido sneered, "No matter how strong or how much potential you possess, it means nothing if you are dead. Navy brat, today, you shall not leave Wano alive." Kate's gaze sharpened as he replied, "Then let us see if you can indeed stop me." Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido initiated the assault by enveloping his iron club with Conqueror's Haki, gripping it tightly and striking at Kate with incredible speed. Remnant Fire Great Blade. East. Rising Sun Slash. Kate once more compressed his spiritual pressure, bracing himself to meet Kaido's ferocious strike head-on. The clash of their attacks erupted in a tremendous explosion of force. Though Kaido's strike was formidable, Kate, utilizing his own strength and the flames of Ryūjin, managed to repel his assault. Boom! The aftermath of the collision between two formidable forces instantaneously evaporated a considerable portion of the surrounding seawater. Damn that little brat! Kaido cursed vehemently. A mark, seared by intense heat, manifested upon his body. This was truly vexing for Kaido. Meanwhile, Cat shifted his form, creating a distance between himself and Kaido. The residual flame blade. South. 10 billion death burial array. Cat plunged the blade of his residual flame sword into the ground. The immense heat of his Zanpakuto awakening the ashes of the pirates who had perished beneath Cat's blade. They transformed into a legion of charred skeletons, relentlessly charging towards Kaido. Observing the advancing skeletal army, Kaido propelled himself skyward. Great might. Thunderous 8 trigrams. In midair, Kaido enveloped an iron rod with his Conqueror's Haki, gripping it with both hands, and struck the ground with blinding speed. The condensed lightning erupted like a nuclear explosion, creating a vast mushroom cloud upon impacting the nearby skeletal legion. As the dust settled, Cat's residual flame blade, South, was thus negated by the opponent. Within the solemn atmosphere of the Holy Land Mariawa, the 5 elders convened at the long table, each bearing a grave expression. At that moment, one elder lightly tapped his finger on the table, seemingly deep in thought. "Esteemed colleagues, we have received word from Wano country that the naval commander named Cat has been sighted in conflict with the Yonko Kaido." His voice resonated with a hint of seriousness. Upon hearing this, the elder sword furrowed his brow. "Did we not transfer him to the Navy G5 base in the New World? How could he have ended up in Wano?" The elder birth sighed. "I have confirmed with Admiral Sengoku. Cat ventured to Wano in pursuit of a shipment of sea stone that was stolen there. Moreover, Sengoku subtly mentioned Doflamingo, indicating his possible involvement." The mere mention of Doflamingo plunged the atmosphere of the meeting room into a palpable tension. The 5 elders exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound wariness. Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon, possessed a background that was both intricate and enigmatic, seemingly holding secrets that could threaten the entire celestial dragon lineage. The elders had maintained vigilance over this individual, yet had failed to find a means to exploit his vulnerabilities. That we must intensify our surveillance of Cat, while simultaneously taking action against Doflamingo. The elder sword declared, his eyes glinting with a subtle murderous intent. It was evident that he harbored intentions against either Cat or Doflamingo. At that moment, the elder gold interjected, "That may not be feasible. Previously at Sabaody Archipelago, Cat displayed formidable observation haki before CP0 furthermore. This little brat has made it clear that he does not permit CP0 to monitor him. Attempting to surveil him now would be utterly impossible. Additionally, Doflamingo was a notably cautious individual. He would trust only those members of the Don Quixote family whom he endorsed, making it extremely challenging for CP0 to surveil or capture him at this juncture. The elder Longhair spoke. What is the current status of that naval brat in Wano? The elder Berth furrowed his brow. The strength of that brat is rather abnormal. He has already defeated 3 calamities from the beast pirates and is currently in a favorable position against Kaido. The elder Curly, leaning on his cane, remarked, "This young man possesses the capability to contend with a Yonko at such a tender age. Given time, could he not evolve into a threat to that esteemed individual?" Upon hearing this, the elders fell silent for a moment. Pondering the uncertainty of the future, it was clear that they were genuinely wary of Cat's potential to become even more formidable. The elder Berth hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps we should consult that esteemed individual." The elder Sword interrupted, "That esteemed individual remains in a state of slumber. There is no need to disturb him over such trivial matters. What then shall we do?" The elder Curly inquired nonchalantly. The elder Gold proposed, "As for that brat, we can afford to overlook him for the time being. After all, he is still under our control. Regarding Doflamingo, we must swiftly ascertain his movements." Following the elder Gold's proposal, the 5 elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with both suggestions. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku was making call after call with his transponder snail. Ever since receiving the intel from Wano, he had scarcely paused to breathe. "Damn it, that little punk," Sengoku cursed, nearly throwing the transponder snail in frustration as the calls went unanswered. At that moment, Garp chuckled heartily. "Sengoku, don't fret. You must have faith in Cat's prowess. That lad is not easily vanquished by Kaido." Sengoku, his face flushed with anger, retorted, "How can I not be anxious? I knew that fellow would stir up trouble in Wano sooner or later. Just look at this. If it weren't for my eyes and ears in Wano, we might never have known about the chaos Cat is causing." At this, Garp was momentarily at a loss for words. But he quickly reassured, "Cat surely has his reasons for acting this way." Sengoku shot a cold glance at Garp, who suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. Sensing Sengoku's gaze, Garp chose to remain silent. Sengoku resumed, "Garp, are you not concerned that Cat might run into trouble in Wano?" Garp shook his head, indicating his lack of worry. That brat's strength had already reached Yonko levels even before consuming a devil fruit. Given the time that has passed, he has likely grown even stronger. Sengoku regarded Garp with a deep sigh. He understood Garp's high regard for his grandson, yet as fleet admiral, he could not afford to be complacent. "Let us hope for the best," Sengoku said with concern to be on the safe side. "I have dispatched the fastest, Polysolino, to the New World. I hope that Cat and he can provide mutual support during the withdrawal from Wano." At the World Economic News Agency, Morgans was anxiously awaiting news from Wano. "The president has arrived. The photos have come in." An agitated staff member burst into Morgan's office, slamming a stack of freshly developed photos onto the desk. Rather than echoing the staff's impatience, Morgan swiftly picked up the photos, scrutinizing them with keen interest. The more he examined, the more exhilarated he became. Morgans inquired of his subordinate, "Have our contacts in Wano relayed any additional information?" The staff member nodded and replied, "Due to the rudimentary communication conditions in Wano, aside from these photos, we have also received word that Admiral Purpleblade has defeated the 3 calamities and is currently engaged in battle with Yonko Kaido." Morgans, upon hearing his subordinate's report, felt a flicker of cunning in his eyes that he understood that this information was sufficient to astound the entire world. "Excellent. Record this information and notify our contacts in Wano. We must closely monitor the battlefield of Admiral Purpleblade. Once a victor emerges, we shall publish the results on tomorrow's front page." Morgans declared excitedly. "Understood." Following the president's directive, the staff member swiftly resumed tracking developments in Wano. The residual flame blade, north, ashes of heaven and earth. The battle at Blade Harbor had reached a fever pitch. As Cat faced the relentless onslaught of Kaido, he unleashed an ultra-high temperature slash. Vajra arrow, Kaido swung his iron rod, unleashing a cylindrical blast of air, employing this technique for a long-range counter against Cat's distant strike. Indeed, he had no choice but to resort to this maneuver to block Cat's attack. The devastating heat of ashes of heaven and earth was such that even his flesh could scarcely withstand it. Although Kaido successfully blocked the attack, he was driven back several steps by the overwhelming force. Sweat poured from his body, his skin burning with intense heat, as if engulfed in flames. That little brat, Kaido mused. Since the commencement of their battle, they had exchanged blows well over 100 times. Yet, remarkably, Cat had sustained hardly any injuries, while Kaido found himself suffering greatly from the searing temperatures. Cat advanced with a swift step, his blade wreathed in dense black smoke, descending towards Kaido, aware of Cat's speed. Kaido chose to evade the strike, narrowly avoiding the attack. As Kaido dodged, the tip of Cat's blade struck the ground, producing a thunderous explosion that a significant portion of the earth beneath him vanished, leaving behind a charred chasm. Kaido's face was drenched in sweat, continuing to pour forth uncontrollably. It remains uncertain whether it is due to Kate's nearly devastating assault or the incessant, searing heat that envelopes the surroundings. Among those present, the one most profoundly astonished is indeed Jin himself. He cannot comprehend how Kate's Zanpakuto, upon shifting into another form, could possess such exaggerated power. Even his superior finds himself compelled to evade the blade's edge. Jin mutters under his breath, "Damn it, did that little navy brat not unleash his full strength when he fought me?" Regardless of his internal turmoil, it does not alter the situation on the battlefield. The more Kaido engages in combat with Kate, the more suffocating the tension becomes. In truth, he possesses an even more formidable full beast form that in that state, he can unleash attacks that rival natural disasters. However, once he transforms, his size will increase significantly, rendering him nothing short of a living target before Kate. After evading Kate's strike, Kaido leaps into the air, spinning his iron staff, cloaked in the powerful conqueror's haki, and strikes downward. Just as the hammer is about to crash onto Kate's form, he vanishes without a trace. The impact of Kaido's club smashing into the ground creates shockwaves that fracture the earth. Kate reappears behind Kaido, his flowing blade of fire, enveloped in intense heat, aimed directly at Kaido's heart. Through his observation haki, Kaido perceives his adversary's position and spins to deflect the incoming strike, redirecting the heated tip of the blade to glide past his armpit. Boom! A nearby peak erupts in flames, engulfing the small mountain in a roaring inferno. Kate, exasperated, exclaims, "You managed to evade that." Kaido smirks, "You ought to consider who I am. If you wish to slay me, you're still too inexperienced." Kate remains unfazed by Kaido's arrogance, calmly assessing the battle's dynamics. Facing such an opponent requires utmost caution. It seems this Yonko is not so easily dealt with. Kate muses to himself that moment. Kaido suddenly unleashes a fierce assault. He swings his iron staff, infused with immense haki and flames, charging at Kate with unyielding ferocity. The staff crashes into the ground, sending forth a powerful shockwave that radiates outward. Kate hastily dodges, yet still feels the effects of the shockwave, propelling him backward uncontrollably. Utilizing the cover of smoke, Kate fires a bolt of lightning toward the distant arc. Kaido's observation haki detects this move, though he dismisses Kate's arc as inconsequential. What? Is the brat attempting to flee now? To him, it seems Kate's activation of the arc is indeed an escape tactic. Do you think I would allow you to leave so easily? Kaido raises his wolf fang staff once more, striking at Kate. How do you know I wish to leave? Kate counters, wielding his flowing blade of fire to block the incoming attack. He continues, "Besides, my system mission remains unfulfilled. How could I possibly abandon this place? At the very least, I must bring you down." Upon hearing Kate's intent to subdue him, Kaido's fury ignites. "Arrogant little brat, die." The wolf fang staff strikes again, accompanied by chilling purple lightning and potent conqueror's haki. Kate laughs. Why the sudden haste? The spiritual pressure emanating from Kate transforms into flames, enveloping him and his blade like the blazing sun that he swings the Zanpakuto, meeting Kaido's assault head-on. Boom! The clash of their tremendous forces creates a deafening sound. Kate's blade is sent flying, and he is propelled backward, while Kaido remains steadfastly planted in place. This exchange starkly illustrates the disparity in their strengths. Kate's prowess does not primarily derive from sheer power. Thus, when facing Kaido's onslaught, he often becomes the one cast aside. Yet, Kate's attack is no mere jest. Though he is struck back by Kaido, the intense heat from his blow scorches Kaido's entire arm to a charred black. Kate unleashes a searing slash, one of his most potent techniques, capable of reducing the entirety of Blade Marshall Harbor to ashes. However, Kaido remains unperturbed. He swings his iron staff, unleashing a formidable force from its tip, conjuring a solid barrier that halts Kate's strike. Kaido's staff transforms into an indestructible purple energy, completely absorbing the force of the slashed. He then swings the staff violently, sending a powerful shockwave hurtling back at Kate. Boom! The shockwave collides with Kate, sending him flying backward uncontrollably. Yet, as he soars through the air, his form suddenly vanishes. Not even Kaido's observation haki can capture Kate's figure. Boss, up in the sky. Jean, having regained some strength, cries out. After uttering this, Jean, burdened by his injuries, begins to cough up blood. Upon hearing Jin's voice, Kaido immediately raises his head. There stands Kate, suspended in the void, arcs of electricity crackling around him. The storm clouds generated by the arc are continuously transferred to Blade Marshall Harbor. Kate sneers. Do you think your lightning is impressive? Let's see how you fare against mine. He brandishes his flowing blade of fire, releasing a tremendous current from its tip, transforming it into a lightning beast that surges toward Kaido. Upon witnessing the current, a glimmer of seriousness crosses Kaido's gaze that he comprehends that this current is undoubtedly as potent as his own lightning, perhaps even stronger. Yet, he does not flinch. Inhaling deeply, he swings his iron staff, enveloped in armament haki, and disperses the lightning beast sent forth by Kate. Seeing this, Kate narrows his eyes. It seems this attack lacks sufficient force. Kaido snorts. Bring forth any other techniques you possess. Brat. A smirk graces Kate's lips. I relish your overconfidence. Try this one. Heaven and Earth Ashes Enhanced Version. Heaven's Punishment. Earth's Destruction. A dragon of lightning, clutching a sphere of extreme temperature, hurtles toward Kaido. Unblockable, this time. Kate's slash sends a shiver down Kaido's spine. He realizes he cannot withstand this strike. Resolutely, he decides to fully beastify himself. A colossal azure dragon emerges, soaring amidst the clouds. This is Kaido's most formidable move. Utilizing the fire dragon torch head to envelop his conqueror's haki and crash with tremendous force into his opponent, generating a violent explosion upon impact. The two formidable techniques collide mid-air when their tremendous forces meet. An ear-splitting roar ensues. The entire Blade Marshall Harbor trembles under the residual force of this clash, and the explosion's light illuminates all of Wano. Bad wind. Before the smoke dissipates, Kaido exhales a torrent of wind blades. These blades, akin to the strikes of a weasel, swiftly disperse the smoke and hurtle toward Kate. Given that these wind blades are imbued with Conqueror's haki and armament haki, Kate cannot simply elementalize to evade them. Binding way number 81, Break Void. An invisible barrier rapidly manifests, and in no time, the wind blades all miss their target. Seizing the opportunity while Kate defends against the bad wind, Kaido unleashes his Conqueror's haki toward the storm clouds above. He realizes that his opponent aims to utilize the storm clouds in battle. Naturally, Kaido will not allow Kate to achieve his goal. As Kate blocks the bad wind, he discerns Kaido's intentions. Clever of you. Aiming to exploit the storm clouds, Kate releases his own Conqueror's haki in tandem with his spiritual pressure. The two forces clash in midair, quickly neutralizing each other. Seeing his scheme thwarted, Kaido erupts in anger. Damn it. Little brat, Kate taunts. With a physique like yours, I expected you to be merely a brawny brute, who knew your mind was just as twisted, truly befitting of one of the four emperors. Hearing Kate's sardonic remarks ignites a surge of unbridled rage within Kaido. Recklessly, he gathers a fireball within his mouth. Heat breath, a towering column of flame, extending several kilometers, soars into the sky. Fueled by Kaido's fury, this attack possesses formidable power. Sensing the might of this strike, Kate cannot help but exclaim, "What the hell?" It seems he is truly enraged. Divine retribution. Immediately, Kate raised his Zanpakuto and pointed it downward. A bolt of lightning from the storm clouds above struck down, colliding with Kaido's attack. The power resulting from the intersection of the two forces surged outward, scattering electric sparks across Wano. Ultimately, both energies exhausted their final might. Kaido and Kate appeared on the ground, both showing signs of fatigue. Kaido panted heavily, glaring angrily at his opponent, while Kate calmly observed the battlefield. Marveling at the strength of the Yonko, that he understood that this battle tested not only his strength, but also his intelligence and willpower. Only by fully leveraging his advantages could he hope to achieve victory. It seems you possess some skill, brat, Kaido remarked coldly. Kate smiled faintly. Offering no reply, he wielded his flowing blade, releasing both spiritual pressure and electric currents, showcasing formidable offensive power. Now, let me see what other techniques you have. Kaido leaped, swirling his dragon form like a top, generating massive tornadoes. These colossal whirlwinds aimed to ensnare Kate's body. Yet, Kate stood resolute before the multiple tornadoes, unfazed. He released his Zanpakuto, with his left index finger pointed. He declared, "The carriage of thunder, the seams of the spinning wheel. This entity gathers light and divides into 6. Binding spell number 61. 6 rods prison of light. Soon, 6 luminous shards materialized in the void, swiftly darting towards Kaido, locking him in place. Without Kaido's support, the enormous tornadoes he had conjured quickly dissipated. Although Kaido was momentarily restrained, he soon shattered the 6 rods with a powerful burst. Their battle resumed, each strike resonating with the clash of strength and technique. The surrounding structures and ground suffered relentless destruction, as if the very world quaked under their might. Nevertheless, regardless of the intensity of the conflict, Kate remained composed and alert. He continuously scrutinized Kaido's movements, searching for flaws and weaknesses. However, Kate couldn't help but marvel at Kaido's monstrous recovery. Despite the prolonged battle, his opponent showed no signs of fatigue. Kate was acutely aware of his own condition. He lacked Kaido's extraordinary regenerative abilities. If this battle continued, he realized he would inevitably be worn down. Observing the storm clouds above gathering once more, Kate evaded Kaido's assault. He then utilized Shuinpa, appearing beneath the clouds. Upon seeing Kate return to the sky, Kaido assumed he was about to unleash another special technique. He fixed his cold gaze upon Kate, remaining ever vigilant for his attack. Observing Kaido's expression below, Kate understood his thoughts. A cold smile crept upon his face. This next move would not be so easily countered. Myriad Thunder. Kate unleashed lightning of his own creation from the wide-ranging storm clouds generated by the Ark's revelation, stimulating the electrons within. Ultimately, the agitated electrons cascaded down to the earth, forming countless bolts of lightning. The area engulfed by the storm clouds was all within the attack range. On the ground, Kaido gazed upward at the densely packed lightning, feeling a constant prickling sensation. Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. This was his most powerful technique. Yet Kaido had no choice but to employ it to fend off Kate's Myriad Thunder. His strategy was sound. The potent move swiftly neutralized a significant portion of the lightning. However, the remaining bolts grazed his technique, striking Kaido directly. Soon, the Kaido, struck by the Myriad Thunder, glowed with an intense blue light. When the brilliance faded, Kate's enormous Azure Dragon form was charred black. Enduring the attack, Kaido's exterior and the internal organs suffered severe damage. In contrast, after unleashing Myriad Thunder, Kate was gasping for breath. Once the lightning from the storm clouds ceased, they dissipated, leaving the sky devoid of any electrical particles. As for the Ark, due to its overburdened operation, it was now in a state of paralysis to prevent overheating. The Ark's revelation had activated its protective mechanism. It could be said that after executing this grand technique, Kate could no longer harness the formidable powers of the Thunder Fruit for the time being. Some might wonder why the protagonist didn't unleash the Thunder Fruit's ultimate technique, Thunder Arrival. I can only express that this move could reduce an island to dust. And with so many people present in Wano, as a member of the Navy, he certainly could not employ such a devastating technique. Of course, had the protagonist been a pirate, I would have written that scene directly. Ding. Task completed. A mechanical voice echoed in Kate's ear, sounding like celestial music. Ding. Rewards have been issued. The host may collect them. After hearing the system's announcement, Kate no longer wished to continue fighting Kaido. His mission was accomplished, and prolonging the battle would merely waste time. However, this fight was no longer solely in Kate's hands. After enduring the Myriad Thunder, Kaido had risen once more. Refreshing, absolutely exhilarating. Kaido's gaze shifted back to Kate, and he spoke slowly. Brat, I never expected you to possess such a powerful technique. He glanced upward at the now clear sky. Devoid of any storm clouds, it seems you can no longer unleash such a mighty attack. Have you decided how you wish to perish? Kate found himself momentarily taken aback by Kaido's words. He responded, Do you believe that after using Myriad Thunder, I am out of options? Kaido wore a cold smile, as if to say otherwise. Preposterous, Kate scoffed, dismissing the notion with a curl of his lip. He extended his left hand forward, summoning a white, bone-like mask from the void. Kaido laughed upon seeing the mask emerge from Kate's grasp. Ha ha ha. Kid, you claim you're not out of tricks, yet are you preparing to wear that mask and flee, noisy? With that, Kate donned the mask upon his face. A surge of crimson and black radiance erupted from him. Kaido watched as Kate, now masked, felt his smile fade. He sensed a powerful pressure closing in on him, as if a mountain were bearing down on his chest, rendering him breathless. What is this power? Kaido thought in horror, feeling as though he faced not a mere man, but a ferocious beast. Before he could contemplate further, Kate, who had originally been before him, now appeared before his head. So fast, the thought barely crossed his mind before he felt a horn on his head severed. Bastard, you little brat, you shall pay. Infuriated, Kaido unleashed a torrent of flames toward Kate. However, Kate effortlessly dodged the attack. After evading Kaido's fiery breath, Kate swiftly appeared behind him. Side slash. With that strike, a long gash appeared on Kaido, extending from his back to his abdomen. The blood flowing from the wound was black, clearly indicating it was Kaido's. Roar. Overwhelmed by intense pain, Kaido let out a thunderous dragon's roar. Instinctively, he swung his tail, attempting to swat Kate off his back, yet Kate merely blinked, vanishing from behind him. Ha! A deep, raspy laugh resonated from Kaido's head. Unbeknownst to him, Kate had already reclined atop Kaido's head, laughing and rolling about. Damn brat! Kaido swung his tail to strike Kate, yet instead of hitting him, he ended up creating a large bump on his own head. Ha ha ha. Floating in the void, Kate laughed even louder, as if he had witnessed something utterly ludicrous. Of course, this was not his intention. However, he truly could not control his thoughts, as the negative emotion bestowed by the mask was wrath. As he toyed with his opponent, he could not help but erupt into incessant laughter. The sound was rife with mockery, but when someone attacked him, just as he finished speaking, Kaido's fiery breath struck Kate. Normally, with Kate's abilities, he could have easily avoided the attack, yet influenced by the negative emotions, he could not control his body. Upon being hit by Kaido's flames, Kate's aura underwent a drastic transformation. The tidal wave of fury erupted from him, and though his body remained suspended at a distance, he no longer emitted any laughter. Upon witnessing this transformation, Kaido felt an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. It was as if countless malevolent forces were converging from all directions. When he finally regained his senses, he realized that his right arm's dragon claw had detached from his body. What? How could this be? When did it happen? Yet, why did he not feel any pain from his wound? Before he could contemplate further, Kate's figure appeared before his head, those cold, murderous, and furious eyes fixated on him. You little brat, you shall perish. Fire dragon torch. Gazing at Kate before him, Kaido conjured a massive fire dragon, encasing his body, and charged towards the close quarters Kate. Anything that came into contact with the flames would be instantly incinerated. Alas, this mere flame was insufficient. The temperature paled in comparison to his Inkai. Kate instinctively swung his Inkai, effortlessly blocking Kaido's ferocious assault. How could this be? Kaido's heart was shaken. He had a rough idea of Kate's power before donning the mysterious mask, but with the mask on, Kate's strength had now matched his own. Oh dear. I was almost completely ensnared by the mask's influence. After a prolonged silence, Kate finally found his voice, having expended considerable effort to shake off the negative emotions brought on by the mask. Yet, the result of overcoming that influence was a tremendous surprise. Kate could distinctly sense that he had begun to gain preliminary control over the void mask. Moreover, with this newfound mastery, it implied that should he wear the mask again, he would be far less affected by its negative emotions. Most importantly, Kate felt himself becoming increasingly adept at wielding the power of the void. You little brat, how dare you lose focus while battling me? Seeing Kate lost in his own world, Kaido immediately launched an attack. Heat breath. A column of fire erupted from Kaido's mouth, aimed at Kate. Upon regaining his focus, Kate glanced at the incoming attack, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Void flash. Kate directed his Inkai towards Kaido. A small black sphere began to coalesce before the blade's tip. In an instant, a black energy pillar shot towards Kaido's heat breath. The two techniques collided, and in mere moments, Kaido's heat breath was overwhelmed and shattered. Impossible. Kaido let out a final roar of fury before his body was struck by the void flash. A cataclysmic energy storm swept across the battlefield. And when the tempest subsided, only a crater remained, beneath which lay Kaido's charred body. After enduring this attack, Kaido could no longer maintain his beastly form. Reverting to his human appearance, Kate hovered above, gazing down at the battered Kaido, who lay on the ground, bloodied and barely alive. Navy, You have one, Kaido uttered with great difficulty, his voice weak and strained. Indeed, so I ponder whether to lock you away and impel down. Kaido laughed heartily, though the motion caused him to groan in pain. So, Kate, why do you wish to imprison me rather than kill me? Kate fixed his gaze upon him and replied slowly, because I bear a grievance against the world government. Taking you away seems to yield no benefit. Upon hearing Kate's words, Kaido's expression froze, followed by a burst of laughter. This laughter was a blend of agony and joy, after living for so long. It was the first time he had encountered such an amusing perspective. He could only imagine the uproar that would ensue should this notion reach the world government. Kaido then spoke, since you neither wish to capture me nor kill me. What, little brat, brings you to Wano? At this, Kate recalled, I had almost forgotten. I came to Wano to investigate a batch of sea prism stones that were stolen by someone. With that, Kate transformed into a streak of lightning. Vanishing from sight, Kaido, upon processing Kate's response, was left in stunned silence. After Kate had departed, he roared in anger, "Damn Navy brat! I shall not let this matter rest." Shortly thereafter, the severely injured Jean dragged his battered body to Kaido's side. Upon seeing Kaido's condition, he exclaimed, "Boss, are you all right?" As the one who had been by Kaido's side the longest and held his utmost trust, Jean had never witnessed Kaido in such a dire state. Even in Kaido's most reckless moments, he had never seen him so utterly defeated. Seeing Jean approach, Kaido spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Jean, investigate who has been stealing the Navy's sea prism stones in Wano recently." After uttering this command, Kaido finally succumbed to his injuries and fainted. Boss! Boss! Upon seeing Kaido unconscious, Jean cried out in alarm. Simultaneously, a tempest of dread surged within him. From Kaido's words, he surmised that the theft of the sea prism stones in Wano was one of the reasons that had drawn this extraordinarily powerful Navy admiral. A sense of absurdity permeated his thoughts. He kept wondering, do your Navy lack for wealth? Is it necessary to overturn an entire Yonko crew for a mere handful of sea prism stones? He glanced at his own injuries and then at Kaido's wounds. Jean felt as if he might just die from despair, but there was no time for further contemplation. With his battered body and the aid of the equally injured queen, he hurriedly transported Kaido's body and severed arm back to Onigashima for treatment. At Mary Geos, within the five elders' conference room, the elders were informed by the eldest, "News from Wano has arrived." The other members, who had been somewhat leisurely, turned their attention to the eldest, all eagerly anticipating the subsequent developments. The elder with the sword scoffed, "I suspect that kid has already been defeated. After all, he is up against a seasoned Yonko, and Wano is his territory." After a moment of silence, the eldest spoke, "That kid won. How is that possible?" Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. They believed it was impossible for Kate to triumph while causing a ruckus in the enemy's stronghold. The elder with golden hair interjected, "Are you certain this isn't a joke? How could that kid possibly defeat the Yonko Kaido? How old is he anyway?" The eldest replied helplessly, "To be honest, I was also incredulous upon receiving this news. But it is indeed the case. Those CP0 agents in Wano would not gamble with their lives." The elder with long hair expressed his concern. "What about the previous proposal to awaken that certain individual?" No, we cannot awaken that individual prematurely." The elder with curly hair interjected to prevent it. The elder with golden hair added, "Everyone, let's remain calm. The situation has not yet spiraled out of control. Although that kid is indeed powerful, let us not forget there are still 5 of us." The elder with the sword stated solemnly, "We must find a time to gauge this admiral's attitude towards the world government, should he reveal any dissatisfaction. Such a potential threat cannot be allowed to persist." The elder with long hair suggested, "Should we not recall him from G5 back to the Navy headquarters?" The elder with golden hair countered, "No. On the contrary, we must keep that kid stationed at G5. The eldest inquired in confusion, "Why is that?" The elder with golden hair glanced at the eldest before responding, "Do not forget, that kid is Carp's grandson. Should we decide to take any action against Kate, do you think that old man will remain silent?" Indeed, at the Navy headquarters, a powerhouse like Kate was highly coveted, especially now, given that Kate had single-handedly taken on a Yonko crew and emerged victorious. It was evident that when Kate returned to the Navy from Wano, his reputation would soar to unprecedented heights. I fear that the other party will become an even more dazzling presence after the naval hero Carp. Moreover, this individual holds the title of the youngest admiral in history, being the grandson of the naval hero Carp, who single-handedly defeated the 4 emperors and carries an impressive array of accolades. The 5 elders, Upon contemplating these factors, feel a chill run down their spines. One of the 5 elders, marked by a birthmark, inquired, "What shall we do?" The golden-haired elder remained silent for a moment before responding. "We can only take it one step at a time." Hoping that this young man will maintain his loyalty, he then added, "Regardless, I must find a way to place a capable individual beside him. If another incident like that of Monkey D. Dragon occurs, the world government will gain an incredibly formidable adversary." The others nodded in agreement, finding the golden-haired elder's plan quite reasonable. Meanwhile, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marine Headquarters, Carp, filled with exuberance, exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! Truly worthy of being my grandson. This time, our Navy's prestige has been greatly elevated." Sengoku himself wore a subtle smile, though he still considered Carp's actions to be rather reckless. However, the news from Wano had invigorated him immensely. Present in the office were Vice Admiral Tsuru, Akainu, and Akiji. Vice Admiral Tsuru, with a beaming smile, looked at the ecstatic Carp and said, "All right, Carp, this is Sengoku's office. You should sit down." Carp chuckled heartily, replying, "Little Tsuru, you don't understand my current excitement. You must know that had I not recognized the potential in Kate and insisted on enlisting him, he would likely have been led astray by that rascal Luffy." Aspiring to become a pirate, regarding Carp's grandson, who wishes to become the Pirate King, this matter is well known among the high-ranking Navy officials. Unfortunately, Carp, that unreliable fellow, frequently takes leave to return to the East Blue, with the intent of teaching a lesson to his grandson, who aspires to be the Pirate King. Carp constantly laments that had it not been for his duties and Kate's remarkable progress in the Navy, he would have already forcibly recruited him into the ranks. However, after Vice Admiral Tsuru's gentle persuasion, Carp managed to suppress his tumultuous emotions. Sengoku, observing his old friend's demeanor, anticipated that Carp would soon leave his office to boast about Kate's exploits in Wano. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became, guessing that the first person Carp would flaunt his news to would undoubtedly be Zifa. In this office, 2 individuals held sentiments starkly different from Sengoku and the others. The most complex among them was Sakazuki himself. Initially, he had come to Sengoku's office with the intent of impeaching Kate, citing the 2/3 of the Marines who had perished at G5, all of whom had been executed by Kate himself. The number of deaths was too significant to conceal from the Navy's upper echelons. However, unlike Akainu, nearly everyone, except for those aligned with him, acquiesced to Kate's actions, as his deeds had garnered a notorious reputation beyond just G5. Moreover, many of those Marines were implicated in various scandals. Thus, no one dared to speak out about the events that transpired there. Only Akainu saw this as an opportunity. He wished to use this incident to bring Kate down from the rank of admiral. As for Akiji, his thoughts were far less convoluted. Naturally, he shared a friendship with Kate and felt delighted by his remarkable achievements. Yet, most importantly, he was reluctant to be in Sengoku's office, as Carp's exuberance made it impossible for him to find a moment's peace. Once Carp had calmed down, Sengoku addressed the group. "For now, let us not discuss Kate's recent actions. I suspect the New World will soon be rife with unrest. Does anyone have any thoughts?" At this, Carp fell silent, absent-mindedly picking at his nose, while Akainu and Akiji each contemplated their own perspectives, having no intention of responding to Sengoku. Only Vice Admiral Tsuru engaged in thought, leading to a moment of silence in the office. After gathering her thoughts, Vice Admiral Tsuru articulated, "It would be prudent for us to remain inactive at this time." Sengoku turned to her, eager to hear her reasoning. Vice Admiral Tsuru continued, "Fleet Admiral, we cannot recklessly intervene in the affairs of the New World. If the other 4 emperors were to learn of our involvement, they would undoubtedly assume we intend to encroach upon their territories. Should they unite with the smaller pirates under their command to harass the Navy's branches in the New World, our operations there would become exceedingly difficult." Her concerns were well-founded, as the 4 emperors were notorious for their prideful nature. If they became aware of the Navy's meddling, they would certainly coordinate with their captains to obstruct the Navy's efforts. Akiji concurred with Vice Admiral Tsuru's assessment and spoke up, "Fleet Admiral, I believe Vice Admiral Tsuru makes a valid point." In contrast, Akainu, a staunch proponent of aggressive action, had a differing viewpoint. He argued that the more critical the situation, the more necessary it was to strike decisively. "Fleet Admiral, I believe Vice Admiral Tsuru is being overly cautious. At this juncture, we should take the initiative rather than hesitate." Akiji glanced at Akainu, recognizing the significant differences in their perspectives, yet acknowledging that his arguments held some merit. Thus, he replied, "Akainu, your stance does have some validity. However, we cannot overlook Vice Admiral Tsuru's concerns. The four emperors of the New World have established their power for a considerable time, that if we act recklessly, it may provoke their vigilance and retaliation. Sengoku listened attentively to the various opinions, recognizing the complexity of the issue at hand. He understood the need for careful deliberation and could not afford to make hasty decisions. Addressing the group, he said, "Thank you all for your insights and suggestions that I will reflect deeply on this matter and strive to reach a decision swiftly." He understood the significance of this decision, knowing it would not only affect the Navy's interests but also influence the dynamics of the New World. Sengoku was determined that whatever course of action he chose, it must be approached with the utmost caution, ensuring that no party felt unjustly treated or dissatisfied. Meanwhile, at the World Economic News Agency, Morgans paced anxiously in his office. It had been far too long since any news had come from Wano, and with each passing moment, his anticipation grew. Finally, unable to contain himself, he turned to his secretary and inquired, "Is there still no word from Wano? What on earth are our informants doing?" Morgan's secretary, wearing an exasperated expression, replied, "President, you've asked me this same question over 20 times in the past hour, and I've already informed you that due to the battle between the four Emperor Kaido and Admiral Zangetsu, the communication devices have been severely disrupted." Frustrated, Morgans retorted, "I know, but..." His secretary found himself ensnared in this relentless cycle of torment. "President, we have news. President." The voice from outside his office reached him before the messenger even arrived, and his secretary finally wore a look of relief. Before the individual could reach the office door, Morgan swiftly opened it himself. At this moment, nothing was more crucial to him than the news from Wano. Without waiting for the messenger to speak, Morgans roughly snatched the document from their hands. The first thing that caught his eye was the image of Kaido's battered form, along with his near-lifeless state. Just this single photograph sent Morgan's mind racing. Countless dazzling, sensational, and irresistible headlines flashed through his imagination. The more he examined the contents of the document, the more alarmed he became. He realized this would be the most challenging yet potentially career-defining news he would ever handle. Just the photo of Kaido's current condition was enough to spark explosive headlines that would set the seas ablaze. Without further delay, Morgan shut the door to his office, issuing orders that no one was to disturb him. Moments later, the office door swung open once more. A female figure was unceremoniously hurled from the office door by Morgans. She was none other than Morgan's secretary. Meanwhile, on the Ark, Kate stood firmly, the time since his departure from Wano having long passed. He had no intention of returning to the G5 base just yet, for there was still a matter left unresolved. The Ark was now sailing towards a certain direction in the New World. However, as Kate advanced, an unexpected guest appeared aboard his vessel. Indeed, it was Admiral Kizuru, who had set out from the Navy headquarters to rendezvous with Kate in Wano. In his languid tone, Borisolino remarked, "Oh dear. What a formidable young man you are. It seems you must have caused quite a stir over in Wano. Haven to you." Kate regarded Kizuru with calmness, betraying no excessive surprise, and replied, "By the way, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be stationed at headquarters?" Kizuru chuckled. "I was ordered by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to assist you. So, how was the grand battle in Wano? Did you gain much from it?" Kate smiled and said, "There were certainly gains, and I found the confrontation quite satisfying." Kizuru was momentarily at a loss for words. Speaking of which, considering the commotion you've caused, have you thought about how to explain this to Sengoku? And now that we've left Wano, shouldn't we return to your G5 base? What is the purpose of this ship's course? I can't shake the feeling that the destination seems oddly familiar." Kate was taken aback by Kizuru's sudden verbosity, yet he patiently responded, "Sengoku doesn't need me to explain. My grandfather is there to cover for me. As for why we're not heading to G5, it's primarily because I need to handle the pretext for my trip to Wano." The excuse for going to Wano? Kizuru was unaware of the incident involving the theft of Seastone there. Nonetheless, after the battle in Wano, Kate felt an overwhelming fatigue both physically and mentally. To prevent Kizuru from prattling on, Kate interjected, "All right, let us discuss matters later after I've had a chance to rest. I am utterly exhausted and need to sleep for a while." Without waiting for Kizaru's response, Kate made his way to the cabin. Just as he reached the doorway, he tossed the compass to Kizaru and said, "Since you're here, and you have nothing else to do, keep an eye on the Ark's course for me. Make sure to wake me when we arrive." Kizuru was left flabbergasted by Kate's nonchalant delegation of responsibility. And by the time he gathered his thoughts, Kate had already retreated into the cabin and fallen fast asleep. Kizaru sighed, muttering to himself, "What a bother. Had I known this kid was fine, I would have returned to Marineford directly." However, even if he wished to return now, it was far too late, as the vessel that had brought him to Wano had already headed back to headquarters long ago, with no other option. He was compelled to accompany Kate on his journey. The next day, the entire pirate world was shaken by the newspapers scattered by the news birds. One particularly striking headline read, "Shocking. The heir of the Navy hero has defeated the beast pirates Kaido in a duel." Leaving his fate uncertain, on a small island in the New World, Marco had just received a newspaper from a news bird. After reading the headline, disbelief washed over his face as he confirmed to the paper. "Is it true? Has Kaido really been defeated?" Immediately, he took the newspaper back aboard his ship. Ryūjin. "Fascinating. I never expected that this little brat would possess such strength, Marco. I recall you all doubted his capabilities upon learning he had become an admiral at such a young age. Now just look." Several division commanders still aboard the Whitebeard pirates shook their heads in resignation. Marco then spoke, "Father, that is not the main concern. Our focus should be on guarding against potential movements from the Navy. Moreover, we must keep a close watch on this admiral. Garura, rest assured, the Navy won't make any significant moves, and as for that young admiral, if he wishes to challenge me, all the better. It's a pity he is a Navy officer, or I would have gladly taken him in as my son." Whitebeard laughed heartily. If Kate were present, he would surely have scoffed. No wonder it's Whitebeard, the cunning old fox. He has accurately deduced the Navy's intentions. On Cake Island in the New World, Charlotte Perospero, the candy minister with a long tongue, burst into Big Mom's room, exclaiming, Mama, something monumental has happened in the New World." What is going on, Perospero?" Charlotte Linlin inquired. Her tone tinged with annoyance. Feeling the pressure of his mother's imposing presence and her predatory gaze, he nearly stuttered. Finally, he suppressed his fear and handed the newspaper to her as Big Mom opened the paper and read the news of Kaido's defeat. Disbelief etched itself upon her face. "Is this true? Kaido has been defeated?" Perospero nodded, replying, "Yes, Mama. This is the newly released news, and I believe it to be accurate. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is exceptionally powerful, yet he has been vanquished. It is truly astounding." Charlotte Linlin set the newspaper down, her eyes glimmering with ambition and greed. She recognized this as an opportunity, a potential chance for her Big Mom pirates to grow even stronger. "Gather all the ministers and officers. I have significant news to announce," she commanded. Perospero nodded and promptly exited the room, understanding his mother's ambitions and plans, knowing he had to prepare swiftly to maintain his position and power amid the impending turmoil. Indeed, upon learning of Kaido's injuries, Big Mom did not first consider guarding against the Navy. Instead, her first thought was to annex some of the islands under the beast pirates to bolster her own strength. Moreover, she had long coveted some of the islands known for producing unique desserts under Kaido's domain. For the sake of her small selfish desire, she was more than willing to take advantage of the situation to trample upon the beast pirates. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, Ben Beckman also learned of Kaido's defeat through a newspaper. Upon returning to the Red Force, he observed his disheveled crew and his captain, Shanks, still engrossed in drinking and gambling. Oblivious to his return, "Everyone, wake up! I have an announcement to make," Beckman declared, striding to the deck and slamming the newspaper onto the table. Shanks, still in a drunken stupor, was forcibly nudged by his crew members to the newspaper. Despite it being well into the day, the party-loving emperor remained in a dazed joy. "Captain, wake up and look at this. Kaido has been defeated." Shanks squinted at the newspaper, and as he read its contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Beckman, this, no doubt, this is Luffy's brother? Wow, this is incredible. How old is this kid?" Shanks exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Beckman, face-palming, responded, "Don't you think you should be more concerned about yourself? Remember, your earlier antics with Luffy led us to be chased by Garp in the New World." Shanks, slightly confused, retorted, "What does that have to do with this?" Unable to contain himself, Beckman delivered a swift smack to his captain's head. "This kid's strength can topple the beast pirates. Do you think it would be a walk in the park if he came after us?" Shanks fell silent, beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. That he muttered to himself, "It seems this matter is a bit more troublesome than I thought." Meanwhile, some crew members jeered. "Looks like the captain is getting cold feet." Indeed, it appears he knows just how formidable Luffy's brother truly is. Shanks shot a glare at the heckling crew members, unwilling to show weakness at that moment. However, the atmosphere aboard his ship indeed reflected this sentiment, and the others could only tease lightly. At that moment, the Ark's prophecy was fulfilled as Kate finally stirred from his slumber aboard the ship. Alas, he found himself in a predicament, for the toll of the recent battle had been rather substantial. No matter how deeply he slumbered, he could not ignore the gnawing hunger in his belly. Thus, he had no choice but to rise and make his way to the kitchen within the ship's cabin. As time progressed, Kate soon adorned the dining table with a cornucopia of delectable dishes. His appetite surged, and he began to feast heartily, seemingly intent on compensating for all he had expended earlier. At that moment, the grand door of the dining hall was thrust open from the outside. Kizaru strode in with an air of indifference, approaching the table with a languid gait. He cast a forlorn glance at Kate and remarked, "Have you forgotten about me, your humble crew member?" In truth, Kizaru had been aware on the deck that Kate had awakened. Lacking culinary skills himself, he naturally assumed that Kate's preparations would include a portion for him. Hence, he had been awaiting Kate's invitation to join him for the meal. Yet alas, Kate had already devoured nearly half of the food. Reflecting on the appetites of the Carp family, he felt a pang of urgency. If he did not enter soon, he feared he would find nothing but scraps left. Kate glanced at Kizaru, momentarily embarrassed. He had indeed forgotten about him, and with his ravenous hunger, he had prioritized his own meal. Of course, Kate would never admit to having completely overlooked his companion. "Hey, Borsalino, come and sit down." Kate hastily beckoned Kizaru to take a seat, and promptly served him a bowl of food. Kizaru, not one to stand on ceremony, dug in with gusto, for he was indeed famished. Just a couple of bites in, Kizaru was utterly captivated by Kate's culinary prowess. As he continued to eat, he teased Kate, saying, "I never imagined that. In addition to possessing extraordinary combat skills, the youth of today would also excel in the kitchen." He added, "By the way, are you in need of personnel? Do you provide meals?" Kate leisurely replied, "The G5 base I have taken over is certainly in dire need of manpower. However, do you truly believe that Admiral Sengoku would permit you to remain here?" Kizaru chuckled. "And why would you assume that I wouldn't advocate for myself?" Kate laughed. "No way. I cannot afford to host a figure of your stature. After my visit to Wano country, countless eyes will be on my humble base. If word spreads that 2 admirals are stationed at G5, it would cause quite a stir." Upon hearing this, Kizaru burst into hearty laughter. Fully aware that if he were to stay, it would indeed bring considerable trouble to this small base. The two continued their banter while relishing the delightful feast. After finishing their meal, Kizaru rose, preparing to depart for the deck. "Borsalino, aren't you planning to return to headquarters?" Kate inquired, puzzled. Kizaru turned around, exasperated. "I was originally sent to escort you. However, my ship has already returned to headquarters. You even assigned me the task of watching over your flying vessel. How do you expect me to get back?" Kate suddenly understood, smacking his forehead in realization. "Ah, I almost forgot. Then let us journey to Dressrosa together." "Oh, so that is our destination. You may step out now." "For we are approaching Dressrosa," Kizaru remarked. "Wait, we've arrived already?" Kate was taken aback. He quickly exited the cabin, gazing at the nearby coastline, which was surrounded by an abundance of mushroom-shaped rocks. He could unmistakably confirm that he had indeed reached Dressrosa. As the ship drew nearer, Kate could clearly discern the entire grandeur of the Dressrosa kingdom. He beheld the tropical island, exuding a vacation-like ambience and known for its associations with love, passion, and the land of toys. Love, passion. Kate had long been acquainted with these notions from his previous life. As for the land of toys, he could only scoff. Should Don Quixote Doflamingo dare to summon sugar near him, he would not hesitate to bring down this underground monarch, even stripping him of his title as a warlord of the sea. Since the Ark was on a purposeful flight, it did not need to dock at the port, but continued towards Doflamingo's palace. On a lush, green meadow, Kate's observation hockey locked onto 2 diminutive figures. Intrigued, he glanced in their direction and observed a toy soldier, missing a leg, sternly instructing a young girl on the art of combat. The young girl, despite her efforts, was frequently bested by the toy soldier. Kate's captivated expression caught Kizaru's attention, prompting him to also extend his observation hockey. Quickly noticing this amusing duo, both Kizaru and Kate were drawn to the sight of the toy soldier and the young girl training together. Although the toy soldier possessed only 1 leg, his combat skills were remarkably adept as he taught the girl how to fight. The girl, though not as strong, was unwavering in her determination, persistently attempting to overcome him. Kizaru and Kate found themselves enthralled by this scene. Kizaru, in particular, found the young girl endearing while expressing admiration for the toy soldier's prowess. Just as they were observing, the young girl seemed to sense something. Suddenly looking in their direction, Kate and Kizaru exchanged glances, both harboring the unspoken thought. Observation haki. In a flash, Kate transformed into a blinding streak of lightning, appearing beside the two small figures, the toy soldier. Upon witnessing Kate's sudden arrival, instantly leaped on one leg to shield Rebecca. Kizaru followed suit, appearing on their other side. Haha. How delightful. Truly delightful. Kate exclaimed, a hint of mischief glimmering in his eyes. Simultaneously, he developed an idea, his gaze sharpening as he observed this peculiar duo. The toy soldier glared at Kate, his expression seemingly warning him to keep his distance, then turned to Rebecca, solemnly instructing, Rebecca, if a battle ensues, you must leave this place immediately. Though frightened, Rebecca, now maturing in her sensibilities, understood the gravity of the situation. She stubbornly replied, no, I will not leave. I will fight alongside you. Kate and Kizaru exchanged knowing glances. Recognizing that the toy soldier was merely attempting to protect Rebecca at that moment, Kate addressed the toy soldier. Enough, Kiriel. I am not your enemy. Kiriel was taken aback, for since he had been transformed into a toy soldier by Sugar, no one in this world had known his true identity. It seemed as though Kate could read his thoughts, for he continued, I am well aware of who you are, and I also know the identity of the young girl beside you. Upon hearing this, Kiriel's wariness towards Kate intensified. Kate chuckled, oh come now, there is no need to be so tense. I harbor no ill intentions. However, Kiriel did not lower his guard in response to Kate's words. He remained steadfast, shielding Rebecca as he stated, Navy, surely, you are not associated with that warlord of the sea. Kate was initially taken aback, but then burst into laughter, retorting, the warlords of the sea are a creation of the world government. Do you truly believe they are connected to us in the Navy? Kiriel then inquired, are you not aligned with the world government? This question momentarily stumped Kate. He could hardly confess before Kizaru that he held no fondness for the world government. Clearing his throat, he deftly shifted the topic. Let us set aside such complex matters for now. I did not come here to engage in a debate with you. Hearing this, Kiriel fell silent, realizing that he had indeed been reckless in broaching such subjects with Kate. Eventually, he spoke, Navy, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. With that, he began to usher Rebecca away. Kate regarded the toy soldier before him and slowly inquired, do you not wish to return to your original form? Kiriel halted in his tracks, ceasing to push Rebecca along. This could be interesting. Kate mused inwardly. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, do you not want your daughter to remember you? The toy soldier turned his head to face Kate, who wore a sly smile that hinted at devilish intentions. Do you not seek to avenge your wife, Princess Scarlet? Although Kiriel still maintained his form as a one-legged toy soldier, Kate could sense the fervor in his gaze. Kiriel asked, do you possess a means to restore me? Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Kate was indeed the only person in this world who knew his true identity. Perhaps, just perhaps, Kate's smile morphed into one that only a devil could possess, brimming with cunning and greed. Even Kizaru, who was somewhat bemused yet thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, raised an eyebrow in surprise. If Karp were present to witness Kate's expression, he would undoubtedly be astounded. Certainly, I shall roll up my sleeves and deliver a punch to Kate's head. With a smile, Kate remarked, I certainly have a way to transform you back, but it will undoubtedly come with conditions. Without hesitation, Cyrus replied, what are the conditions? As long as I can achieve it, I will do anything. Kate could discern the fervor in his voice. The condition is that you must accompany me for a while. Working under my supervision for 5 years without pay, Cyrus fell silent. Although he was eager to return to his original form, he had no desire to become a lackey of the Navy. In his stubborn mindset, the Navy and the 7 warlords were one and the same. Observing his silence, Kate continued, what's the matter? Unwilling. This is your only chance to revert to your former self. He then lured him further, saying, once you regain your human form, your daughter will no longer need to wield that blood-soaked blade. At this, Kate deliberately cast a glance at the weapon in Rebecca's hand. Cyrus looked up at the sky, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. He felt a pang of resentment. Scarlet's death was too unjust, and then there was his daughter. Was he destined to live like this for the rest of his life? Suddenly, he spoke with determination, I agree. However, Kate interrupted, I know what you are about to say. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I will take Rebecca with me as well. Cyrus gazed at Kate, and in the end, he nodded. Kate revealed a satisfied smile. Excellent. Now, let us make our way to Doflamingo together, and let's restore your body while we're at it. Without waiting for Cyrus and Rebecca to react, Kate enveloped the two in his spiritual pressure and flew back onto the ark. Everyone continued soaring towards the royal palace. Meanwhile, on Doflamingo's side, due to Kate's grand entrance, the entire Don Quixote family was thrown into chaos. After all, the events in Wano had already become common knowledge under Morgan's manipulation. Who could be unaware that a newly appointed admiral had come to Wano and what transpired there? The newspapers had even published photos depicting the dire state of the Yonko Kaido. Moreover, to this day, there was still no accurate news regarding Kaido's fate. Now, any pirate, upon learning of Kate's whereabouts, would surely avoid him. No one dared to provoke the ill fortune that accompanied Kate at this moment. Thus, when Kate's vessel flew into Dressrosa, every pirate who caught wind of the news hastened to the port to flee. However, Dressrosa was currently the stronghold of the Don Quixote family, and they had nowhere to escape. I say, Doflamingo, don't we need to think of a plan? I can't shake the feeling that the admiral is coming for us, Toripole said nervously. A 13 or 14-year-old boy wearing a horned hat chuckled while covering his face. Isn't he just an admiral? Is he really that terrifying? Oh dear, Laoji interjected. What a naive child. The opponent is an admiral, one of the highest combat powers of the Navy. Let us not forget the fate of the Yonko Kaido. Paika, with her sharp voice, added, Indeed, the opponent's strength is unfathomable. If we provoke him, the outcome may not be favorable. So what? I refuse to believe he is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Baby, Five declared arrogantly. A cigarette dangling from her mouth. Doflamingo, what do you think? If we clash with him, should we proceed? Or should we let Sugar handle this? Diamante said, his face grave. Doflamingo responded to Diamante. I advise against harboring such unrealistic fantasies. If anything happens to Sugar, all our efforts in Dressrosa will be in vain. Hey, haha, Doflamingo, you've finally spoken, Toripole said, leaning closer to Doflamingo's face. Too close, Toripole, Doflamingo said flatly. Upon hearing this, Toripole instinctively backed away. He then said to Toripole, Sugar is too important to us. Toripole, you should take her away first. Subsequently, Doflamingo surveyed his family members, contemplating his awakened devil fruit powers. With newfound confidence, he declared, Since we have guests, as the host, we must treat them well. Speaking of which, I am curious as to why this admiral has come here. With that, he flashed his signature wicked grin. After hearing Doflamingo's orders, Toripole prepared to escort Sugar away. Oh my, so many people? Were you just discussing me? Kate's voice rang out from the crowd, and before anyone realized, he had already appeared amidst the Don Quixote family, sitting on a sofa with keen interest in the proceedings. Accompanying Kate was a toy soldier. As soon as Kate finished speaking, the nearest baby, Five, reacted first. Her hands transformed into two gun barrels, aimed directly at Kate's temple, as the others grasped the situation. They all tensed, wary of Kate. All right. Why are you all so anxious? Do you really think you can handle me? Upon uttering these words, a formidable spiritual pressure radiated from Kate, among those present, except for Doflamingo, who was holding on, and Toripole and Sugar, who were retreating. Everyone else was crushed to the ground by Kate's spiritual pressure. You lot, don't you realize your own identities? Do you really think you can kill me? You ought to weigh your own worth. Kate looked at the Don Quixote family with a mocking expression. He was unperturbed by these individuals, for his power far surpassed that of anyone present. Doflamingo's heart sank as he observed Kate before him. How had this man achieved such overwhelming strength? Soon, Kate released the pressure that held him down. Die, Navy, baby, Five shouted as she swung a large blade towards Kate's neck the moment Kate retracted his spiritual pressure. No, someone exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Kate effortlessly pinched the blade with his fingers. Looking at the young maid beside him, who appeared to be in her 20s, he smiled and said, I'm a bit thirsty. Could you please make me a cup of coffee? Am I being needed, baby? Five blushed suddenly, shyly responding to which Kate replied, Yes, I need you to brew me a cup of coffee. All right, I'll go right away. Baby, Five excitedly dashed off to make the coffee. Meanwhile, the others glared at Kate with dark expressions, for they had resigned themselves to the notion that Kate was a scoundrel. Let them think whatever they wish. Kate's demeanor remained unchanged. At this moment, Doflamingo addressed Kate. I wonder if Admiral Kate has come to Dressrosa for any particular reason. Kate looked at Doflamingo and said, Stop with that despicable expression. It annoys me. Doflamingo's face stiffened. His attitude towards Kate had clearly shifted. He arrogantly declared, Navy, do not be so arrogant here. After all, I am a warlord authorized by the world government. Moreover, this is my territory. As Doflamingo uttered these words, His family members began to stir restlessly once more. Kate glanced at them and sighed. Honestly, you lot are pathetic. Unless you learn a lesson, you will never understand your place. 50 million volts. Divine retribution. A pillar of lightning materialized in the living room, scorching the members of the Don Quixote family from the inside out. Except for a few high-ranking officers who managed to withstand it, the others all fainted on the spot. You bastard, Doflamingo shouted furiously. However, at the moment he stood up, Kate was already standing before him, pressing Doflamingo's head into the ground. I told you, with your capabilities, do you really think you can lay a hand on me? Have you not woken up? As Kate spoke, he relentlessly slammed Doflamingo's head against the ground. Doflamingo attempted to use his devil fruit powers, even considering activating his awakened abilities. Yet Kate held him down so firmly that he couldn't demobilize at all. Of course, the reason Doflamingo couldn't use his powers was quite simple. A sea prism stone was firmly grasped within Kate's palm. After feeling it was sufficient, Kate finally released Doflamingo's restraints. Doflamingo clutched his throbbing head, glaring at Kate with a twisted expression. You bastard! How dare you treat me this way? I will make you pay. Kate scoffed derisively. Humph. With you. You should consider your own worth. Even if you activate your awakened abilities, you will not be my match. Doflamingo was taken aback, for the awakening of his fruit ability was known to scarcely anyone. Kate surveyed everyone present and continued, and you all, should anyone dare to show me disrespect, your fate shall mirror his. This brutal display of dominance by Kate rendered the members of the Don Quixote family considerably subdued. He returned to his seat and nonchalantly addressed Doflamingo. I have come here for a matter of significance. Oh no, make that two matters. Despite his fury, Doflamingo maintained his composure and inquired, what matters? Kate locked eyes with Doflamingo and stated, the first matter is that you must return all the sea stone you pilfered from the Navy during your escapades in Wano. Doflamingo's pupils dilated in an instant. He immediately thought, is this guy making such a fuss in Wano over that little bit of sea stone? And Kaido, hiss. Doflamingo could only imagine the extent of chaos that would ensue if the Sea Emperor were to learn of this, while simultaneously worrying about how much of this affair had been exposed. Yet, in truth, he had little to fear, as all those involved were gathered at Port Blade, and with the ongoing battle between Kate and Kaido, all witnesses had perished. Kate continued, originally, since it was you who absconded with the sea stone, I contemplated whether to toss you all into Impel Down. However, given your status as one of the 7 warlords, if you return the sea stone and pay a fine, we can consider this matter resolved. Doflamingo felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this and asked Kate, how much fine am I to pay? Kate smiled and replied, not too much. Just 30 billion berries will suffice. Why don't you go rob someone? The still present Toripole fumed at Kate's sudden appearance. Kate nearly forgot about him. He released his spiritual pressure, instantly suppressing the other party. Turning to Doflamingo, Kate said, surely, one of the illustrious 7 warlords, the Heavenly Demon and the Underground World's Broker Joker, can muster this fine. Yes, upon hearing this, veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead, yet he could only stifle his fury. Kate, unperturbed by Doflamingo's seething rage, continued, of course, you could also choose not to pay this SUMAS the instigator of all this. I trust you wouldn't mind being pursued by Kaido once he learns the truth. Doflamingo's gaze sharpened, and he quickly retorted, Kaido still doesn't know who took that batch of sea stone. Kate chuckled. Conversing with an intelligent individual is effortless. Indeed, almost all who knew about this have perished at Port Blade and Wano. Ha. Doflamingo unleashed a slightly deranged laugh. Laugh all you want. Laugh. Kate shot him a glare. Doflamingo then remarked, since all the informed parties are dead, how can you threaten me with this, just based on these few words? Will Kaido tear his face away from me? Kate replied calmly, whether Kaido will confront you is of no concern to me. Even if he does not, you will certainly suffer some physical torment. Doflamingo fell silent. Kate then smiled and added, moreover, do you think I only know this much? If I were to inform the world government about your production of artificial devil fruits and your dealings with the 4 emperors, Kaido, do you think they would strip you of your title as a warlord? You dare. Doflamingo barked angrily. Kate continued, or perhaps I can spread the word about your actions in Dressrosa. Do you think the world government and its allied nations would remain calm? After all, such behavior could easily be framed as treason. You bastard. Doflamingo's forehead was once again covered in veins. This time, Doflamingo was genuinely alarmed, to the extent that he secretly manipulated his strings to reach for Kate's neck, intending to exert control. Kate laughed, finding Doflamingo's audacity amusing. Thus, he stepped forward with a sudden burst of speed to stand before Doflamingo. Damn! Doflamingo immediately realized his intentions had been discovered. However, Kate had no intention of granting him the opportunity to speak. He seized Doflamingo's head with his 5 fingers and hurled him out of the kingdom of Dressrosa, while he himself transformed into lightning to pursue the throned Doflamingo with a resounding crash. Doflamingo found himself sprawled upon a massive reef, blood spilling from his mouth. A faint crackle of electricity echoed as Kate stood in midair, gazing down at Doflamingo on the reef. "You little bastard!" Doflamingo shouted in fury. As he cursed Kate, he expelled a considerable amount of his insides. Kate addressed the fallen Doflamingo. "Perhaps, until now, you have yet to recognize the disparity between us." As he spoke, Kate brandished an enormous and heavy one-handed axe. This axe, known as the Divine Axe, Rita, was the weapon of Akainu from the 7 deadly sins. The axe exuded a sense of weight and resilience. Its blade was adorned with intricate carvings, the patterns clear and exquisite. Lending an air of mystique, the handle was relatively long, allowing for a firm grip, while also aiding in the axe's stability. The overall impression of the axe was one of power, might, and elegance. Indeed, this was the reward Kate received upon completing a system task. Moreover, along with the Divine Axe came a magical power associated with the sun. This ability could be activated or deactivated at Kate's will. As Kate unsheathed the Divine Axe, Rita, he simultaneously unleashed the solar magic coursing through him. Under Doflamingo's astonished gaze, Kate's form began to swell and grow tall. Soon, his navy uniform began to tear apart, revealing the formidable muscles hidden beneath. As the time approached noon, with the sun's rays illuminating him. Kate's muscles continued to expand. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Kate, and the searing heat that felt as if it could roast him alive, Doflamingo began to struggle to escape. Kate's gaze betrayed an air of arrogance. As he looked at Doflamingo as if he were merely an insignificant insect, that he arrogantly proclaimed, "Perhaps, with this strike, you will clearly understand that in my eyes, you are nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter." Microdust slash, a golden radiance illuminated Doflamingo's entire vision. In that moment, he felt as minuscule as a grain of sand. As the golden light gradually dimmed, Doflamingo's sight returned to normal. Am I alive? This was the sole thought racing through Doflamingo's mind. He examined himself and discovered he was unscathed. However, when he looked up at the sky, Kate had already reverted to his original form. Doflamingo mockingly laughed. "Navy brat, it appears your strength is not as formidable as I thought. That grandiose strike had not an ounce of power. Idiot." Kate rolled his eyes in disdain. "What did you say, brat?" Doflamingo barked. "I said you are an idiot. Is your observation hockey merely for show? Turn around and check behind you." As he spoke, Kate pointed the Divine Axe, Rita, behind Doflamingo. As Doflamingo activated his observation hockey to scan the rear, the result was nothing. No, rather, he should be asking why there was nothing. Doflamingo stiffly turned his head to look behind him, and then he found himself rooted to the spot, staring at an incredulous sight. "Well, since you have seen this, it is time for us to return." Kate's figure appeared beside Doflamingo, and he once again flung him back to Dressrosa, with a violent crash echoing through the air amidst the cries of the Don Quixote family members. Doflamingo returned to his familiar palace. However, unlike his previous spirited self, he now stared blankly at the ceiling above. Meanwhile, Kate reappeared in his original position, sipping a cup of hot coffee brewed by Baby Five. After placing the cup down with satisfaction, Kate addressed the encircled Doflamingo. "So, have you thought it over?" Doflamingo sat up, brushing aside the crowd surrounding him, and said, "Fine, I will deliver the 20 billion along with the sea stone to G5. Torbol and others shouted anxiously. After all, extracting this 2 billion would certainly leave the Don Quixote family in a state of disarray for a considerable time. Doflamingo raised his palm, signaling that he had made his decision. Only then did the others reluctantly close their mouths. "Excellent. Very perceptive. My efforts have not been in vain," Kate remarked with a smile. All members of the Don Quixote family cast unkind glances at Kate. If it weren't for Kate's status as a vice admiral and his formidable strength, they would have already resorted to violence. "Now, please tell us what your second request is." Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Kate. Simultaneously, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of being taken advantage of. "Ah, yes, there is a second matter." Kate pointed at the silent red toy soldier beside him and declared, "I want Sugar to nullify the devil fruit ability of this toy soldier." "What? No way," Sugar exclaimed in agitation. From the moment Kate had brought the toy soldier, She had recognized its true identity. Yet, due to Sugar's ability, everyone else had no recollection of this toy soldier. Sugar, assist him. Doflamingo commanded directly. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. He feared the other party might make an unreasonable demand. But, Lord Doflamingo, this is— Sugar hesitated. Idiot. Do you intend to defy my orders? Doflamingo thundered angrily. Observing the expressions of Doflamingo and Sugar, Kate understood the situation, but he spoke calmly. Doflamingo, it would be wise for you to refrain from any further excesses. Otherwise, I shall ensure you pay the price. Doflamingo felt a twinge of fear at Kate's gaze. Realizing the gravity of his words, the power and methods of his opponent were indeed formidable. He had to reassess this young vice admiral before him, no longer underestimating him, with a sense of resignation. Sugar stepped forward to the toy soldier. As her palm made contact with the soldier's head, she softly uttered, "Release." No sooner had Sugar spoken than her right hand, which rested on the toy soldier's head, emitted a radiant light. To Kate's eyes, the toy soldier before him began to grow in size. The toy exterior gradually vanished, revealing the human skin that had been concealed beneath. A healthy wheat tone. Cyrus's body began to swell, muscles becoming more robust and powerful. His formerly slender limbs transformed into strong and sturdy appendages. Simultaneously, his chest expanded, exuding a sense of imposing vigor. Congratulations, Cyrus, you have finally returned to your human form. Kate said with a smile. "Itsu." Diamante exclaimed with wide eyes. He had a vivid impression of the person who had been willing to sever his own left leg and nearly claimed Doflamingo's head. Everyone who regained their memories of Cyrus turned to look at the man before them. Cyrus surveyed the crowd, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He had once been forced to become a toy soldier to protect his family, sacrificing his freedom and humanity, and now, he had finally been reborn, returning to his human form. Regaining his composure, he grasped the weapon that had transformed from a toy gun back into a sword and charged towards Diamante. Yet, before he could draw near, before Diamante and the others could react, Cyrus's body seemed to freeze in place, rooted to the ground. His eyes widened, the familiar sensation of being controlled igniting a fiery rage within him, as though he intended to devour his enemies whole. "Cyrus, enough! Do not forget what you promised me. And do not forget, there is someone on the Ark who is still waiting for your return." Kate called out to Cyrus. As Kate's reminder resonated, Cyrus's heavy breathing gradually steadied. "Doflamingo, release him," Kate said calmly. Although Doflamingo had contemplated taking action, the recent events he had witnessed outside Dressrosa deterred him from pursuing any unrealistic fantasies. "Very well, today's business is settled, and we must take our leave." With that, Kate stood up and walked toward the exit. Behind him, Cyrus hopped along in pursuit. Just as they were about to exit, Kate reminded, "Do remember to deliver the sea prism stone and the 2 billion berries to G5 base promptly. My patience is not boundless." With that, he strode out of the palace without looking back. "Doflamingo, are we really going to swallow our pride like this?" Diamante seethed. Doflamingo did not respond to Diamante's question. He gazed at Kate's departing figure, his eyes glinting with a profound light. "We leave," Doflamingo said coldly. He understood that the priority was to ensure the swift delivery of the sea prism stone and the 2 billion berries to G5 base, to avoid provoking Kate further. Under Doflamingo's lead, Torbol and others promptly stood to depart. However, after Kate's outburst, the atmosphere among them had grown considerably colder. Meanwhile, Kate and Cyrus swiftly returned to the Ark of the Covenant. The moment they stepped onto the deck, a petite pink figure rushed toward them. "Rebecca." Kate chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation, before walking into the cabin alongside Kizaru. For the outside, Kate knew that the father and daughter had much to discuss, so he left the space to them. "What a touching scene," Kizaru remarked lazily as they walked. "Indeed, it is quite moving." Kate replied with a smile. "By the way, what exactly did you do for that toy man? What do you seek from him?" Kizaru inquired, a mischievous grin spreading across his face that complemented his already dubious expression. Kate suddenly felt an urge to punch him. "Please, suppress that lewd mindset and perverse grin. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to strip the skin from your face." Kate shot him a glare, his tone flat. "Hey, can you not be so terrifying when you speak?" Kizaru feigned shock. "Please, it's you, the lecherous old man, whose thoughts are filthy. Rebecca is merely a teenager. How could you?" As he spoke, Kate subtly placed his hand on his sword. All right. It's my fault, okay? Just please lower your hand. I certainly do not wish to be cut." Noticing Kate's movement, Kizaru immediately raised his hands in surrender. Kate shot him another glance before asking, "By the way, you've been with me for so many days. Why hasn't Sengoku called you back?" That. Sengoku requested that I keep a close watch on you while you're aboard. He specifically noted that I should be particularly vigilant in case you decide to stir up trouble, Kizaru said with a grin. Kate's lips twitched, but he brushed it off. After all, Sengoku would not allow Kizaru to remain with him for long. So he did not take Kizaru's words to heart. After setting the course for the flying boat in the cabin, Cyrus led Rebecca into the dining room, observing the father-daughter pair before him. Kate smiled and said, "Welcome. Please sit down and have something to eat." Cyrus glanced at Rebecca before taking a seat across from Kate. Meanwhile, Rebecca kept her head down in silence until Cyrus gently nudged her little head, prompting her to look up at him with a hint of grievance. "Rebecca, this is Kate. He has been a tremendous help to us. Your father's restoration is largely thanks to him." Upon hearing this, Rebecca turned to Kate and said, "Thank you. Not at all. Please, sit down and eat something." Kate gestured toward the seat beside Cyrus. At this moment, Cyrus looked at Kate and asked, "I have a question. Since you are aware of all of Doflamingo's crimes, why not?" Kate paused for a moment before responding. "Cyrus, some matters are not so simple. Moreover, it is better for you to handle the task of dethroning Doflamingo to we." Cyrus glanced at Rebecca, who lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with determination as she gazed at her father. Under her scrutiny, Cyrus instinctively averted his gaze. In his heart, having regained his former self, he certainly did not wish for his daughter to accompany him into danger. Clearly, Rebecca understood her father's intentions, and a twinge of disappointment flickered within her. However, upon hearing Kate's words, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Neither Cyrus nor Kate were aware of the little schemes brewing in the young girl's mind. Kate regarded the gaze that Cyrus cast upon his daughter, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Have you forgotten that Rebecca has another aunt, and her grandfather is still alive?" "Really?" Cyrus exclaimed, abruptly rising to his feet. Yet, despite being aware of the existence of these two others, he understood that confronting Don Quixote Doflamingo would not be an easy endeavor. Ultimately, he sank back into his chair, a hint of despondency shadowing his demeanor. Observing his expression, Kate discerned his concerns and spoke gently, "Why not stay with me for a while? When the day arrives that the straw hat-wearing boy stirs the entire world of the seas, the time for your liberation of Dressrosa will not be far off." "The straw hat-wearing boy," Cyrus murmured, raising his gaze to fixate on Kate. "How long until this straw hat-wearing boy appears?" "Oh, are you so anxious?" Kate chuckled. However, upon meeting Cyrus's earnest gaze, he could only shake his head with a smile. "It is now 1516. He should emerge upon the seas in about 4 years by the time your labor concludes. You should be able to return to Dressrosa. Thus, for these 5 years, you must diligently manage those under your command. Let me remind you, they are not the most obedient lot." Cyrus fell into contemplation upon hearing Kate's words. He understood Kate's intention was to encourage him to settle here and await the arrival of the straw hat-wearing boy. He lifted his head, gazing earnestly into Kate's eyes, and declared, "I understand. I shall do my utmost to manage them well and not disappoint you." Kate, noticing the resolve in Cyrus's eyes, smiled and nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Kizaru interjected, Hey, is it really appropriate for you two to conspicuously plot against a warlord in front of me?" Kate turned towards Kizaru, who lounged casually in the corner, observing them. "What? Are you feeling pity for Doflamingo? How could that be?" Kizaru replied with a grin. "Then that is settled. Of course, if you wish to inherit this mess, I wouldn't mind." Kate retorted. Kizaru regarded Kate with a serious expression, declaring, "Let us put a stop to this. This matter is too troublesome. You ought to handle it yourself." As expected, the moment he sensed a hint of trouble, he immediately withdrew. Nevertheless, Kizaru then inquired, "By the way, who exactly is this straw hat-wearing boy you mentioned? How do you know he will disrupt the entire world of the seas?" Kate shot him a glare, responding, "Why do you need to know so much? Are you not satisfied with the current chaos? Shall I steer the ship back to Cake Island and capture Big Mom as well?" "No, I was wrong. Let us return to G5. Kizaru quickly conceded, not wanting to engage in a conflict with the Yonko crew over a mere paycheck. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, Kate, who had been leisurely bantering with Kizaru, suddenly felt his strength waning. It was as if all the energy within him had been utterly siphoned away. He immediately stood from his chair, only to find himself unsteady on his feet. Furrowing his brow, he was perplexed by the situation. Finally, As the sun completely vanished from the sky, Kate felt an overwhelming weakness engulf him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Cyrus and Kizu both sensed something was amiss with Kate, rushing forward to assist him back into his chair, while Rebecca trailed closely behind them. Concerned, Cyrus turned to Kizu, asking, "Mr. Kizu, do you have any idea what ailment has befallen Kate?" Kizaru examined the frail Kate. His brow furrowed in thought. He shook his head, indicating he too was unaware of the cause behind Kate's sudden collapse. Cyrus, observing Kate's pallid complexion, felt a surge of worry, while Rebecca clutched her father's garment tightly. Her own concern mirrored in her gaze towards Kate. Though weakened to the point of speechlessness, Kate was acutely aware of the nature of his affliction. His debilitating condition stemmed from himself. One of the rewards from the system was indeed the divine axe. Rita, however, wielding this weapon required the utilization of a power connected to the sun. Upon summoning this weapon, the system had already warned him that after employing it, and its related magic, Kate would succumb to an extreme state of weakness at the moment the sun dipped below the horizon. This condition would persist until the dawn of the following day, during which recovery was impossible. After Kizaru and Cyrus thoroughly examined him, they discovered that aside from his debilitating weakness, Kate bore no other injuries. Both were bewildered as to why Kate had suddenly become so feeble. They nonetheless carried him back to his room and laid him on the bed, after a considerable amount of time spent in disarray. The others finally departed the room. At that moment, Kate opened his system panel. Name: Kate abilities: Thunderfruit 75, unawakened. Heavenly Binding 5, unawakened. Weapon: Flowing Blade of Fire, initial release unlocked. Bankai unlocked. Divine Axe. Rita, not unlocked. Note: utilizing the Divine Axe, Rita will incur severe side effects. Host is advised to exercise caution. Skills: 3-color hockey, Conqueror's hockey, intermediate. Armament hockey, intermediate. Observation hockey, advanced. Spiritual pressure mastered. 6 powers mastered. Demon arts, destruction. Binding Shallow Strike, Sword Hero level. Shuanpa mastered. Special items: Hollow Mask, initial mastery. Ark of the Covenant, complete. Thunderfruit 1, Breath of the Archangel 1. Among these, the rewards from the last solo mission against any Yonko crew included 3 items. The first ability, Heavenly Binding, is a unique power held by a highly charismatic character, Fushiguro Megumi, from Jujutsu Kaisen. Those who possess this ability are fated from birth to endure an irrepressible and irreversible binding, the cost of which is the loss of a portion of themselves while enhancing other aspects. Yet, whether this is due to the system's design, Kate has not felt as though he has lost anything since acquiring this ability. Moreover, like the Thunderfruit, this ability also requires Kate to develop it to full awakening himself. Kate has a feeling that this ability may synergize with his armament hockey, akin to how the Thunderfruit has enhanced his observation hockey, elevating it from intermediate to advanced levels. However, the extent of development will depend on Kate's own efforts, as the rewards from the system will not simply be handed to him, just as he struggled to achieve the Bankai of the Flowing Blade of Fire. The second item is the Divine Axe, Rita, which Kate previously wielded outside Dressrosa. This weapon belongs to a highly charismatic character from the 7 Deadly Sins, Akainu. Wielding this weapon grants Kate access to a magic force associated with the sun. Those who tap into this power experience drastic changes in both personality and physique throughout the day, with their strength at its lowest at midnight, gradually increasing as the sun rises, peaking at noon, bearing tremendous magical potency and danger. To awaken the power of the Divine Axe, Rita, Kate must do so at noon. However, when he displayed this power before Doflamingo, he could distinctly feel that if he dared to enter that state of heaven and earth, I alone am supreme for even a minute at noon, the solar powers wielded by the Divine Axe, Rita would scorch him to death, draining his life force entirely. Ultimately, the primary reason for his condition is that his body simply cannot withstand such overwhelming magical energy. Nevertheless, for Kate, this power remains largely untapped. Given his current abilities, unless he faces 3 Yonko-level adversaries or 2 of the Gorosei, or the figure known as Joy Boy from Mariehua, he is unlikely to utilize the state of heaven and earth. I alone am supreme for even a minute at noon. However, in the present stage, using the Divine Axe, Rita will render Kate exceedingly weak at night. He can only recover when the sun rises as usual. Thus, unless he is seized by a whim, Kate will refrain from employing the Divine Axe, Rita, unless the system can eventually eliminate this side effect. As for the final item, it is the Breath of the Archangel, a card that appeared on Greed Island, depicting the image of a beautiful blonde woman. The golden-haired woman, materialized before him, could exhale a breath of white mist towards those in dire need of healing. Enveloping them in its soothing embrace, this ethereal breath possessed the remarkable ability to mend all physical ailments, even restoring severed limbs to their former state. However, the system indicated that this card could only be utilized once within a 24-hour period, rendering the notion of wielding it for boundless healing of others utterly impractical. Regrettably, the breath of the Archangel failed to dispel his debilitating side effects. Otherwise, even at the cost of his own life, Kate would have unhesitatingly employed this card for his own benefit. Kate found himself at a loss for words. Had he known the side effects of this divine artifact were so severe, he would have preferred to forego its use altogether, thereby avoiding this predicament. During his period of weakness, unable to move, Huang Yuan and Cyrus took turns visiting to assess his condition. Cyrus, being somewhat reserved, merely checked on Kate's health and spoke little else. However, when Huang Yuan arrived, the atmosphere shifted. Throughout Huang Yuan's watch, his incessant chatter became a source of irritation for Kate, who, if he had been capable of movement, would have likely drawn his sword against him in frustration. At long last, the torturous night came to an end. With the first rays of dawn illuminating the ark, Kate felt a long-lost strength surging within him. He suddenly sat up and stretched his arms overhead, the air crackling with the sound of his joints. Cyrus, who had remained in the room, exclaimed in astonishment, "Commander Kate, you have recovered." Kate smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a flash of light appeared as Huang Yuan manifested in Kate's room. With a swift motion, the sound of a blade being drawn resonated before Cyrus could fully comprehend the situation. And both Kate and Huang Yuan vanished from the room. On the deck, Kate basked in the warm sunlight. Relishing the leisurely afternoon, he accepted a glass of lemonade, carefully brewed by Rebecca, and savored its refreshing taste. In stark contrast to Kate's relaxed demeanor, Huang Yuan appeared somewhat disheveled, a consequence of his indiscreet remarks the previous night. After delivering a light reprimand to Huang Yuan, Kate refrained from further tormenting him. Meanwhile, Cyrus had been restored to health, his lost leg healed by the Archangel's breath. Naturally, after Cyrus's recovery, Kate laid out his expectations. He must swiftly acclimate to his new leg and master the art of hockey before their return to G5 base. Cyrus understood that this was essential for his future battles, and he accepted without hesitation. "Oh dear, young man, I truly find you increasingly perplexing. How did you manage to restore his leg?" Huang Yuan, reclining on a deck chair, gestured towards Cyrus as he spoke. "What, are you suggesting that you too are injured?" Kate shot Huang Yuan a sidelong glance. "Of course not. I am merely curious about the abilities you possess," Huang Yuan replied, scrutinizing Kate intently. "Interested in my powers, are you? I shan't divulge them," Kate retorted nonchalantly. Huang Yuan felt a surge of frustration at this remark, almost provoking him to strike out. "Unwilling to accept that? Shall we spar?" Kate challenged provocatively. "Fine. I concede," Huang Yuan replied, rejecting the idea. Unwilling to engage in such a pointless brawl, days passed slowly, and ordinarily, given the Ark's flying speed, the journey from Dressrosa back to G5 base would take approximately a day. However, in a bid to thoroughly train Cyrus, Kate deliberately released his observation hockey to search for pirate vessels lingering near the Arkansas. Thus, time slipped away, and by the time Kate finally returned to G5 base, 5 or 6 days had elapsed. Upon his return, the atmosphere at G5 base had markedly transformed. At the lookout tower, 2 new recruits were the first to spot the Arkansas. One of the sailors, peering through a telescope, remarked, "Hey, that flying ship approaching the base must be Commander Kate's Ark, right?" "Indeed, that's the very vessel," the other sailor confirmed, his voice tinged with admiration for Kate. "Quickly, inform the officers in the base," they exclaimed, rushing towards the base, forgetting that they could have used the transponder snail at the lookout to notify the internal officers. As Kate's Ark landed on the makeshift helipad at G5 base, a considerable crowd had gathered. The naval personnel stood in orderly ranks, ready to welcome Kate's arrival. Amidst their attentive gazes, Kate descended from the Arkansas. He observed that, in addition to the original naval soldiers, a substantial number of new recruits had joined the ranks. These newcomers had evidently undergone rigorous selection and training, displaying exceptional combat prowess and discipline. Kate understood that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Admiral Sengoku, who had likely mobilized elite forces from the Navy to bolster G5 base's capabilities for more effective operations. Such arrangements would not only ensure the base's functional integrity but also cultivate a new generation of outstanding talents within the Navy. Seeing the clearly defined lines before him, Kate felt a sense of satisfaction. G5 base finally resembled a proper naval division. Welcome back, Your Excellency, the naval soldiers chorused, bowing in unison. Thank you all for your hard work. Kate replied with a smile. He then assigned Cyrus to the remaining unruly soldiers at G5 base, declaring him their future commander. Although Kate noticed some lingering resistance among the soldiers towards their newly appointed leader, he chose not to intervene, believing that regardless of how Cyrus managed to win them over, they would ultimately be under his command as someone who preferred to take a hands-off approach. Kate viewed this as an excellent opportunity for Cyrus to develop his leadership skills, confident that he would not disappoint him. Once Cyrus was settled, Kate turned his attention to the affairs of the base. However, as he assumed control over G5 base's operations, he quickly regretted his decision to heed the world government's summons to take on this troublesome assignment. Gazing at the mountain of paperwork and urgent reports before him, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Doubts began to creep into his mind as he questioned the soundness of his initial choice to come to this incessantly chaotic G5 base. Yet, he recognized that lamenting would yield no solutions. He needed to expedite the resolution of these matters to restore normalcy to the base. Thus, he buried himself in the documents, scrutinizing and approving them one by one. As time slipped away amidst his toil, Kate felt his eyelids growing heavy. Nevertheless, he persevered, knowing that only upon the completion of these tasks could he truly rest. Finally, after approving the last batch of documents, Kate exhaled in relief, acutely aware of his own exhaustion. In stark contrast to Kate's relentless busyness, Huang Yuan meandered leisurely throughout G5 base. During this time, he made an appearance in Kate's office, flaunting his presence before promptly departing aboard a warship back to Marineford. All while under Kate's fierce scrutiny. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, Kate directly reached out to Sengoku, requesting the addition of some clerical staff to assist with document processing, finally allowing him a reprieve. Initially, G5 base had a considerable number of administrative personnel. However, due to their deep entanglements with past events, and given that Kate had previously discerned some of their sentiments, it was evident that many had been summarily dismissed. As for the remaining staff, Kate chose to hold off on any immediate actions that he believed that, following the recent upheaval, they would be unlikely to harbor any rebellious intentions in the near term. Furthermore, as long as they executed their duties diligently, he had no desire to meddle in their affairs. In contrast, Kate was far more concerned about the naval soldiers stationed at G5 base. The day after his return, he summoned all naval personnel for an address. He informed them of his intentions to lead those who had yet to experience battle into the fray against pirates in the open sea. Additionally, Kate announced a series of new training programs and regulations. He demanded that everyone adhere strictly to the discipline of the base, forbidding any unauthorized actions or violations of orders. Simultaneously, he encouraged all to actively propose suggestions and opinions, continuously refining the management and operations of the base. Upon concluding his address, Kate personally observed the training of the naval soldiers. He noted that although some individuals possessed relatively weak capabilities, their overall quality had significantly improved compared to before. This instilled in him a profound confidence regarding the future of the G5 base. As time progressed, the G5 base gradually resumed normal operations. Once everything fell into place, Kate began contemplating his next strategic plan. The foremost task was the system mission, which entailed leading the Marines of G5 to eradicate over 500 pirate crews. In response, Kate could only lament, as if the system had an uncanny ability to conjure tasks aligned with his intentions. Beyond this system mission, he also aspired to enhance the real combat training of the naval soldiers at G5 in the ensuing days. Only through such rigorous preparation could they unleash their true potential in genuine battles. Consequently, Kate commenced drafting a detailed combat training plan. He organized the naval soldiers into several small teams, each led by seasoned veterans mentoring the recruits in practical training. Time flew amidst the hustle and bustle, and before long, several months had elapsed. The moment finally arrived for Ace to set sail, and according to the news Kate received, his grandfather, Garp, had already headed towards the East Sea prior to Ace's departure. Unfortunately, the two did not cross paths. At that moment, the wheel of fate for Ace began to turn slowly. Khalifa, I presume there have been no significant developments at G5 lately? Kate inquired suddenly to a striking beauty beside him. Adorned with golden long hair and colored lens glasses, Khalifa adjusted her glasses and replied, Mr. Kate, I fear that is not the case. Firstly, you have fallen behind considerably in your work progress this month, with mountains of paperwork awaiting your attention in the office. Secondly, numerous pirate crews in the New World have formed alliances against you due to your previous actions that we cannot afford to be complacent. Indeed, the Khalifa beside Kate was the very individual who was supposed to become the secretary of the mayor of Water 7, a member of CP9, that when Kate requested administrative personnel from Sengoku. The other party employed some means to replace one of them, seamlessly infiltrating the ranks. The instant Kate laid eyes on her, he recognized her identity without a doubt. That it was evident that she had been dispatched by the 5 elders to surveil him. Upon realizing her identity, Kate straightforwardly revealed it. Initially, he intended to expel Khalifa from the G5 base. However, contemplating the mountain of paperwork, he ultimately decided to retain her presence. After all, even if he dismissed Khalifa, others like her would inevitably come to monitor him in the future. Rather than allowing time to unearth the undercover agents sent by the 5 elders, it was wiser to keep this known CP9 operative close at hand. After all, Khalifa's efficiency was commendable, sparing Kate from having to handle so many affairs himself. There was little choice. The G5 base was indeed a bit of a mess, leading to an abundance of issues requiring his attention. After listening to Khalifa's report, Kate exclaimed in astonishment, "How can there still be so many matters at hand? Who made you so lazy?" Khalifa unabashedly exposed Kate's penchant for sloth. Upon hearing her words, Kate felt a twinge of headache. He had indeed neglected his work progress due to the overwhelming trivialities. Moreover, the alliance of pirate crews in the New World against him was something he had anticipated long ago. However, what concerned him more at this moment was how he could manage to leave the G5 base for a while without addressing his work. Now, if he desired to depart the G5 base without fulfilling his duties, he could only. Kate's gaze shifted immediately to Khalifa. He turned toward her, attempting to seek her assistance. Yet, Khalifa seemed to see through his intentions and directly refused. "Mr. Kate, I am merely a secretary and cannot complete your tasks for you. Furthermore, my primary responsibility is to monitor you, ensuring you do not engage in any actions detrimental to the Navy." Hearing Khalifa's words, Kate felt a sense of helplessness. He was aware that she had been sent by the 5 elders to keep tabs on him. Yet he currently required her assistance. Thus, he resolved to employ certain measures to win over Khalifa's favor. "How about we strike a deal, Khalifa?" Kate said in an unusually ingratiating tone. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the arrogance he displayed upon first recognizing her. Ever since Khalifa began serving as his secretary, the only thoughts occupying his mind were, "This is truly delightful." Khalifa adjusted her glasses, her gaze fixed upon Kate. To be frank, she had never witnessed such a lowly posture from Kate. It was in stark contrast to the arrogant man she had first encountered. She couldn't help but feel curious about what this man was up to. "Could you assist me in completing some tasks?" Kate probed tentatively, his eyes locked onto Khalifa, fearful of missing any subtle changes in her expression. Khalifa regarded Kate, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. She deliberately elongated her response. "Oh dear, who could it be? After exposing my identity, you not only want me to continue as your secretary but also threaten me with a knife to my throat." Upon hearing Khalifa's words, Kate's face flushed slightly. He recognized that his previous behavior had been somewhat excessive, which was why he resorted to such tactics to win over Khalifa. He immediately clarified, "Well, I had no other choice at that moment. How about this? If you help me with my work, I shall reward you with 5 million berries. Deal. After all, you are my superior. Assisting you with your tasks is my duty." Upon hearing the sum of money, Khalifa unhesitatingly compromised her freshly established integrity. Kate rolled his eyes, realizing that throwing money around could resolve matters so easily. He had just blurted it out. "All right then, I'll leave all those tasks to you." With that, Kate promptly took his leave. He intended to meet Whitebeard before Ace became the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. After confirming Kate's departure, Khalifa adjusted her glasses, which glimmered slightly. In truth, she had a strong desire to follow Kate secretly. After all, the orders from above required her to monitor his every move. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the G5 base, she quickly realized that not only was it challenging to surveil him, but even concealing her identity before him was no easy feat. Moreover, how could she ascertain where he was headed? Khalifa understood that if she were to stealthily follow him, the consequences would be dire, akin to those who attempted to infiltrate Kate's circle but were of no utility. Like CP0 or CP9 agents, these individuals were known to meet untimely ends, struck down by mysterious lightning from the heavens. It was evident that the young admiral was the orchestrator behind such incidents. Naturally, the world government would not compel Khalifa to undertake any specific actions. After all, deploying so many undercover agents only resulted in one surviving CP9 operative remaining by Kate's side. It was obvious that unless one were utterly foolish, no one would dare to provoke trouble. Well, except for that one named Spandam. He was indeed a bit. With that, Kate departed the G5 base under the watchful eyes of certain individuals. Meanwhile, the Moby Dick, anchored in the New World, had its crew on high alert as a peculiar flying ship gradually approached them. In the vast expanse of the pirate world, there was indeed only Kate's ark that could be seen soaring above the ocean. A burst of azure flame ignited, and an immortal bird soared from the Moby Dick towards Kate's vessel. Everyone, listen closely and remain vigilant. As the ship drew nearer, the pirates aboard the Moby Dick prepared for battle. Though they were uncertain of the flying ship's intentions, one could never afford to let their guard down upon these treacherous waters. On the deck of the ship, Kate stood at the railing. Gazing intently at the distant Moby Dick, he refrained from taking immediate action, choosing instead to patiently await the other party's response. Soon, a figure with golden punk hair, wielding a dagger at their waist, and bearing the tattoo of the Whitebeard pirates on their chest, charged from the Moby Dick towards Kate. State your intentions, Navy. If you seek to challenge my father, be prepared for a battle with the entire Whitebeard pirates. Faced with the approaching figure, Marco could not help but feel a surge of tension. After all, the reputation of Kaido had echoed throughout the entire pirate world. The mere feat of single-handedly dismantling the beast pirates compelled him to confront the individual before him with utmost seriousness. Kaido, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Do not be anxious. I have merely come to meet Whitebeard." Marco fixed his gaze on Kaido, weighing his words carefully. Although the power Kaido exhibited was astonishing, he understood that his father was not easily challenged. Moreover, if the visitor truly intended only to meet Whitebeard, there was no need for undue concern. "Very well. I shall grant you this one chance that I will return to see if my father is willing to meet you." Marco ultimately resolved to check with his father first. Before departing, he issued a stern warning to Kaido. "You will remain in this area. Should you engage in any treachery, I will immediately cast you into the sea." With that, he turned and soared towards the Moby Dick. Kaido offered a slight smile, unfazed by Marco's threat. After all, in these waters, strength was the ultimate arbiter, and he possessed sufficient power to face any challenge. Soon, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard agreed to meet Kaido, the naval officer. Kaido promptly followed Marco aboard the ship. As he surveyed his surroundings, Kaido beheld the massive pirate vessel, teeming with formidable pirates, each exuding an undeniable aura of strength. "So, this is the Whitebeard pirates?" Kaido silently mused. He had long heard tales of their might, but witnessing it firsthand revealed their power to be even greater than the rumors suggested. For instance, there was the 3rd Division captain, Diamond Jozu, who regarded Kaido with a predatory glare, and Floral Sword Vista, who appeared eager to engage, drawn by the sight of Kaido's Zanpakuto at his waist. Notably, Kaido also caught sight of Marshal D. Teach lurking in the shadows, quietly observing him. Suddenly, the imposing figure of Diamond Jozu, clad in armor and with dark skin, obstructed Kaido's path. "You are the naval admiral who challenged the beast pirates?" Jozu inquired coldly. He remained vigilant, for the young man before him appeared far too youthful to possess the formidable strength of a naval admiral. Kaido met Jozu's gaze with calmness, aware that the latter was testing his capabilities. Rather than directly answering the question, he countered, "You must be Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Your reputation precedes you." Jozu furrowed his brow, for Kaido's response had sidestepped the query. "Navy. I admire your bravery. But you must understand, this is not a place for you." Jozu growled. Kaido regarded Jozu with a cool demeanor, stating, "I am here solely to meet Edward Newgate. Even if all of you were to band together, you would not be able to prevent me. You arrogant little brat. This is the Moby Dick. Do you truly believe you are worthy to meet my father?" Jozu's words were abruptly interrupted by Kaido's wave of his hand. Kaido replied, "Worthy or not, that is not for you to judge." And no sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming pressure enveloped the cabin, emanating from Kaido, a potent and oppressive spiritual pressure. Everyone present felt its might, with some unable to resist the urge to step back. However, this aura dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, leaving astonished expressions in its wake. The captains of the Whitebeard crew now regarded Kaido with newfound seriousness. Recognizing the formidable strength he possessed, which perhaps exceeded their initial expectations. At that moment, Vista stepped forward, declaring, "Navy, if you wish to see our father, draw your sword and fight me, defeat me, and you may immediately meet him." Kaido, now growing impatient, retorted, "Is this what your captain, Whitebeard, intends?" After all, Marco had already informed him that Whitebeard was willing to meet him. Marco, remaining silent, clearly intended to observe the unfolding drama that Vista's challenge was not what Kaido had anticipated. He frowned in displeasure at the 5th Division captain. "Vista, I have no interest in battling you. I am here merely to meet Whitebeard, not to challenge you." Vista, undeterred, fixed Kaido with a resolute gaze, his tone firm. "This is the rule for meeting our father. To see him, you must first defeat one of our division captains. Moreover, I am curious to know if you, as the only admiral in the navy wielding a sword, are indeed a master swordsman." Observing Vista's fervor for battle, Kaido narrowed his eyes. Understanding that a conflict was now inevitable, he regarded Vista intently before slowly drawing his Zanpakuto. "If that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Kaido stated coldly. In an instant, the two figures vanished from sight, leaving behind only the sound of their clashing blades echoing through the cabin. Their speed was astonishing, their movements so elusive that the onlookers struggled to comprehend their actions. The gift of a white strike from the system had elevated Kaido's swordsmanship to that of a top-tier swordsman. The dance of blades produced a cacophony of metallic clashes, as Vista's swordsmanship proved exceptional. Each strike aimed precisely at Kaido's vulnerabilities. Yet, Kaido remained unfazed, effortlessly countering with his two Western swords. As the battle unfolded, Kaido could distinctly feel his physical strength surging, a clear result of the enhancement provided by the heavens and the bindings. Unfortunately, just as Kaido adapted to Vista's rhythm, that sensation of physical empowerment abruptly vanished. Rose waltz. Vista leaped into the air, twirling his swords, releasing an abundance of red rose petals that cascaded downward, despite their beauty. The lethal intent concealed within compelled Kaido to take the encounter seriously. Binding technique number 81, break the void. An invisible barrier formed, easily deflecting Vista's attack. What kind of technique is this? Vista pondered, bewildered. Yet, Kaido had already utilized Shuinpa to appear behind him. So fast, the pirates aboard the Moby Dick gasped in astonishment. Kaido, intent on meeting Whitebeard, showed no mercy. As Vista turned, Kaido's Zanpakuto struck forward, sending him crashing into the sea. The entire Whitebeard crew was left in stunned silence. Kaido sheathed his Zanpakuto and soared back onto the Moby Dick. "Is there anyone else who wishes to test their mettle?" Kaido inquired softly, leaving the assembled pirates momentarily speechless. Some began to piece together the implications of the battle. Aside from a defensive technique they could not comprehend, Kaido had not employed any other abilities. After all, news of his confrontation with Kaido at Blade Harbor had made headlines. Just then, a voice broke the tension. "I shall give it a try." Diamond Joza stepped forward, feeling a surge of excitement after witnessing Kaido's clash with Vista, eager to exchange a few blows with the naval admiral. "Jozu, stand down." A booming voice echoed through the cabin. Although not loud, it brimmed with authority. Everyone aboard felt the weight of this command, prompting Jozu to retreat to his original position. They turned to see a tall elder, draped in a white cloak and bare-chested, adorned with numerous scars, emerging from the cabin. Kaido recognized the iconic crescent-shaped white mustache and the formidable aura radiating from the elder. Truly, he was the man heralded as the strongest in the world. Kaido thought to himself. However, the elder appeared frail, tethered to several foredrips. "Gura, young man, are you the one who single-handedly defeated the elite of the beast pirates?" Whitebeard inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Kaido affirmed, "It is I." Kate admitted, "Very well. You, my boy, have accomplished what I most desired." Whitebeard chuckled at this. Kate displayed no sign of surprise. This was because Kaido, at the inception of the beast pirates, had slain Whitebeard's former crewmate, Kazuki Oden. Upon learning this news, the Whitebeard pirates had contemplated numerous times venturing to Wano country to settle the score with Kaido, but they ultimately refrained from doing so to avoid incurring heavy losses among his sons. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened as he regarded Kate, saying, "Therefore, Navy brat, your presence aboard my Moby Dick must surely entail more than a mere desire to see me, correct?" Kate surveyed the surroundings before replying, "Indeed, there are matters at hand. Though there are quite a few people here." Whitebeard fixed his gaze on Kate, stating, "On this ship, these individuals are my sons, my family. What is it that they cannot be privy to?" Kate scoffed, You may let them listen. But should any trouble arise, I would not hesitate to eliminate them all." "You wretch, are you threatening my sons' lives?" At that moment, Whitebeard instinctively placed his hand upon his bicinto. The crew members of Whitebeard glared fiercely at Kate. "You may interpret it that way," Kate unabashedly replied. As he finished his words, Whitebeard drew his bicinto and swung it towards Kate. Anticipating this, Kate swiftly unsheathed his sword, Ryūjin no Hano, and countered Whitebeard's strike. A violent shockwave erupted from the collision of their weapons, sending waves crashing around the Moby Dick. "This brat," Whitebeard mused internally. In that brief exchange, both warriors discerned the depth of each other's prowess. "Old man, should we not simply dispatch this Navy brat? After all, he is here all alone," Captain Brenheim of the 9th Division suggested to Whitebeard upon witnessing this spectacle. "I concur with Brenheim," remarked Captain Fossa of the 15th Division, glaring ominously in Kate's direction. Even several of the top-ranking commanders were eager to take action against Kate. However, out of respect for Whitebeard's authority, they refrained from attacking immediately. Soon, Whitebeard sheathed his bicinto, and Kate returned his Zanpakuto to its scabbard. "Gura, boy, I now truly believe you possess the strength to single-handedly dismantle the beast pirates. If I were a few years younger, I might have relished the chance to spar with you." After saying this, he deliberately glanced skyward, for unbeknownst to them, dark clouds had begun to gather above the Moby Dick. Kate, unfazed, remarked, "I did not anticipate receiving such high praise from you, Whitebeard. Moreover, you are indeed formidable. Alas, your body can no longer endure high-intensity battles." "Can it?" Marco stepped forward, acutely aware of his father's physical condition, being the most informed among those present. Now, this outsider, Kate, had discerned Whitebeard's state of health from their fleeting skirmish. If the world government, navy, or other pirate crews were to learn of Whitebeard's condition. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Marco's eyes. Just as Marco stepped forward, a bolt of lightning descended from above, striking the ground beside him. Kate regarded him, saying, "Conceal your futile thoughts, or I would not shy away from testing my ability to single-handedly annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. You insolent wretch, a presumptuous boy. Damn the Navy." The crowd erupted in fury, astonished by Kate's audacity to provoke the Whitebeard pirates. "Silence!" Whitebeard's resonant voice echoed. In an instant, the entire assembly fell silent. This demonstrated Whitebeard's formidable presence. "Marco, you may step back," Whitebeard instructed his son. "But, father," Marco began to protest, yet upon meeting Whitebeard's gaze, he could only glare at Kate in frustration. His warning unmistakable. Kate shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the situation. Marco was merely a ship's doctor aboard Whitebeard's vessel. Kate did not believe he posed any significant threat, if there was anyone to be wary of here. Aside from Whitebeard, it was Marshal D. Teach. Whitebeard then spoke. "Boy, since you claim that this matter cannot be known by my sons, I am curious to know what it entails that necessitates the presence of a Navy admiral here." After a long pause, Kate addressed the others on the ship, saying, "This matter concerns Joel D. Roger. It is indeed something your sons cannot be privy to." Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, presumably deep in thought, as Kate's mention of that name piqued his interest. The other members of Whitebeard's crew, upon hearing the name of the Pirate King, displayed curiosity. "Can they truly not hear anything?" Whitebeard inquired. Kate, observing Whitebeard's contemplative expression, replied earnestly, "Only Marco may remain. The others must depart. Everyone else, leave. Marco, stay." Whitebeard commanded his sons. "Father." The unexpectedness of this statement left the others taken aback. Nevertheless, they obediently complied, vacating the area, as the majority departed. The atmosphere grew notably quieter. Whitebeard and Marco fixed their gazes upon Kate, intrigued by what he might reveal. Kate seated himself, his spiritual pressure enveloping the three of them. Despite Whitebeard's order for all to leave, several individuals had stealthily returned, eager to eavesdrop. Kate, uninterested in their presence, addressed Whitebeard, saying, "Where should I begin?" After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Let us commence with the scoundrel known as Roger." Upon hearing this, both Whitebeard and Marco momentarily faltered in their response. "Gurara, that fellow is a scoundrel." Whitebeard erupted in laughter. Kate shot him a glare, the laughter interrupting his narrative. Whitebeard, suppressing his mirth, gestured for Kate to proceed. Kate resumed, "In truth, the situation is not overly complicated. Roger, that rascal, before his demise, sought out a young and beautiful woman and left her with child. Subsequently, he fled before the birth of the child. Both Whitebeard and Marco were momentarily rendered speechless. The revelation that Joel D. Roger had a child in this world was enough to send shockwaves through all. As Kate's account unfolded, Whitebeard, regaining his composure, nodded in agreement. Such behavior is indeed reprehensible. Hey, hey. Is that the crux of the matter? Marco silently pondered. Such words would surely bring tears to the ears of those who heard them. One could surmise that Roger's coffin lid was straining under the weight of this revelation. Whitebeard regarded Kate, asking, "So, does this matter pertain to his son?" Kate cast a deep glance at him, stating, "In fact, this child is likely to be of significance to you in the future." Whitebeard fell silent, then inquired, "May I know the child's name?" "He bears his mother's surname, Portgas d.Ace." Kate replied, "Portgas." Marco silently mused. Suddenly, he lifted his head to look at Kate, exclaiming, "I remember your name. Huh, a good memory indeed." Kate chuckled. "My full name is Portgas d.Kate, one of the D.clan." Whitebeard contemplated, his gaze fixated on Kate. "So, what is your relation to the one named Ace?" Marco probed. A question mirrored in Whitebeard's curiosity that Kate's eyes revealed a hint of complexity as he responded, "Ace's mother is my aunt." Whitebeard then inquired, "If that is the case, why not keep the child by your side? Or at least with her mother?" Kate laughed. "Do you think it wise for the son of Roger to remain with the Navy? The world government is wary of my strength and is constantly attempting to plant CP agents around me. I believe that once Ace arrives at the Navy, his lineage will sooner or later be uncovered." Marco then asked, "And what of his mother?" Kate momentarily suppressed her emotions in silence before finally speaking, "My aunt." In an effort to prevent the world government from discovering that Ace is the son of Roger, employed various methods to desperately delay his birth date. It was a year and 3 months after Roger's death that she gave birth to Ace on Batarilla Island. Due to the prolonged delay, she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion shortly after Ace's birth at this. Whitebeard and Marco fell into a contemplative silence. Whitebeard, with a sense of nostalgia, remarked, "Now I understand why you spoke of Roger in such a manner. He found a wonderful woman, and indeed, a good mother. Then why do you presume that there will be a connection between him and the old man in the future?" Marco recalled Kate's earlier words. Kate gazed into the distance and replied, "From the moment of his birth, Ace has been subjected to various criticisms. Many wished for his demise, deeming his existence a sin. Ace once confided to his brothers, Sabo and Luffy, that he intended to make his name resonate throughout the world, compelling everyone to acknowledge his existence." Suddenly, Kate redirected her gaze toward Whitebeard, stating, "And you, Whitebeard, are the second most formidable pirate after Roger. Thus, I surmise that Ace will inevitably come for you." Whitebeard chuckled helplessly. This kid has set his sights high." Marco, deep in thought, mused. "So, it seems Ace will eventually challenge the old man. Perhaps that's what you meant by a connection?" "Indeed. Or perhaps not," Kate replied. Whitebeard and Marco understood Kate's intentions, eagerly anticipating her next words. Kate continued, "Ace has always sought the value of his existence. What he yearns for is a family. Conversely, your greatest dream, Whitebeard, is to have a family. Therefore, it stands to reason that you would not mind Ace being Roger's son. This signifies that you would affirm Ace's worth and provide him with a warm family." Whitebeard looked at Kate, his expression complex. "Kid, if you weren't a Navy officer, I would have certainly made you my son." Kate rolled his eyes. "Old man, dream on. My grandfather is Garp. If I were to call you father, that old geezer would probably go mad with joy." Whitebeard imagined the scenario and felt a chill run down his spine. After all, Garp was one of his old rivals. If Garp were to learn that he had acknowledged his grandson as his son, the image would be quite absurd. Whitebeard turned to Kate. "So, do you believe Ace will someday be my son?" Kate replied, "It's not a belief. It's a certainty. Are you willing to entrust that boy to me?" Whitebeard inquired, "Are you truly not worried?" Kate laughed. "What if I am? After all, you have several sons aboard this ship who have leveraged your name to achieve various deeds on the seas. You know that all too well. What if I were to hand that boy over to the world government?" Whitebeard threatened. "Heh, you wouldn't dare that, of course. You could always try." With that, Kate unleashed his conqueror's haki. Whitebeard countered with his own haki, the two clashing in a display of immense power. Those who attempted to eavesdrop or were of weaker strength were instantly knocked unconscious by the overwhelming force. This kid, he possesses such potential. Whitebeard thought to himself that it is known that conqueror's haki is a royal trait, and within the Navy, only Sengoku the Buddha is known to wield such power. Once both had retracted their haki, Whitebeard addressed Kate. "Kid, if you ever wish to leave the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates will always welcome you." "Old man," Marco exclaimed in astonishment at Whitebeard's words. "Huffed. I have no intention of joining. The Revolutionary Army is also eyeing me. After all, Kate scoffed. Yet, he wasn't entirely incorrect. At least some members of the Revolutionary Army had made their way into his G5 base. Kate had gleaned their thoughts, but for now, he preferred not to engage with them. Hence, despite their intentions, they had yet to see Kate since their arrival at G5. Hey, you brat, don't be ungrateful. You know the old man. Marco began, but Kate interrupted. Stop. Don't keep rambling. I have no intention of actually becoming his son. Especially considering his physical condition, which you are well aware of. All right, Marco, since this kid doesn't want to be my son, I want to force him, Whitebeard declared. Marco fell silent. Now, back to the main topic. So, kid, you wish to entrust Ace to me, is that it? Kate nodded. I suppose so. After all, he is the only one left in this world with whom I share blood ties. Moreover, his mother cared for me quite a bit during my childhood. Whitebeard smiled. Where is that boy now? Do you need me to bring him here? Since Whitebeard had inquired, it was evident that he was considering the notion of taking Ace as his son. Kate shook his head. No need. That kid should still be in the East Blue. Let him explore there for the time being. He is not a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Whitebeard concurred with Kate's sentiment. Understanding that with his watchful eye, combined with Kate's vigilance as an admiral, it would be beneficial for Ace to venture forth. All right, my objective has been partially achieved. Now, I intend to truly test the strength of the man renowned as the strongest in the world. As he spoke, Kate withdrew his sword. Kid, what do you intend to do? If you wish to confront the old man, you must first pass through me, Marco declared, his body levitating as azure flames enveloped him. What's it to you? Sit down. Kate's aura erupted, forcefully pinning Marco to the deck. Hey, you little brat. How dare you strike my son in front of me? Whitebeard unleashed his conqueror's haki without restraint toward Kate. A smile crept across Kate's face as he detected a glimmer of battle intent in Whitebeard's eyes. A red light flashed in his gaze as his conqueror's haki clashed with Whitebeard's. The sky, previously filled with dark clouds due to Kate's thunder fruit abilities, was torn asunder by the collision of these two formidable forces. Hiss! What just happened? Did the old man clash with that kid? All the captains aboard another ship stared in astonishment towards the Moby Dick. Those who were slightly weaker were overwhelmed and fell to the ground. Unlike previous encounters, this clash of conquerors' haki was not a mere skirmish. It was a confrontation between kings. Let's go have a look, Joseph declared, leading the way toward the Moby Dick. Before they could reach, a resounding laugh and the sound of shattering glass echoed from the Moby Dick. Goo-la-la-la, kid, is that all the strength you can muster? Are you looking down on me? I am Whitebeard. Kate was hurled from the Moby Dick, soaring towards a nearby deserted island. Whoa. Kate couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief midair. Despite his high estimation of the Tremor Fruit's capabilities, he found himself unable to withstand the sheer might of Whitebeard's punch. I must learn to wrap my conqueror's haki, Kate resolved inwardly, having recognized his own shortcomings against this seasoned powerhouse. Kate understood where he fell short. Whitebeard leaped from the Moby Dick, landing swiftly on the island. I seem to have created quite a dilemma for myself, Kate thought, shaking his head in resignation from Whitebeard's recent attack. He had caught a glimpse of the formidable strength the man possessed in his youth. Whitebeard planted his bicento into the ground and addressed Kate. Kid, show me your true strength. I want to witness the true power of the one who single-handedly defeated the beast's pirates. Kate sighed. Ace. Oh, Ace, you've made things so complicated for me. When we meet again, I shall give you a good thrashing. With that, Kate swung Enei to the side, declaring, all things shall return to ashes. Enei. An inferno erupted from Kate, engulfing the island in a blazing fire, transformed into an immortal phoenix. Marco approached the vicinity of the small island. Observing Kate's serious expression, with determination, Kate brandished his sword, the flowing blade of fire. Charging towards the formidable Whitebeard, the city is ablaze. With a swift motion, Kate unleashed a torrent of flames, attempting to encircle Whitebeard within their fiery embrace. Unfazed, Whitebeard clenched his left fist, summoning a white spherical shield, effortlessly dispersing the flames that Kate had conjured. The power of the Tremor Fruit is indeed formidable, Kate remarked with a hint of sarcasm. In an instant, he closed the distance, appearing before Whitebeard, and swung his blade towards his opponent's face. Whitebeard, wielding his trusty weapon, the Tsongyun cut, parried Kate's strike with ease. Not bad, kid, but such a level of strength hardly befits your current reputation. With a surge of power, Whitebeard sent Kate reeling backwards. Kate, grinning, replied, "Isn't this just a warm-up? The real spectacle is yet to come. I shall eagerly await it," Whitebeard retorted, his gaze fixed on Kate. Bankai, remnant fire great blade. The flames surrounding the island were swiftly absorbed by the flowing blade of fire, coalescing into a seemingly charred katana that manifested before Whitebeard's eyes. His instincts screamed danger in a chilling tone. Kate warned, "Be cautious. A mere touch from this blade could prove fatal. Come on, young one. Show me the nature of your strength." Whitebeard, ever confident in his own power, felt no trepidation despite any peculiar transformation Kate might undergo. "Marco, what's the situation?" Jozu, having arrived by boat near the island, called out to Marco, soaring high above they as the ship approached. Marco descended gracefully onto the deck. All eyes were on him, eager to glean the unfolding events from his lips. Briefly, Marco recounted the circumstances to the others before redirecting his gaze to the battlefield. Jozu, standing beside Marco, addressed him gravely. "Can Dad endure a high-intensity battle in his current condition?" Marco nodded. "He can, but not for too long. Otherwise, irreversible issues may arise." Jozu acknowledged with a nod that on the battlefield, the clash of weapons between Whitebeard and Kate reverberated, unleashing powerful forces that trembled the air around the island, fracturing the ground beneath Kate's feet. With sheer might, Whitebeard forced Kate to retreat. "Kid, your sword is quite extraordinary. It appears it is not one of the 12 supreme grade blades. What is its origin?" Kate, smiling, replied, "You have a keen eye. Indeed, this sword is not one of the 12. As for its origins, I'm afraid I must remain tight-lipped. Such a mysterious little brat." Whitebeard expressed his dissatisfaction with a chuckle. He charged at Kate, wielding the Tsungyun cut with newfound vigor, eager to gauge the young man's true strength. Kate met the attack with his remnant fire great blade, and once again, they clashed, unleashing a maelstrom of power that churned the sea around them. From a distance, the collision of their forces sent shockwaves rippling outward, causing the ocean to surge violently. After an extended exchange, the strength emanating from Kate equaled that of Whitebeard, who mused internally, "Truly, he is the strongest man. This power is no trifling matter." However, Kate sensed that Whitebeard's stamina was waning. After all, he was merely an aged man. He thought if Kate were more unscrupulous, he could easily prolong the fight until Whitebeard was utterly exhausted. But he chose not to pursue such a course. "Hey, old man, I can see your condition isn't great. Continuing this battle may prove futile. Are you underestimating me, you little brat?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. Kate responded, "Underestimate? Not at all. If you wish to go all out, I must hold back as well." Admiration flickered in Whitebeard's eyes as he reflected, "This young man is truly impressive. How wonderful it would be if he could be my son." Kate rolled his eyes, sensing something with his advanced observation haki. Whitebeard remarked, "You've said quite a lot. I take it you have some thoughts in mind." Kate nodded, neither confirming nor denying, and continued, "Since you can't fight for too long, why not settle it with one decisive blow? Regardless of the outcome, no further hostility shall follow this strike." "Oh, that's a splendid idea." Whitebeard recognized that the proposal was made with his well-being in mind. So he readily agreed that "We can't continue like this. Otherwise, your two companions will surely intervene." Kate's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Marco and the others, aware of their growing anxiety. Whitebeard understood Kate's implication and felt a twinge of resignation. He knew his body could no longer withstand intense combat, and Marco and the others would not want him harmed. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. "Let it be so. Let us determine the victor with one strike." Whitebeard swung his Tsungyun cut, unleashing a tremendous force. Simultaneously, Kate summoned his utmost strength. Their powers converged above the island, generating an immense shockwave that resonated through the AI in an instant. Their attacks collided with a thunderous roar, tearing the atmosphere asunder. Kate felt an overwhelming force erupt from Whitebeard, propelling him backwards. His body spun through the air before landing on the opposite side of the island. Whitebeard, too, was not spared. He sensed that his strength had been wholly absorbed by the impact, and he staggered back. Ultimately kneeling on the ground, he looked towards the other side of the island, where he saw Kate rising to his feet. "This brat is indeed remarkably powerful, Dad." Marco had soared in from the ship, clutching Jozu, who was held firmly beneath his feet. Kate, still reeling from the effects of the tremor fruit, felt a tumult within his very core, an unsettling nausea washing over him. Marco, glancing at Whitebeard, was filled with concern. Uncertain of who had emerged victorious from their clash, yet he could sense the frailty of Whitebeard's aura. He rushed to support his swaying father, performing a quick assessment of Whitebeard's condition. As time passed, Marco's expression darkened. He spoke solemnly to Whitebeard. "Dad." Whitebeard, aware of Marco's worry, waved dismissively. "No need to fret. That strike was not grievous." Marco knew Whitebeard was merely comforting him, and was acutely aware of his father's true state. "Stop right there, Navy brat," Joseph shouted as Kate approached Whitebeard. He had already encased himself in a glimmering diamond, prepared to act if Kate did not heed his warning. Yet Whitebeard, seated firmly on the ground, gestured. "It's all right, Joseph. The battle is over. Allow this young man to approach." "But, Dad, what if this brat has ulterior motives?" Joseph began, but Kate had already bypassed him, ignoring his presence entirely, with no choice. Joseph stood guard beside Whitebeard. Alert. As Kate drew near, he observed the weary figure of Whitebeard, in his current state. Kate knew he could swiftly eliminate him if he chose to. Releasing his bankai, Kate sheathed his sword, the insignia of justice on his cloak billowing forward. Revealing only the purple hilt. He addressed Whitebeard. "In this encounter, I concede my defeat." He gazed at Kate, and truth be told, it was difficult to comment on the outcome of this final move. Whitebeard addressed Kate, saying, "Kid, your strength is formidable, but alas, you were born in the wrong era." Kate, puffed up with pride, nodded in agreement and stated, "Had I been born in your time, you would have been nothing but a footnote." Whitebeard stared at him for a moment, fully aware of the other's audacity, before bursting into hearty laughter. Kate remarked, "Since I have emerged as the defeated party, allow me to assist you." At that moment, Marco and Joseph were momentarily bewildered by their exchange, while Kate retrieved a card from his pocket, from his system space. Marco and Joseph initially tensed up, unsure of how to react to what Kate was producing. Kate flung the card forward, and in no time, a stunning blonde woman appeared before Whitebeard. She exhaled gently towards him. "Father." Marco was instantly alarmed, uncertain of what this sudden apparition would say to Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Joseph, who had yet to lower his guard, transformed into diamond just as the breath of the celestial being took effect, rushing toward the card's direction. Hey, don't cause a ruckus." Kate swiftly stepped in front of Joseph, delivering a kick to his waist to halt his advance. Soon, the mission completed blonde swiftly morphed back into a card, flying back into Kate's hand. "What is this?" Whitebeard exclaimed in astonishment as he sensed the changes in his body. Marco, noticing the transformation, resumed his examination of Whitebeard as a doctor. "You little brat, get down from there," Joseph shouted angrily to prevent further chaos. Kate simply stepped on him, pinning him down. "All right, kiddo, after all, Joseph is the captain of my third ship," Whitebeard said to Kate. Since Whitebeard had spoken, Kate naturally refrained from making things difficult for him. As Kate observed Whitebeard's body, he noted that while there were no outward signs of change, the internal accumulation of injuries and ailments had vanished. It seems to have taken effect," the young man remarked. "What you just did was," Kate chuckled. "Oh, that was merely to ensure that you wouldn't meet an untimely demise due to some peculiar circumstances in the future." "What do you mean by that? What is destined to happen?" Whitebeard's inquiry was cut short by Kate's interruption. "Well, I've completed what I came to do. As fate would have it, be cautious when we meet again, for I might just imprison all of you and impel down." With that, Kate's form swiftly turned to elements and vanished from sight. After Kate's departure, Joseph stood up and asked Whitebeard, "Father, are we just going to let that kid walk away so easily? What if he just—" Whitebeard shook his head, signaling that he was fine, his gaze lingering on the direction Kate had left, lost in thought. As the ship gradually sailed away, Marco, having completed his examination of Whitebeard, wore a look of disbelief. Noticing Marco's expression, Joseph inquired, "Marco, is there a problem? Has Father's condition worsened?" Marco explained to Joseph, "Father is fully recovered. Every hidden injury and ailment has vanished. His body is even better than it was before he fell ill." "What?" Joseph exclaimed in shock. The other Whitebeard pirates who had just landed on the island also looked at Marco in astonishment. Whitebeard chuckled, "Wahaha! Why ponder so much? Since my body is well, bring me some wine." "Wait, Father, your health has just returned." Marco attempted to dissuade him, but Whitebeard pretended not to hear, striding toward the Moby Dick amidst the crowd. Marco shook his head helplessly, knowing his father was resolute about drinking. Meanwhile, after leaving the small island, Kate boarded a vessel, sailing back to G5 on the ocean. Having completed his task, Kate leisurely enjoyed the breeze on the deck. It had been 3 days since he departed from Moby Dick. And as one of the main figures at G5, he was inevitably facing Sengoku's reprimands for leaving the base without permission. However, just as he neared G5, an unexpected guest arrived on his ship. The newcomer, as if well acquainted with Kate, unceremoniously seated himself beside him. Kate removed his sunglasses, observing the man clad in a dark green coat, his expression stern, with tousled black hair cascading behind him, lacking eyebrows, and a peculiar shoehorn-shaped mark on his face. He scoffed. What brings the esteemed leader of the Revolutionary Army here? Aren't you afraid of being caught by me? Oh, and don't damage my vessel. You transvestite, Kate shouted at Ivankov, who was leaning over the ship's railing. Seemingly oblivious to Kate's words, Ivankov leaped onto the deck, executing several complex spins in midair before landing in a grandiose pose, as if performing a curtain call from an opera. However, Kate was well aware that Ivankov was not yet finished with his antics. As expected, Ivankov suddenly jumped up, hands raised and legs spread, exclaiming, Kate boy, were you not captivated by my charming entrance? Kate, using his pinky to pick his nose, flicked the residue off his fingertip and retorted, not at all charming, and I sense you've become even more. Ivankov dropped to the deck's corner, sorrowfully pounding his fist against the wood, lamenting, so heartbroken. Kate boy, after such a long time, you still. He then erupted into tears, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Kate rose from his seat and approached Ivankov from behind. Those unaware might have thought he was going to offer comfort, but Kate was not one for such niceties. Just as he halted behind Ivankov, the latter jumped again, exclaiming, just kidding, you fool. In response, Kate swiftly drew his sword, Ryūjin Jakka, and placed the blade at Ivankov's throat. The sharpness of the weapon sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Ivankov's forehead as he stammered. Kate boy, I was merely joking. Surely, it doesn't warrant this level of severity. As he spoke, Ivankov pointed at the back of the blade, attempting to push it away. Hey, what are you so nervous about? Kate grinned mischievously. He then playfully tapped Ivankov's fingers with the sword before once more pressing it against his throat. Faced with the perilous Kate, Ivankov realized he had to signal to Dragon, who was watching from a distance. Kate chuckled. Hey now, no amount of signaling will help you. My deck could use some cleaning, and since you seem so energetic, why not assign you that task? Wait, Kate boy. After such a long time apart, why treat me like this? Ivankov pleaded anxiously. What? Are you unwilling? Kate inquired, as he pressed the blade down harder against Ivankov. That of course not. Kate boy, I excel at cleaning decks. I'll get to work right away. Under Kate's intimidating presence, Ivankov dashed off to find cleaning supplies. Once he had dispatched Ivankov, Kate returned to his lounge chair. The atmosphere between Kate and Dragon grew heavy, starkly contrasting the previous antics of Ivankov. Eventually, Kate broke the silence, saying, So, you intend to ignore my earlier question, correct? In truth, the primary reason for his visit was to invite Dragon to join the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon's voice was somewhat formal, yet Kate detected sincerity in his tone. That I stand by my decision to decline, facing the man whom the world government had labeled as the most dangerous criminal. Kate resolutely rejected his invitation. This encounter marked the first genuine meeting between Kate and Dragon. Of course, Dragon had seen the younger Kate long ago in Windmill Village, but at that time, Kate was unaware of his identity. Dragon had already recognized Kate's talent, but before he could reach out, Karp had taken Kate away. Over the years, the instances in which Dragon could contact Kate were minimal, and each time they did, it is he who dispatched Ivankov. This is also the reason why Kate is so familiar with Ivankov. In the early days of the Revolutionary Army's formation, Dragon had repeatedly asked Ivankov to invite Kate to join their ranks. However, each time, Kate would decline with various bizarre excuses. Unexpectedly, this time, Dragon personally extended the invitation to Kate, only to be turned down once again. It is impossible for him not to feel a sense of frustration in his heart. Dragon still wished to persevere, stating, Kate, as you know, I established the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government and to create a harmonious, free, equal, and dream-filled new world. Honestly, I truly do not believe that you can achieve anything significant under such a world government. Why not simply join the Revolutionary Army? I am convinced that with your participation, toppling the world government would not be a daunting task. Kate chuckled softly as he replied, To be honest, I completely agree with your words and wholeheartedly resonate with your ideals. However, that does not imply that I will join your ranks. Why not? Dragon asked, bewildered. Kate continued, Indeed, the goal, is admirable, but have you considered what happens after success? How can you ensure that after overthrowing the world government, you can establish a truly new world? Dragon fell silent, for he had yet to overthrow the world government, and naturally, he would not contemplate such distant matters. Kate added, moreover, the current foundation of the Revolutionary Army is somewhat weak. Given the present strength of the Revolutionary Army, it is far from meeting the standards that would compel me to join. Therefore, you should focus on how to rapidly strengthen the Revolutionary Army's capabilities, rather than persuading me to join. Dragon solemnly replied, I understand. Kate continued, in fact, even if I do not join your Revolutionary Army, I will still provide you with some conveniences. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to send someone to seek my assistance. Dragon nodded, contemplating from a different perspective. The fact that Kate could offer him help in secret proved that he was not entirely opposed to collaborating with the Revolutionary Army. This was already quite a positive development. Dragon looked at Kate and said, Then I thank you. No need for such courtesy, as long as you can overthrow the world government and establish a truly new world. That will be my form of assistance to you, Kate remarked, looking at Dragon. Although Kate would not join the Revolutionary Army at present, it did not mean that he would forever refrain from doing so in the future. At this moment, Dragon spoke up, Since you do not mind providing some assistance to the Revolutionary Army, I do have a matter that requires your help. Go ahead, do not be so formal. What is it that you need my assistance with? Kate replied leisurely. Dragon explained, It is not a particularly troublesome matter. I simply need you to facilitate the capture of Ivankov and Lightning into Impel Down. Oh, are you already considering Impel Down? Kate said with a smile. Although Dragon did not respond to Kate's question, his silence only served to confirm that Kate was not mistaken. Kate then said to him, If you are targeting levels 1 to 5 of Impel Down, that is acceptable. However, if you cause issues at level 6, the situation may develop in an uncontrollable direction. You should understand this principle, right? Dragon nodded in acknowledgement. Kate continued, You have also served in the Navy, so you should be quite aware of what kinds of individuals are imprisoned at level 6 of Impel Down. Most of those people are ferocious pirates erased from history, and the inmates at this level are nearly legendary figures, facing either the death penalty or life imprisonment. Due to their heinous crimes, they have committed acts of extreme cruelty that the government has covered up. Let me make it clear, if these individuals escape, do not expect me to clean up the mess for you. Dragon assured, Rest assured, I have already briefed Ivankov. Moreover, his entry into Impel Down is to secretly assist the Revolutionary Army. Kate interjected, You need not divulge the secrets of your Revolutionary Army to me. I have little interest. He then turned to Dragon and said, Since I have already helped with this matter, would you kindly assist me with one more thing? Dragon turned to face Kate, curious about what trouble he could possibly cause him. This also marked the beginning of their mutual cooperation. Kate continued, I know that you have someone named Sabo by your side. Please arrange for him to meet Ace. Dragon was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the connection between Sabo and Ace and why they should meet. Furthermore, how did this fellow know of Sabo's existence? All these questions left Dragon at a loss for how to respond. Observing Dragon's confusion, Kate had no intention of concealing the truth that he stated, You know which kingdom you rescued Sabo in, right? Dragon nodded, and then realization struck him that that time. You and Ace were both. Kate nodded affirmatively. Dragon concluded, Since they know each other, let them meet. I believe this will aid in restoring Sabo's memories. Regarding how Dragon would arrange the meeting between the two brothers, Kate paid it no mind. Simultaneously, his thoughts began to drift. Compared to this time frame, Ace should be in the process of forming the Spade Pirates. It would not be long before his name would resound across the seas. Once the world government discovers the connection between Ace and that old man Garp, they will likely extend an invitation to him to become a warlord of the sea. Soon, Dragon departed from Kate's ship. Conversely, his vessel now harbored 2 so-called prisoners. Kate boy, so that is the G5 base under your management, right? Ivankov, shackled with sea stone handcuffs, inquired with curiosity. I understand. Kate, having sensed the surroundings with his observation hockey before Ivankov could see the G5 base, noted that at least 30 pirate ships were currently launching a fierce assault on the G5 base, that seemed these pirate ships had only just begun their attack. BR. At that moment, the transponder snail nestled in Kate's arms began to ring, and he promptly answered the call dedicated to the G5 base. Excellent. The call has connected. The voice on the other end was slightly chaotic. Admiral, The perimeter of the G5 base. The communicator reported the current situation at the G5 base. Once the individual quickly conveyed the information, Kate leisurely responded, I have a basic understanding of the situation. Additionally, I am already near the G5 base. That is wonderful. As long as you are here. The responsible sailor on the other end exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Kate's proximity. Kate shook his head slightly. The newly assigned sailors at the G5 base lacked composure. Faced with a minor emergency, they immediately lost their composure. Kate issued a direct command. Relay this order. All units. Mobilize to eradicate this group of pirates. With me covering you from the outside. Let everyone fight with abandon. As Kate uttered the last two words, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Even Ivankov and Lightning, who stood beside Kate, were slightly pushed back by this force. Dark clouds rapidly gathered above the G5 base. Yes, Admiral, the sailor on the other end affirmed loudly. Upon hearing Kate's fierce command, the communication sailor felt his blood begin to boil. He swiftly relayed the order to all the sailors within the G5 base. The previously panicked sailors, who were under attack from the pirates, became invigorated upon hearing their admiral's voice. All units mobilize. Kill them. Do not allow these pirates to leave the G5 base alive. The Navy personnel within the G5 base roared. Each one tightened their grip on their weapons and charged out of the G5 base. Meanwhile, outside the G5 base, the pirates were employing various tactics to storm the facility. They could not have anticipated that the previously quiet G5 base would suddenly unleash so many Navy soldiers. And these sailors were charging at them fearlessly. Have the Navy gone mad? What are they doing? Aren't they supposed to be holding their ground within the base? Are they really serious about engaging us in open battle? Do they wish for mutual destruction? Even if they do, they wouldn't be able to fill our gaps. The pirates assaulting the G5 base looked on in terror as the fearless Navy soldiers charged towards them. Each one screaming in panic. Boom, boom. Under the cover of cannon fire, both sides swiftly clashed. Although the Navy was significantly outnumbered, they were emboldened by the presence of Admiral Kate, rendering them unafraid of the pirates. With Kate's mastery of observation hockey, the Navy soldiers bravely lunged towards the pirates. Meanwhile, bolts of lightning intermittently descended from the sky, mercilessly claiming the lives of the pirates, amidst the fierce battle between the Navy and the pirates. Kate refrained from directly engaging that he stood at the bow of his ship, utilizing his observation hockey to survey the battlefield. He held no concern for the weaker pirates. His true focus lay on the leading trio among the 30 pirate ships. Among these vessels, Kate had already identified several notorious pirates, each carrying a hefty bounty. With a swift step, Kate appeared above the 3 ships, illuminated by countless flashes of lightning. He gazed coldly at the pirate ships below. 80 million volts, lightning dragon, a massive dragon, radiating a blue glow, coalesced before Kate and surged towards the pirate ships. In the wake of the lightning dragon's devastating power, the first pirate ship was instantly reduced to splinters. Unstoppable, the lightning dragon pressed on towards another ship. Observing the destruction, the second pirate ship hastily turned to flee. Yet the lightning dragon was swifter. With a thunderous crash, the second ship was struck and exploded in an instant. Kate harbored no mercy for these pirates who dared to invade his territory. The G5 base was a crucial stronghold he intended to cultivate for his own benefit, and he could not allow it to suffer any setbacks. Thus, the pirates who dared challenge the G5 base were, in Kate's eyes, already as good as dead. Under the terrifying destruction wrought by Kate's lightning dragon, the pirates met their demise, unable to escape their fate. Amidst the intense battle, 2 of the leading pirate ships were sunk. Witnessing this, the remaining pirates attacking the G5 base were filled with dread. All hands retreat. Some of the more astute pirates shouted in desperation. They had no desire to perish here. As for whether the other pirate ships would heed their cries, that was beyond their control. After all, those ships were not their subordinates. Thinking of escape, it would not be so simple. In a flash, Kate appeared above one of the pirate ships and landed a powerful punch on its deck. With a resounding crash, a large section of the deck caved in. The pirates aboard screamed in terror as they fell from the deck. Humph! Kate scoffed. Perhaps feeling that this method of clearing the field was too slow, he hovered in the air and intoned. At the edge of 1,000 hands, unreachable, the dark hand of the abyss. Unreflective, the archer of the heavens, casting radiant paths, igniting the winds of gathering flame. No need for confusion, heed my direction, light bullet, 8 bodies, 9 strands, heavenly scriptures, swift treasures, great wheel, gray turrets. Draw your bow towards the distant brilliance that fades away. Path of Destruction, 91. Thousand-Handed Celestial Cannon. As Kate completed his incantation, multiple light cone turrets sprang up around him, unleashing a concentrated barrage upon the enemy. Faced with such relentless assault, the pirates aboard the nearly 30 ships gazed in despair towards Kate's direction. They sensed that their doom was all but inevitable. Even if those pirates wished to fight to the death, their meager strength paled in comparison to an admiral of Kate's caliber, as the thousand-handed celestial cannon struck the pirate ships. They began to be sunk one by one. Some of the more astute pirates jumped into the sea to escape before their ships sank. However, in this vast expanse of ocean, the only refuge was the G5 base. No matter how long they lingered in the water, they would ultimately be compelled to swim towards the G5 base. On the battlefield of the G5 base, the Navy had either annihilated or captured the pirates. They had finally dealt with these wretched marauders. A panting Navy soldier exclaimed. Although they were greatly outnumbered, with Kate's assistance, they had effortlessly defeated the pirates. Other Navy soldiers nodded in agreement and began to clean the battlefield. Some were dispatched to the coast to capture those pirates who had narrowly escaped Kate's grasp. Meanwhile, Kate returned to his vessel and soon made his way back to the G5 base. At that moment, his system's notification chimed in timely fashion. Ding! Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. Please check. Host. Upon hearing this, Kate momentarily lost focus that Ivankov and Lightning, following closely behind, nearly collided with him. After tossing both Ivankov and Lightning into their cell, Kate promptly returned to his office. Eagerly seated in his chair, he opened his system panel. Name: Kate. Ability: Thunderfruit 75 Unawakened Heaven and Binding 60 Unawakened Weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire. Initial release unlocked. Final release unlocked. Divine Axe. Rita unlocked. Note: using Divine Axe, Rita will incur severe side effects. Host: please be cautious. Skills: 3 types of hockey. Conqueror's Hockey Intermediate, Armament Hockey Advanced, Observation Hockey Advanced, Spiritual Pressure Mastered, 6 styles, fully mastered. Demon Arts, Destruction, Binding, and Shallow Strike at Great Sword Master level. Shuanpa, fully mastered. Special items: Virtual Surface Preliminary Mastery, Art Proverb Full Version, Thunderfruit 1, Breath of the Archangel 1. Finger's Chain of Plunder 1. The mention of the Finger's Chain of Plunder piqued Kate's curiosity. This item was categorized as a special item by the system. Although he understood its function, being a product of the system, it was likely subject to hidden modifications. Kate specifically accessed the function of this special item. Finger's Chain of Plunder. Piercing the target's body, it temporarily extracts and stores the target's devil fruit ability. Continuous extraction can cause the target to lose their original devil fruit ability. It can also bestow this ability upon others. Note: this item can only be used 3 times within a month. After 3 uses, it will automatically enter a cooldown period. Hiss! Impressive! Kate exclaimed with excitement. This time, he need not worry about the G5 base's lack of strength. This item could significantly bolster the strength of many individuals in a short time. As for locating devil fruit users, that would be exceedingly straightforward. In these seas, while encountering pirates with genuine devil fruit abilities posed some difficulty. Kate knew of a certain region teeming with such individuals. Furthermore, the powers of these devil fruits were rare and uniquely potent. At this moment, Kate realized that the recent pirate assault had provided him with a perfect pretext to venture into that area. He promptly retrieved his transponder snail and dialed Sengoku in Marineford. Moshi Moshi. Kate, what can I do for you? Sengoku's voice came through the line as he directly inquired about the matter at hand. Already suspecting that Kate might be embroiled in some mischief, little did Sengoku know that Kate had just cured Whitebeard's ailments. Otherwise, he would have surely resigned from his position on the spot. Kate replied, "Oh, nothing much, just that the G5 base has come under heavy pirate attack. Now, I wish to personally escort this bunch of pirates to Impel Down." Trusting in Kate's strength, Sengoku didn't inquire about the casualties on his end. Instead, he asked, "Understood. Approximately how many? I'm not sure yet. Some pirates are still struggling in the sea, and I haven't fully tallied the numbers. However, once everything is sorted, it should be around several hundred." "So many?" Sengoku questioned, puzzled. "Yes, about 30 some pirate ships have arrived here. Since I was rather ruthless, many pirates surrendered outright though." "I see. I'll notify the relevant parties." Upon hearing that there were approximately 30 pirate ships and only a few hundred pirates in Kate's grasp, Sengoku quickly grasped the situation. Such a band of pirates posed no threat against Kate, making it an ideal opportunity for practice. "Well then, I'll hang up for now." Kate had not forgotten the purpose of his call to Sengoku. He didn't wish to engage in idle conversation. All right, goodbye. After Sengoku ended the call, Kate also hung up his transponder snail. As he set the device down, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. He wondered which 3 criminals in Impel Down would soon face his wrath. Now, with the Fingers chain of plunder, he had 3 uses at his disposal, all within the G5 base, aside from Cyrus, who has already secured one of Kate's 3 spots. He remains uncertain about whom to allocate the remaining 2. It is worth noting that, in his possession, there are very few individuals he can genuinely place his trust in. At that moment, Rebecca entered the room, pushing the door open from outside the office. In her hands, she held the casualty statistics from the recent incident, along with a list of the pirates involved. Observing the petite yet remarkably mature figure before him, he sighed. Well, it seems the initial 2 spots this month will go to you two, father and daughter. In truth, this may not be an unfavorable decision for Kate. He could regard it as an investment in their future. Moreover, the determined young girl, Rebecca, had expressed her desire for Kate to train her on more than one occasion. It was merely that Kate had yet to acquiesce. As for the final spot, if no suitable candidates emerged, then so be it. While contemplating this, after Rebecca departed, Khalifa coincidentally entered to report to Kate. The casualties and losses from the recent pirate raid on the G5 base were relatively minor. Of course, this was largely attributed to Kate's timely return. Had the inexperienced soldiers in the base been left to face the ruthless pirates alone, the consequences would have been dire. After listening to Khalifa's report, Kate instructed, "Gather all the captured pirates. I need to personally escort them to Impel Down." Khalifa nodded in understanding. Kate continued, "Oh, and please inform Cyrus and Rebecca to prepare as well. They will accompany me on this trip." Khalifa's glasses glimmered as she tentatively inquired, "I can understand bringing Cyrus along to Impel Down, but why must you also take Rebecca?" Kate turned to Khalifa with a smile and replied, "What? Do you wish to join us?" Khalifa shook her head, having detected a hint of discontent in Kate's tone. As the only visible spy and the sole world government agent within the G5 base, she was quite astute. New World. "Moby Dick? Pops, red-haired Shanks is coming over to see you," an unnamed young pirate exclaimed with excitement. "That little brat? I wonder if he has brought good wine this time," Whitebeard remarked. Several pirates aboard the Moby Dick were eagerly anticipating the arrival of this relatively young emperor. Some, unaware of the situation, were glancing around. Marco addressed the group of young pirates, saying, Hey, you youngsters should step back. Your bodies can't handle it." "Can't handle it?" one pirate queried. Marco replied impatiently, "Don't ask, just get inside quickly." Just as he finished speaking, a pirate suddenly collapsed without warning. Meanwhile, on the upper deck of the Moby Dick, steady footsteps could be heard descending the staircase. With each step, several pirates fainted on the spot. One pirate, still conscious, anxiously asked, "What is happening? What's going on?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he too fell to the ground. Marco looked ahead, murmuring, "Oh dear, it seems it may already be too late." "Is it too late?" Marco shook his head helplessly. He called out, "Don't panic. They merely fainted." Jozu, maintaining a serious expression, remarked, "These youngsters simply lack the mental fortitude to remain conscious in the presence of that man." After he spoke, aside from a few captain-level figures, only the seasoned pirates who had braved the seas for years remained standing. These were the true elite of the Whitebeard pirates. As Shanks ascended the deck, he carried a massive gourd of wine. Once he reached Whitebeard, Jozu remarked, "What incredible conqueror's hockey." Standing before Whitebeard, Shanks said, "I apologize. I didn't mean to make such a strong impression upon boarding your ship." Whitebeard, seated centrally on the deck of Moby Dick, with the main mast behind him, replied with displeasure, "Seeing your face reminds me of that irritating fellow." Shanks chuckled, "Ah, but back in the day, when you drank with him, you didn't seem to mind." "Humph," Whitebeard snorted. Shanks continued, "I came here to inquire about certain matters. I have no intention of fighting." As he spoke, he casually sat down on the deck, pouring wine from the gourd into a cup that had been brought to him. Whitebeard observed his actions and commented, "Is this the manner of speech befitting a man of great hockey? I had thought you came here to challenge me, you rascal. Gururara." At this moment, Marco called out to Shanks, "Hey, red-haired, are you aware of what you've done?" Marco's words were primarily a challenge to Shanks, questioning whether he had become too arrogant upon arriving at Moby Dick. After all, Shanks was effectively a guest in Whitebeard's domain. What kind of guest behaves in such a manner? Shanks turned to him with a smile. "Ah, It's First Division's Marco. Would you care to join my crew? Whitebeard interjected with annoyance. Hey, little brat. Is it inappropriate for you to poach my crew right in front of me? Haha, my apologies. Shanks laughed. However, from his demeanor, everyone sensed that he would not hesitate to do it again. At this point, Joseph asked Whitebeard, "Hey, Pops, what about us?" Whitebeard sighed. It seems he isn't here for a fight. You all may step back." Unlike the treatment afforded to Kate, Whitebeard's crew instinctively vacated the deck upon receiving this order, even taking the unconscious individuals with them. There was no choice. Kate's recent prominence and status as an admiral compelled them to treat him with special consideration. After everyone departed, Shanks tossed the gourd of wine to Whitebeard. The moment Whitebeard caught a whiff of the wine, he immediately discerned, "Is this wine from the East Blue?" Shanks nodded with a grin. He then added, "Coincidentally, that kid is also from the East Blue." Whitebeard raised the gourd and took a generous swig. After setting it down, he asked, "Which kid are you referring to?" Shanks replied directly, "Kate." Whitebeard's movement suddenly froze. He remarked, "You seem to be quite well informed." In truth, the Whitebeard pirates were a motley crew. The moment Kate boarded the Moby Dick, not only did the red-haired pirates learn of it, but the world government was also made aware of Kate's visit to the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, when Whitebeard fought Kate, their real-time situation was continuously reported to the Gorosei. Of course, our protagonist, Kate, was well aware of this situation. He understood he could not keep it a secret from too many people. Which was why the incident with Whitebeard had occurred. After taking a sip from his cup, Shanks inquired, "Whitebeard, what do you think of this kid?" Whitebeard glanced at Shanks and responded, "It seems you have met this kid before. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking about a Navy brat." Shanks's expression turned nostalgic as he said, "I encountered that kid a few times in the East Blue at that time. He was just a little brat." Simultaneously, he had shared some information with me. Gura, Whitebeard laughed heartily. "I never expected this kid would share that information with more than just me." Hearing Whitebeard's response, Shanks suddenly looked up. "Is that so? Has this kid revealed his identity?" Whitebeard chuckled. "What, are you hoping that the son of your former captain would join your crew?" Shanks smiled. "Well, it's not entirely out of the question." At this moment, their smiles bore a hint of competitive tension. Subsequently, in perfect synchrony, they drew their weapons and struck a blow against one another. It appeared as though they were vying for the guardianship of someone. The clash of their conquerors' hockey resonated at that moment. From Marco's position, a pirate gazed at the Moby Dick and remarked, "Has that red-haired fellow done something to Pops?" Marco reassured, "Don't worry. Red-haired isn't the type to do anything foolish." Jozu added, "No need to fret. Given Pop's current condition, even if red-haired had intentions, he would need the strength to back it up. Just look at the sky." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze skyward. At that moment, influenced by the two top-tier powerhouses, the sky has split asunder. At that moment, someone remarked, "This scene seems eerily familiar, does it not?" Everyone bowed their heads, collectively reminded of Kate. Meanwhile, Whitebeard turned to Shanks and said, "Don't even think about it. That lad has already entrusted me with his care. I believe he will become an exceptional son." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shanks' eyes, for he realized he was a step too late. Both parties sheathed their weapons. Then, he smiled at Whitebeard and replied, "Indeed, with your guidance, I truly have no cause for concern. Oh, have you surrendered so swiftly? I expected you to compete with me." Whitebeard queried with a puzzled expression. Shanks sighed, "That boy is his own kin. He wishes to arrange matters for him. I hardly have a say in the matter. Moreover, you have witnessed the lad's prowess, have you not? I have no desire to provoke a Navy admiral capable of single-handedly defeating the beast pirates." Shanks indeed dared not incite the current Kate, knowing well that he had led Luffy astray, with a Navy hero, Garp, keeping a watchful eye on him. Having exchanged blows with Kate, Whitebeard was acutely aware of the latter's formidable strength. At this juncture, Whitebeard spoke, "To be frank, for a powerhouse of your caliber, it is astonishing that your arm remains in the East Blue. Coincidentally, that young man is also in the East Blue. It cannot be that he is responsible for your loss." Shanks touched his empty left arm, reminiscing, "It was not that lad's doing. I can only say that I have wagered it on the new era." Whitebeard raised his gourd for another sip and said, "I am truly curious to know on whom you have placed your bet." Shanks replied with a smile, "The opportunity will present itself." At the Holy Land Mary Geos, the 5 elders had once again gathered. Their discussion still revolving around Kate. The elder with the birthmark remarked, "I presume you are all aware that that little rascal has boarded Whitebeard's ship." The elder with the sword, holding the legendary blade, sneered, "Humph, I thought this little imp would become so inflated with pride from defeating the beast pirates that he would seek to challenge Whitebeard. The elder with golden hair interjected. Isn't the outcome rather apparent? They have indeed clashed. The elder responsible for intelligence stated, however, prior to their altercation, that young rascal spent some time alone with Whitebeard. During that period, our agents failed to acquire any details of their conversation. The elder with long hair pondered. Could their confrontation signify that they failed to reach an agreement on some covert scheme, leading to their subsequent battle? The elder with curly hair countered. That is hard to say. It is possible that this lad and Whitebeard are merely putting on a show for us. The elder with the birthmark shook his head. Impossible. Our agents have been monitoring the situation closely and have found no evidence of theatrics. The elder with long hair then questioned, what could this young man possibly be contemplating? Does he not realize his Navy identity? The elder with the sword speculated. Could this lad be contemplating a departure from the Navy to become a pirate? If so, we would have justifiable cause to act. The elder with the birthmark shook his head. His thoughts are elusive. However, based on our observations and the intel gathered by our subordinates, it appears he has no intention of becoming a pirate. The elder with curly hair scoffed. Speaking of our subordinates, it frustrates me. We expended considerable effort training these spies, and what has resulted? They were all unmasked by that young man. Had he not allowed one to remain, there would have been scarcely anyone from our ranks in his vicinity. The elder with the birthmark stated with gravity. Any plans to send operatives to infiltrate him must now be shelved. Unless we discover a means to breach his defenses. The elder with long hair asked, what should we do now? Shall we allow him to run amok? The elder with golden hair replied, there is little we can do. We lack the means to contain him. The elder with the birthmark suggested, let us observe the situation for now. If he truly wishes to depart from the Navy, then we may act against him. If he does not engage in any outrageous behavior, we shall refrain from interference. The elder with golden hair remarked, that lad's strength is unfathomable. Few could contend with him. It would be a formidable challenge to subdue him. The elder with the sword countered, even if this young man possesses great strength, so what? Every person has weaknesses, and should he expose a flaw, we shall not fear capturing him. At that moment, the elder with the birthmark received a report. His tone turning serious. We have just received word that Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks have met. The elders fell silent. The situation was becoming increasingly opaque. How long had it been since Kate's encounter with Whitebeard? Yet now, Shanks, one of the four emperors, sought an audience with Whitebeard. The implications were indeed tantalizing. As the gate of justice slowly creaked open, Kate, aboard the ship, gazed calmly at the tower-like structure ahead. This was the infamous Impel Down, the world's strongest prison, situated in the calm belt of the first half of the Grand Line, housing various criminals from across the globe. A Marine rushed forward to report, Admiral, we have arrived at Impel Down and established contact with Director Magellan. Ah, understood, Kate replied, his eyes fixed ahead. Standing beside Kate, Cyrus remarked, is this Impel Down? The number of warships surrounding it is astounding. Kate took the opportunity to elaborate. Even the demon-slaying order requires only 5 ships, due to the unique nature of Impel Down and the sheer number of criminals within. The number of station warships here is several times that of other locations. Peeking from behind her father, Rebecca curiously surveyed the ominous structure ahead. Cyrus inquired, by the way, Admiral, it suffices for me to accompany you to such a place. Why bring Rebecca along as well? Here, Cyrus echoed a question similar to Caliph's. Kate cast a sidelong glance at the father-daughter duo and replied, once we enter Impel Down, you shall understand. For now, I cannot divulge too much. As the ship continued its forward flight, a colossal sea king with mottled yellow patterns erupted from beneath, clearly targeting the vessel. Amidst the ensuing chaos, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly roasting the enormous sea creature. As the ship advanced once more, the sight that met their eyes was that of Marines standing resolutely on the decks of their warships. They stood tall, gazing straight ahead. Among them, upon spotting Kate, some revealed fervent admiration in their eyes. Once Kate passed by, they relaxed and began to whisper, is that the purple blade, Admiral? How youthful, of course. It goes without saying. Among the world's renowned weapons with purple scabbards, only the one wielded by Admiral Kate exists. Speaking of, it seems Admiral Kate's blade is not one of the supreme grade swords. I wonder who forged it? At the port of Impel Down, the entrance to the prison, Kate observed soldiers clad in uniforms distinctive to Impel Down standing at attention. They were neatly arranged, hands behind their backs, gazing forward. These 10 Marine soldiers were the wardens of Impel Down, there to welcome Kate and his party. Once the ship came to a halt, Kate was the first to disembark, followed by Cyrus and the others. Thank you for your hard work, Admiral Kate. One warden saluted before him. No problem. I leave the individuals aboard my ship to your care. Kate addressed the marine before him. Meanwhile, among the first batch of pirates disembarking from the ship, the massive Ivankov immediately drew the attention of the wardens. Prior to Kate's arrival, they had received word that among the group of criminals Kate brought, there were two special individuals. Kate paid little mind to how the others would be dealt with. He strode towards the open entrance of Impel Down. Is anyone there? Help me. Save me. Help me, please. Upon entering Impel Down, cries of agony echoed around them. Cyrus, following closely behind Kate, glanced at the foreboding atmosphere and couldn't help but exclaim. This place is nothing short of hell. Even Rebecca, who followed closely behind, exhibited an expression of terror upon her face. It was evident that those anguished cries had deeply unsettled her. Kate surveyed the surroundings. A sense of curiosity welling up within her for this place that was both familiar and foreign. After all, it was her first visit to Impel Down. Welcome to my Impel Down, proclaimed a man. Bare-chested with a belly that bulged grotesquely and brow bones that jutted out like horns, adorned with a pharaoh's false beard and donning a yellow-green pharaoh headdress. Behind him trailed a blonde woman wearing sunglasses. Oh no, I misspoke. I truly wish to conceal my ambitions. Hannibal, realizing his faux pas, nervously uttered these words. Ha! Rebecca could not restrain her laughter upon hearing his remark. With her laughter, the lingering fear within her heart dissipated significantly. Hannibal cast a glance at Rebecca but chose not to admonish the young girl. Turning to Kate, he introduced himself. I am the deputy warden. Hannibal. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, as he extended his right hand. Kate reciprocated the gesture, stating, I am Kate. Hannibal remarked, I have heard of your recent exploits, even reaching the ears of the somewhat isolated Impel Down. He then glanced behind Kate and inquired, and these two? Ah, they are my subordinates. You need not pay them much mind. Kate replied. Very well. Understood. Hannibal continued. That warden? Ah, I misspoke. Warden Magellan is currently in his office on the 4th underground level. Let my colleague, Domino, guide you there. Kate nodded, having previously discussed her desire to meet Magellan with Sengoku, who had subsequently entrusted the matter to Magellan due to his busy schedule. After all, Kate merely wished to tour Impel Down, and Sengoku deemed it a trivial matter, thus granting his approval. Within the confines of Impel Down, Hannibal served as a guide, leading Kate and Cyrus deeper into the prison, given the peculiar terrain of Impel Down. Coupled with the majority of inmates being confined underground, most of its structures were erected above ground, with only a few extending into the depths below. As they ventured further, Hannibal and the others arrived at a large elevator. Once the gate ascended, Hannibal guided the group inside, stating, This elevator will take you directly to the 4th underground level, which is the searing layer where Warden Magellan resides. That IT may be a bit warm upon arrival. I ask for your understanding. As the gate slowly descended, the elevator officially began its downward journey. Shortly after, Hannibal announced, We are about to reach the 1st underground level. Help! Is there anyone who can save us? The chilling cries echoed as the elevator doors opened to the 1st underground level, revealing a scene of horror where guards wielded whips, mercilessly striking the prisoners. Witnessing such brutality, Rebecca, unable to bear it, shut her eyes and trembled, asking, Must they be treated this way? Is this not a bit too cruel? Domino chuckled, responding, Little sister, you truly have a penchant for jest. The inmates here are among the least culpable. And what you are witnessing is the mildest form of punishment. Rebecca was taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, This is the mildest. Indeed, the punishment is indeed the least severe. Hannibal affirmed, gesturing outward. This is the 1st underground level. The Red Lotus Layer. Cyrus inquired. Red Lotus Layer. What is that? Hannibal glanced at Kate, uncertain whether to elaborate on the meaning of the Red Lotus. Kate, understanding the constraints that Hannibal faced, took the liberty to explain. Outside the cells on this level lies a vast expanse reminiscent of a forest, where the trees possess leaves as sharp as blades, known as sword trees, and the grass can pierce the flesh like needles. Referred to as needle grass, those constitute the Red Lotus. Inmates are driven to flee from poisonous spiders and guards, only to be ensnared by these leaves and grass, their blood flowing freely as they endure relentless torment. Over the years, this area has been stained with blood, transforming it into a crimson landscape, thus earning the moniker Red Lotus Hell. Hannibal stroked his head in astonishment. I did not expect you to possess such knowledge of this place. Kate replied, As a commander, it is only natural that I possess more information than others. Rebecca listened in shock, her worldview being continuously reshaped within this environment. Kate cast a glance at Rebecca, then shook his head. Although Rebecca's maturity surpassed that of her peers, her youth still held on to many benevolent notions. Perhaps, he mused, it was essential for Rebecca to witness the harsh realities of the pirate world more frequently. Before long, Kate's ears were filled with a chorus of roars. Hannibal introduced. Next, we arrive at the second underground level, the Beast Lair, also known as Beast Hell. Recovering her composure, Rebecca inquired curiously, the Beast Lair. Does that mean it is filled with ferocious beasts? Hannibal glanced at Kate, fully aware that even without explanation, Kate would provide the details. Nonetheless, he took it upon himself to elaborate, stating, Beast Hell houses a variety of savage monsters, including snake chickens, man-faced lions, and venomous scorpions, with the chief among them being the Sphinx. The prisoners confined here are acutely aware that they will eventually become prey to these beasts, leaving them devoid of even the strength to be afraid. At that moment, light illuminated the elevator entrance, revealing a lion with both long and short horns, lying in wait. It fixated upon Rebecca, exclaiming, pink panties. Ah! Rebecca shrieked, clutching her lower half. Her face flushed as she recoiled. Observing her reaction, Kate wore a peculiar expression, pondering. Could it be mere coincidence? He could not help but burst into laughter. Rebecca, blushing intensely, covered her face and stuttered. Although Cyrus could be rather dull at times, he instinctively positioned himself in front of Rebecca, shielding her from view. Once Kate's laughter subsided, Domino, with a smile, reassured Rebecca, little sister, do not mind it. That lion-like creature is called Maticola, and its catchphrase revolves around various types of underwear. At this point, Cyrus glared sternly at everyone in the elevator, his protective instincts for his daughter ignited. Kate quickly suppressed his amusement, recognizing that since Cyrus had reverted to human form, he was increasingly veering towards the role of a doting father. And he had no desire to provoke him at this juncture. As the elevator continued its descent, waves of heat surged upward to the group. Hannibal, seizing the moment, declared, next, we arrive at the third level. The Hunger Lair, also referred to as Hunger Hell. Due to the scorching heat rising from the lower levels, coupled with the torment of dehydration and starvation, the inmates here exist in a state of near death. As the elevator doors aligned with the entrance to the third level, a sweltering world unfolded before them, enveloped in waves of heat. The prisoners confined here appeared emaciated, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Some had succumbed to death, their bodies desiccated by the arid environment, resembling jerky. Rebecca, witnessing the corpses in some of the cells, suddenly Hannibal responded, that is only natural, as most of the criminals confined here have committed heinous crimes. Moreover, this is undoubtedly the most oppressive layer of Impel Down. As they delved deeper into the prison, the atmosphere grew increasingly stifling. By the time they reached the fourth level, the oppressive ambience had reached a peak. This lair housed some of the most vicious pirates and extremely dangerous felons. The number of guards here surpassed that of the third level, with dedicated patrols roaming the area. In addition, the temperature here was significantly higher than in the hunger level. It's so hot, Rebecca exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow. While others felt the heat, Kate appeared quite comfortable upon entering the fourth underground level. For him, this temperature felt akin to returning home, Domino explained. As the vice warden just mentioned, this level is indeed one of the harshest environments in the underground prison. The rooms outside feel as though they are ablaze, and the warden's office is situated right in the heart of this blazing hell. Just then, the elevator came to a halt. Domino announced, all right, we have arrived. With that, she led Kate and the others towards the exit. Observing the emptiness outside, Kate surmised that Magellan, the poisoned man, was likely in the restroom. However, considering Kate's status, Domino continued to explain, Warden Magellan hasn't arrived yet. I believe he is suffering from diarrhea. Kate, let us wait by the warden's office door for him. Kate nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. And they proceeded forward. At this moment, Cyrus inquired, is the warden unwell? I just heard you mention he is experiencing diarrhea. Domino, guiding the way, replied, Warden Magellan spends 10 hours each day dealing with diarrhea. Sitting in the restroom is a daily necessity for him. With 8 hours allocated for sleep, and subtracting meal and rest times, he only has about 4 hours of actual work each day. Huh? Cyrus was taken aback by this revelation. Rebecca, astonished, asked, how can he still serve as warden if he spends so much time elsewhere? Domino responded, in critical moments, the warden is quite reliable, it's just that. Kate interjected, it's simply due to the side effects of his devil fruit powers that he spends such an inordinate amount of time attending to his bodily needs. Curious, Rebecca asked, are there other side effects for devil fruit users apart from their inability to swim and their aversion to seawater and sea stone? Kate affirmed. Of course there are. All eyes turned to him as he elaborated. For instance, a failed awakening of a Zoan-type devil fruit can have dire consequences. Cyrus queried, what are the repercussions of a failed awakening? Kate nodded. The consequences are quite severe. For instance, in this very place. There are 4 Zoan-type devil fruit users. Hannibal then interjected, you mean those 4 minotaur beasts, right? Kate nodded. Indeed, they are all users whose awakening failed, and the price of such a failure is the loss of self-awareness, resulting in full beastification and an inability to revert to their original forms. Turning back, Kate continued, the side effects of devil fruit abilities extend far beyond this. Take our warden here, due to his poisonous nature. He has a penchant for consuming toxic substances. Naturally, the consequences are quite apparent. He suffers from chronic diarrhea. What happens to those who successfully awaken their devil fruit powers? Rebecca inquired with curiosity. Kate explained. The effects can vary widely. For instance, a Zoan type that awakens can significantly enhance its recovery capabilities and combat strength. Moreover, a Paramecia type user, upon awakening, can exert influence over external objects. Oh, by the way, your enemy, Doflamingo, he is an awakened user of the string fruit. When utilizing the awakened abilities of his fruit, he can transform everything around him into strings that he can manipulate. Upon hearing that Doflamingo was an awakened devil fruit user, Cyrus's expression darkened, and Rebecca fell silent. As they spoke, Kate and the others arrived at the warden's office. Domino stated, please hold on a moment. The warden will be out shortly. Oh, by the way, since you know that Warden Magellan is a user of the poison fruit, I need not remind you to exercise caution. Just then, the sound of a toilet flushing echoed from the restroom. Heavy footsteps approached at a massive figure resembling a devil, adorned with 2 horns and clutching his stomach, emerged from within. Upon seeing Kate, Magellan stepped forward and said, you must be the young Admiral Kate. I am Warden Magellan. Kate smiled and nodded. Hello. Magellan suddenly shielded his eyes with his hand, exclaiming, ah, how dazzling. This room is so bright. I wish to remain in a darker space. If possible, I would prefer to seal my mind as well. Hannibal, standing behind Kate, remarked, enough with the nonsense. Warden, Admiral Kate is waiting for you. My apologies. The poisonous soup I had this morning caused this delay. Magellan bent over, one hand still pressing against his abdomen. Hannibal interjected, Isn't it because of the toxins that you suffer from relentless diarrhea, Warden? Magellan retorted, I am a poison man. I revel in toxins. Isn't there a saying? Fight poison with poison. Hannibal scoffed, precisely because you failed to counter it. You are now afflicted with diarrhea. Listening to Hannibal's sharp words aimed at Magellan, Kate couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Feeling the sting of Hannibal's words, Magellan shot back. You scoundrel, you remain as sharp-tongued as ever, Hannibal. Hannibal quickly replied, then you should hasten to relinquish your position as warden. Warden. Ah, I misspoke. Magellan pointed at Hannibal, saying that was indeed a rude comment. How can I have such a heartless subordinate? As he spoke, a noxious breath escaped Magellan's lips, tinged with a purple hue. Domino, witnessing the situation, quickly handed gas masks to Cyrus and Rebecca, although Kate was unafraid of any toxin. He took a step back, not wanting to inhale Magellan's foul breath. Internally, he mused, Hey, is that heartless? That fellow is clearly aiming for your position as warden. Hannibal feigned being affected by the toxins, exclaiming, Wait, please be mindful of your size. You are exhaling genuine poison gas. Magellan, observing Hannibal's reaction, turned away and chuckled. What are you laughing at, you scoundrel? Hannibal fumed. Magellan, with a sly grin, remarked, Serves you right. You foolish subordinate. You deliberately exhaled poison gas. You scoundrel of a warden. Hannibal shouted. Is that a problem? Magellan retorted, then spat another poisonous breath towards Hannibal's face. I'm going to die. Damn it, I still want to be the warden. Suddenly caught off guard, Hannibal collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Domino, accustomed to such scenes, called out to a nearby guard. Hey, Vice Warden, prepare the antidote. It was evident that such occurrences were not uncommon for them. Kate, observing the antics of these 2 individuals, felt a wave of amusement wash over him. Even Cyrus and Rebecca, following closely behind, couldn't help but laugh at their antics. With a smile, Kate addressed Magellan. If there are no issues, shall we proceed? Ah, my apologies, Admiral. I will lead the way right away. Having regained his composure, Magellan remembered Kate's presence and promptly guided them towards the elevator leading to the lower levels. Meanwhile, Hannibal, having received the antidote, quickly caught up with the group. As the elevator descended further into the depths, a chill swept through the cabin. However, following this initial coolness, the temperature continued to drop significantly. Kate remarked, "So this is the 5th underground level, the level 5. The frozen hell, correct?" Magellan nodded. "Indeed, this very level is the frozen hell. The prisoners confined here endure temperatures lower than those found in ice storage, suffering severe frostbite until death. Moreover, the forests of the frozen hell are home to numerous military wolves that are even more ferocious than the beasts of the second layer. This delightful group of little creatures serves as remarkably dependable wardens in this level." Kate is certainly aware of the circumstances within. This frigid hell, due to its excessively low temperatures, has not been equipped with any telephone bugs. Furthermore, the extreme cold renders it nearly devoid of wardens patrolling the area. It is precisely because of the absence of surveillance that Ivankov has managed to infiltrate this level's depths without anyone being the wiser. Ivankov has even bestowed a resounding title upon this place, the Newbie Paradise. However, this 5.5 level is, in fact, a floor created by one of the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Mori, utilizing the powers of the push-push fruit. Ivankov, now leveraging Kate's presence to blend in here, is specifically targeting this 5.5 level. As the elevator descends, the surrounding temperature begins to warm. Soon, the elevator halts at the very bottom of Impel Down, which is also Kate's intended destination. Everyone disembarks from the elevator. Magellan declares, "All right, we have arrived. This is level 6 of Impel Down, the infinite hell." The moment Kate steps out of the elevator, her gaze sweeps the surroundings incessantly. As though she is hunting for some elusive prey, the criminals confined within are notorious monsters, ruthlessly expunged from history, and the inmates on this level are nearly legendary figures, facing either execution or life imprisonment. Due to the heinous acts committed by the inmates here, some atrocities have been concealed by the government, deliberately omitted from newspapers. As Kate scans her surroundings, she spots several criminals she has come to recognize since her arrival in this world. Yet, these individuals seem to have vanished as if evaporated from the sea, their infamous reputations laid bare while they languish in this lightless dungeon. As everyone ventures deeper, their movements catch the attention of these exceptionally vile criminals. Is that Hannibal? Even Magellan is present. Is there a criminal brought here to face judgment? No, the individuals accompanying Magellan are unshackled. Do you see that? The little one in the middle appears to be dressed like an admiral. Amidst the whispers of these criminals, some begin to focus on Rebecca. Ooh la la. This child looks rather promising. She will undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Hey, little girl, would you like to come into the cell and keep Uncle company? We promise to treat you well. Shut your mouths, you scoundrels. This young girl looks so innocent. How can you possibly tarnish her? You must understand, such a beautiful young lady is a fine delicacy. Wow, can you smell that? This little girl is fragrant. Damn it. You gluttons only think of eating. Listening to their vile words, Rebecca nervously hides behind Cyrus. She bites her lip to suppress any visible emotion. You bastards. Sensing the shift in his daughter's demeanor, Cyrus angrily scolds them. Ooh la la. This old Uncle Isn't the little girl as father. Is he? Hey, why is this person getting so angry? Ha 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 ha. Hey, are you upset? Magellan, displeased, interjects. Can't you all keep it down? If you provoke someone, even I won't be able to save you. You're so noisy, Magellan. A man who is perpetually suffering from diarrhea. Cyrus retorts angrily. This truly is the most despicable place in the world. Hannibal remarks. To be called a man with constant diarrhea, Warden, they are continuously insulting you. No, it should be said that your dignity is utterly lost. Warden, indeed. Magellan glances sideways, and then, in the gaze of all present, his eyes turn crimson and his body shifts to purple. Waves of toxic mist and venom ooze from him. Such an unreasonable attitude is indeed irksome. I cannot abide it. Magellan states, Warden, this could put us in danger. Hannibal exclaims, his eyes wide in alarm as he nervously retreats. All the criminals watch the unfolding scene with trepidation, too frightened to speak. Kate senses the commotion behind her, turning to pull Cyrus and Rebecca away from Magellan's side. This is bad. He's unleashing the poison dragon. Magellan is furious. One inmate nervously remarks. The venom-secreting Magellan, with a stern face, warns, don't get too carried away. Do you all forget who the boss of this prison is? It seems I must remind you. 3 venomous dragons form behind Magellan, each splitting off to attack 3 inmates in their cells. The inmates subjected to the venomous assault writhe and struggle. Those affected by the poison experience excruciating pain, only able to cry out in agony. In the same cell, the inmates not targeted by the venom scurry away from those who have been attacked, fearful of becoming contaminated. Help me. Quick. I need an antidote. Those afflicted by Magellan's poison can no longer endure and succumb to death. Magellan, maintaining his stern demeanor, asserts, do not forget, I possess the right and the power to execute you on the spot. Having said that, he reverts to his original form. He turns to Kate and apologizes. I truly apologize, Admiral Kate. These individuals should remain quiet for a while now. A smile graces Kate's face, a gentle expression that would lead anyone to perceive her as a kind, neighborly young man. However, Magellan's instincts warn him that this smile harbors an unusual danger. He tentatively inquires, Admiral Kate, is everything all right? Kate responds with a smile. Of course, why would anything be wrong? Yet, a faint, indistinct white substance begins to coalesce on one corner of Kate's face, emanating a chilling, malevolent energy, accompanied by the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki. All the inmates in the cell gaze in astonishment towards Kate. Slowly, Kate speaks. Oh dear, it seems I lack the authority to execute these criminals. However, your filthy words have left me quite displeased. What do you think? How shall I torment you? With each word that escapes Kate's lips, all the inmates who had dared to insult Rebecca feel as though they are bearing the weight of an immense mountain. Rendered immobile. Admiral Kate, you cannot. Magellan attempts to interject. Kate, her masked face turning towards him, inquires, I didn't quite catch that. Did you say something? The moment Magellan meets Kate's gaze, he feels as though her presence expands infinitely before him. This sensation overwhelms him, causing him to gasp for breath. He stammers, and no, I didn't say anything. Hey, Warden, how can you? Hannibal's words are cut off as Magellan swiftly covers his mouth. He glances at Kate, relieved to find her attention elsewhere. You little brat, who do you think you are? A muscular inmate with tattoos bellows at Kate. Kate's smile widens. What do you think you are? The muscular man seems poised to respond further when Kate softly begins to chant, glimmering light revealing the murky emblem. Rebellious and frenzied demeanor, manifest yet negated, paralyzed in a moment, the crawling steel princess, self-destructing mud puppets, unite, rebound, blanket the earth, aware of one's own impotence. Hey, what is this little brat reciting? I have a very bad feeling about this. An inmate keenly senses an impending danger, way of destruction. Number 90. Black coffin. A massive black cubic space materializes, imprisoning all inmates whom Kate has locked onto with her observation haki. Screams of horror erupt in unison. Admiral Kate, what is happening? Magellan inquires, bewildered. Kate slowly replies, do not worry. I will not allow these individuals to die so easily. They will merely endure the punishment of being sliced by the blades of darkness. 1,000 cuts. This won't lead to any fatalities, will it? Magellan asks, seeking confirmation. At that moment, the inmates enveloped by the black coffin reappear, collapsing in their cells, unable to move. Just as Kate had predicted, they appear as though they have been inflicted with countless tiny cuts. Yet they have not sustained any fatal injuries. They lie on the ground, groaning in agony, unable to stir. Among them, some fail to survive, their bodies exhibiting signs of shock. Kate feigned innocence as she exclaimed, oh dear, it seems a few have inadvertently played with fire, haven't they? Allow me to restore your pulses. 5 million volts, lightning chains. Countless electric chains erupted from various parts of Kate's body, propelling themselves into the cells, eliciting a fresh wave of anguished screams. Only when some began to falter did Kate finally sever the chains. Observing the barely alive prisoners, she chuckled. I believe these individuals must have accidentally harmed themselves. Wouldn't you agree, Warden Magellan? Magellan, taken aback by the scene before him, had never witnessed such a form of punishment nor encountered someone so ruthlessly cold. Swallowing hard, he replied to the smiling Kate, indeed, these prisoners have certainly injured themselves by accident. The atmosphere in the prison thickened with an oppressive weight. The inmates fell silent, fearful of speaking out. They had witnessed Kate's formidable power and uncompromising cruelty, realizing that she was not to be trifled with. Kate regarded them coolly and stated, remember this lesson. Should anyone dare to speak out of turn again, this shall be your fate. The prisoners, their faces pale with pain, gritted their teeth in silence, their gazes toward Kate brimmed with both terror and reverence. This seemingly gentle man possessed immense strength and merciless methods. Ignoring them, Kate led the way deeper into the facility, his observation haki already locking on his several individuals. Soon, Kate arrived at a central area resembling a prison block. where cages of various sizes lined up before him. The larger cages dwarfed even those in the Marine headquarters at Marineford, while the smaller ones were just large enough for an adult to pass through freely. Well, Magellan, what's this? You've brought such a charming young man today. A feminine voice reached Kate's ears. He turned to see a heavily made-up woman with a long nose, exuding an aura reminiscent of a witch. He slowly spoke, Catherine Butterfly. Ah, a young man who knows my name. You didn't come here just to see me, did you? Catherine Butterfly's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at Kate, as if she were about to devour him. Upon uttering her name, Kate chose not to engage further. He had already recalled that she was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specifically the mythical Zoan breed, Nine-Tailed Fox. Being a mythical Zoan, her abilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. Though the specifics were known only to Catherine herself, based on his past life memories, Kate only knew which devil fruit she had consumed. Observing her attire, he mused, could this young lady be a Marine Admiral? Meow. Abaro Pizarro, an island fruit user, capable of merging with islands and altering landscapes. Kate's gaze swept across the area, matching the appearances of the individuals with those etched in his memory. Baskerville Choate, a Paramecia-type user of the Sakisake fruit, able to combine his abilities with flames. St. One Wolf, a Paramecia-type user of the growth fruit, capable of enlarging his body. Bondi Waldo, a Momo fruit user, able to amplify his speed, the velocity of objects he touches, and his own size by 1,100 times. Douglas Bullet, a Paramecia-type user of the combined fruit. He can arrange and combine all objects, fusing them with his body, and not only can he merge with inanimate objects, but he can also rearrange them to create new weapons. For instance, he could construct submarines or weapons from scrap metal and rubble. After matching them all, he noted that aside from those without devil fruit powers, the remaining individuals possessed abilities that even Kate found remarkable. It was now time to decide whose devil fruit powers to extract. In truth, Kate had been pondering this long before his arrival. To be frank, he desired the powers of nearly all these individuals. Regrettably, the chain of plunder could only be used thrice a month. Ryderfield, casting a disdainful glance at Kate, remarked, "This little brat is supposed to be an admiral? I dare say Sengoku and Garp have lost their minds." Kate, ignoring Ryderfield's provocation, replied coolly, "Whether I am an admiral is not for a lowly prisoner like you to judge." You. Ryderfield's eyes narrowed dangerously at Kate. Magellan, who had just caught up, interjected, "This Mr. Kate is indeed a Marine Admiral, Ryderfield. I advise you to behave yourself." "Oh, this young man is genuinely an admiral," Douglas Bullet exclaimed, continuing his rigorous training within the confines of his narrow cell. Kate thought to himself, no wonder he is a formidable figure from Roger's era. Even in captivity, he strives to enhance his strength. Indeed, Bullet's abilities had awakened, allowing him to utilize his combined powers over a considerable range, engulfing everything nearby. Kate smiled at Bullet and said, "Bullet, I senti it. I send my regards from my grandfather, Garp." "What? You are Garp's grandson?" Upon hearing this, Bullet abandoned his training and lunged toward the cell door, reaching out with his sea stone-laden hands to grasp Kate by the throat. "Bullet, how dare you? This is Impel Down, not the outside world." Hannibal stepped forward, intending to push Bullet back into his cell, but Kate raised a hand to stop him. Understanding Bullet's anger stemmed from the Navy's demonization order against him when he was just 22. Kate recalled how even Garp and Sengoku had intervened, though Bullet had fought valiantly against the Navy. Exhaustion gradually wore him down, and the pirates he had previously defeated launched a surprise attack, leading to his eventual capture and imprisonment in Level 6 of Impel Down. Who would have thought that this little brat, besides being an admiral, is also Garp's grandson? I can't help but wonder how Garp would react if I killed his grandson. Ryderfield mused with interest as he regarded Kate. Kate chuckled and replied, "I suspect you might find yourself on the receiving end of my blade then." "Oh ho, is that so? I shall eagerly await that day." Ryderfield laughed. "There will be an opportunity." Kate's words were laced with subtlety. Only he knew that these individuals would eventually escape Impel Down due to the machinations of Blackbeard Teach. Unfortunately, Ryderfield had yet to consume the Bat fruit, mythical Zoan type, in its vampire form. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to extract that power. Turning his attention to Rebecca and Yiro, Kate said, "I brought you both here specifically to conduct an experiment. This experiment carries no risks and may grant you powerful abilities." Rebecca and Yiro exchanged puzzled glances, having followed Kate to Impel Down without understanding the purpose. Kate continued, "Whatever you see shortly, do not ask questions. Whatever I present, you must consume unconditionally." Understood, although they did not fully grasp the meaning behind his words. Both nodded obediently. Suddenly remembering something, Kate turned back to Magellan and Hannibal, smiling. "Oh, by the way, Warden Magellan, Deputy Warden Hannibal, whatever you witness shortly, please do not spread it outside. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the consequences," as Kate donned a smile. Magellan and the others recalled the grisly fate of the prisoners they had just encountered, prompting them to nod in agreement. Now, who shall be first? Kate surveyed the surroundings with a grin. All the prisoners under Kate's scrutiny began to feel a sense of dread. They were uncertain of Kate's intentions but sensed that something terrifying was about to unfold. Suddenly, Kate turned to Catherine Butterfly and said, "Since you were the first to speak upon my entry, you shall go first." Catherine's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "What do you intend to do? Do you believe you can approach the cage without consequence?" "Ha ha," Kate responded with a cold laugh. In the gaze of all, he unleashed 50 million volts, electrifying the previously defiant Catherine and sending her into a panic-stricken scream. Once she was incapacitated, Kate reached into his pocket system space and donned a ring connected by chains, its other end resembling a syringe. Without hesitation, he hurled it at Catherine, commencing the extraction of her devil fruit abilities. The process was swift, and soon he withdrew the syringe from her. Simultaneously, the fingers of his ring-adorned hand spread wide, and from the palm began to emanate a luminous spherical energy. Kate casually retrieved a piece of fruit from her bosom, infusing the glowing energy into it. Before long, the fruit in Kate's grasp underwent a rapid transformation, its originally smooth and even surface beginning to contort, delineating an extraordinary pattern. The color of the skin also shifted, displaying noticeable alterations. All present were undoubtedly well-versed individuals, yet Kate's actions left them momentarily stunned. Among them, the eldest, Ryūjin, was the first to suppress the tumult within and solemnly addressed Kate. "A devil fruit. Was this not abundantly clear?" Kate scrutinized the animal type Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan, nine-tailed fox devil fruit in her hand. Some onlookers could not conceal their terror upon witnessing Kate's countenance. Even Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, regarded Kate with a markedly altered expression. Among those present, aside from Ryūjin, who possessed strength rivaling that of Roger and Whitebeard without relying on the powers of a devil fruit, the others were, to varying extents, dependent on their own devil fruit abilities to assert their dominance upon the seas. The loss of their devil fruit powers would signify a relinquishment of the strength they relied upon for survival, reducing them to mere mortals. Observing the fear etched across their faces, Kate revealed a mocking smile and remarked, "What is this? Are you all afraid? Or do you believe you can escape from Impel Down?" Upon hearing these words, silence enveloped the crowd. They understood clearly that Kate was challenging them. Noting their lack of response, Kate paid it no mind and approached Rebecca, preparing to release his grip and place the devil fruit into her hands. Panic flickered across Rebecca's face. She could only look helplessly towards her father for assistance. Cyrus's expression was similarly complex. He finally comprehended Kate's motive for bringing them to Impel Down. With a smile, Kate slowly spoke, "Take it. This trinket holds little value in my hands." At Cyrus's urging, Rebecca ultimately cradled the devil fruit to her chest. Commander Kate, isn't this a breach of protocol?" Magellan, standing aside, could no longer contain his inquiry. Kate turned and replied with a smile, "Might I inquire which rule I am contravening?" This, Magellan found himself momentarily speechless, as there were indeed no explicit regulations against such actions. Kate continued to persuade, "Warden Magellan, surely you understand that the individuals on the 6th level possess perilous devil fruit abilities. Just imagine the consequences if such individuals were to seize the opportunity to escape. Especially without the constraints of sea prism stone, the repercussions need not be elaborated, do they?" Doubt flickered across Magellan's face. Observing that he was on the verge of being swayed, Kate pressed on, "To my knowledge, there have been 2 individuals who successfully escaped this so-called impregnable fortress of Impel Down, thanks to their devil fruit abilities. Therefore, by confiscating these individuals' devil fruit powers, I am effectively diminishing their strength. Stripped of their abilities, they stand no chance of fleeing this place. You understand this, don't you?" Magellan fell into complete silence. Even Hannibal remained quiet, contemplating the implications. Magellan weighed many factors, particularly the 2 individuals mentioned by Kate. In truth, he only knew of one. Among the 2, one was Mori, a major general of the Revolutionary Army, who utilized the push-push fruit to excavate a tunnel from the 5th level of Impel Down and successfully escaped. Of course, very few within Impel Down were aware of this. The other was the formidable Shiki the Golden Lion, a contemporary of Pirate King Roger. This individual was notorious to flee Impel Down. He severed his legs, which were shackled by sea prism stone, and utilized the float fruit to force his way out, becoming the first inmate to successfully escape and impel down. The former warden was dismissed over this incident, paving the way for Magellan to ascend as the new warden. Ignoring Magellan's indecision, Kate again smiled cheerfully, shifting his gaze to the prisoners within the cell. Observing Kate's past actions, the others regarded him with expressions akin to witnessing a demon. Who would be next? Kate surveyed the convicts within the cage. Aside from Ryderfield, who lacked a devil fruit ability, and the defiant Barrett, the others dared not meet Kate's gaze, some gradually retreating in hopes of concealing themselves in the darkness of the cell. Perhaps it was Barrett's gaze that stirred discontent within Kate. Thus, he chose to focus his attention on him. Sensing Kate's intent, Barrett arrogantly declared, "Kid, come on, let me see just how formidable this young admiral truly is." In his eyes, a crimson glow flickered, and his conqueror's haki surged forth. Hey, don't go overboard. Can't you see there's a little girl here?" Kate remarked, unconsciously stepping in front of Rebecca to shield her, utilizing his spiritual pressure to nullify Barrett's conqueror's haki. "Humph, kid, you're merely a weakling," Barrett scoffed, continuing, "You're not afraid, are you?" Kate chuckled. "What is there to fear? You may be overestimating yourself." A mocking smile crossed Barrett's face as he said, "Then let me witness your strength." "Don't just talk." Kate, meeting Barrett's provocative gaze, replied with a smile, "You wish to see my prowess? Very well." This time, the expressions of the prisoners in the cell shifted dramatically, for from Kate emanated a formidable aura that rivaled Barrett's. "Kid, who would have thought that a mere Navy officer would possess the qualities of a king?" Barrett grinned savagely, amplifying his conqueror's haki output. In response, Kate's eyes blazed with intensity, having utilized his conqueror's haki multiple times. He had attained an advanced level of mastery. A powerful aura surged around Kate, locking him in confrontation with Barrett. Their conqueror's haki clashed in the air, producing a deafening sound that left all present breathless. Ryderfield watched the two with grave concern, sensing the immense power radiating from Kate. Barrett's face twisted into a cruel smile as he proclaimed, "Kid, you still have time to concede." Yet Kate's gaze remained unwaveringly resolute as he calmly stated, "I have never lost to anyone." With that declaration, Kate's conqueror's haki surged forth like a raging torrent towards Barrett. Taken aback, Barrett had not anticipated the strength of Kate's conqueror's haki. Only Kate understood that it was his spiritual pressure that allowed him to dominate his opponent. With a cold snort, Kate, unwilling to show mercy to a prisoner whose abilities were constrained, unleashed an attack. 80 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Barrett's pupils dilated, yet confined within the cramped cell, he stood no chance of evading the strike. A savory aroma wafted through the 6th level, causing onlookers to swallow hard. Following a brief moment, Kate withdrew the Thunder Dragon. "Kid, what just happened? You ended the assault so quickly. Are you faltering?" Barrett, charred and blackened, still had the audacity to taunt Kate. With a cold snort, Kate thought to himself that had he not feared killing the man, he wouldn't have ceased the attacks so readily. "Let me teach you a lesson." Kate initiated another round of electric therapy, continuing until Barrett collapsed, unconscious, before finally retracting the effects of the Thunder Fruit. Commander Kate, Barrett shouldn't be dead, right?" Magellan asked nervously. "Rest assured. I know my limits," Kate replied nonchalantly. Extending his finger to unleash the chain of thievery, connecting it to Barrett, silently activating the item's effect. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes. "Huh? What is going on?" Kate queried in confusion. Despite having activated the chain of thievery, he had failed to siphon Barrett's devil fruit ability. "System, what is happening?" Kate knew that while his system often maintained an aloof demeanor, it occasionally addressed his inquiries. "System, host, the chain of thievery can indeed siphon the abilities of devil fruit users. However, it cannot strip powers from those who have awakened their abilities." Kate was momentarily taken aback. This was not as he had envisioned, initially. He believed that any devil fruit user was susceptible to being targeted by the chain of thievery. It now appeared that if faced with those who had fully developed their abilities, the chain would be rendered ineffective. "System, is there any other method to strip the abilities of awakened devil fruit users?" Kate pressed. "System, of course, the host may continue to explore. One shall inevitably discover a means to deprive those who have awakened the powers of the fruit." The system's icy voice left Kate momentarily speechless. What a farce this exploration was. How could such a treacherous system exist in this world? One that offers no clear guidance. Perhaps the system caught wind of Kate's internal mutterings. "System, you did not inquire." "Host, Kate. Damn, here, 1,000 words are omitted." The system continued. The failure of your attempt to seize the powers from Barrett counts as one of the 3 permissible attempts. This meant that Kate had only one opportunity left to employ the finger of the plunderer this month. Perhaps exasperated by Kate's complaints, the system uttered this line and promptly retreated from the scene, leaving Kate alone, his mind filled with an abundance of curses. System. Kate roared in frustration. He felt a twinge of ire towards this troublesome system. Beyond its aloofness, it relished in its air of mystery, revealing nothing. Forget it, he said, shaking his head to dispel his thoughts. With no other choice, Kate reclaimed the finger of the plunderer from Barrett. Failed? This was the collective thought of everyone present, causing those who had escaped Kate's wrath to revel in their misfortune. Ha. Looks like your ability has its limitations, laughed Radefield. The others joined in a chorus of hearty laughter. Laugh all you want. Kate spat venomously. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Barrett had awakened his fruit's powers, which led to his failure in plundering. He could hardly believe that the rest of these fools had awakened their abilities. With a sweeping gaze, Kate surveyed the crowd, eager to see who among them would dare mock him further. Radefield's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression turning cold as he regarded Kate. This was because Kate had shifted the conflict onto them. The other prisoners fell silent, not wishing to become Kate's next target. Yet, among them, one would inevitably lose their devil fruit powers. Soon, Kate had settled on his choice, fixing his gaze on Abelo Pizarro, the Tyrant King. Upon noticing Kate's scrutiny, Pizarro's heart raced with alarm. He retreated, backing against the far wall of his cell. No, don't look at me. My fruit power is utterly worthless. It would be unwise to take it from me. Kate had no intention of engaging in idle chatter about the nature of the island fruit. He was well aware of its properties. After Pizarro underwent a brief period of electric therapy, Kate successfully transformed Pizarro's power back into a devil fruit. Once he handed this fruit over to Cyrus, all the prisoners regarded him with a gaze akin to that of a demon. Kate and his companions returned to the elevator, departing from the 6th level. Inside the elevator, Magellan inquired, "Admiral Kate, I assume your actions on the 6th level were not sanctioned by the world government." "Correct." Kate fell silent for a moment before nodding. He understood what Magellan was about to say but refrained from interrupting. "I require an explanation for your actions. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to report this to the world government. You have administered electric shocks to the prisoners without authorization, even stripping them of their devil fruit powers," Magellan stated sternly. Kate nodded, acknowledging the truth of Magellan's words. He had indeed acted against regulations without the world government's approval. "All right, I concede that my actions on her body transformed into a fluffy form, with 9 long tails sprouting from behind." Witnessing this scene, Kate was equally astonished. It was his first time observing an animal-type devil fruit user morphing their body so closely. "Ah!" Rebecca exclaimed loudly. Although her mind was considerably more mature than that of her peers, the sight of herself in such a furry state elicited a tinge of panic regarding the unknown within her. Unbeknownst to her, she instinctively ignited 9 flames upon her 9 fox tails without any guidance. Gazing at the 9 blazing fox fires on her body, Rebecca realized she seemed to be losing control. She wished to extinguish the flames, but no matter how hard she tried, the 9 fox fires refused to be subdued. The tails behind her, propelled by her subconscious, inadvertently set the Ark's deck ablaze. Cyrus anxiously watched Rebecca, attempting to comfort and approach his daughter before she accidentally ignited the deck, yet all his efforts ended in failure. Meanwhile, the sailors on the deck began organizing to extinguish the fire upon seeing the Ark ablaze. Rebecca felt as if she might burst into tears. The sensation of being utterly out of control was distressing. Due to the influence of the fox fire, Kate's Ark temporarily lost its ability to fly. Gradually descending onto the surface of the sea, Kate paid little heed to the damage to the Ark. He had already approached Rebecca and placed his hand on her head. He gently encouraged her. "Rebecca, do not panic. Calm your mind and truly feel the power within you." Simultaneously, Kate channeled his energy through his hand, aiding her in regaining her composure more swiftly. As Rebecca felt a refreshing sensation in her mind, she gradually calmed down. Kate looked at Rebecca and said, "Now, try to extend all 9 of your foxtails." Nodding, Rebecca closed her eyes and began to sense her abilities. As time passed, her 9 tails unfurled gradually. "Very well. Now, clear your mind and envision retracting the foxfire," Kate continued. Following his instructions, Rebecca began to extinguish the flames on her tails. As time went by, the foxfires on her 9 tails flickered out one by one. The sailors on the deck, along with Cyrus, breathed a sigh of relief. At least they no longer had to worry about the deck being further ignited. Kate guided her. All right, the foxfire has been extinguished. Now, open your eyes. Following his words, Rebecca opened her eyes, but upon seeing her beastly form, her gaze wavered. In a flurry, she exclaimed, Kate, what must I do to return to my original self? Kate chuckled teasingly. Why the rush to change back? You look adorable like this. Don't you all agree? Kate turned to the sailors on the deck who were still observing the scene. Indeed. Miss Rebecca looks splendid like this. Absolutely. Miss Rebecca is so cute. The sailors chimed in enthusiastically. Rebecca turned to Cyrus, and upon his nod, she finally calmed down completely. Influenced by her tranquil state, the beastly features on Rebecca gradually dissipated, and she returned to her original form. Kate smiled and nodded, retracting his hand that he circled around Rebecca and then remarked, I recall that the Inu no Mi model, Kyubi no Kitsune, can also transform into others, mimicking their clothing and height perfectly. Now, Rebecca, give it a try and show me. Okay. Rebecca responded eagerly. The moment she consumed the devil fruit, she understood she possessed such an ability. Under Kate's gaze, Rebecca transformed into his likeness. Oh, you have quite the discerning eye. Did you choose to become me because of my heroic and striking appearance? Kate said shamelessly. Rebecca burst into laughter, instantly reverting to her original form. Given Kate's shamelessness had long been a common occurrence. The others were unfazed. After resolving the situation with Rebecca, it was time to address the issue of the Ark. Due to the influence of Rebecca's foxfire, the flying system of the Ark had suffered severe damage. Although the Ark was equipped with a self-repairing system, given its current state, it would likely take several days to restart the flying mode. Kate called out, Can anyone tell me our current location? How far are we from the next island? Soon, a sailor rushed forward, reporting, Admiral Kate, we are still in the doldrums. We are nearly 100 kilometers away from the next island. Kate sighed in exasperation. Still in the doldrums? Does that mean we can't even sail on the sea? Due to the Ark's ability to fly, it had not been modified for navigation in the doldrums like military ships. Now, with the Ark damaged, they were trapped in this windless zone. Just as Kate intended to contact Marineford for assistance, an arrow suddenly flew towards the Ark. The arrow struck the deck, creating a large hole right in front of Kate. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Some of the sailors shouted in alarm. More arrows rained down from afar. This was no mere jest. Baked 81. Dank. Kate unleashed his spiritual pressure, conjuring a massive wall of air atop the Arkansas. The wall reverberated with explosive sounds, indicating that each arrow possessed the power of a small cannonball. Kate sighed. What a nuisance. At least we won't have to stay in this spot any longer. With that, he activated Shuinpa and soared towards the direction from which the arrows were fired. Aboard the Snake Princess, a woman with a cigarette in her mouth and a rocket launcher in her hand spotted the approaching Kate first. With a serious expression, she declared, An enemy is approaching. A woman with orange, curly hair covered her mouth, laughing heartily. Is that true? Long Dan. Someone is so eager to court death, despite the distance. Kate's speed allowed him to reach above the group in an instant. Observing the large ship being towed by two enormous serpents, Kate thought to himself, Indeed, the 9 snake pirates are quite audacious to operate in the doldrums. The plump woman with orange hair, ranked 3rd, Boa Marigold, remarked, Sister, judging by their attire, it seems they are Marines. The green-haired woman, Boa Sander Sonia, retorted, What is there to fear? Besides, their attire does not necessarily indicate they are Marines. Furthermore, we have confirmed there are no insignias of any faction on their ship. The sisters' conversation fell directly into Kate's ears. He glanced at his ark, realizing the naval flag atop the mast had been burned away. No wonder they were so bold as to attack them. Just as Kate was about to explain, the crew of the 9 snake pirates below had already drawn their bows and launched another assault on him. Kate could only use Baked to deflect all the arrows from the 9 snake pirates once more. He then shouted, Hey, I am a Marine. I am a Marine. As soon as Kate's words fell, a tall woman with pink hair from the 9 snake pirates commanded, Fire. In the next moment, more arrows flew toward Kate. Watching the incoming arrows, Kate sighed helplessly. He never expected these women to be so unreasonable, not allowing him any chance to explain. It seemed that unless he showed them a thing or two, they would not relent. Coldly, Kate muttered, Baked 58, Kurohitsuji. A vortex of darkness materialized, sweeping away the arrows while knocking down the women on the deck of the 9 snake pirates, the 2 serpents pulling the snake princess. Upon witnessing this, turned to attack Kate. Before they could approach, an invisible pressure emanated from Kate, He shot a glare at the two serpents, causing them to wither in fear. Sander Sonia, Marigold, what is the meaning of this? A mature and authoritative voice resonated from within the cabin of the Snake Princess. Oh, that must be Boa Hancock's voice. Kate murmured with a smile, curious about the woman hailed as the world's most beautiful. He wished to see what she truly looked like. Sister, we are under attack, Sander Sonia shouted. Having regained her composure, she and her sister transformed into their snake-human forms, preparing to confront Kate floating in the air. A resounding clatter of high heels echoed through the cabin, soon revealing the stunning Boa Hancock upon the deck, a vision so breathtaking that Kate could not help but glance in her direction. As Kate beheld this unparalleled beauty, admiration swelled within him. Indeed, Boa Hancock's beauty was unrivaled, and the commanding aura she exuded was nothing short of awe-inspiring. A naval officer, no less than a vice admiral. The moment Boa Hancock laid eyes on Kate, she recognized him instantly. Indeed, it is I. Kate awkwardly touched his nose, having momentarily lost his composure in the presence of her beauty. It's you. But tell me, why did you attack my vessel? Boa Hancock, with an air of haughtiness, confronted Kate directly. What nonsense is this? How have I become the aggressor? Kate found himself momentarily bewildered by Boa Hancock's sudden accusation. Regaining his wits, he retorted, "It was you who first assaulted my ark, while I was merely engaged in passive defense the entire time." Sander Sonia, is that how it transpired? Boa Hancock turned to her sister for confirmation. The warriors of the Kuja pirates finally recognized Kate's identity as a vice admiral amidst the exchange between their captain and him. Sander Sonia nervously explained, "Sister, we had no idea that the ship anchored in the calm belt belonged to the Navy. We thought it was merely a pirate vessel that had strayed into the calm belt, which is why we acted." Understanding the situation, Boa Hancock addressed Kate. "Very well, since neither of us has incurred any losses, let us part ways." With that, she commanded her serpents to prepare for departure. Kate, observing the imperious Amazonian empress, languidly remarked, "What? After attacking, you wish to depart? That would be far too lenient for you." Boa Hancock shot Kate a disdainful glance, her thoughts immediately categorizing him as a lecherous man coveting her beauty. With her disdain for men igniting a flicker of murderous intent within her, she questioned, "What, do you wish to keep us here? Or is it that you are enamored by my beauty?" Upon hearing this, Kate shrugged, admitting, "I must confess, I am somewhat captivated by your beauty, Miss Hancock. However, I believe it is quite unreasonable for you to assault my ship and then simply walk away." Boa Hancock regarded Kate coldly. "And what do you propose, Vice Admiral?" A smile crept upon Kate's lips as he replied, "Quite simply, since you have attacked my ship, you must pay a corresponding price." "What price?" Sander Sonia inquired warily. Kate, glancing at the Kuja warriors and Boa Hancock, replied, "Nothing too extravagant. I merely require that your serpents tow my ark to Amazon Lily for a time, until my vessel is fully repaired." Mary Grout erupted in indignation. "What nonsense is this, Navy? You are a man, and Amazon Lily is forbidden to men. We could never take you there." Even Boa Hancock glared at Kate in fury, exclaiming, "Navy, do not push your luck." Kate regarded Boa Hancock with a smile. "Miss Hancock, I am not one to engage in unprofitable transactions. You unjustly attacked my ship, and now I ask for your assistance. Is that too much to ask?" Boa Hancock's eyes narrowed as she resolved to teach this oblivious young vice admiral a lesson. The Kuja warriors, sensing their captain's intent to strike, readied their arrows. Suddenly, Boa Hancock's demeanor shifted, biting her nails. She blushed and sweetly murmured, "Oh dear, I simply do not wish to take you to Amazon Lily. Is that agreeable, Vice Admiral?" The Kuja warriors were momentarily entranced by their captain's demeanor, and Kate found himself utterly captivated by her unparalleled beauty. Sweet, sweet wind. Boa Hancock formed a heart shape with her hands, releasing heart-shaped beams of light towards Kate. Though her timing was impeccable, Kate's composure was even quicker. At the instant her heart-shaped beam was about to reach him, he vanished in an instant, appearing in another direction, and exclaimed, Hey, Boa Hancock, do not forget that you are still one of the 7 warlords. Are you not concerned about your status being revoked?" "Ha ha ha, Vice Admiral. When did I ever claim to care for my status as a warlord?" Boa Hancock replied with a cold laugh. "I merely wish to test whether you are as formidable as the rumors suggest. At the same time, you are rather presumptuous to think you can act with impunity before me, simply because you are aware of my identity." Kate shrugged. "So you still intend to take action against me?" Though Boa Hancock remained silent, her aura spoke volumes. In that case, I shall not hold back," Kate declared with a grin. "Do not get too arrogant. Navy, even if you are a vice admiral, what of it? Everyone, Attack him. Mary Groud commanded. The Kuja warriors, obeying her orders, drew their bows and unleashed arrows imbued with haki towards Kate. What an inconvenience. Kate grimaced. He activated Void Slash. Effortlessly deflecting their arrows. A flicker of red gleamed at the corner of his eye as he unleashed his Conqueror's haki, instantly incapacitating the weaker-willed Kuja warriors. In that instant, Boa Hancock's pupils constricted. My apologies. I inadvertently let my Conqueror's haki slip. Kate scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. I did not mean to target you. Just glancing at the fallen Kuja warriors. He continued. Boa Hancock thought to herself, what nonsense. He is doing this purposefully. The shameless man. Realizing that both parties had already engaged, pretense was no longer an option. Captive arrow. Boa Hancock lightly touched her lips, conjuring a massive pink heart-shaped projectile. Drawing it back like an arrow, she released a barrage of pink arrows aimed at Kate. Kate was well aware of this technique. Those struck by it would be petrified, regardless of their feelings for the Empress. Unlike sweet wind, this ability could petrify even non-living entities. He swiftly utilized the Shuinpa to evade the attack, unwilling to risk being petrified by such a conceptual ability. Damn it! Where did he go? Boa Hancock cursed under her breath, frustrated by how easily he evaded her attack. I'm right here. Kate's voice echoed as he pointed to his shoulder. Without hesitation, Boa Hancock spun around and delivered a fragrant kick aimed at him. Kate did not draw his blade, instead using the scabbard to block the attack. The scabbard, however, began to petrify and shatter. Well, you are quite ruthless to use such a technique against me, Kate mused, his gaze playful as he regarded Boa Hancock. Unfazed by Kate's taunts, Boa Hancock continued her assault. Honestly, since you broke my scabbard, you ought to replace it, she chided. Boa Hancock scoffed. Replace it? Perhaps in your next life. In a flash, Kate appeared at her side, gripping the hilt of his sword and swinging it towards her. Boa Hancock's expression shifted as she hadn't anticipated his incredible speed. The scabbard struck her abdomen, causing her to stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, Sonda Sonia and Mary Groud rushed to protect their captain. Stand aside, Boa Hancock commanded. Captive arrow. The pink arrows sliced through the air once more, aimed at Kate. Yet this attack also fell short, frustrated by Boa Hancock's petrifying ability. Kate devised a countermeasure. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, a bone mask slowly manifested upon his face, his eyes turning pitch black. Playing tricks. Boa Hancock, not contemplating the implications, loosed another captive arrow toward Kate. This time, however, he did not retreat. He allowed the arrows to strike him. What? This is impossible. Sister's arrow of capture did not petrify the opponent, and Mary Gollet exclaimed in shock. Damn it. At that moment, a mixture of irritation and bewilderment surfaced on Hancock's face. Why was the man before her immune to her petrifying powers? It was known that under the influence of her devil fruit ability, even the slightest hint of improper desire would lead to immediate petrification. Yet, astonishingly, the man not only withstood her petrification but seemed entirely unaffected. This realization struck her deeply, marking the first time the proud and arrogant Hancock felt the sting of defeat. She gritted her teeth and took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her inner turmoil. Sweet wind. Boa Hancock attempted a different attack, aiming to petrify the individual before her. However, Kate allowed the heart-shaped beam to penetrate him. After all, donned in his mask, he was already impervious to any inappropriate thoughts towards Boa Hancock. How could it be? Was sweet wind ineffective as well? Boa Hancock widened her eyes, staring at Kate in disbelief. Indeed, your abilities have become ineffective against me, Boa Hancock, Kate replied calmly. Hearing his words, Boa Hancock felt a sinking sensation in her heart. She understood that she had fallen into a highly disadvantageous position. Not only could he withstand her attacks, but he could also effortlessly nullify her powers. What have you done? Boa Hancock questioned through clenched teeth. Nothing, merely rendered your abilities ineffective against me, Kate replied with a smile. Boa Hancock fell silent, realizing that further inquiries would be futile. Since he could nullify her powers, he undoubtedly possessed other means to deal with her. You have lost, so you might as well obediently agree to my terms, Kate stated, gazing at Boa Hancock. She remained silent, merely fixing her gaze upon him. She knew that the moment her powers failed against him, she had already lost. Yet she was unwilling to accept it as the captain of the Kuja pirates and the Empress of Amazon Lily. How could she possibly be defeated by an unknown man? I refuse to accept this, Boa Hancock suddenly shouted, charging towards Kate. He merely smiled slightly, not bothering to evade. He understood that Boa Hancock had lost all chances of victory. No matter how much she struggled, she could not alter this fact. Moreover, after playing around for so long, he was no longer inclined to continue this farce. After repelling Boa Hancock, Kate slowly spoke. It seems you still have not recognized the disparity in our strengths. As he spoke, Kate concentrated a highly compressed zero on the edge of his Zanpakuto. Sensing the violent energy emanating from the zero, a wave of deadly danger surged towards Boa Hancock and her companions. Soon, the zero shot from Kate's hand, skimming past the Kuja pirates towards the bow of the perfume snake. Boom! A series of violent explosions erupted. Accompanied by the blasts of the zero, powerful shockwaves radiated outwards. Under the might of these shockwaves, Boa Hancock and the others were directly thrown back. When the dust settled, Kate's hoarse voice rang out. I believe this time you will listen obediently, won't you? Amazon Lily, I warn you. Amazon Lily forbids the entry of men, so you must restrain your subordinates. Otherwise, if I discover them entering the island, I shall arrest them on charges of trespassing, Boa Hancock warned. Yes, indeed, due to the power Kate displayed. Boa Hancock ultimately brought Kate's vessel to Amazon Lily. All right. I understand. Kate replied helplessly. On the way, she had already reiterated this point more than once. Rest assured, Miss Hancock, we will heed your words and refrain from setting foot on the island. A group of sailors, captivated by Boa Hancock's beauty, shouted loudly, Shut up, you filthy men. Hancock retorted angrily. Yes, the smitten sailors responded. Kate couldn't help but slap his forehead. These fellows were truly a bunch of simple-minded individuals. He had to admit, Boa Hancock was indeed a breathtaking beauty. But her temper. Soon, the two serpents ceased to pull the vessel. Once the vessel docked, Kate hopped onto the perfume snake alongside Rebecca. The Kuja warriors anxiously watched Kate. Vividly recalling the events that had transpired not long ago, Boa Hancock shot a glare at Kate, exclaiming, Navy, why aren't you staying on your own ship? What are you doing on mine? Kate casually replied, Oh, I'm not doing anything. Just thought I'd hitch a ride to experience the customs of the Kuja tribe. While speaking, he ignored everyone present and settled into a relatively clean chair. Boa Hancock bit her thumbnail, her voice dripping with fury. Did I not say that Amazon Lily forbids the entry of men? Do you not understand? Kate replied with a grin. Well, you only mentioned restraining my subordinates from entering. You never specified me. You. Boa Hancock was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that Kate spoke the truth. She had indeed failed to explicitly prohibit Kate's entry into Amazon Lily. Observing Boa Hancock's flustered demeanor, Kate couldn't help but chuckle. Though this woman was peculiar, her reactions were undeniably amusing. All right, if you insist on entering Amazon Lily, so be it. However, you must adhere to our rules and not cause any harm to those within the Kuja tribe. Boa Hancock conceded reluctantly. Rest assured, I am not like you, causing chaos for no reason, Kate shamelessly replied, as if he had forgotten who had brandished the zero to intimidate others. Boa Hancock was then led away by her two sisters, seemingly to discuss something. Sonia, are we really allowing this Navy man onto the island? One of her sisters whispered. After all, the island adhered to an absolute rule of no men allowed from centuries past. Any man entering would meet their demise. Yes, sister, if we let this man onto the island, does that not mean we are disregarding centuries of tradition? The other sister echoed. Boa Hancock sighed. I understand your concerns. But this man is too powerful. Even if we all mobilized, we might not be able to defeat him. Sonia and Mary Gallet exchanged glances, comprehending Boa Hancock's intent. Though they harbored reservations, they recognized that in the face of a formidable enemy, they must possess sufficient strength and preparation. All right, what should we do next? Sonia inquired. Boa Hancock took a deep breath, saying, We must be prepared for both scenarios. On one hand, we need to strengthen the island's defenses to ensure this man poses no threat to Amazon Lily. On the other hand, we must send people to monitor his every move, ensuring he does not engage in any inappropriate behavior. Mary Gallet and Sonia nodded in agreement, believing Boa Hancock's decision to be prudent. After all, this man's power was formidable, and they needed to approach the situation with caution. Lady Snake Princess, Kuja Pirates, welcome back. Lady Snake Princess, at last. The perfume snake passed through a round gateway and officially entered the heart of Amazon Lily. Cheers echoed in Kate's ears. He smiled. I never expected your island to be so lively. Hancock shot Kate a resentful glance. If she could, she would have loved to kick him off the ship. Soon, the two serpents lowered their heads, and a red carpet unfurled from the ship along their backs. "Ah, it's the Gorgon sisters," a Kuja warrior exclaimed. As Boa Hancock descended, flanked by her two sisters. The other crew members of the Kuja pirates followed suit. Lord Lon, Lord Longdan, Lady Purple Fanflower, Lady Persian Orange, Mary Gollad. Who was that person? Although the Kuja tribe was exceedingly excited about Boa Hancock's return, some keen eyes noticed Kate, who seemed out of place among the crowd. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Indeed, I've never seen him either. Could he be a new recruit of the Kuja pirates? But didn't the Kuja pirates say they weren't accepting new members for the time being? Who knows? There will always be exceptions. With the keen perception of Kinbunchaku, Kate was certainly able to hear the discussions of those around him. Nevertheless, he brazenly trailed behind the others as they descended. As Kate walked, he abruptly noticed through his Kinbunchaku that someone from the crowd stepped forward and approached him. He halted, gazing at the diminutive old woman before him, who leaned on a purple snake staff. "Hey, you are a man, right?" Old Granny Nyo stated directly as she stood in front of Kate. What? Could it be? Was he truly a man? But old Granny Nyo wouldn't speak frivolously. Surely that person, dressed in a way unlike ours, couldn't be a man, could he? "Hey, kid, I'm asking you a question. You are a man, right?" Seeing Kate remain silent, old Granny Nyo raised her voice once more. Kate regarded old Granny Nyo before him, feeling a sense of helplessness. This old woman seemed rather eccentric, yet her tone and demeanor made him uncomfortable at that moment. Hancock sauntered over from the front, and in full view of everyone, she kicked old Granny Nyo aside. "Hey, Snake Princess, you can't treat her like that." Someone spoke up. "Oops, slipped. Snake Princess. That's all right. That's all right." Everyone has their clumsy moments. The 9 snake warriors erupted in cheers, enamored by the bashful and slightly embarrassed Boa Hancock. Kate, observing the beauty before him at such close range, felt a flush creep onto his face. Hancock shot a glance at Kate, inwardly thinking, "Humph, a man, I refuse to believe you won't fall at my feet." "You brat," old Granny Nyo exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, she had already regained her footing and returned to stand before Kate once more. "I say, your attire should belong to a Navy man. Right? And you're a man," old Granny Nyo stated for the 3rd time. This time, Kate finally spoke. "You are correct. I am indeed a Navy man. And I am a man." As he said this, the shameless man struck a pose he believed to be quite dashing. What? He really is a man. Several 9 snake warriors had already drawn their bows, aiming at Kate. After all, it was common knowledge that men were strictly forbidden from entering 9 Snake Island. "Snake Princess, don't you think you should provide a proper explanation?" Old Granny Nyo shifted the focus of the conflict onto Hancock. There was no helping it. After all, Kate had disembarked from the perfume snake ship. "What an annoying woman!" Hancock silently cursed. She then stated, "If you can defeat this man, then I shall leave it to you to expel him from the island." With that, she strode toward her palanquin and headed towards 9 Snake City. Old Granny Nyo struggled to comprehend Hancock's abrupt maneuver. At that moment, Longdan stepped forward and addressed old Granny Nyo. "Granny Nyo, now is not the time to bother the Snake Princess. She herself is unsure of how to handle this man." Granny Nyo detected the underlying meaning in Longdan's words and inquired, "What has happened?" Longdan cast a glance at Kate and replied, "This man effortlessly defeated the Snake Princess. Moreover, his identity is not merely that of a Navy man." "What?" Old Granny Nyo exclaimed in shock. She scrutinized Kate from head to toe, as if trying to ascertain something. Kate, watching Hancock depart, muttered to himself, "Honestly, at the very least, I am a guest. How can the host abandon their guest?" Regardless, Kate allowed them to leave. "Granny Nyo, what shall we do now?" a 9-snake warrior asked uncertainly. Granny Nyo shook her head, and then gestured for everyone to lower their weapons, since they were now aware of Kate's status as a general. Granny Nyo naturally understood the significance of that title. She certainly did not believe anyone on the island possessed the strength to rival a general. Thus, Kate remained on the island in a rather peculiar manner. Wherever he went, he was followed by an entourage of women. Since Kate had expressed his desire to experience the culture of Amazon Lily, he was determined to enjoy himself thoroughly. After exploring for a considerable time, Kate chose a restaurant to dine in. However, as soon as he sat down, the female servers presented him with an array of exquisite dishes. While serving, these women curiously sized Kate up. Though Kate had no particular dietary restrictions, he was nonetheless treated to the same level of attention that would later be afforded to Luffy. Some particularly curious women boldly began to poke and prod at him as he ate. Naturally, he would thwart any advances toward more intimate areas, as he did not wish to experience any embarrassing physiological reactions. After dining for nearly an hour, Kate contentedly departed the restaurant. The 9 snake warriors followed him like a protective entourage. Some of the warriors reported his activities back to Boa Hancock in 9 Snake City. This man. Upon hearing the report, Boa Hancock's expression darkened. What has this man done? Old Granny Nyo's voice interjected at that moment. Granny Nyo, this is my chamber. How did you? Hancock said with displeasure as she regarded the suddenly appearing Granny Nyo. Some of the 9 snake warriors, realizing the situation, exclaimed, Granny Nyo, where did you come from? Granny Nyo replied nonchalantly, I can enter from anywhere. Throw her out. Hancock commanded outright. Wait, Snake Princess, I have something to show you. Granny Nyo called out. Unfortunately, Boa Hancock was in a foul mood that day. So she walked up to Granny Nyo and unceremoniously tossed her out. Meanwhile, after exploring a portion of 9 Snake Island, Kate, under the guidance of the warriors, found a suitable place to settle. Kate, why are you so insistent on coming to this daughter island today? After a day of wandering, Rebecca could no longer contain her curiosity. Kate grinned mischievously and replied, Of course, because there are many women here. Pervert. Rebecca shot him a disdainful look and walked away. After Rebecca left, Kate opened his system panel. Name. Kate abilities. Thunderbolt Fruit 80 Unawakened Heaven and Curse Binding 75 Unawakened Weapons. Flowing Blade of Fire Shurkai Unlocked Bankai Unlocked Divine Axe Rita Unlocked Note. Using Divine Axe Rita will result in severe side effects. Host, please take heed. Skills. 3-color Hockey Conquerors Hockey Advanced Armament Hockey Advanced Observation Hockey Advanced Spiritual Pressure Mastered 6 Styles Fully Mastered Kaido Breaking, Binding. And Shallow Strike Great Sword Master Level Shuanpa Fully Mastered Special Items. Hollow Mass Preliminary Mastery Arc Proverb Complete Thunderbolt Fruit 1 Breath of the Archangel 1 Fingers Chain of Plunder 1 Following this extensive introduction, Kate shifted his gaze to the taskbar on the panel. He noticed that the system had once again generated a new task. Moreover, it was a special task with a time limit. The specific details of the task were, plunder the celestial gold and eliminate a double-digit number of celestial dragons. The time requirement was to complete it within 5 days. Note, to prevent the host from being exposed regarding the plundering and assassination of the celestial dragons. Please remember to destroy the miniature recording insects on the celestial dragon ship. Furthermore, the system thoughtfully marked the locations of vessels carrying celestial gold and celestial dragons. Clearly, Kate's purpose for coming to Amazon Lily was to acquire celestial gold and target the celestial dragons. He could surmise that the ship carrying the celestial gold would inevitably dock at Daughter Island. It must surely be the foolish celestial dragons doing. A sense of anticipation stirred within him. Ding, ding, the Snake Princess is going to bathe. Quickly exit the city. The Snake Princess is going to bathe. All personnel, take your positions. Quickly exit the city. Ah, this woman is truly troublesome. On the 3rd day of arriving at Amazon Lily, Kate could no longer suppress his grievances. By the way, aren't you curious why the Snake Princess does this? Old Granny Nyo, seated opposite Kate, while flipping through a newspaper, remarked. Kate glanced at Granny Nyo, who had accompanied him for several days, and replied, Of course, I am not curious. After all, I know the mark behind this woman, you know? This time, it was Granny Nyo who was surprised. In truth, Kate silently thought to himself, I know everything. However, he merely attributed his knowledge to Shaki from the Sabaody archipelago to deceive the old woman before him. Granny Nyo, of course, did not believe Kate's nonsense. After all, Boa Hancock was the Empress of Amazon Lily. How could Shaki, the former Empress, possibly share such information with him? Nevertheless, this topic could not continue, as any 9-snake warrior overhearing it would lead to trouble. Although Kate was quite reluctant, however, he still followed everyone out of the city. As for Rebecca, who was brought in by Kate arranged for her to study the combat techniques of the Zoan-type devil fruits systematically with Boa Hancock's 2 younger sisters, perhaps due to a growing impatience after waiting for a couple of days. After leaving the city, Kate's figure abruptly vanished amidst the crowd. Where did he go? It was puzzling. He had just been here. Why are you standing there foolishly? Hurry up and search for him, amidst the clamor of the crowd. The guardians of Amazon Lily were fervently searching for Kate's whereabouts. On a rooftop, Kate stood among the rubble, observing those below in search of him. After a light chuckle, he stealthily re-entered Amazon Lily. In the bathhouse, Hancock addressed her 2 younger sisters. The guard duty is entrusted to you. Mary Gollad lifted a nearby curtain and replied, Yes, my dear sister. Please enjoy at your leisure, sister, said Sandersonia as she lifted the other side of the curtain. Boa Hancock removed her cloak and shed all her clothing. In the bathhouse, filled with swirling steam, Boa Hancock approached the bath, completely nude. However, as soon as her body fully entered the pool, Hancock immediately sensed something amiss. For in her line of sight, aside from the pool water, there was a man leisurely soaking in her exclusive bath. Seeing the man before her, Boa Hancock was instantly enraged. She shouted, "You scoundrel, what are you doing here?" "As you can see, I'm just here to take a bath," Kate replied nonchalantly, all the while his gaze intentionally or unintentionally roamed over her body. Emerging from her anger, Hancock quickly submerged herself in the water. Striving to conceal the mark on her back known as Heavenly Dragon's Hoof, she called out, "Mary Gollet, Sandersonia, Boa Hancock." Upon hearing their sister's call, the two sisters rushed in from outside. "Sister, what happened?" Before she could finish her sentence, Mary Gollet spotted Kate enjoying the bath in the pool. "You bastard Navy, what are you doing here?" Sandersonia was the first to rebuke angrily. The two sisters quickly reacted and quietly inquired of Boa Hancock, "Sister, did that man see your back?" "I'm not sure." Hancock shook her head. At this moment, Kate interjected, "Actually, I am aware of the pattern on the backs of the three of you." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three sisters radiated a palpable intent to kill. No matter how powerful Kate might be, it mattered not. For them, being exposed was far worse than revealing the mark on their backs. If the mark of the dragon's hoof were to be leaked, how would they face their people? Observing the murderous expressions on the three before him, Kate remarked, "Don't look at me like that. And wake up. Your strength is insufficient to even fill my gaps. So what? Even if it means death today, we must ensure your life is taken," Boa Hancock declared. "Really now? Why such excitement? Don't you know that anger can harm your health?" Kate teased. However, before he could continue, a fair-skinned figure appeared before Kate, delivering a kick to the divine axe, Rita, that he had summoned from the system space. With a gentle shake of his hand, Kate sent Boa Hancock sprawling into the pool. In the midst of this, Kate inadvertently caught a glimpse of something he shouldn't have seen, causing him to shamelessly bleed from his nose. "Sister," Hancock's younger sisters gasped, each brandishing their weapons and charging at a certain agent. Adorned with a CP mask, spoke. Before him stood an individual, a celestial dragon, whose head was encased in a bubble helmet, hair spiked and curled at the ends, clad in a white coat reminiscent of a spacesuit. This celestial dragon was tall and slender, appearing as if his very essence had been hollowed out, his countenance shrouded in an ominous gloom. Saint Perduro remarked, "I eagerly anticipate what wonders await in a land brimming with women. Ultimately, it is my desire that the so-called female warlord serves me well." A fellow celestial dragon concurred. "Indeed, brother, I believe that this warlord will attend to our whims delightfully. Such a formidable woman must surely be far more entertaining than those pitiful slaves in the hold." As he uttered this, a malevolent glimmer sparked in his eyes. The other celestial dragons surrounding Saint Perduro were similarly grinning lasciviously, viewing this realm of women as their rightful prey, unbeknownst to them. However, today marked their fateful reckoning. At that moment, a CP agent interjected, "Esteemed lords, our vessel carries a considerable bounty of celestial gold. Shall we not return to Mariwa?" Saint Perduro cast a disdainful glance at the CP agent, retorting, "Do I require your counsel on my actions, you lowly mortal?" "I dare not," the CP agent stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He understood that this petty celestial dragon would remember him, and his future would be far from pleasant. He shuddered at the thought of the women forcibly brought aboard this ship, their lifeless forms lingering in his mind. "We are nearing our destination," exclaimed Saint Perduro, his gaze fixed upon the approaching Amazon lily, the cruel visage of their fate becoming increasingly evident. As they drew closer, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky, thunder rumbling from within the depths of the storm. Yet no lightning struck. The tolling of bells rang out, distinct from any previous chimes, heralding an intrusion into the waters of Amazon Lily. All warriors of Nine Snakes City surged forth, advancing towards the shore. Meanwhile, the three sisters, neatly attired and emerging from the bathhouse, simultaneously turned their attention towards the source of the bells. They understood that these were the guests mentioned by Kate, after receiving word from their subordinates about suspicious ships approaching the coast. They hurried towards the sound of the bells. "The fun is about to begin," Kate mused from his perch, observing the sisters as they rushed towards the commotion. Simultaneously, he unleashed his Kinbunchika haki, directing it towards the location of the celestial dragon's ship. After all, that vessel bore the celestial gold tribute from various nations, as well as Kate's mission objective. He could not afford to overlook such a matter. However, upon perceiving the scene within the ship's hold through his haki, Kate's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? Are we under attack? Hancock, reaching the outskirts of Amazon Lily, inquired of the 9 snake warriors. Lady Snake Princess, we have confirmed that the vessel flying the flag of the world government is indeed approaching. We have issued warnings to keep their distance, yet they have chosen to ignore us, reported a 9 snake warrior. Suddenly, Marigold stammered, Sister, look at the attire of those individuals on the ship, as she spoke. She was drenched in perspiration, her body beginning to weaken. Marigold, what ails you? Sandasonia swiftly supported her sister, preventing her from collapsing. She too turned her gaze towards the ship's bow. In that instant, she seemed to witness something terrifying. As past torments flooded her mind, in contrast to her sister's, Hancock's demeanor remained inscrutable. Had Kate been present, he might have discerned the fear, panic, and profound resentment hidden within the proud Empress's gaze on the celestial dragon's ship. St. Perduro, peering through his telescope, spotted Hancock standing at the periphery of Amazon Lily. Upon beholding her visage, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he fantasized about claiming Hancock for himself. He resolved that she would be his and his alone, never to be shared. Hey, brother, do you see that? Is that truly the world's most beautiful woman? Exclaimed Perduro's sibling. The other celestial dragons, witnessing the reaction of the Perduro brothers, hastily retrieved their own telescopes to gaze towards Amazon Lily. They too were enraptured by Hancock's beauty. She is the goddess of my dreams, exclaimed a lecherous celestial dragon, that I can hardly contain my desire to indulge in the company of this stunning beauty. Another celestial dragon added. After observing the reactions of these individuals, St. Perduro remained nonchalant. In terms of authority aboard this vessel, his command was paramount. These others would do well to consider their standing. As this group of individuals gossiped about Hancock's beauty, a figure stealthily infiltrated the ship's hold. Sister, should we engage? Sandasonia gently alerted Hancock from behind. Of course,